Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers, Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 81, The Ten Rings. Su Shang-Chi, Su Xiaoling, and Katie Chen all stumbled and fell upon the ground from their sudden teleportation from Macau. The siblings were the first to recover, the brother immediately going over to his best friend to make sure she was all right. "Katie," he said in concern, hands on her shoulder and back to help her sit up. "Are you all right? What the hell happened?" Katie murmured in confusion, feeling her head spinning. "Teleportation," Shang grunted out, helping her to her feet. "Glad to hear you still remember my skill sets, young master," said a voice off to the side, making the pair turn towards a man garbed in robes with a hood over him. "Madrid," Sean evenly said, stepping between the sorcerer and Katie. "Ah, you even recalled my name after all these years," Madrid mockingly said. "How kind of you." "Enough, Madrid." The voice of Wenwu cut through the conversation, the father of Shang-Chi and Xiaoling coming over to clap his hand on the shoulder of the mystic. "You've done your part. I give you my thanks, old friend." Madrid's taunting expression fell into a more solemn and relaxed one, bowing his head slightly in his master's direction. The leader of the Ten Rings nodded and turned his attention to his children and their tag along with a slightly exasperated look. "I was hoping for our homecoming not to be so chaotic," Wenwu said, walking over to them whilst patting off some darkened spots on his clothing. "But the Avengers' arrival was not something I would have foreseen." Xiaoling's face was stone cold, yet her eyes had a spark of nervousness as she, along with her brother, looked past their father to what was behind him. Katie did the same, shifting closer to Sean as she too gazed at the large, imposing fortress they now stood in front of. "Where are we?" she quietly asked her friend, whose jaw clenched tightly. "Home," he grimly said, not moving as Wenwu stood between him and his sister, hands on their shoulders. "Come," Wenwu said, nudging his children forward. "It has been a long time since our family was under the same roof." They said nothing and did not resist their father pushing them forward into the Ten Rings compound. Behind them, Katie Chen remained where she stood, unsure of whether or not she should come forward. From what she saw, the compound was built into a mountain. It was heavily fortified and was very high up. Of course, she didn't get much of a chance to think more of it as Razorfist and Crusher stood behind her. They gave her a look that made her slump slightly in place, quickly moving to follow after the Su family. Upon entering the fortress, many men and women within the entry plaza scrambled about, quickly making many lines around the returning Khan and his children. All bowed, welcoming home their master and his kin. Wenwu held a smirk at this welcome. Xiaoling's was ice cold, whilst Sean appeared to be wanting to be anywhere but here. He tilted his head slightly as Katie was now by his side, and some form of his mood was alleviated through quickly squashed as she was here with him. A situation he never wanted to put his closest friend in. He internally grimaced, hating himself for not being more forceful with her before leaving San Francisco. Now, look at the mess they found themselves in. "Sean," a quiet voice said, making him turn to his friend, who looked at him in concern. Though she didn't voice it, her worried look was enough for him to discern what she was silently asking, with him grimacing in a manner that conveyed, "I'm not sure, but thanks for asking." Katie's face fell, though became resolute a moment later, a look of determination and promise to be by his side. "Come." Wenwu spoke up. "There is much for us to discuss. Dinner shall be made shortly for us all." The group entered the main building, the foot soldiers breaking off whilst the enforcers Razorfist and Crusher stayed close by. Sean's eyes darted about the whole time, his eyes filled with remembrance of his old home. He hadn't been here in 10 years, yet it all looked the same. Not much appeared to have changed. It would have been nostalgic had it not been for the fact that he did not want to return here. He glanced over at Katie, seeing her head bowed low slightly, but her eyes were all over the place. His sister was stone cold, neither her eyes nor face giving anything away. This was rather unnerving for the older brother, greatly put off by the icy front his sister had up right now. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to the hallway they were walking down. Once reaching the end, which branched off into 2 separate directions, Wenwu turned to Crusher and Razorfist. "Take the girls to their room." he instructed, placing a hand in his son's shoulder. I'll be speaking to my son in private. Shang-Chi didn't miss the nervous look Katie had and the glaring, jealous eyes his Xialing possessed. As the group separated, Katie had a momentary thought of trying to fight against the two enforcers, but she managed to squash such notions. They were eventually brought to a room, Crusher opening the door for the two. Katie surveyed the room she and Xialing were all but thrown into. So many posters were haphazardly plastered on all of the walls as if they were their initial wallpaper. A clear sign of teenage angst and rebellion if she ever saw it with what posters were seen. Aside from this bit of decoration, the furniture was expensive looking but basic. Katie would have thought there'd been some layer of dust within the bedroom since it hasn't been used for years, but clearly, Xialing's father had the staff clean this place up regularly. Once the door was closed, Katie plopped down on the cedar chest at the foot of the bed. I've seen some really scary stuff this week, but your dad's on, like, a whole nother level. Xialing's cold demeanor lessened somewhat, arching an amused brow at the girl who seemed a bit jittery about being here. Is he gonna kill us? Katie quietly asked, a brief trace of fear flashing in her eyes. The younger Sue sibling gave her a more sympathetic look. You heard what he said at my club. He wouldn't. All you need to do is just nod. Don't talk. He'll forget you're there. That's how I survived, mostly. Katie's frown deepened. Did he always treat you like that? Only after my mom died. Xialing's voice croaked slightly. He said that he couldn't look at me, without thinking about her. She let out a wistful sigh. I wasn't allowed to train with the boys, not at first. But my father didn't want to lose another family member after Shang ran away. So he trained me afterward. Brutally, harshly. Dealer didn't pull any punches with my brother and did the same with me. Xialing turned slightly, lifting her shirt to reveal several horizontal scars across her back, making Katie wince. My brother has the same. She stated. Most everyone does who has been trained by our best. And, when did you run away? When I turned 16. Her voice became more hollow. Some years after I knew my brother wasn't coming back. You ran away from home too, eventually. I ran away, Xialing gave her a pointed look. Because I wanted to prove to my father and myself that I am the worthy successor to the 10 rings. Not my brother who abandoned the family the first chance he got. My father was grooming Shang to be the heir, but he failed to realize I was right here the whole time. Katie fell silent, turning her head down as her mind was plagued with uncertain thoughts. Seeing her like this, Xialing felt a small pang of guilt with the way she responded to her. Why'd you come along? Xialing questioned, getting a nervous laugh out of Katie. I kinda forced Sean to take me with him. Chen shrugged. Didn't really give him much of a choice really. I couldn't stand the idea of him going off to do something that might get him killed. The younger sister could only give a look Katie couldn't quite discern. All the while, Shang-Chi had returned to his own room after having a brief discussion with his father. He frankly didn't really listen all that much, tuning out the man as his thoughts were elsewhere. On his friend whom he was worried for and on the memories that weighed heavily on his mind and soul. This place. He was conflicted on whether or not he should be happy, sad, angry, or feel anything at all for being here. Walking silently through his room, he paused in his steps upon seeing a familiar sight. It was a sole wooden pole in a separate part of his room with a single indent at its center. He walked over to it, dozens of memories running through his head. Holding up his hand, Sean saw the faded scars on his knuckles that he had gotten from his time growing up when training here. Jaw clenching tightly, he shook his head and went to sit on his old bed. Some time passed and the family of 3 plus Katie was in a simple dining room having dinner. Wenwu was expecting this reunion, so we wanted it to be somewhat lavish. Somewhat wanting to spoil his children plus the additional person. The food was pretty good, best Katie ever had if she were to admit it. The room was relatively quiet, sans the cutlery and chopsticks used. How'd you find me? Asked Sean, speaking for the first time in what felt like hours. I always knew where my children were. Did you think you would just drop off from my radar so easily? Especially when you took one of my rings with you. Came Wenwu's response. I gave you 10 years to live your life. He soon eyed his daughter. You a bit less. But eventually, you both would have returned. A small grin made its way onto his face. I missed having my children, my family here. Many nights of lonely dinners followed after you both left. His children didn't say anything in response, their father placing his elbows on the table, his face becoming stoic. I may have kept tabs on your location, my children, but never on your actions. He remarked. Tell me, what have you done in these past few years? Xiaoling sat up, chest puffed out haughtily with a look to match, quickly telling her father of the underground fighting arena she had grown on her own work, now networking almost 100 countries around the world. Wenwu simply nodded with a small smile, face betraying nothing else as he awaited his son's answer. Shang picked at his food awkwardly, briefly sharing a look with Katie, coughing into his hand. Just, valet work and, assistant to a scientist. The smug look his sister shot at him grated on his nerves, but his father appeared nonplussed. And in the end, you both wound up back where you belong, he said, looking at his children fondly. Now it's time to take your place by my side. That's not gonna happen, was Sean's steely-eyed response. Wenwu ignored his son's statement, instead turning his attention to Katie. American girl. Her name is Katie. Shang-Chi cut in though it went ignored. What's your Chinese name? Katie looked to the Su siblings as a silent plea for what to do here, with both giving her unspoken words to just go with what he was asking. Ruwen. The man at the head of the table hummed aloud. Names are sacred, Ruwen. They connect us not only to ourselves, but to everyone who came before. Wenwu took a sip of his drink to wash his palate. A funny story. Some years ago, a terrorist from America needed a boogeyman to bring their country to its knees. So, he appropriated the 10 rings. My 10 rings. But because he didn't know my actual name, he invented a new one. Do you know what he chose? Katie shook her head no. The Mandarin. Wenwu let out a scoff. He gave his figurehead the name of a chicken dish. Surprisingly, it worked. America was terrified of an orange. Of a Chinese dialect. That was one of your old names at one point. Shang-Chi muttered. I used that out of practice once. Wenwu stated, holding up his wrist, and his rings briefly flashed a reddish-orange hue instead of the bluish-purple he typically is known to show. Fire is a volatile element. Well, it sure stuck, Mandarin. Shang-Chi said with a small sneer. His father only humphed, a wry smirk worming its way onto his face. I do admit, there is a ring to it I can't deny. I can add it the many names I have bore throughout my life. The Warrior King, Master Khan, the most dangerous man on earth. It's funny, for years, I thought that was all I was meant to be. He leaned against his seat, adopting a forlorn expression. But when I met their mother, everything changed. His eyes were soon lost, him reliving the most joyous parts of his life. She showed me a part of myself I didn't know was there. It was like I was seeing the world for the first time. She gave up everything so we could be together. Wenwu soon ended his nostalgic expression before looking towards the 10 rings on his arms. And so did I. His ring hand grazed over the 5 rings he wore on his left wrist. After all those years, I finally found something worth growing old for. You see, Ruwen, my real name is Wenwu, and she was the only one who called me that. And when she died, I was lost for many years. The man's children were silent, his daughter feeling a pair of eyes on her. She tilted her head up to see her father staring at her solemnly before a pained smile broke out on his face. But now, not anymore. Before they were able to ask what he meant, Katie felt something brush against her leg at the dinner table. She thought it was some sort of cat or a dog or some kind of animal rich people may have. In her mind, Katie thought Wenwu would have some sort of pet to help deal with the loneliness for a decade. Feeling her leg brushed again, she blindly reached down and began petting the animal. It gave out this odd trilling and cooing sound she never heard before. She kept moving her hand around before finding something strange. Why can't I find its face? She thought before hearing the rustling of feathers. Moving upwards, her hand soon felt something else. Are these wings? Curious, she scooted her chair back before bending down. Head underneath the table, her eyes landed upon the animal and saw. "Wah!" she exclaimed, startling the Sue siblings whilst making Wenwu raise a brow. "What the hell is that?" Katie shrieked, jumping into the air and out of her seat, making all turn to her in bewilderment. Seeing what freaked his friend out, Sean's eyes bugged out and he stood from his seat, pointing at it with an equally bewildered and slightly terrified expression. An instant later, Xiaoling soon joined them. "What the hell is that supposed to be?" "What's what?" Wenwu asked calmly. "That. What is that?" Katie jabbed her finger at the creature waddling out from under the table. That. Sean joined in, his own finger shaking rapidly. The creature was interesting, to say the least. It was rotund and squat, covered in short brown fur and possessive of 6 stubby legs with wide paws. It was maybe half the size of a full-grown pig. Folded upon its back were a quartet of iridescent bird wings, though what was most surprising was its complete and utter lack of a proper. "Where's its face? Where's its head?" "Hush now," said Wenwu, crouching down to cover ears. "Something along those lines maybe. He doesn't like to talk about it." "Talk about it? What?" Katie and Sean only gabbled incoherently, still trying to make sense of what the creature was. "What is that?" Xiaoling questioned, giving herself a wide berth from the bizarre creature. The leader of the 10 rings only chuckled, patting the animal on the top of its body. "No need to be frightened. It's a Dijiang, a harmless spirit." "Dijiang?" Shang-Chi parroted, unsure of what to make of the small beast. He tilted his head at it, squirming a bit, yet there was something strangely familiar about it. Where had he seen something like this before? A Dijiang. Katie muttered, narrowing her eyes at it. Why did her grandma come to mind? Did she mention these critters at one point? She heard a trilling coo, making her jolt herself out of her thoughts, seeing the creature had come back up to her. One of its wings was raised up and it, well, since this was the front of its body, she assumed the animal was looking at her. Okay, moving past the lack of a head, Katie had to admit this little thing was adorable. Its fur was so soft and the body was puffy, it was like a true comfort animal. Kneeling down to it, she tentatively placed her hand atop its body and gave it a little scratch, eliciting another trill of happiness. She was unable to hold her small laugh, now petting and scratching it all over, which it seemed to bask in. Huh, you're a little love slut, aren't ya? Love slut. Shang couldn't help but say for clarity. I mean, come on, look at her, is it dash? A boy. Wenwu answered. Look at him. She quickly amended. He's pretty freakin' adorable and a total slut for love. Right, Sean dryly said. His friend only laughed, returning her attention to the Dijiang to shower him with more affection when she froze momentarily. What the dash? Was her thoughts. Katie swore she heard something, like a gentle whisper in her ear. Something along the lines of encouraging her to keep scratching the same spot. She ignored it, playing it off as something else as she just kept on going with the petting process. I let this little one wander around the compound. It pretty much keeps to itself. When we saw it seemed different somehow. Seems it likes you, Rowen. Well, I like you too, little dude. Katie cooed affectionately, now rubbing its belly with 3 of his legs kicking happily. I'm gonna call you Morris. The Dijiang thrilled and cooed. Where'd this thing even come from? Xiaoling inquired, now approaching it with less trepidation. The immortal Khan only smirked, ushering them to follow after him. The group was then led into Wenwu's private study. So many scrolls and books littered the space, both on the table and the shelves. Sean and Xiaoling remembered this place. Their mother and father used to tell them stories here. When you two left, I threw myself back into the studies of her village, the legendary Talo. I wasn't able to find the secret path to the village entrance, but I only found 2 things. Wenwu gestured to the Dijiang. He was the first at the outskirts of their forest. The second was what they were hiding. There's a gate deep in their mountains. He soon eyed his children. Your mother is waiting for us there. Sean and Xiaoling were confused and Katie wasn't that far behind. What are you talking about? How can she be there? I mean, isn't she buried here? Chen asked, gesturing down to the ground. I know it's confusing. I was too, Ruwen. I might not have believed it if she didn't tell me herself. Xialing bore a look of disbelief, one mirroring Katie and Shang. What are you talking about? She asked her father. When we went to his office chair but did not sit in it. I was sitting right here, deep in my research, and she spoke to me one day. It was, like she was standing in this room. I could feel her breath on my cheek and her hand on my back. She told me she needs my help. Weren't you just imagining it? Was Katie's question. First time, I thought I did. Me merely dreaming it, my grief overwhelming my senses. But then it happened more times than I could count. When we held a pained expression for them to see. I kept hearing her cries for help. From myself and all of you. What does she need help on? Shang-Chi was very unsure as to what his father was talking about. To save her from her people. When we saw the looks on their faces, prompting him to explain further. When we first fell in love, your mother wanted us to live in Talo. She asked permission from the elders, and they refused. They said I wasn't worthy. Given your history, I wouldn't be surprised. Katie thought to herself instead of voicing it aloud. She would still be with us. We would all be living there together. Talo did this to us. You sure about that? Sean darkly asked. Wenwu gave his son a look. She may have died here, but if there is a chance to bring her back, Talo is keeping it from us. They locked her spirit behind that gate to punish her. How? Xialing quietly said. Talo holds many mysteries, ones which I respected to not pry from your mother. But now I wish I knew. Wenwu clutched the back of his office chair tightly, eyes closed in pain. She told me to find her. To save her. To set her free. Shang-Chi and Xialing snapped their heads toward their father when hearing those words. Are you sure those were the exact same words? Asked Sean. Katie bore a bewildered look. Sean. Wenwu adopted a perplexed look. Yes, why? His son hesitated for a moment before speaking. I thought I was imagining it as well. Recently I've been having these dreams. I just thought it was just my subconscious bringing up stuff of events long past. I mean, it wouldn't be the first after Mom died, but dash. Xialing soon chimed in, interrupting her brother. I didn't want to believe it, but I've been hearing Mom's voice as well lately. Wenwu's concerned look soon shifted to one of confidence. Him taking on a smile. Don't you see? She's leaving clues for us. Reaching out to us from that prison. Shang-Chi soon shook his head. This was all too much to consider for him. Dad, Mom's gone. She's not talking to you, me, or Xialing from behind a gate, and she's not leaving any clues for us. This is all just grief getting the better of us. His father, however, appeared unperturbed. You can't deny it, Shang. It's too much of a coincidence. Hearing voices in your head usually means your conscious is talking. Katie chimed in. Or you're just not in the best state of, you know what, I'm just gonna go back to Morris. The Digiong that had remained by her side trilled happily at the attention he was getting again. It's good that you have such affection for him, Ruwen. He has just as much role in this as these. Arms were raised, having the 10 rings of power were shown to Katie and the siblings. From all of my extensive research, these rings hold all the power needed to breach that gate. Katie couldn't help but frown when looking at Sean and Xialing's father. Was it worth almost killing your kids just to get back the rings they took? Or even their necklaces? I understand how this looks, but they never had any real danger. He amicably said. Katie didn't try hiding the deadpan look she sent his way. Tell that to us again when Sean and I are on our bus ride to work. Or at Xialing's club. Wenwu raised his hands in a placating gesture. Ruwen, this is all done for a good reason. The men I sent weren't there to kill my son, only testing him. Sean exhaled a soft groan. Figured. Look, Dad. I hadn't worn the ring for a long time, only after your men attacked me back in San Francisco. And why were you testing him? Asks Katie. I need all the strength I can get. I can't do it just by myself, but with my children. Wenwu soon shifted his gaze toward his daughter. It was the other purpose for Shang's test, to find Xiaoling. He soon chuckled when focusing more on her. And I admit, you were much harder to locate than your brother. Xiaoling looked at her older brother with a coy, arrogant look. This only had Shan roll his eyes in response. One question, why now after all this time? Shang-Chi asked, staring intently at his father. The leader of the Ten Rings let loose a sigh. For so long, I've been consumed by anger at you two leaving. I wanted to take you back, by force, and make you stay here with me. But I realized it wouldn't accomplish anything. You two would find ways to sneak back out and disappear for a time where I'd drag you both back here again and again. So I thought, why not leave them be and live out their lives before returning home in an idyllic fashion? But as for why now, it is simple. Wenwu eyed the Dijiang. The one you call Morris, Rowen. What? My wife used to tell me stories of the creatures and spirits of Ta Lo. How they would occasionally cross over. When I started diving more into the texts, I found that to be true, especially when I found him in the forest where the path of Ta Lo begins. You see, the spirits are guides to those from Ta Lo, or of their blood. After finding Morris, I wanted to see if either of my children could connect with the Dijiang, but it turns out not all plans work out well. To my surprise, it bonded with you of all people, my son's wife dash. What? Katie screeched. You think we're married? Shang-Chi looked repulsed. We're not even a couple. They said simultaneously, gesturing to each other. Wenwu actually looked surprised at that. Really? Neither of you ever dash. No dad, geez. First Xiaoling and now you. Katie grumbled. It's bad enough Grandma Weipo already does it to me behind my back. She then looked down at the purring Morris, cuddling up to her. Also, I don't know if I'm cut out to be a spirit guide. A passing thought soon came to mind. Question, but was there a particular reason why you had your men take their necklaces? Oh right, I almost forgot about them. Opening a small box, Wenwu pulled out a pair of objects all too familiar to his children, their jade necklaces. If you'll follow me. They walked out onto a wide plaza, approaching an area with an Eastern dragon carved onto the wall. Some distance away, it was the compound's Zen garden. To Shan and Xiaoling, this was the area their mother trained them. Wenwu went up to the dragon carving and inserted the jade necklaces into the eye sockets. Stepping back, the old Khan saw the pieces begin to shift from jade green to an amber orange. And from the wooden surface came an unnatural moisture. It wasn't just on the dragon carving, but the entirety of the wall. Everyone else present saw this as well. Before they knew it, a geyser of water exploded from all around. It didn't harm them at all, only damping them slightly before it all went to the wooden floor. Instead of just becoming a giant, wet mess, it formed a miniature forest with the depicted trees moving to and from. From its edge came an orange light, moving along and forming an odd path. The Dijiang was one option to safely move through the forest-like maze guarding the entrance to Ta Lo. The necklaces hold the map and showing an alternate means. A clear direct path would be shown which only opens once a year on Qingmingji. In order to get through this method, you need to know the route and the exact time it opens. Now I have both, which will be a few days from now. The Su siblings and Katie watched all this in silence. Shang, Xiaoling. Wenwu's voice was soft, approaching his children. I have made many mistakes after the death of your mother. Making you stronger was not one of them, but not being a father was. Please, with this chance, I can start to make things right by you both. Your mother needs us and she is waiting for us in Ta Lo. We can save her. As a family, we can be one again once we do. Shan and Xiaoling didn't respond at first, only turning to each other for some kind of answer. Neither had one for the other and both were heavily conflicted on this matter. On the one hand, they didn't want to come back, the former more than the latter. They had seen their mother die before their very eyes when they were just children. But on the other hand, they had heard their mother calling out to them. Her voice was as clear as day, like she was right in front of them. They wanted to believe this to be real. They truly did. When she died, so much of their joy and laughter died with her. In a world of impossibilities, Wenwu's voice cut through their thoughts, making them return their gazes to him. Is this one so hard to believe? He was met with silence for a few seconds until. All right. Su Xiaoling quietly said. Let's get her back. Xiaoling. Shang-Chi wasn't sure he heard his sister correctly. Come on, brother. She whispered. You heard her too. You admitted it yourself. He fell silent, in deep, troubled contemplation for a few moments until he put on an intense gaze followed by a silent nod. Wenwu laughed heartily, patting Shang on the shoulder, and lightly shaking Xiaoling. Thank you, my children. He earnestly said. With this, our goal is assured. We will bring your mother back, I'm certain of it. His children didn't share his excitement, but they both managed some measure of smiles for him to see. Katie, all the while, stayed back, crouched down next to Morris. She saw her best friend turn to her with a conflicted look, one she mirrored. He then walked over to her, getting down to her eye level, and appeared unsure of whether or not he should say. I don't know if I should be doing this, Katie. He quietly admitted. But, you came this far cause you wanted to help me, right? She nodded carefully. I know this is a lot to take in, Katie, but... Shang-Chi was really uncomfortable here. Can you help us? Sean? What are you talking about? I don't know if this is actually real or not, with Mom calling out to us. If it's just our weird paranoia, then it may be really nothing. Just something for us to maybe go to Talo, my mother's birthplace, and settle things before moving on with our lives. But if there's a slim chance this whole ghost thing is real, then... Sean left it in the air for Katie to fill in the blanks. Katie was rather cautious about the whole thing but reluctantly agreed. Wenwu smiled ever further. I can't be ever happier with everyone on board and working together. We can head out tomorrow. Soon an idea came to mind. You know, the dinner we had was satisfying, but I believe dessert is in order. As this was said, Wenwu clapped his hands a few times as if signaling someone to appear. It was a man garbed in black and grey clothing and bandages around his face save for his eyes. His appearance startled Katie and Sean until recognition dawned on the face of the latter. Eric, if you would. Of course, sir. The hooded, bandaged man said with a bow, quickly turning to leave with a flourish of his cape. Who was that? Katie hesitantly asked. Eric Simon Payne. Wenwu early said. Though he prefers to go by the moniker of Devil Slayer. Chen paled slightly at hearing that title, hearing several footsteps coming back to them. The man called Devil Slayer returned with Death Dealer in tow. Between the two was a man who looked as though he had been beaten within an inch of his life. The pair shoved the beaten man down to the ground, a moan of pain emanating from him. He was promptly kicked by the immortal Khan onto his back, a cry of agony from the man as he clutched his arm. Wenwu only stared down at the man with eyes that could freeze hell over. Over the years, I've been tracking down those responsible for my wife's death. The exact men involved in beating and killing her. The people who ordered the hit. So on and so forth. This man here is the last of them, the one who supplied the weapons. I didn't know what they were gonna do, said the beaten man in a Chinese dialect. I just sold them weapons, nothing dash. Devil Slayer kicked the man across the face. Shut up. You already pleaded your case. Wenwu looked upon the man, not noticing the unsettled looks his children and Katie bore. After all this time, the last of the vengeance my family has will come to an end, said the Mandarin. As much as it'll be good to deal with him with my own hands, I believe another holds the right. Going to one of his arms, Wenwu extracted one of the rings of power and held it out toward Sean. A blood debt is owed to us, my son. Immediately, Sean's eyes bounced from the ring to the beaten man, held down by two of his father's men. Sweat could be felt on his brow with his heart rate jumping. He soon felt a tug on his arm, making him look over to see Katie there. You aren't considering killing this guy, right? She looked positively terrified at the idea of such a thing. I mean, you don't have to do this. Like he hasn't already killed before? Xiaoling dryly asked. You do know commuters don't like seeing bloodshed? That was different. Katie argued. They were attacking us, we didn't know what to expect. Wenwu glanced over to Katie with a small glare. Keep quiet. This doesn't concern you. It's a family affair. As this went on, Sean silently battled with himself. An internal struggle of wanting to do this and not doing a thing at all. His hand slowly reached out, hesitating on what to exactly do as he kept hearing the prisoner beg for his life. Strike him down, my son. It's your right in avenging your mother. Once more, Sean hesitates again, frozen in place. Before he could get closer to the ring of power, it was snatched away by Xiaoling. The circlet item glowed green in her grasp, and ever so swiftly, she used it to end the man's life with a quick crack at his neck. Off to the side, Katie was horrified by what she just saw. Sean stood motionless, seeing this happen. All he could register was his father standing over the corpse and muttering, "The debt has been paid," in his native tongue. Not far away, Xiaoling held up the ring of power towards her father with a smile on her face. She expected him to give her a bit of praise. But much to her disappointment, he didn't give her a single glance when he took the item from her grasp. Slipping the ring back onto his arm, the immortal Khan looked towards Katie, who now was hugging Morris and stroking his fur to calm herself down. "A room has been prepared for you, Rowen. Xiaoling can show you where it is." Wenwu then glanced over to his son. "If you'll come with me, there's something I need to show you." Scene cut. Within the meeting room of the headquarters of the Avengers in upstate New York, it was empty with the lights being off, some form of ambient noise in the distance. The ambience was broken seconds later as a portal opened up and out came Tony, Steven, Hank, Danny, and Jen. Well. Tony's helmet retracted and he slumped into an empty chair. That was a bust. We rushed in with a half-assed plan. Clint reprimanded. What y'all think was gonna happen? Us being the Avengers and them backing down. Danny weakly suggested, coughing into his hand a moment later. Yeah, stupid thought, I know. She-Hulk merely rolled her eyes, turning to Hawkeye, crossing her arms expectantly. Did ya manage to at least put a tracker on them? The archer scoffed, holding up one of his trick arrows that had its tip missing. Come on, what do you take me for? He rhetorically asked. Stephen Strange smirked upon hearing this, leaning on the table. Any luck of getting a lock on them? He asked, watching as Barton looked at his wrist, a tack pad strapped onto it. Having some trouble tracking their exact coordinates. The tracker's working, but they must have something playing hell with the signal. Jamming device. Stark guessed, Clint nodding at the billionaire. That and something of a mystical nature. How can you tell? Rand asked, Barton thumbing at Strange in response. Would call bull if we didn't see their disappearing act at that underground fight club. The Iron Fist frowned thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Do we at least have a general vicinity? Strange asked, walking over to Clint, the archer holding out his wrist for Steven to see the tack pad. We do dash. Great. Then we can prepare and storm the castle. Tony stated, standing from his seat. Let's have a plan first, Tony. Jen dryly said. We got our asses caught flat-footed and I'd rather we don't deal with that again. Yeah, that's why I said prepare. I said that. Tony countered. Walters rolled her eyes. Sure you were. Did you miss hearing me say that? Of course you did. Jen only let out a sigh, waving her hand dismissively. All right, boy toy. You get the plan together. Just call me when it needs to be amended once it's done. What's with this lack of leader confidence? Stark asked in a faux-affronted manner. You ain't Cap, that's for sure. Clint said without even looking at him, looking over his tack pad with Strange. Hurtful, guys. Hurtful. Should we let anyone else know about this? Danny asked. Luke and Jessica still need to keep a handle on things in Manhattan with what's going on there. Jen stated. Shuri is busy with the gate, but let's call in the others. Agreed. Strange chimed in. Better we come in with a stronger force than last time and catch them off guard properly this time. All hands on deck. Rand inquired. Steven made a face, shaking his head. Wouldn't go that extreme. Unless the world is ending. Clint casually said. Right, unless that. Come on Kung Fu Panda, Walters said, placing her jade hand on Danny's shoulder. Staying like this all the time works up an appetite. You said the same goes for your chi thing, right? Yeah. Sweet. Jen cheerfully said. Then let's go. Feeling a bit peckish for some Japanese hibachi. Can't say no to that. Danny eagerly agreed. Get something for the rest of us, please. Tony called out to them as they left. Send me the bill, thanks. Elsewhere in the compound, while the returning Avengers were dealing with the aftermath of their mission to Macau, Celeste Morn was overseeing her boyfriend who had laid himself out on the bed in the room they occupied. The Jedi sorceress held a weathered tome in her hand, fingers gently brushing over the ancient language written on the worn leather. Her face was that of intense concentration, making sure she left out no detail to be missed, as what she was about to do was something the two had been trying to figure out since they first got to know each other. Cleansing his mind of his Hydra programming was a grueling task. So many decades of work done on him will be long and hard to fix. There were many avenues they could have tried to explore, but eventually, their good friend Wong and Mordo had a suggestion that just might work. The Confer Clarity of Yudam. An ancient spell that can be dangerous if done incorrectly. It can serve to clear the brainwashing that had been done to her lover or completely erase his mind altogether. So no pressure on her part. But Bucky had complete confidence in her and she vowed not to fail him. He was with her when she was freed of that damnable Sith spirit of Mu'er, and he had given her a new life on this planet, one she never would have believed possible. She would sacrifice everything she had of herself to do the same for the man she loved. Finishing reading over the instructions of the book, she gently set it aside, looking down at her lover who looked up at her with a content look. Are you ready? She quietly asked, getting a snort from him in return. Are you? He shot back. You look more nervous than I am. She placed her hands on either side of his head, bending down to place her forehead atop his. I could lose you to this if I do anything wrong. She whispered, eyes closed. She felt him move slightly, his hands being placed over yours. Then I have nothing to worry about. He stated. I'm in the best hands possible. And Wong, Mordo or Strange can be called up in an instant if anything goes awry. Don't know if that's supposed to be charming or alarming. Can it be the former? You're not helping. She flatly said. How's about this for motivation? He gave her a coy grin. There's this pancake recipe Steve's mom taught the two of us that's to die for. And I mean when I say that this is the progenitor of the modern-day food coma we all suffer from after Thanksgiving. There was a glint in her eyes that made Bucky's grin widen, his lover scoffing good-naturedly. That's not fair, you know. You can't play fair in love and war, Cell. He countered, laughing at how her cheeks puffed out for a second. Hey. She looked into his eyes, the man looking up at her unflinchingly. I love you. Morn's heart clenched up, a teary smile appearing on her face as she leaned down to give him a loving kiss. Pulling away, she kissed his forehead, whispering against it. I love you too. He sighed, a wide smile in place as he closed his eyes and allowed himself to relax. Standing up straight, Celeste flicked her hand up and the open book next to Bucky levitated in the air. Exhaling to steel her nerves, the Jedi's face became firm and determined as she crossed her arms in an X shape. Runes appeared on the tips of her fingers as she began chanting slowly, and quietly, with additional runes appearing along her hand. Once finishing the first incantation, her eyes were now glowing a golden, ethereal yellow as she placed her fingertips on the sides of Bucky's temple. He didn't even jolt, simply falling into a deep slumber as Celeste began her second incantation. This was gonna be a long and delicate process and she'll need every bit of focus to make this right. Scene cut. Was there a reason why you hesitated, my son? Sean didn't answer at first, merely quiet along the walk to wherever his father was taking him. Just seeing him there. It brought back all these memories that made it hard for me to act. He didn't meet his father in the eye. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Wenwu brought his arm around his shoulder. There's no need to apologize. The past is strong to conquer any man. It often did so on me countless times. Shang-Chi's eyes twitched, exhaling deeply. And, how did you overcome all that? His father gave him a small smile. It's the reason why I wanted you to come with me now. It wasn't long before Sean found himself escorted into what appeared to be an art gallery. Paintings lined all over the walls. There were even ones set up on easels. Did you paint all of these? I did. A hobby of mine for some years now, said his father. After a lifetime of thousands of years, my mind is plagued with its own thoughts. The best medicine I could work with is releasing them through painting. Sean walked around the gallery, seeing paintings of sceneries, places, people, foods, battles and conflicts his father had experienced throughout his existence. Walking further in, Sean's eyes caught on to something in particular. Seeing his son's abrupt halt, he walked up to him to see what his attention was towards. Seeing it, he voiced the answer to Shang's question. It's of your mother, Yingli, said Wen Yue, staring at the painting of a scene he fondly recalls from years ago. Of what I've planned for it, it's nearly finished. Just been having a hard time completing it these past months. And why isn't it finished already? Having a hard time painting her face. I have all of the photo references, even from my own memories, but I just can't make it right. The Khan murmured, frustration clear in his voice. He reached out to graze the unfinished portrait, jaw clenched with pain flashing through his eyes. Every time I just get it wrong. There was a faraway tone to his voice. I don't understand it, no matter how many times I try, it just always winds up failing. In a sad way, Sean feels hollow when recalling his mother, echoing his father's feelings of grief. After all these years, he can't actually remember what his mother looked like. It was really sad to realize. It was cruel as it was bizarre. He had memories of speaking with her, laughing with her, the times they all spent together as a family and even when he gave her his jade necklace. Yet her face eludes him. Why? He moved away from the spot, wanting to get some air and perhaps some much-needed sleep. His eyes seemed locked onto a painting resting on the ground and partially covered. Curious, he came towards it for a better inspection. Pulling away the raggy cover, he froze when seeing what the painting depicted. It was of this eldritch bat-like dragon entity. It had a very large toothy maw with tentacles hanging around the mouth and the lower half of its initial body. This is a painting I recently finished. His father's voice snapped his focus away from the painting. A monster from a recurring nightmare. You saw this in a dream. Though he didn't see him, he knew his father nodded, making Sean gulp slightly. Okay, I don't know about you but I've been seeing this thing as well lately. This got a surprise out of Wenwu as both he and his son were dreaming of the exact same creature. He soon pondered for a moment before coming to a small bit of realization. It must be the gate guardian which awaits them in Talo. The Mandarin surmised as if slapping himself for not realizing it sooner. Honestly, this is like the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. His father then sought to comfort him. As long as we're all together, nothing can stop us. Over at another part of the compound, Xiaoling was escorting Katie and Morris to where she will sleep for the night. Here you go. Xiaoling said simply. My father's men will fetch you in the morning. And remember what I said about my father, keep your head down and speak when spoken to. Figured on that, said Katie, inspecting the Spartan-like room. Seeing Xiaoling walking off, she called out to her. Why'd you do it? Xiaoling turned around and asked. Mind being a bit more specific? Why'd you kill that prisoner? Sean's sister walked up to her. Because it's what my father wanted. Katie squints her eyes. Do you do anything your father wants? Xiaoling chuckles to herself and sighs. Have you noticed anything since we've come here? How much attention Shang's been getting? How little I've received from our father. Since our mother died, he's hardly noticed me unless actually needed to. All my father seems to focus on is my brother. He's doing something with him now while I'm escorting you like a servant. So if I have to prove to him by killing a prisoner and gaining his attention, even if Shang can't, so be it. Katie was taken aback by this. But you seemed so self-confident and strutting your stuff back at the club. Now you're walking like you're literally on thin ice or at a minefield. Xiaoling rolled her eyes before walking away. If you knew how dangerous my father was, you'd be careful too. You don't need to tell me that again. Katie mumbled when a stray thought occurred to her, something that made her eyes widen. I just remembered something. Xiaoling looked at her, brow raised in a silent question as to what that could be. Back in Macau, the Avengers came in and attacked your dad and his men. She pointed out, stilling Xiaoling momentarily. Aren't you worried they could be coming after us here? After your father? The younger Su sibling seemed to regard this question until she scoffed and shook her head. The Avengers are foolish Americans who think they can just rush in and do whatever it is they wish. Yeah, but they have literal gods on the team. Katie pointed out. And their team got a lot bigger recently. I wouldn't be concerned. Was the dismissive response to such concerns. Katie couldn't help but look at her like she was stupid. I would. They're the Avengers, they've saved the world a bunch of times already. They came after the 10 rings. I don't think I'm entirely on board with Sean and I being here. Sean's sister said nothing, only leaving moments later. After Xiaoling left, Katie hung around in the guest room for a while. Plopped on the bed, she tried to fall asleep, but couldn't. Too much weight on her mind. Not even Morris could help with this predicament despite his cuddle attempts. Rising from the bed, she knew who she needed to talk to. It took a bit of wandering, but she eventually found Sean in an old bedroom. She asked if she could come in, to which he obliged. Presently, the pair were sitting on his bed, quiet and unfocused. Strange being here after all these years, huh? Katie said finally. That's one way of putting it. Sean said in a reserved tone. Just never expected my father wants to take us on this adventure in saving my mom's afterlife in a mystical place. Straight out of a fantasy story. This world has a lot more fantasy that's more fact than fiction. Shang-Chi countered. I doubt your father should be the person you should be going back to. Why? Katie was mildly shocked before giving a response. You honestly can't expect me to answer that for you. Sean, you ran away for 10 years, remember? Not to mention hours ago, we were attacked by his men. A look of guilt appeared on his face, his head inclining down. Look, I get that dash. And Sean, I don't know if you forgot this tidbit, but before we got here, your dad's assassin group was fighting against the Avengers. You know, Earth's mightiest heroes? The guys who save the world once a month. Sean tried to find a rebuttal but finds none as his friend went on. All I know is your father's the type of man who won't care who he has to hurt to get what he wants. Then do you expect when we get to Talo, the people there would just let us come in and ask, would you like to have tea with us before freeing your mother? No, it's probably gonna be a shit show. Him having his men harm everyone there just to reach this gate. It's not that simple. The gate guardians are these monsters Dad and I have seen in our dreams dash. Again, going with the hokey dream talk. I get this is too much for you Katie, but this is a chance to redeem myself. To become the man who I ran away from. The one inspired by your father, or mother. Sean didn't have an answer for that. I just need you by my side, Katie. I don't know if I can do this without you. Katie scoffed, rolling her eyes at her best friend, grabbing a nearby pillow and chucking it right at Sean's face. You dope. She admonished. Of course I'm gonna be by your side. You got me out of trouble before and that's what I'm doing here. Sean chuckled before throwing the pillow right back at her. She shook her head in amusement before getting up from the bed and walked towards the door. Look Sean, I know how family is a complicated mess sometimes and all and you wanna do right by them. She said sympathetically. But at some point, you need to step away from your dad's shadow, be your own man and not stay as a child seeking his daddy's approval. And right now, we need our rest. It's been a long day today and it'll be a long day tomorrow. Several days later. The 10 Rings headquarters was a flurry of movement and preparation. Though the journey to Talo was still 2 days away, the entirety of the organization was in action, getting ready for the inevitable expedition there. In that time, Wenwu split his time between his men and his children. He had already given out instructions to his top enforcers for when they got to Talo. Xiaoling and Sean practiced their combat, reacquainting themselves with old weapons like the bow staff, nunchaku, and kunao rope dart. In the middle of all this was a confused and uncertain American girl who only had her 6-legged companion that had practically glued itself to her since meeting her. Morris went wherever Katie did, even sleeping at the foot of the bed in her temporary room. For the past few days, she had accustomed herself to the Ten Rings headquarters, going through most of its halls and rooms. She had met a rather odd addition to the inner circle of the Ten Rings, that being the apparent scientist of the organization. His name was Jeffrey Crawford, an elderly fellow, yet he appeared spry and lean, able to move about with a greater degree of perceptive dexterity than most would assume. Currently, she watched as her best friend was rapidly striking a rotating training dummy, garbed in a loosely worn tracksuit. Next to her was her ever-faithful new pet Morris lounging about, leaning on her. "Sean, come on," she called out to him, clearly bored. "Are ya gonna do anything else other than show off?" "Huh," he said, pausing in mid-kick, lowering his leg. "What are ya talking about?" Katie rolled her eyes. "All you've done is show off how you know how to kick ass." Sean let out an amused huff. "I'm just practicing." "Yeah, well, your practice is making me feel fat," she argued. This only served to further entertain the martial artist, shaking his head. "You know, Katie, I can teach you a few things. And give you the satisfaction of knocking me flat on my ass at every chance ya get," his best friend rhetorically asked. "Yeah, no thanks." Shang-Chi only chuckled in response, going over to sit beside her. "All right, what's wrong?" "You know what's wrong, Sean," she dismissively answered, eliciting a sigh from him. "Oh come on, Sean, are you really gonna continue to ignore it?" "Katie, I just dash." "Sean." She cut him off, voice conveying a greater degree of seriousness. "You know I don't trust in us being here. A fort in the mountain for assassins led by a guy like your father doesn't exactly comfort me." Rather than argue with her, Sean sat in silence, deep in contemplation of his friend's words and the situation he was in as a whole. To say he was conflicted would be underselling it. Being here has unlocked a plethora of emotions that have been boiling beneath the surface for nearly 10 years. He didn't really know what to feel. How could he be glad to be back in the home he ran away from? There was a part of him to be glad to be here, yet he couldn't deny a sense of displacement. This hasn't been his home for a decade now. A lot has changed, but at the same time, it hasn't. He never confronted this past, never talked about it, only kept it lodged in the back of his mind. "Sean." The son of Wenwu turned to see the concerned look of his friend. "What is it? I know you hate to hear me ask this, but what if your dad's intentions with your mom's home place aren't as noble as he makes it out to be?" Sean's face scrunched up. "Katie dash. He told us he went to this top place to learn about it, and not in a nice way. It's cause of your mom, he never did. What's stopping him now?" "Me," he said plainly. "And my. Yeah, not sure about her either," Katie knowingly said. "Did you see how her ring glowed when you fought her?" "Green, yeah. Yeah, green with envy," she remarked. "She'll do anything your dad asks her." Once more, Sean couldn't formulate a response to his friend's statements. He hated how right they were. They had been plaguing his mind since they first came here, and it was starting to get worse. He's been having nightmares, both of his mother and of that creature that his dad painted. It was becoming too much for him at times and left him with more and more conflicting emotions. Did he really want to? Way. Boom. The floor beneath them, if not the entire base, shook violently. Morris cried out in fear, leaping into Katie's lap whilst she clung to Sean. "What's going on?" Katie asked in a panic. "The compound is under attack," Sean exclaimed in shock and disbelief. "By who?" Sean separated himself from her and ran to peek out a window, and his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "Oh shit, it's the Avengers." "Oh crap, really?" Katie whined, distraught as to what was happening. From the skies above, several portals were open, and from them came a Quinjet and several other brightly colorfully garbed heroes. Iron Man observed from above. "Tacky. Avengers." Hawkeye called out through the comms, piloting the Quinjet. "Time to work for a living." "Oi, I said that," Tony complained, already rocketing down. Joining him were Doctor Strange, Carl Mordo, Ghost Rider and She-Hulk. With Clint, the marksman set the Quinjet on autopilot, getting out of the pilot's chair to join White Tiger and Iron Fist in rappelling down to the ground. Upon landing, the trio made quick work of several foot soldiers that tried attacking them. "Try not to cause too much damage," was Carl Mordo's immediate instruction, slamming his palm down to the ground. Ethereal vines sprouted from the cobbled floors, ensnaring a dozen assassins and pulling them down into the earth. This place undoubtedly has much knowledge that has been gathered through the centuries. We will bring them back to Camartage. Yeah, sure, they don't belong in a museum. Jen cheekily asked, casually holding up her hand to block several bullets from hitting her face. Reaching the gunman, she flicked his forehead, knocking him out as he flew through the air. Much of it is no doubt too dangerous for public displays. "Oh, Ark of the Covenant type of thing, huh?" Jen asked. Unironically, probably true. Strange said from on high, casting multiple spells that immobilized or incapacitated the foot soldiers of the Ten Rings. Over with Robbie, the young man had been fully possessed by the spirit of vengeance, his flaming skull a terrifying last sight for any in his way. He let out a fiery sigh, flames exuding from his mouth with his eyes darting about. "So many sins all in on Elocati on. Try not to sound too excited," Hector idly commented, unleashing a jade tiger upon a wall of assassins utilizing electrified shields. As the battle commenced, one man saw all this with a stone-cold expression. Around him were several of his most trusted men and enforcers. All he did was a simple hand motion and they were already on the move toward the intruders. Whilst they went toward their battles, his eyes landed on one fighter in particular. High above flew the first superhero of the modern era, firing his beams in every direction possible, taking out his men with minimal effort. Clenching his jaw tightly, Wenwu rolled his neck and casually walked out of where he stood. Eyeing the airborne Avenger, he cracked his knuckles and flung his arms back, his rings launching him into the air. He had already reared an arm back, his rings pulsing with power as Wenwu readied to knock the Avenger out of the air. With Tony, Friday let out a warning that someone was coming for him. Turning around just as Wenwu was on him, Stark hastily threw his arms up, blocking the rings-empowered punch he received. He felt his arms trembling, but the man remained in the air as his enemy fell to the ground. He landed on a knee, standing back up, dusting himself off whilst eyeing Iron Man. "Ringworm," Tony greeted the leader of the Ten Rings. "Hope you got cocky since Macau, Mandarin. Can't wait to rub it in your face." The Khan said nothing, simply rolling his sleeves back, his rings expanding on his arms. "Oh," Stark mockingly said. "So scary. You can't even begin to fathom fear, Stark." He shot back. "I shall show you a greater nightmare than what you experienced in Afghanistan." "Oh? So you're throwing that out at me?" Wenwu's 10 rings glowed with power, the immortal Khan glaring at the armored Avenger in the air. "All right then, take 2. Was all Iron Man said before he rocketed down, firing 2 beams from his hands, Wenwu flinging his rings out to form a barrier around him. The barrier was shattered upon Iron Man barreling through the rings and tackles Wenwu at full force. Letting out a pained grunt, the Khan quickly recalled the rings to his arms. Once the rings returned to his wrists, he expunged an energy shockwave that sent his enemy flying back. The Avenger righted himself in midair, shooting multiple beams that Wenwu either blocked or dodged. He soon began to be pelted with miniature rockets, the immortal hastily deflecting the projectiles, firing his rings to keep them back. Once they were dispatched, he sent himself into the air, hurtling right towards Iron Man, who already had his arm reared back in preparation. Their fists collided with Wenwu, overpowering the armored Avenger. He began delivering a series of punches, elbows, kicks, and knees to Stark, denting the armor in several places. Iron Man managed to catch one of Wenwu's legs, wrapping his arms around them and pivoting his body around to fling the man down to the ground. Landing hard, he bounced, teeth clenching in pain. The Mandarin rolled on the floor, screeching to a halt on his knee, glaring up at Tony, who hovered over him. "That all you got?" Iron Man taunted, making Wenwu sneer. "Do you really want to test me, boy?" Stark guffawed, head thrown back for a moment. "Oh my God, are you serious with that line?" Jesus, at least rehearse something before saying crap like that to someone kicking your ass. Aren't you 1,000 years old? I thought you'd be more prepared for these sorts of situations. Most of my enemies are dead, buried and forgotten. The Khan shot back, rising to his feet, his rings radiating with renewed power. Okay, now that is a banger line. Tony remarked, pointing at the man. You should have led with that. Are you truly as childish as the media portrays you to be? Wenwu rhetorically asked, dusting off some rubble on his clothing. I don't know, you tell me. Stark shot back. You're the one who just got thrown to the ground flat on his ass by this, young boy, as you like to call me. You really think you have the advantage? The Mandarin retorted. You gonna keep running your mouth, old man? Wenwu found himself grinning menacingly, slamming his fists together before launching himself up at Iron Man. The two met in the air, engaging in an exchange of kicks, punches, beams, and energy shockwaves that caused both combatants to fly back. Iron Man shot a beam from his chest, Wenwu deftly avoided the beam, using his rings to propel himself out of its range. Keeping up his motion, the Mandarin drew in close, Iron Man readying himself for the oncoming attack. He fired a beam, yet the Avenger didn't expect a ring to be shot, latching onto his wrist and directing his arm away from the Khan. Wenwu slapped his right fist with his open left palm. The rings on his right wrist condensed together, flaring in power, which was violently expunged once his fist made contact with Tony's chest. Iron Man crashed through several walls, the leader of the 10 rings sprinting in pursuit. Multiple contusions detected. Came Friday's commentary within Tony's suit. Yeah, felt that too. Stark grunted, forcing himself up, his armor systems alerting him to his foe drawing near. Any suggestions, Friday? The rings are the source of his power. His personal AI stated. No shit. Tony shot back with a roll of his eyes, shooting up into the air just as Wenwu slammed his fist down where he was a moment ago. He uses them as projectiles in combat. Friday went on. And they always return to him. So we keep them away from him. Stark quickly surmised, initiating his suit's next function. As he prepared his next move, Wenwu was shooting up at him, thrusting his fist forward, 2 rings firing at the Avenger. Grinning underneath his helmet, Iron Man angled his body out of the way of the rings. From the back of his armor, several missiles fired at the rings, latching themselves onto the ancient relics and bringing them down to the ground. Wenwu saw this, snarling whilst throwing his arms out to recall them. Seeing his opening, Iron Man flew at full speed, landing a knee right to the face of the Mandarin. The man went sprawling onto the ground, using his rings to shoot himself back onto his feet. Iron Man was on him in an instant. Wenwu instinctively fired another ring, which was quickly snagged in by another device fired from Stark's suit. Gritting his teeth, the Mandarin started focusing more on his martial arts, utilizing his rings to enhance his strength and speed. Damn it! Tony muttered, barely being able to block a powerful kick that struck his forearms. Friday, how do we deal with Hidden Dragon here? We can't beat him hand to hand, he's too skilled. Getting kicked in the chest, Stark winced from the pain, glaring at the man who shot out several of his rings toward the ones currently pinned down. They were freed, hastily returning to their owner an instant later. Wenwu dashed forward, going into a jumping spinning kick. Analyze his movements and fight patterns. Tony quickly said, barely jumping back to dodge the oncoming kick. The Mandarin didn't relent, going in for a punch when his wrist was caught. He jolted slightly, thrown off by how quickly he was blocked. Let's kick his ass, Tony said, flicking the hand back, firing a beam at the limb. Though he was struck, Wenwu went in for a spinning kick that was immediately blocked, the Avenger grabbing his ankle and slamming him down to the ground. He fired dual beams at the Mandarin, the man letting a shout of pain, the energy beams scorching his skin. Had it not been for his 10 rings, the damage would have been considerable. His rings glowed with power, the energy washing over his body, quickly healing his burns. Yet he had little respite as Iron Man was upon him already, grabbing the man by his collar, lifting him up to get shot with another repulsor beam to the chest. Wenwu managed to right himself, retaliating with him whipping his rings in their chain form. He struck rapidly at the Avenger, more scratches and tears appearing on the man's armor. Throwing his hand up, Tony managed to catch one of the rings in midair, several more wrapping around his wrist. "Friday," he said with a grunt. "Yes, boss." The armored arm wrapped around by the rings began to glow, and suddenly, the energy around the relics dissipated to a degree. "What?" said the bewildered owner of the 10 rings. "Recent upgrades," Tony explained, and his suit began to whir with renewed power. "Been working on it since getting that thunderbolt from Thor and meeting our wizards." After saying that, the centerpiece to Stark's suit radiated until unleashing a unibeam that slammed directly into the chest of the Mandarin. The man barely managed to recall his rings to form a defensive barrier around his body, but he still took the brunt of the attack. He careened through the air, crashing through several stone walls and other structures. As this fight went on, the Avengers engaged themselves in personal fights of their own. Danny Rand had been embroiled in a heated exchange of punches and kicks with the man called Death Dealer, the ninja-garbed combatant proving to be more than a match for the Iron Fist. Modred the Mystic had made himself known, and Strange was quick to make sure that the opponent he fought was himself. White Tiger and Hawkeye fought against Crusher and Razor Fist, the 10 Rings enforcers proving to be an effective combo against the Avengers they fought. For She-Hulk. "Who the hell are you supposed to be?" Jen Walters found herself alarmed and disturbed at her opponent. What was once a seemingly simple-looking old man soon transformed himself into a large, hulking mass of deep green with a smug grin in place. "Surprised, are you?" said the deep voice of her gamma-enhanced foe. "Come now, Ms. Walters, did you truly believe that Bruce only had one source to turn to when he was on the run? Mr. Stern was a man who needed assistance with my former pupil's problems." She-Hulk's mind was in a torrent of thought, thinking hard and fast of just who this man could be. He had the powers her cousin gave to her when he saved her life. He knew the man called Samuel Stern, someone Bruce hoped could originally cure him of his affliction. And he referred to her cousin as his pupil, and he knew who she was. Who could he be? "Dr. Crawford," Jen whispered in stunned disbelief. "Ah, you remember?" Jeffrey Crawford calmly said, clapping mockingly. "Well done. It seems you've gone through a transformation of your own since I last saw you." "What, how?" "The how matters not," Crawford dismissed. "All that does matter is I am here, and I am stronger than I once was. That frail old man on the verge of death has a new lease on life." "But when did Bruce dash? You really think he would have given away such a gift to help those in need?" Jeffrey rhetorically asked, a glint of rage in his eyes. "He did so for me," she retorted, a flare of anger welling up at the way he spoke of her cousin. "If it wasn't for him, I would be dead." "Ah, so he does have the capacity for selflessness." Crawford rolled his eyes. "But only for his immediate family, it seems. Typical of that weak fool. The power of a god that he fears as a plague." "Shut up," She-Hulk bellowed out, anger fueling her actions. "No one talks about her cousin like that." In a burst of superhuman speed, Jen jumped right at the man and punched him hard. Crawford caught her fist, grunting slightly as he skidded back but remained standing. "Impressive," he complimented. "Now let me show you how to really throw a punch." With a powerful swing of his fist, Jen was launched high into the air, letting out a gasp of pain. "Jen!" Danny shouted, seeing her body flying above with a larger green figure jumping after her. "Who the hell is that?" Hector asked in shock. "Is that the Hulk?" Clint shot an electric arrow right in the chest of Crusher, allowing him a moment to look up and catch sight of Crawford reaching Walters and smashing her back down. It took him a moment to get a glimpse of the man's face and his sandy blonde beard and hair. "That's not Bruce," Barton quickly said, turning back around in time to avoid Razor Fist from cutting his head off. "If that's not Banner, who the hell is it?" Strange asked from where he was, fighting Modred above the 10 Rings HQ. "Oh, just someone who shares our master's desire for more knowledge and power," the Mystic user answered, laughing at the face Steven made. "What's wrong, Master Sorcerer?" "Afraid that the power of the Hulk doesn't lie with fools such as the Avengers." Unceremoniously, a portal from behind Modred appeared and several tendrils pulled the man in, closing a second later. Stephen blinked at the abrupt disappearance of the man when he heard a tooting sigh. "Don't keep talking in the middle of battle," spoke Wang. "Very distracting." "Wang," Stephen said, pleasantly surprised. "When did you get here? You didn't invite me?" The librarian of Kamartaj deadpanned. "It seems things have gotten out of hand." "Yeah, they have a Hulk." Stephen pointed in the direction of visible shockwaves from a nearby forest where Jen and Crawford landed outside the Ten Rings base. "Then let us move to assist our teammate," Wang stated, Strange wordlessly agreeing as the sorcerers teleported over to aid Jen. As all this pandemonium went on, Katie was running with Morris in her arms, Sean right behind her. "Katie!" He called out to her in vain. "You need to stop, it's too dangerous right now." "You think I don't know?" An explosion in front of her from a random projectile went off, making her stumble back into Shang-Chi's arms. "Yeah, gotta slow down," he admonished, quickly making sure she wasn't hurt. "And what are you even thinking right now?" "That I'd rather be on the Avengers side than your dad's," she bluntly said. "Since when did your dad get a Hulk?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Sean countered. "I haven't been here in 10 years. Their little squabble was cut short by a wall close to them getting blown up, and from it came Devil Slayer being pursued by Ghost Rider and Mordo. "Wah!" Katie shrieked out, freaked out at the sight of the spirit of vengeance. "What is that?" Her exclamation went unnoticed by all save for Mordo, who turned toward them. "And who are you supposed to be?" "Focus, Mordo," Rider admonished, grasping his inflamed axe and chain. "This isn't over." "It most certainly is not," Devil Slayer said, reaching into his cloak to pull out an unusual dagger. It was shaped similar to that of a cookery knife, with the entire blade being blood red, save for the hand being pitch black. Multiple engravings and runes were scratched onto the dagger, which began glowing as Devil Slayer held the edge up to the palm of his other hand. Quickly cutting himself, the blood on the dagger was absorbed into the object itself, the symbol glowing even brighter. Taking the dagger into his cut hand, Slayer slammed the knife onto the ground. A molten web imploded from below, a hole opening up in front of the cloaked fighter. "Arise, DK!" Devil Slayer shouted, winds whipping up around him as the hole grew larger. "Bring down my enemies once more and bathe in their blood." A moment later, a roar could be heard from the fiery hole, and out came 2 red arms with clawed fingers. They slammed to the ground, pushing upwards to reveal what Devil Slayer had called upon, and suffice to say, it was more hellish and demonic in appearance than even the Ghost Rider himself. Its upper body was hellfire red with multiple spikes and patches on its body. It had 2 large horns on either side of its head with 3 smaller ones on top, razor-sharp teeth, demonic yellow eyes, and a burgundy lower half, tail, and clawed feet. "Grey-ah!" was the challenging screech of the newly summoned demon DK, one that Ghost Rider returned in equal fervor. DK burst forward in a surprising display of speed, grabbing Rider by the neck and flying back through the demolished wall they came from. "Robbie!" Mordo called out to him, not seeing Devil Slayer slip away into the shadows. Off to the side, Katie and Sean had observed all this in wide-eyed shock, Morris being held tightly by the former. "Phew, yuck that," came Chen's response after a few seconds. With that said, she turned and bolted. "Katie, what are you doing?" Sean exclaimed in disbelief. "Getting us the hell out of here," she called back to him. "I'll take Flaming Avenger Skull over whatever that demon was any day of the week." Sean was about to follow after her when he halted. "Katie, wait!" She screeched to a halt, whirling back to her best friend. "Xiaoling," he said firmly. "I'm not leaving without Xiaoling." "Sean, are you crazy?" she yelled out. "We don't have time dash. I'm not leaving without her." He cut her off, a determined look in his eyes. "Not again." Katie could only groan loudly, knowing this would be the case. "All right, go find her. I'm gonna get us a ride out of here." "And how are you gonna do that?" "I'll figure out something." Knowing they didn't have much time, the pair split off. Sean ran at full speed throughout the headquarters of the Ten Rings, half the place now in ruins with the attack of the Avengers. He called out to his sister, looking into every room he ran by until finding her in their father's study. Xiaoling, what are you doing here? He asked in bewilderment. I can say the same with you. She rebuked, almost casually, seated in a chair in front of the table that their father used for study. You do know we're under attack, right? That's what I was gonna say. He walked right up to her, grabbing her by the elbow. Come on, we're leaving. This thoroughly confused her. We're what? Katie's hitching us a ride out of here, we're leaving. Why the hell would we dash? 'Cause I'd rather be on the side of the Avengers right now than be here. Her brother interrupted her, pulling her up to stand. Now let's go. Why in the world dash? Xiaoling, not now. Sean said, almost shouting as he began tugging his struggling sister with him. We are leaving this place. What is the matter with you? His sister interrogated, now getting increasingly agitated and about to fight back. Are you in such a rush to abandon this family dash? I am not abandoning you again. He all but bellowed, whirling around, tightly grabbing her shoulders. I'd leave Dad in a heartbeat, but I am never leaving you again. This proclamation was so intense, it stunned Xiaoling into silence. She would normally have a scathing counter or cruel comment on this, but the fierceness in her brother's eyes prevented her from doing so. She could do nothing but silently nod, seeing a moment of relief on her brother's face as he turned to run with her going after him. Back into the fight, things were escalating. Half of the base was in near ruins and things only got worse as the foot soldiers began to arm themselves with more lethal weapons. Crusher and Razor Fist had retreated from their opponents, now instead directing their forces to fight back against the Avengers. Strange and Wong were assisting Jen against Crawford, whilst Iron Fist had bested Death Dealer with a chi-enhanced punch to the chest. Devil Slayer and DK fought aggressively against Ghost Rider, who had been separated from Mordo. Clint, Hector, and Danny fought off the Ten Rings foot soldiers, and Mordo spoke with a clearly frightened young woman who wanted to be anywhere but here. As this went on, Iron Man and Wenwu continued their heated duel, their battle only increasing in pressure as both participants used more creative and powerful moves to outdo the other. Currently, the latter was once again sent hurtling back, crashing into a training room within the stone base. He forced himself back up, using his rings on overtime to heal his injuries, internal and external. This fight has gone on longer than he anticipated, the armored Avenger proving to be a formidable opponent. Wenwu was unable to fight off the grin that wormed its way onto his face. He can't deny it's been a long time since he was last able to go all out like this. His fight with his wife was nothing like this one. Where that one was a dance, this one was a duel to the death. And it awakened a rush he hadn't felt in a long time. Yet he had to temper this feeling as he had more pressing issues that he needed to be prepared for. This attack may cause irreparable damage and his plans ruined. He needed to end this now. Luckily, his answers came in the form of a familiar whizzing and fizzling noise behind him. Wenwu. The man turned to see Madrid appear out of a portal not of his own, the man looking positively worn and battered. Madrid? What dash? We must enact the banishment. He quickly cut him off. Our forces are being overwhelmed. The base is being torn asunder. Our plans will fall apart if we do not. Wenwu said nothing in rebuttal, silently nodding in agreement. He heard the telltale signs of thrusters headed toward him and he moved fast. Expunging the rings off his arms, he made them hover between himself and Madrid in the shape of a sphere with the rings glowing blue and purple. Around the pair was a translucent dome that radiated with power as Madrid began applying a spell to the rings which made them rotate faster together. Iron Man arrived a second later, already firing two beams at the Mandarin. The beams struck the barrier with no signs of it affecting the two men inside. Undeterred, Stark flew around the dome, firing off beams, missiles, and other projectiles in hopes of breaking through the defensive shield around the Mandarin and his sorcerer. Just as he was about to go in for some melee attacks, Iron Man froze in mid-swing as he saw something appear on his gauntlet. It was a symbol of some kind before another appeared, then another and another until his entire suit was covered in it. What the hell dash? Banish? Madrid said aloud, palming two rings and clapping the 10 together. A shockwave followed suit, one that encompassed the armored Avenger, surrounding the man in a bright light as he tried to free himself of what held him in place. Hey, you bossed a dash, were Stark's last words to Wenwu before disappearing. The dome that surrounded the Mandarin and Madrid the Mystic expanded around them at an astonishing speed. It soon encompassed the entire base of the 10 rings along with some of the forest and mountain range that surrounded it. In an instant, a dead silence befell the valley. Madrid sagged in relief, the rings returning to their owner, their master nodding in respect and gratitude towards his trusted confidant. "Well done, old friend," Wenwu praised, clapping his sorcerer on the shoulder. "Come, we must take stock of the damage." The sorcerer simply conjured a portal for the two of them, the pair stepping through to be back in the entrance to the base, seeing it in ruin and disarray. Those that were present were recovering, helping the wounded and moving some rubble around. There was a loud thud followed by the ground shaking. Wenwu turned to see Geoffrey Crawford having come back as well, shifting back into his normal form. "Crawford," the Khan greeted. "I take it your opponents vanished as well." "So it was the banishment." The aged man mused aloud, striking his beard, shooting Madrid an appraising look. "Nice timing, my friend. Taking on a Hulk with 2 wizards was beginning to get troubling for me." "So that means all the Avengers have been sent back?" came the familiar voice of Razorfist, approaching the master of the 10 rings with Crusher by his side. "With no means of returning lest the banishment is removed," Madrid tacked on. "The Avengers will not be troubling us anytime soon. For now," Crusher countered with a huff. "That's twice in a week. They were already on to us in New York and they attack us directly 2 times now. A likely chance that we may run into them once again," came the voice of Devil Slayer, appearing out from the shadows with Death Dealer. "You think they would follow us into Talo?" Crawford inquired. "Would they even know of its whereabouts or that we intend to go there?" "I would rather we not take chances," Madrid stated. "They have the masters of the mystic arts at their beck and call. I may boast great power as I had just displayed, but even I am no fool as to believe that they will not return. Which is why we shall be gone by then," Wenwu declared. "Begin preparations for our departure immediately. Start purging the systems, pack up everything." "Lord Wenwu," Madrid spoke up, clearly surprised by this. "Are you certain? Without magic and influence, building a new stronghold shall not take long." And Wenwu paused, realizing something that he hadn't even took the time to check up on. "Shang-Chi," he said aloud, looking around the damaged compound in alarm. "Xiaoling." The rest of his inner circle soon began to realize the same as they began checking the entire base. "Madrid," Crawford said in a sharp voice. "Did you dash?" "It wasn't possible." The mystic shook his head. "That spell would also include the exclusion of the Khan's bloodline." "And what of the girl?" "I marked the clothes she wore." The sorcerer of the 10 rings cast a spell of detection, sending it out through the entire base. "She couldn't have been teleported away." This conversation meant nothing to the Mandarin as he looked around rapidly, anger welling up from within as it finally set in that they were gone. "Where are my children and my guide?" Scene cut. In the Supermax prison at an undisclosed location, Emil Blinsky sat in his prison cell. It was large and spacious. There was a lavatory some distance away from his bed. Even a bookshelf filled with books was present to relatively spruce up the place. At least he had some form of entertainment to alleviate himself from time to time in his imprisonment. Unfortunately, presently, the man dubbed the Abomination was relatively bored out of his mind. One may ask just how he got here. To those who keep themselves up to date with the world, for years since his battle against Bruce Banner in Harlem, he's been confined and restrained one way or another. At first, it was through massive metallic restraints holding him down, due to his hulkish figure. He kept breaking out of them, which resulted in him being thrown into a cryopod. But as time went on, he soon regressed into the human form he was before his transformation, courtesy of him cooling off. Since then, he's been monitored in case he sought to change back willingly. He's been given some small privileges in his current state, just so long as he doesn't go all abomination on the guards and fellow inmates, if he had been given his walkabouts. Books have been his preferred privilege, a means of passing the time. He's read a lot over the years, some of which have been helping him go through a relative spiritual change. He got himself a laptop to do any normal thing, Yet he only has a half hour per week of internet use and it was heavily blocked so he couldn't do anything troubling. And recently, he's taken part in a prison pen pal program, a means of adequately communicating with the outside world. So far, it's quite alright for the former Special Ops commander. Yet it wasn't enough to satisfy him. Quite frankly, very few things can satisfy him at all with his current situation. It's not hard to ask what kind of life was this when he was confined to this single cell for the past 8 years. He could literally do nothing day in and day out. Just be kept confined here until the end of his days. The man hung his head, fists clenching up tightly for a brief moment. Penny for your thoughts. Emil jolted from the sudden question, his head shooting up to see that he was no longer alone within his holding cell. From a darkened corner of the room, a man stepped out from the shadows, garbed in a dark violet trench coat. The who are you supposed to be? Blinsky asked, suspicion decorating his expression. The hell was that entrance supposed to be? The man outside the cell smiled cordially, hand over his chest and bowing his head slightly. Apologies, my friend. The man politely said. I have a flair for the dramatic. As for who I am, you may refer to me as a liberator. Emil raised his brow at the title. How's about a proper damn name? Of course. You may call me Helmut von Zima, formerly a baron of Sokovia. Sokovia. Blinsky parroted. The country the Avengers blew out of the sky. Zima exhaled with a faraway look in his eyes. The very same. Emil looked at the man with a higher degree of suspicion. And what does a supposed baron want to do with me? He gave the man a pointed look. And don't give me any bullshit that says otherwise, cause you sure made it a point to get in here without anybody stopping you. The Sokovian grinned at the man's comments. Very astute of you, Emil. If you would allow me a chance. The abomination leaned back in his seat, a silent hand gesture for the go-ahead. He had nothing better to do as is. He observed the man begin to casually pace around the room, idly taking note of the place. I find it rather unfair to you in such a condition, Mr. Blinsky. Zima spoke conversationally. You were only doing your duty, your assignment in obtaining and confining Dr. Bruce Banner. You were a highly decorated officer, on loan to the U.S. government, at the behest of the former Lieutenant General Thaddeus Ross. You went above and beyond in making it happen, as best as possible. And what did that lead to? You wound up locked up in here whilst Dr. Banner is held up as some kind of hero. Where's the justice in that? Especially after his rampage in South Africa, he is still regarded as one of Earth's mightiest heroes. Emil raised a brow, not sure where he was going with this, something Zima picked up on. Tell me, have there been any attempts in making a case for probation or perhaps dash? I doubt there will be anyone who'll come and represent my case for a retrial, let alone for parole. Emil quickly cut him off with a dismissive wave of his hand. Maybe there will be. Maybe there will not be. Who's to say in the coming years? Blinsky now looked up at the Baron with a more skewed eye. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Zima didn't respond at first, instead walking over to stand directly in front of the glass separating the two. Tell me, what did Ross tell you when you were loaned? The look he got made Zima roll his eyes. Please, just humor me. You're not going anywhere anytime soon. Blinsky grumbled slightly, pondering for a moment before answering. Mostly the factor of Banner being brought in to help out on the super soldier program. He was misinformed, thinking it was a means of radiation resistance and he was being pushed by Ross to complete it. Got careless on the radiation dosage for what went on and he became what he is today. A danger to everyone and essentially property to the U.S. government. Zima quietly nodded, lips down turning thoughtfully. Interesting. And is that all? Emil let out a sigh, casually picking up one of his books from his bookshelf, flipping it open to a random page. The Sokovian quietly observed the man before speaking again. I don't know if you were informed of this or not, but there was more to what Ross told you on why he wanted Banner. Oh. Emil disinterestedly said. Yes. Zima hummed aloud. See, like most personal matters, Ross' grudge against Dr. Banner stems from several sources. Political, scientific, militaristic, and of course, personal. Ah yes, Personal? Blinsky remarked, clearly not showing any sign of intrigue. In truth, he didn't like Banner dating his daughter, who he met in the program. This ended up piquing Blinsky's interest. Pardon? Zima smirked. Ross tolerated his daughter's boyfriend, believing she'd go towards someone else after the program was complete. He didn't like the concept of romantic relations in the workplace, being a distraction and all that. A belief he took on with being in the military. But that's beside the point. On the day the experiment proceeded and the Hulk was born, Betty Ross was severely hurt with Ross having to protect her from the blast, which would have killed her if he didn't get to her in time. Since then, he swore vengeance against Banner, seeking to have him hunted down and captured, dissected and experimented on so he may have his own super soldiers at his beck and call. Blinsky placed his book down, slowly walking over to the glass, leaning his hands against them. Are you telling me that I got myself locked up in here, experimented on, my entire military and professional career ruined? Emil felt himself shifting into his larger form, barely restraining the rage. Because some fucked father was angry his daughter was dating another man. Zima only shrugged in response. As I said, it's one of several matters that led to Ross developing such a personal vendetta against Dr. Banner. The Baron remarked. I can understand if the other was deadbeat, abusive or anything bad. No parent would want that for their child to have a romance with. Believe me, I know the feeling. But Banner was a good person. He only irked Ross in several ways. Do I look like I want to know why that bastard general has a stick so far up his ass courtesy of Banner? I just believe you were owed a more definitive explanation as to why you have remained imprisoned here with nothing coming your way. Blinsky rolled his eyes, regressing to normal and plopping down onto his bed. Yes, thank you so fucking much for wasting my time. He bitterly said. Now can you kindly, see yourself out the fucking door please? Turning away, he didn't see Zima regard him intently. It's been brought to my attention that Ross has acquired your blood, seeking to reverse engineer the serum and working out the kinks. The reaction was immediate, the former soldier sitting up and turning back to the Baron. Excuse me? He did what? You heard what I said? And from the time of when, during your first forms of imprisonment, mostly when you were kept under the cold. Zima revealed. Emil looked as though he was set to rage once again when the Sokovian raised his hand in a placating fashion. I already had them destroyed. I can't stand the idea of there being more of them out there. I find it distasteful. What? Blinsky was bewildered by what he just heard. You did what? You heard me, no need to repeat myself. Zima plainly said. The less enhanced and super soldiers in this world, the better. This of course threw the imprisoned man off. Just, what's your play here? Blinsky asked. Why did you come here? Why tell me any of this? Simple, my good man. A chance at redemption and revenge. Was the Baron's answer. Though I believe redemption should be your preferred alternative. Revenge can be an all-consuming void. I would strongly advise against it. Abomination only looked on in clear confusion. Just who was this guy and what was it that he was offering? Let me just get this straight, what exactly are you offering me? I thought I just told you, my friend. Redemption or revenge? Zima plainly said. But if you want a more clear answer, your freedom here and now if you join our little cause. And what cause is that? Let's just say that there is a great imbalance in the world that needs correction. Zima's expression became darker, a deadly glint appearing in his eyes. A great deal of injustice that needs to be confronted. You are someone who's been wronged by Secretary Ross and the rest of this world. To be thrown in here and remembered as a footnote in this world of one deed whilst the rest of your history is disavowed. The imprisoned let out a humph. Hell of a proposition. You a politician or a soldier? A baron, my good sir. Zima reminded him, straightening out his posture, hands behind his back. War and politics go hand in hand. Now, do we have a deal? Blinsky silently contemplated the offer, staring into the man's eyes. He sought any form of deceit yet found none. Taking a moment to think this prospect over, there was a lot he wished to do. Getting his life back for a start or at least an attempt at a new one. One thing for certain that he must do is he can make amends with Banner. Many would certainly be surprised by this decision, but after years of reflection, he couldn't fault the Doctor for what happened between them both. But Ross is a different matter entirely. Crossing his arms, Emil gave the man a hard look. Fine, I'll play your game. But if you pull me the wrong way. I understand, Mr. Blinsky. Baron Zima cordially stated, pulling out a remote control from his coat. Welcome to the fold. Pressing the button, Blinsky's cell opened, letting the man free from his confinement. The man inhaled sharply, exhaling with his shoulders sagging, flexing his fingers and clenched his fists tightly afterward. Enjoy the moment, Mr. Blinsky. Zima spoke up, stepping forward. It's one that has been owed to you for years now. Emil looked down at the hand offered by the Baron. There was a moment of tense silence until he grabbed the hand and shook it firmly. Both men nodded at one another, the door that led out of the cell opening up. On the other side stood a slightly exasperated Eric Killmonger and a man in a white suit with his entire body covered save for his eyes. Are you two done? Killmonger rhetorically asked. Charlie and I are getting tired of waiting out here. We've run out of people to kill. Charlie commented, twirling his pistol around his finger. Well, they're a cheery bunch, aren't they? Blinsky wryly stated. Who are these two supposed to be? Your boy band. You could say that. Quick introductions, Zima said. Mr. Blinsky, allow me to introduce you to Charlie Custer and Eric Killmonger. Gentlemen, Emil Blinsky. The Brit Gamma augmented soldier narrowed his eyes at the two men, a pang of familiarity with their names ringing in his mind. This him? Eric asked, eyeing the man up and down. Yeah, don't look like much right now, dreadlocks. Emil said. Just wait till I get angry. Killmonger only smirked at the challenge in the former soldier's tone. That'll be a sight. Charlie mused. Quite. Zima spoke up. But that is something for another time and date. For now, let's make haste and leave this place. The brothers hate to be kept waiting. Killmonger scoffed. Those Nord bastards are stingy little fuckers who can't sit still. Neither can we. Custer stated. Let's go already. After you gentlemen. Zima said, hand gesturing for them to go forward. With nothing left to be said, the four men vacated the room, leaving the Supermax prison moments later. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 82, Talo. Oh God. Tony ran over to a nearby trash can, upchucking his lunch, a number of glowing symbols on his armor subsiding. What the hell happened just now? Hector Ayala asked, feeling none too good himself, staggering where he stood. Like Tony, he also had symbols on him that faded seconds later. The White Tiger looked over to see the rest of the Avengers team all showing signs of disorientation. They too had the same markings, all lifting off their bodies and dissolving into particles. Phew, that was a close one. The Avengers all turned their heads towards the three sorcerers who looked a bit winded, arms lowering with their usual magical spells dissipating. Is that all of them? Wong questioned, appearing a bit winded. Strange did a quick sweep of the team, nodding with a relieved sigh. Yeah, all of us are accounted for. What was that just now? Walters asked, feeling a bit woozy, having even reverted back to her normal state. Banishment spell. Wong revealed. It would have sent us scattering across the earth had we not acted. Too powerful to counter, but at least we were able to make sure that we all were together and sent to a place we know. Strange tacked on, flicking his hands. Does a number on your arms for some reason. Least we got back in one piece. Iron Man grumbled, plucking a tissue from a tissue box on the table in the room they were teleported into to wipe his mouth. I need some mouthwash. Before any mouthwash could be retrieved or any further comments made, several groans were heard coming from voices the team wasn't familiar with. Earth's mightiest heroes soon turned towards three individuals that they sorta recognized but didn't really have a clue as to who they were. Wait, who are these three? The immortal Iron Fist asked, looking at Su Shang-Chi, Su Xiaoling, and Katie Chen, who were still coming to arrive with the Avengers. They, Carl Mordo stepped forward, were asked to be brought here. Well, she specifically with the Dijiang asked me to bring them along. Diango. Dijiang. Mordo repeated with more emphasis on the syllables. An ancient creature from Chinese culture. And what's that? Clint asked, eyeing the trio who were now just realizing who they were in front of. That. The master of the mystic arts simply said, pointing at the multi-winged and limbed creature lying beside Katie. What the fuck is that? Jen nearly screeched, almost jumping back. The others immediately looked over, seeing a big ball of fur on the ground. It soon got onto its feet and... Where's its head? Hector asked in alarm, hand on his own head. K. Carajo. Robbie swore, hand reaching for his chain. A Dijiang. Wong said in slight wonder. I never thought I would see one in person. Whoa. Shang-Chi whispered, almost not believing who he was looking at. All right. Stark gave Mordo a pointed look. Before we get to the 1,000 questions we all have, mind telling us why ya brought them back with us, Carl? That is what I would like to know. The mystic admitted. I know not who these three are, but this young woman here told me they wanted to escape from their clutches. Why yeah. Katie was the first to speak up, feeling a bit wobbly as she stood to her feet. It's a bit of a long story, but we wanted to get out of their cause well. Sean, help me out here. Huh. Was his dumb response. Why me? Come on. She said, feeling rather intimidated to be in the presence of so many heroes. I can't do this alone. This was your idea. Xialing quietly said, eyeing Earth's mightiest heroes with trepidation. Taking a nervous gulp, Katie gave the Avengers her best disarming smile, holding Morris in her arms for comfort. Okay, look, Yassi, Chen felt herself cringing at her stumble of words, her mind and mouth unable to coalesce into a cohesive manner. We were, or kinda not and. She could only laugh weakly after her fumbling of an explanation. Okay. Strange gave her a pointed look. Just take a moment, we're not gonna hurt ya or get upset or angry or whatever. Mordo wouldn't have helped you otherwise. Just, tell us the deal with you guys here. Right. Shang-Chi spoke up, coughing into his hand to try to ease his nerves. Okay, so, I'm Su Shang-Chi, this is Katie and this is my sister Xialing. We are or were in this case, going to help our father go into Ta Lo. Your father? Tony repeated. And him being? Shang-Chi let out a defeated sigh, hands running down his face. Su Wenwu, founder and leader of the Ten Rings. He revealed. The Mandarin, Immortal Khan, all those annoying, stupid titles. The Avengers were tense now, eyeing them warily. All but Tony, who held a more neutral expression on his face, walking forward to stand in front of Sean, who was now nervous at the hard gaze the Avenger was giving him. Without warning, Stark clapped the younger man on the shoulder, an easygoing smirk on display. Daddy issues, huh? Yeah, well, what else is new? We've all been there at some point. Some more than others. The Avenger remarked, lightly shaking the man. Come on, bet you three have a lot to tell us, huh? What? Was Sean's response, one echoed in the mind of Xialing, who was thrown off by such a casual dismissal. Sensing this, Tony gave the siblings an expectant look. What? You two thought you were the only ones with daddy issues? Honey, I wrote the rule book for that. When we was 1,000 years old. Katie pointed out. He probably was Genghis Khan's idol. Yeah, and I don't see any books with his name on them. Stark countered. No, not that. Shang-Chi spoke up with a shake of his head. I thought you were gonna have issues with us because Afghanistan and what happened some years ago? They were just a splinter cell and frauds respectively. No, it's just the past, and this is what we need to focus on now, yeah? Stark interrupted. Now come on, Miss Katie, they're vouched for you guys, so start talking. You're on Avengers business payroll now. He seems to be taking this lightly. Mordo commented. It's Tony. Clint said expectantly. When does he ever take things seriously other than the fate of the world? The siblings, Katie and Morris, soon got situated, explaining more or less everything to the Avengers. Wenwu and his plans, Ta Lo, the visions of their mother and so on and so forth. Some time passed with the trio finished up the discussion, letting the heroes digest everything. After all that, Katie, Sean and Xialing were able to head off to somewhat explore the compound to unwind. As for Morris, well, he was wandering all over and doing his thing. What do you think about all this? Clint asked, looking at the resident sorcerers who were all silently taking in what they heard. Worrisome. Troubling. Mordo murmured, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Talo is an ancient site and realm with a deep wealth of arcane and mystic arts known only to them. Wang revealed. Before her passing, the Ancient One spoke of visiting it only once, and that was over 200 years ago, bringing back only a single dragon scale. She went there. Strange spoke up in surprise. How do you know about this? Her personal journal and collection. Wang stated. Stephen rolled his eyes a little. Of course. Even then she had trouble finding a way in. Wang went on. This place is guarded for a reason, but she could never figure out why. Or maybe she knew and didn't reveal it. Stephen countered. With good reason, I believe. Mordo argued for her. She did do much in bending the rules for the sake of the protection of our universe. Rather than refute it, Strange just nodded, knowing this to be true. So what do we do then? Hector asked, curious as to their next move. We already raided the place, right? Can't we go in and finish the job? Unlikely. Carl waved off. The banishment spell enacted would take too long to remove from us, and by that time, they would have likely already departed for Talo. Okay, then what are we gonna do then? Jen asked the group collectively. This feels like we're missing a lot of pieces. Well, what else are we supposed to do? Danny said in a rhetorical fashion. We go and protect Talo. That place is an ancient realm for good. We can't just let those 10-ring bastards walk in and take out the people there. You heard what they said? Clint said, gesturing his head to the trio who kept themselves separate from the team. That Katie girl is the only person who can guide anyone there through this apparent maze. As much as I'd like to leave them behind, Katie is essential in getting us there, and the siblings are a package deal at this point. Better have them tag along then. Stark plainly said. Best they resolve their own daddy issues. The other Avengers gave the billionaire a particular look, though they disregarded it a moment later. Jen, however, was not so quick to ignore this. What is up with you lately? What? Tony airily said. Daddy issues. At least I don't have mother issues as well, unlike some people. Huh. Speaking of which, what's that whole thing of their mother's spirit being entrapped there? Hector brought up. Kinda find it far-fetched. Wenwu is desperate for his departed wife's safety. Said Wang. Dreams aren't always clear on the messages. I've heard stranger. Stephen commented. And didn't Celeste talk about her order having a way of communicating with their dead? Mordo nodded. She did, but not the means of necromancy or anything outlandish. Just their spirits coming and going in peculiar situations. Where is Celeste? Clint found himself asking. Thought she and Bucky would be coming with us to Talo. She's busy with her boyfriend. Wang said. Oh my god, really, they can't keep it in their pants. Stark said, throwing his arms up whilst the Avengers all gave him a flat look. What? Tony, you of all people are the last one to be saying anything admonishing about keeping it in their pants, you know. Clint deftly countered. Hey, I don't think you should be saying that, especially with 4 kids, Mr. Pants Keeper. Tony rebuked. And besides, who knows how many gremlins I've got? Yeah, I should have stopped right there. And if you're wondering, Wang deadpanned at the former playboy. Celeste is helping Bucky cleanse his mind of all the Hydra mind manipulation they implanted on him. Well, get her over here or take her place. Strange instructed, arms crossed. I got a feeling we might need her for this. How can you tell? Robbie inquired. Call it a gut feeling. Strange elaborated. If we're dealing with all this mysticism about other realms and nature and all, it feels like we'll need her for this. Wang can stay behind, help finish with Bucky's spell and keep things running here. You are good at multitasking. Mordo added on with a thoughtful frown. Wang gave off a surprising look of bashfulness at such praise from his friends and contemporaries, nodding at them both before departing to retrieve Celeste. While they waited for Celeste, the Avengers continued their discussion. So what's the play here? Jen asked, looking at her teammates. We go in with those three to Tata and then what? Hey, we're here to protect you from some 1,000-year-old assassin organization. Think they'll go for that? They did say their mother is from Talo. Danny reminded them. Yeah, and their dear old daddy is a 1,000-year-old warmonger. Strange dryly countered. And that sister of his keeps giving us a stink eye that would put the Grinch to shame. We're pretty much against her, given her little organization, a Diet Rings group. Tony said. Are we going or not? Hector asked. I mean, should we even? This feels a lot more personal to them than it is for us. Well, I'd rather the asshole partially responsible for this, Stark tapped on his glowing armor chest piece for emphasis. Not get any more power than he needs to. Besides, did you not see the people he has running his show? You really want them to get more power? I don't know. Robbie murmured, eyeing the siblings and their friend. Z ain't acting up much but he keeps glaring at the sister. Did a lot of unsavory shit. All to make Daddy proud. Iron Man said dismissively. Nothing new there. What is your deal, man? Reyes asked, now giving a piercing look at Stark. You're taking this a bit too lightly. What? All cause of their dad. If you really are an Avenger then you need to do your research on us, buddy. Tony said, patting him on the back. Dude, I have a spirit of vengeance in my body. I got better things to do than digging into my teammates' personal lives. See, that's why I like ya, Robbie. Tony cheerfully stated. You're not as judgmental as the raging matchstick in your head. That's his job. A brief flicker of fiery ash escaped from the top of Robbie's head, making Stark chuckle. What, did I hurt his feelings? Reyes snorted, holding up his index and thumb. Just a bit. There is something else that has been on my mind. Mordo spoke up, gaining the attention of the team, seeing him point to Shang-Chi who didn't notice the gesture. He mentioned something else. Something about a dream of a creature of some kind that frightened him. The apparent guardian keeping his mother imprisoned. His sister didn't say anything but I saw her face. She looked like she knew what he was talking about. You picked up on that too, huh? Strange inquired, though the tone was rhetorical. A lot they're not telling us. Well, they did tell us about their dreams, so. Clint shrugged. Who knows? Relates with the whole dead mother apparently being entrapped by her people. Robbie said. This is also so weird. Jen muttered. Welcome to the club. Barton said. Obviously there's much to learn once we're at Talo. Said Mordo. All right, everyone turned to see a slightly annoyed Celeste Morn walking in with a huff, arms crossed. This had better be damn important for you to call me away from Bucky. What's going on? Scene cut. The forest was large and dense. It was somewhat hard to see through it after some dozen feet through what appeared to be a naturally made path. It looked rather normal from any perspective, but it was anything but ordinary. To the mystics present, or those attuned to such nature, the forest gave off a unique feeling. Presently, the group was situated within a large vehicle in order to fit everyone sent to Talo. In appearance, the vehicle was essentially a tank in both size and defensive capabilities. The occupants inside were Katie, Sean, Xiaoling, and Morris for obvious reasons. As for the Avengers, it was Iron Man, Hawkeye, Iron Fist, She-Hulk, Ghost Rider, White Tiger, Doctor Strange, Mordo and Celeste. Shuri would have come, but she had commitments with her kingdom that she couldn't ignore. Luke and Jessica stayed behind as they still needed at least some kind of defense for their base at home, and plus, they were still trying to track down the Punisher. Wong wasn't present, due to him still working on Bucky's mind-cleansing spell while also running the 3 sanctums and Camartage in the absence of the masters of said sanctums. Gotta ask, but can't we just fly our way to the actual entrance? Hector asked. Skies look clear. The Digiong shook the front of its body in denial. He let out several squirms and trills with Katie frowning at him, who presently sat in the front passenger seat. "We won't be able to find the entrance above this forest maze," she translated. "We have to go through it." "And why can't we just mystic our way through?" Danny then asked, thumbing to the sorcerers. "There are powerful barriers placed around Talo. Nothing can penetrate them unless allowed to." "Was thinking about that as to why no one could breach it sooner," Strange muttered, holding up his sling ring. "Even with that mystic in Wenwu's pocket. Records state it was a safety precaution. The only way to get in is through Talo residents, given knowledge of said realm or a mystical guide like Morris here," Mordo pointed out. "This whole place is positively humming with the Force," Celeste whispered almost reverently. "I thought it was some cosmic thing." Strange asked. "It is but the force of, okay, that wasn't intentional, but you know what I mean." Morn then placed her hands on her hips with an expectant look. "Speaking of, why ain't we going in already?" Katie gave up the response. "Morris says the way through is all about timing." "Okay, but how long are we talking? Hours? Days?" asked Sean. "We don't have days, and our father can be here with his men at any moment," said Xiaoling. "Didn't you guys tell us that you had time to prepare?" Jen pointed out. Katie became frustrated and voiced her frustration. "Hey, I'm just playing telephone here. If any of you can have this weird mental link with Morris here, then by all means have at it. But if he says to wait, then dash." Morris started to squirm and emit some sort of sound. "Oh. We can go now," she plainly said, surprising everyone. "What? Go? He says go," she urged forward. "Well, all right then," Tony said, standing behind the seat Clint occupied. The archer nodded at him and placed pressure down on the acceleration, and the tank entered the forest, driving through the shifting bamboo grove. "All right, that guy is our guide and you're our translator," Barton said, looking at Katie, who occupied the seat next to him with Morris on her lap. "Call it out." She simply nodded silently, anxious but determined to deliver. Okay," she whispered to herself, hearing Morris let out a coo. "Yeah, keep going straight and after 20 meters turn right." Clint just nodded at her instructions, driving a little faster before making the turn. "So this is a magical forest," Danny commented, gazing out his window. "What do ya mean?" Hector asked, going over to him. The martial artist silently leaned away and pointed outside, with Hector, Jen, and Robbie now curious as to what he meant. Looking through the windows, the team could see the trees swaying gently. Yet it didn't seem like it was done naturally through the wind. "This forest is alive," Celeste said with open wonder. "It's as if a living spirit resides over it." The Digion let out a small squeak from the front. Yeah, apparently it's magic from their guard, protector, something," Katie said aloud. "The Guardian," Mordo mused to himself. "What power he must contain to be able to influence things beyond the realm of Talo." As they continued down their path, the forest, what was once a gentle sway in the breeze, now began to pick up on its speed and movement. "Morris thrills. You should speed up," Katie translated, though she looked down at him in confusion. "Speed up? What? Why?" "Boss, picking up movement from behind." Friday spoke up worriedly. Tony brought up a rear view of the tank and the answer became clear. The trees were swiftly moving and closing up the trail behind them. And it was happening rather fast and violently. "Go, go, go," Stark urged forward. With that, the accelerator pedal was floored. The entire group jolted in the vehicle, all now clutching to whatever they could hold onto. Strange, Mordo and Celeste readied some defensive magic, enchanting the vehicle as a precaution. Morris thrills. Morris says take a hard right on 3. What? Clint looked at her in bewilderment. 1. Hard right where? Hawkeye demanded. 2. Katie. Sean yelled. Now. The vehicle took a sharp turn, having it skid on the dirt path. It went back straight moments later, trying to keep up at its present speed in order to avoid the trees trying to harm the vehicle. And left. Another sharp turn was made, having the vehicle's occupants lurch to the side once more. "Can't we go any faster?" Katie heard Morris thrill and squirm. "He says it's all about staying in the pocket. As long as we follow the path, we're good." "What pocket?" "We're in it now," Katie said, nervously holding Morris closer. "What happens if you don't stay in the pocket?" Tony asked, though he had an idea as to what may happen. Morris made several sounds, making Katie pale slightly. "The forest eats us." "Eats us?" Robbie repeated incredulously. "What the hell does that mean?" "What do you think it means?" "We get eaten and Morris gave out a quick thrill. "Oh, and go left now." Clint made a veering left, making nearly all in the vehicle almost fall to the ground. "Damn it, Clint, watch with the turns." Walters complained aloud. "'Scuse me for not wanting to get eaten by a forest," he shouted back, not taking his eyes off the road, grunting as the side of the vehicle was struck hard by the shifting forest. "Watch it," Katie warned nervously. "You gotta stay in the pocket." "How close is it?" Clint asked. 5 meters. Xialing called out from the back. "Stay in the pocket," Katie said again. "And coming in way too fast." Sean tacked on unhelpfully. "Stay in the pocket." "Will you stop saying, 'stay in the pocket'?" "I get it, already." Barton snapped, seeing all the shifting bamboo around him somehow get even more chaotic. "One last right, then straight," Chen urged on. "And we can speed up now." "What do you think I'm doing?" The archer barked back, practically slamming his foot on the accelerator. The trees were swiftly closing in behind them just as fast as the ones before them were opening up. "We're not gonna make it," Jen worriedly said. "Please don't say that. Nothing really works if people say that too much," Hector nearly yelled, clutching his seat tightly. "We're almost there, Morris promises," Katie shouted over the pandemonium. "It better." The trees finally closed in on them, practically making it difficult for any to tell if they'd actually survive. As luck would have it, their vehicle burst out of the grove of trees and landed in a shallow pool of water connected to a waterfall. Things were relatively calm now after exiting the maze. "Are we dead yet?" Danny asked, hugging Jennifer, who hugged him back. Katie slumped in her seat, letting out a breath and part of her soul. The Digiong on her lap cooed happily, almost jumping off her, inclining its head in the direction of a waterfall in front of them. "Morris says, 'Great job, everyone.'" Chen shook her head a little, hearing Morris communicate with her. "Okay, he says we just need to go through the waterfall. Is there gonna be another maze or some dangerous passageway we have to go through to get to Talo?" Tony dryly asked, Morris making what sounded like assuring trills. "No. The waterfall is the front door. Nothing else." "Good, 'cause I don't want to go through another elaborate death trap to get there," Clint grumbled, urging the tank forward. Getting closer, the team tensed for anything that might happen, though thankfully, they passed under the waterfall without anything attacking them. Once within the cave hidden behind a waterfall, the water stopped falling and appeared frozen midair. "What's going?" was all Danny managed out as the water began coalescing in front of them. Once reaching the size of the tank, the water washed over them. The space around them seemed to brighten up and swirl considerably. Moments later, they appeared out of a swirled portal composed of crystallized water. Nothing was said after this spectacle, only having Clint drive the vehicle onward and exit the cave tunnel. Once the light shined on through, the occupants saw something spectacular. "This place, this is it," Celeste muttered. She felt a shiver run down from head to toe, the force washing over her. They were now in Talo. Driving through what appeared like untouched land, everyone saw mountains nearly touching the sky. And through most of the forestation, they saw animals coming and going. Yet these animals weren't any ordinary ones. "So this is where Pokémon came from," Clint murmured, taking in the litany of creatures that they had seen. Phoenixes, nine-tailed foxes, creatures that can only be described as some kind of horse. "This is interesting," Carl murmured, rubbing his chin at the sight of the non-stop slew of new creatures they all saw. The Digiong thrilled, coming up to the window and looking around excitedly. Katie paid attention to what her furry companion was saying. Well, he's happy in coming back home, she said to the group before turning over to Imordo. Also Morris says this is normal. Yeah, normal for him, Danny commented, in awe of what he was saying. All Keunlun had was just one dragon. This place has everything. And now normal for us, Mordo said, a look of wonder that matched Rand's as he took in the sights of this realm. It's beautiful, Jennifer said. Look at this place. I need to set up a vacation home here. Oh, look at that, more Morris, Tony pointed out. Sure enough, on the left-hand side, there was essentially a grove composed of Digiongs. They were outright distracted from the adorable sight. The driver almost crashed into one of the native, mystical animals. It looked like a mixture of an elk with an eastern dragon. Let's not perform any roadkills while we're here, please, Shang-Chi spoke up since they first arrived here. Seeing all these here, I'm wondering if any of them are the apparent guardians. None of them seem nefarious as Shang described them. Before long, Friday spoke aloud. Guys, picking up on life forms ahead and building structures, the AI said. I believe we're close to a settlement. I see it, Clint said, eyes narrowed with his impeccable vision spotting said settlement on the horizon. The vehicle took a stop some distance away from the nearby village, appearing to have settled at the bank, a lake, or an inland sea. In the far distance, there was a peculiar mountain range with something faintly glowing from underneath the shadows. Exiting the vehicle, the group surveyed their surroundings. It was so serene and tranquil. The air was crisp and clean. The waters in the distance were relatively clear. A landscape entirely untouched by the modern world. Essentially a paradise of nature. The air was fresh and buzzing and the wildlife was tranquil and extraordinary. As the Avengers drew near, Jen halted in her tracks. Wait, do you guys hear that? Hear what? In the distance, they heard chatter of some kind yet. Hang on. Strange strained his hearing, thrown off by what he was hearing. Is that Shakespeare? Hamlet, to be specific. Mordo spoke up, equally as bewildered by what the group was hearing. Is there a British theatre in Talo that we didn't know about? Mom never mentioned that before. Sean muttered aloud. Maybe they're fans of the world arts, Katie suggested with a clear unsure shrug. I thought they don't get out, Hector pointed out. Hey, I'm just guessing here, Chen shot back, the group continuing forward until they at last reached what was a village on the edge of a river. This must be the place, Xiaoling quietly said, an unusual chill running down her spine, one shared with her brother. This was her place. Her home. This was where her mother once lived before meeting and marrying their father. It was surreal and almost unreal that they were standing here. Is that them? Jen spoke up, looking towards a large gathering of people around what appeared to be a makeshift stage. It wasn't grand, but it was more built into the surrounding nature. The people of Talo. Looks like it. It wasn't long before the Talo residents took notice of them. One by one, they whispered to each other, turning their attention towards the new arrivals and getting into some form of defensive measures. Wanting to dissuade the potential confrontation, Sean stepped forward and spoke. Hi there. I am Su Shang-Chi. This is my sister, Su Xiaoling. We're Ying Li's children. Shang soon gestured to the others with him. And these are our friends dash. Not really, said Steven, making some of the Avengers deadpan at him. What? We barely know each other. And we aren't friends, Xiaoling bitterly said, shooting the Avengers a small glare. Shang gave his sister a look before going to Katie. This is my friend, Katie. Get back in your car and go home, yelled one of the Talo residents, slamming the staff he held onto the ground. Hey, we're not your enemy, Hector spoke up, holding up his hands to convey peace. We're the Avengers. We help people, protect them, save them. That kind of thing. The same old man who spoke before shook his head. That matters little to us. You do not belong here. Please. You don't understand, Shang-Chi almost pleaded. We're here to help, honest. What's going on? Spoke a British accent, not at all in line with what they were expecting. From behind the group of Talo residents came someone who clearly did not belong here. Several of the Avengers were certainly surprised by the man, but one, in particular, froze on the spot, his brain short-circuiting as to who he was looking at. "Oh," the bald Brit said airily, an odd smile in place. "Hello there. You have got to be shitting me," were the first words out of Tony Stark's mouth upon seeing just who it was they were all looking at. "You have got to be fucking shitting me." Some of the Avengers looked at the Brit and then at Tony in confusion, whilst others squinted their eyes at the man, finding him unusually familiar. Clint Barton, however, blinked in disbelief and couldn't help but guffaw. "What the hell is he doing here?" the archer managed out, still not comprehending how this person was here. "Wait, you know this guy?" Danny asked, pointing at the odd man out in the village of Talo. "Damn right I do." Stark stepped forward, eliciting a small flinch from the man. "This guy caused hell for me 3 years ago. Called himself the Mandarin. Ring any bells?" The children of the immortal Khan gaped upon fully recognizing just who it was that stood before them. The rest of the Avengers followed suit, as all were quite silently astounded at the sight of the man who played the role of the false Mandarin. "Hello." His voice came out in a friendly manner. "I'm Trevor. Trevor Slattery. Good to see you're doing well, Mr. Stark." We're clearly missing something here." Danny spoke up. "What happened with you two? How do you not know about him and the whole Mandarin business?" Jennifer asked in slight bewilderment. "This guy pretended to be an asshole terrorist that nearly sent the US into a tizzy. I was still in the mountains of K'un-Lun, remember?" Rand retorted dryly. "A little isolated from the rest of the world." The mention of K'un-Lun made a number of the inhabitants of Talo murmur in surprise and recognition. Rolling his eyes, Stark gave a brief explanation. Long story short, a struggling actor got hired by Killian to pose as the Mandarin to distract the world of AIM's actions. Tony crossed his arms, looking at him accusingly. "I thought you were still in prison." "I was, until when Weir had his men get me out so he may punish me himself for identity theft." "By killing you?" Clint said. "Exactly," said Trevor, oddly cheerfully. "Just when his men were tying me up for my execution, I launched into a performance of my Macbeth. Whence is that knocking? Wake Duncan with thy knocking. I would st though could st. They couldn't get enough of it. I've been doing weekly gigs for Wenwu's men ever since." "You mean you're his court jester?" "I was. Now I am living my dream." Slattery extended his arms out, a joyous smile on his face. "Teaching and entertaining. Shakespeare." Stark deadpanned. "Only the best for this place." Trevor remarked, a dreamy smile in place, looking up as more phoenixes flew by. Tony drawled out. "And how did you get out of Wenwu's compound and wind up here?" Mordo questioned. "I have no idea. I just sort of stumbled my way here." He knelt down, scratching the back of a Digiong that waddled up to him with another butting his other side. "Sherlock and Watson here found me at the compound, led the way, and I've been here ever since." "That explains nothing. Weren't you on the other side of the you-know-what? Not important right now." Stark held both hands up, managing to get himself under control. "Better save them the headaches of trying to figure out this horrid mystery. I can imagine there is much you have to talk about." A woman that was older than Tony by several years stepped forward, eyeing the siblings in the group. "To the both of you." She moved to stand in front of them, making them feel rather nervous until a loving smile bloomed. The pair was engulfed in a tight hug, thrown off by the gesture until they heard the woman speak. "You both look so much alike. My sister always wanted to bring you both here," she whispered, startling the siblings. Pulling away, her smile seemed to grow even wider, her hands on their shoulders. "I'm so sorry you never got to see this place without her." Who are you?" "Ying Nan." She introduced herself. "Your aunt." Their newly met aunt came between them, wrapping her arms around their shoulders. "Come. Let's get you and your friends situated." Scene cut. The Avengers soon dispersed in the village of Talo, each finding a spot for themselves as they took in the sights of the place. Though some of the villagers were hesitant to interact with these outsiders, some were more forthcoming and curious, having rarely met anyone that came from beyond the realm of Talo. It soon turned into something of an exchange of cultures. Whilst they were relatively familiar with the modern world technology, there was still much they didn't know about the outside world. Danny found himself right at home, taking in the many customs and practices of Talo, being surrounded by a group of martial artists whom he chatted with excitedly. They were aware of Keunlun, which they affectionately called their cousin village, and wanted to know how things were there. An honest means, given they haven't communicated with each other in years. They soon began practicing moves, teaching each other katas and other exclusive fighting styles native to their homes, and overall got along well with one another. Jen, surprisingly enough, rather than trying to soak up some rays, wound up in the company of what appeared to be giant lion dogs. At first, she was hesitant due to their somewhat intimidating appearance, but then one gave her a sniff, warbled at her and licked her hand. That broke down any barriers she had with them, as she immediately found them her new favorite animals in the world. She was apparently playing with them, but it appeared to be like she was wrestling. Being able to grow to their size, relatively speaking, and match them with their strength, the shishi, as they were called by the people of Talo, grew too quickly like Jen. They either lounged around next to her or opted to go in for a quick tumble, which she gladly obliged. She soon had her own pride of shishi around her, which she basked in. She wasn't the only one enjoying the hospitality of the shishi. Hector Ayala was surrounded by the younger pups of the creatures, his own tiger abilities drawing them in. With his own powers, he mimicked their postures and played around with them as Jen did. "Wonder if they wouldn't mind if we took some home with us," Hector remarked, scratching the belly of a young guardian lion with its feet kicking about in enjoyment. "My daughter would love one of these guys as a pet. Would make for a hell of a guard dog at home." Next to him was Jen, who was making googly sounds and faces at an adult red-furred shishi who was soaking it all in. "God, I hope so," Walters admitted, rubbing her face into the furry mane. "These guys are adorable." The guardian lion preened at the praise, nuzzling his face into hers. "Oh yes, you are adorable, oh yes you are, yes you are." Jen encouraged it even more. The shishi purred aloud, falling onto its back as Walters rubbed its belly, legs kicking about in glee. Over on their end, Celeste, Strange and Mordo were a bit disappointed. Don't get them wrong on them being here of all places. Talo was brimming with magic in the air, and due to her deeper understanding now of the Force and mysticism, Celeste could feel that the whole place was alive with the Force in one of its most purest forms. What made things seem a tad lackluster was there being no archives of mystic practices, no practitioners to do exchanges with. Everything pertaining to the subject was no doubt locked away in their archives. All that could make up for this was seeing the various armor and weapons made out of dragon scales of all things. Yet upon testing the power and magical capacity of the dragon scale weaponry and equipment, that quickly turned around as most of their magic effortlessly bounced off, and the durability was something to behold. The sorcerers were also quick to discover several denizens of Talo that had latent potential in the mystic arts. "I understand your need for keeping yourselves in secrecy and isolated from the rest of the world, but why not an exchange program?" Mordo offered, displaying some of his magical prowess. "The dragon scales can be a great boon to our order, and having sorcerers in your midst tapping into the magic of your home can add to your defenses." This of course piqued the interest of several individuals, only drawn further in when the three sorcerers performed more magical acts. Strange displayed the most creativity, whilst Mordo showed a more direct, simplified version that can be the easiest to grasp. Celeste proved to be the most unique due to her implementation of mixing her knowledge of magic and knowledge of the Force. For many in Talo, they had never heard or experienced anything like this, the Jedi Shadow's experience of the Force giving them new insight on their homeland that they never actually considered. Robbie sat apart from all of them, taking his time at the bank of the lake, ocean, or whatever, the body of water near the village. Zarathos was content, almost silent entirely, as the aura that emanated in this realm was simply sublime. He was joined by some of the creatures of this place, the many-tailed foxes and phoenixes, in particular, finding him to be good company. One phoenix perched itself right on his shoulder, exuding some fire that Robbie found pleasing. He was hesitant to do the same as his fire was, hellfire. God knows how the phoenixes would react to such potent flames. So he was content with the fires they gave off. Only focusing on nothing else, but relaxation. Elsewhere, there was an archery range in Talo, and naturally, one could easily find Clint Barton among all the other archers. He displayed his perfect sharpshooting skills, drawing in many impressed looks from those present. The man couldn't help but also instruct some of the newer additions, showing them posture, footwork, arm adjustments and all. The elder present smiled at this, giving the Avenger an appreciative pat on his arm. "Kids," he simply said, a knowing look in his eyes, eliciting a laugh from the old woman. This laugh fell upon spotting an outlier watching them all from afar. A frown marred her features, walking away from her archers and over to the lone Katie Chen who stood apart from everyone. "Oh," she looked at the older woman awkwardly. Hi." The older woman simply gave her a look, looping her arm with Katie's and dragged her to a nearby forge. Without any prompt or comments, she grabbed a quiver of red arrows with a beautifully crafted bow. Katie looked unsure when she felt something nudge the back of her calf. Glancing behind her, she saw that it was Morris egging her on, letting out encouraging trills to take them. Slightly hesitant, she took the bow and arrow set, inspecting it for a few moments until she was once again dragged by the elder, taking her to the archery range. Clint saw this and crossed his arms, a glint in his eyes that Katie caught. "Come on," he said invitingly. "I'll show you the ropes." Katie was surprised by the gesture but found herself smiling at his offer. He pointed at the spot in front of him, waving her over to stand there. Following his instructions, she got into an awkward pose which Clint was quick to correct. With some more separation between the legs, squared shoulders and proper arm technique, Katie let loose her first ever arrow, and hit the edge of the target. Katie instantly slumped, Morris rushing over to cheer her up whilst Clint patted her shoulder. "Hey, no slouching here," he admonished. "You hit the target on your first try. That's a hell of a start compared to most." Chen smiled at the compliment, taking a moment to look at the other archers on the range. She tried a few more times, hitting the edge several times until striking closer to the center. "There we go," Clint said approvingly. "Nice job, Hawkeye." Katie couldn't help but laugh, blushing at the praise. "Aw shucks," she remarked, kicking the ground slightly. Her expression then shifted abruptly, a stray thought going through her mind as she looked up at her latest arrow. She released a self-loathing sigh, her posture slouching forward a bit. "You know, I just love how you guys know exactly what you want to do, and you spend your whole life getting really good at it. I wish I was more like that." Clint regarded her for a moment. "And why haven't you?" She shrugged sheepishly. "Every time I get moderately good at something, I just quit and start something new." "Is that how you do your current job in San Francisco? The valet gig?" "Yeah. And with Hank Pym. How do you dash? He's the Avengers consultant. How do you think we found you and Sean in Macau so soon?" "Oh. I didn't know that. And as for the job, that came up by chance," said Katie. "But I just know my own limits, and I'm not gonna waste my time chasing something that will ultimately be a disappointment for me. That's not me, at all. It would be if you keep changing jobs and not being committed. It's just, that's how it's always been," she lamely defended. "How I've always been. Me and Sean against the world. And how's that going for ya?" Clint dryly asked. Well, we wound up here, didn't we?" Barton snorted at the comment, not faulting her on that matter. He then saw her fiddling with her next arrow, trying to notch it indifferently simply because she wanted to goof for a moment. "Gotta ask, Katie, but do you know how to use a weapon?" he asked suddenly. No? Does this count?" "Why? What is it?" she said in return. "Given what's about to happen with Wenwu and his men, you should at least know how to fight. If not with martial arts, a weapon is a good option for some defensive measure." "Oh She paled somewhat, nervously laughing. "Yeah, good idea. He started with some basic moves and such, a simple punch, kick, grappling, that kind of thing. She flopped onto the ground when Clint performed a hip toss, the girl letting out a groan. "You all right there?" he asked, slightly amused at her state as he helped her up. "Fine," she moaned, rubbing her bum. I don't know." "Don't know what?" Clint urged in confusion. "I don't know about me being here," she admitted, frowning at herself. I sorta threw myself into this whole thing 'cause I was worried about Sean. Now being here? I just..." Before she was able to speak, the elder who brought her to the range came over to them, having kept her eye on Katie in the midst of training the others. She gave the young woman a piercing look before she took her hands into her own. "You are a young girl who still has much to learn." She spoke in Mandarin, Katie managing to understand her well enough. "But if you aim at nothing, you hit nothing." Katie wasn't sure how to respond to this until he felt Clint's hand on her shoulder. "Come on, let's try this again." All the while, rather than taking in the sights, people, and culture of Talo, Tony Stark was conversing with a man he never thought he'd see again. Slattery seemed nonplussed by him being there, instead focusing on drawing what appeared to be the next set for his show here. Around him were a litter of Digiong, with one with red-tinted wings having taken a liking to Tony simply because his wings matched the armor's color. "So, what, you're a Shakespearean teacher now?" Yes, quite lovely," Trevor said happily. "How did that happen?" "The residents here perform plays and stories of their ancestors, even ones native to the regions. Though once I came along, I brought along my Shakespearean knowledge to help change the occasional lineup." Trevor let out a dreamy sigh. "It made me happy. Though I wish I had the written works instead of working through my memory. The residents here won't let me begin production until then." "Can't imagine why." Tony deadpanned, looking down at the Digiong at his legs, the faceless critter looking right back at him. Kneeling to its level, he patted the top of its head, the little guy cooing happily. "And, you somehow communicate with these guys?" Tony asked, unsure how such a thing is possible. "Oh yes." Trevor responded with a joyful smile, his two favorites of Sherlock and Watson around his legs, wearing funny outfits in conjunction with the plays they participated in. "Believe my shock when that happened. I thought I was on drugs again, or they finally made me lose my mind with my sense of isolation." Stark then turned back to the Digiong he was petting. "And this guy, girl, what is dash?" "Boy," Trevor said. "How can you tell?" "Wing size. That and only males get that color on their wings." "Right," Tony deadpanned, smirking at the happy purrs the red-winged Digiong let out. "I'm gonna call you Balthazar. How's that sound?" The Digiong trilled happily, appearing to enjoy the name. "He likes it. Clearly." Tony rubbed his belly, declaring here and now. "That's it, I'm gonna take you home." As the Avengers got themselves situated, the other two newcomers were having a more personal experience. Led by their newly met Aunt Ying, the Sue siblings were escorted to what appeared to be a memorial shrine. Many small portraits of dead residents lined up the walls, tables, shelves. Young and old. Incense was in the air with several flowers to help decorate the space. Coming to a particular corner, their aunt showed them a small placement where their mother's portrait was kept. It was haunting for Xiaoling and Shang-Chi to see their mother's face again after nearly 20 years. Nearly forgetting what she looked like on top of her voice. "I never knew what happened to you both after her passing dash." "How do you know she's gone?" Xiaoling quietly asked, her eyes not leaving the portrait of her mother. "Her spirit came here after her passing," said Yingnan. "You were everything to her. Even wanted to bring you both here to know more of your heritage." Sean felt his heart clench up, a flood of memories washing over him. All those childhood memories he's been keeping at bay just came rushing back, remembering the times before their mother passed. Yingnan saw her niece and nephew, a sympathetic look coming over her, wrapping an arm around Xiaoling's shoulder and reaching out to take Shang-Chi's hand. After losing someone like her, it's easy to feel alone in this world. But you are not. You are children of this family, and I welcome you home," she kindly said. "No matter what happens, the two of you will always have a place here." That certainly helped the two, with Sean giving her a strained but appreciative smile. Xiaoling, whilst being unemotive, leaned into the embrace her aunt gave her. They soon walked away from the shrine, the siblings giving one final prayer to the portrait of their mother. Ying Nan led the two around a building with many stones inscribed on the wall. "How is your father?" their aunt inquired, curious about the man her sister fell in love with. "Your mother spoke a lot about him before leaving with him for good." Xiaoling and Shang-Chi shared a look, not knowing how to properly answer the inquiry. "He's all right," the latter answered in a downplayed mood. Ying Nan scoffed good-naturedly. "If that isn't the greatest lie I ever heard. I know how much losing your mother hurts you both. I think of her every day and I can only imagine the grief your father endured." The siblings didn't respond, the sound of haws and yaws being heard nearby. They turned to see a group of the Talo residents performing martial arts. It wasn't on the factor of both men and women practicing the craft. No, it was how they were moving that drew their eye. They were moving and fighting just like their mother. Catching their eyes, Ying Nan put on a thoughtful look. "Has your father ever told you how good of a practitioner your mother was?" "Yeah. He said she was the only person he could never beat, even in their spars." Sean stated, a faraway look in his eyes. Ying Nan smiled, bearing a sense of nostalgia. "Your mother is humbling. But to me and various others here believe she was the best practitioner in our generation, perhaps in several." Their aunt's smile seemed to shift and grow. "Would you like to learn it?" Both siblings looked at each other in surprise, Xiaoling shrugging before they nodded in agreement. The pair were escorted to a dirt arena surrounded by bamboo with their aunt standing some distance away from them. Shang-Chi and Xiaoling stood before their aunt, who gazed at them with her moving about in a casual pace. "Before I teach you, I wish to know what I'll be working with." "How your skills fare," said Ying Nan. "Before such lessons start, I want to see if you two can knock me off my feet." 2 against 1 ain't really dash. "Say that again afterward, my nephew." Shang and Xiaoling shrugged before moving in to take down their aunt. Ying Nan simply put one foot forward and another foot back as the siblings ran forward. Their moves were quick, sending out a series of punches, kicks, swipes, sweeps, and leaps. Yet neither one of them could land, due to their aunt being able to parry and block them. It also didn't help that, like back in Macau, the siblings began getting into each other's way. Every time they moved at the same time to get a hit in on their aunt, they shoved into each other. Rather than course correct themselves, they glared at each other angrily, resuming their spar with their aunt, who kept blocking and deflecting everything they threw at her. In the end, with one final sweep of her leg, Ying Nan was the one to knock the siblings off their feet and have them on their backs. The experienced fighter raised her brow and contemplated as her niece and nephew got back onto their feet. "Well, that sucked," Sean declared, patting off some leaves that got stuck on him. Xiaoling simply glowered, more at herself it seems rather than her brother or her aunt. Ying Nan let out a sigh, shaking her head at the pair. "You two fight with such rage and pain. Clearly the work of your father," she commented, walking around them. "Fighting isn't always about breaking bones and force. The fighting style of Talo is how you share the battlefield with and how one makes a connection with your opponent. Only by truly learning about your foe is how you can defeat them." Ying Nan looked at Sean and gave her evaluation. "You fight like a man who second-guesses himself. Never really sure of his actions. Therefore you can't fight with a clear conviction and purpose." She then focused on Xiaoling. "As for you, you merely focus on showcasing your own strength, not focusing on anyone else on the battlefield. This makes you inflexible, rigid, and unadaptive. The two of you are held back by your own sense of inner turmoil." She removed a leaf that wound up in Xiaoling's hair, holding it in front of the girl. "You must allow yourselves to let go of what plagues your hearts and minds." The leaf fell from her hand. "It is not easy as it's not meant to be. But taking the necessary steps to confront your own selves will make you stronger. Your mother knew who she was. Same with your father. But do you?" Sean and Xiaoling shared an uncertain look with each other as their aunt moved to stand in front of them again. "Fight me again. But instead of fighting like your father, fight like your mother," she instructed. "Don't focus inward, but outward with your surroundings and those present. To let go of the painful past that informs your fighting style and only focus on the present and how to know more deeply those who stand against them and who stand beside them. Both Sean and Xialing allowed the words to digest, thinking intently about them. They closed their eyes and focused, thinking hard on what they can remember of their mother. How she talked, how she laughed, how she moved. Lead with your breath. Look into your heart, the light and the dark. To know yourself, you must face them both. Their mother's voice echoed in their heads of what was her last lesson to them before her death all those years ago. A phantom feeling of their mother standing behind them, guiding their movements as she did when they were kids. When the siblings opened their eyes, the pair now held a more determined gaze which made their aunt smile at them both. She nodded at the two, this time initiating the sparring session, and the siblings did their best to recall everything about their mother's movements. Unlike before, they were better in sync, fighting in tandem rather than getting in each other's way. They stumbled a few times, still trying to find the right groove with one another until Sean caught a kick from Yingnan that was about to strike Xialing's face. Gaping at the gesture, the sister shook her head, refocusing her attention on the fight, capitalizing on the opening her brother gave them, and now began their advance. Yingnan grinned at seeing this, easily falling back into a more defensive posture, now on the back foot as the two found their synchronization. Their movements morphed into one of a graceful, almost wind-like fighting style. Eventually, they were able to sweep Yingnan off her feet. Such a task would have been difficult on their own, but together they were able to overcome the challenge. Seeing this, the siblings practically cheered in their own manner and high-fived one another. They blinked at each other, laughing, unsure of what just happened before their aunt stepped between them, a look of pride for them to see. "Good. Very good. Much better than before," said Yingnan, giving her niece and nephew their desired praise. "You are a product of all who came before you. The legacy of your family, the good and the bad, it is all a part of who you are." She placed a hand on their shoulders. "You don't have to hide any longer. It only prolongs the pain if you keep doing it." The siblings were uncertain on this matter, as hiding who and what they are is what they've been doing for a long time now. It has basically dominated their lives since their mother's death. And with that came pain, the pain of that night and the day their father changed so drastically. "I understand such habits are not so easy to break, but what you must know is that you are not alone in tackling them." Yingnan assured them, a kind and loving smile for them to see. "You still have family and friends more than willing to help you." They both had appreciative looks on their faces upon hearing this. Their aunt then went between the pair, hands on their backs, and urged them out of their training ground. "Come, we can be able to continue later with your lessons," said Yingnan. "For now, I believe you should eat." Scene cut. The Su siblings, Katie, and the Avengers were gathered in an area outside the Shrine of the Fallen, all eating various types of foods served to them by the Talo people. Yingnan, along with another village elder named Guangbo, stood before all of them with a more serious demeanor. "While I enjoy seeing new faces take in our home, along with my little family reunion, I've put this question off long enough," said Yingnan. "Tell me, after all this time, why have you both finally come? With others, no less." Sean and Xialing didn't respond at first until the latter spoke. "He's coming." Their aunt tilted their head at them. "Your father? Why? He thinks you're holding our mom's spirit captive here," Shang-Chi revealed, earning a flabbergasted look from Yingnan. "Why would he think that?" she asked, thoroughly thrown off by such a matter. She told him. Confusion reigned over their aunt and Guangbo. "He says he can hear her asking for help. Not just him, but us as well," Xialing said, gesturing to herself and her brother. The silence was present. Their aunt was quiet, contemplating and pondering. Several emotions were seen as if she was coming to a conclusion. "That's troubling. Very troubling." Yingnan's voice was low and troubled. "Why? I'd like to have everyone follow me. It is time I told you all what truth has been lost to the outside world." Eventually, the siblings were able to get Katie and the present Avengers assembled at the beach where their aunt wanted to speak with them all. "Our people have been here for over 4,000 years. For generations, we have been preparing for something we hope will never happen again. A day when warriors will be lured here. Lured here? For what? Asks Jennifer. Pointing towards the mountains on the other side of the body of water, the group saw something glowing on the far end. It was a bit more noticeable now as they were closer. We are the keepers of the Dark Gate, sworn to protect this realm and yours from the evil that's locked behind it. And what evil is that? Asked Stephen Strange. It's better to show you. Ying Nan stated. She gestured for the assembled group to follow her back into the village. Entering a large building, the group was presented with a large stone mural that spanned for dozens of feet. The realm of Talo stretches far beyond the shores of our small village. We have cities that surpass any in your universe, rich with culture and history. Thousands of years ago, all of our people lived in peace and prosperity, until the attack of the Dweller in Darkness. Seeing the carved depictions of the eldritch bat-like entities, Shang-Chi and Xiaoling froze. This wasn't noticed as their aunt continued with the history lesson. He came with his army, devouring every soul in their path, and with each kill, they grew stronger. After decimating our largest cities, they were headed to your universe to do the same. The leaders of Talo sent their strongest warriors here to stop them from reaching the portal to your world. But our ancestors were no match for them. Until the Great Protector joined their fight and turned the tide. The group saw a carving of a large eastern dragon battling it out against the Dweller in Darkness in what could perhaps be described as a kaiju battle, with the Talo warriors assisting the Great Protector. Oh, look at that, Danny, they also have a kick-ass dragon guardian. Hector pointed at said dragon, Danny grinning at the sight of it. Ying Nan smirked slightly in amusement before becoming serious once more. Together, they pushed the Dweller and his army into the Dark Gate and locked it behind them. Our people have guarded that gate ever since, empowered by the magic of the Great Protector and the gift she gave us. Your dragon-scale armor and weapons. Mordo said, holding up his arm that now had a dragon-scale wrist plate on it. Ying Nan nodded. Those soul suckers with their boss. I've seen those before. Sean muttered, earning his aunt's full attention. And this drew in everyone else's varying bits of curiosity. Excuse me, she said in disbelief. Sean pointed at the largest of the soul suckers on the mural. My dad made a painting of it back at the compound. And I've been dreaming of them for a while now. Their aunt looked from her nephew to her niece. Have you seen them as well? Xiaoling hesitates but eventually nods. Ying Nan muttered aloud. Not just the voice, but their true visage. Katie spoke up, wanting to get back on track. You said something about warriors. Their father hasn't been the only person over the millennia coming here to seek the Dark Gate. Ying Nan elaborates. Many have tried and failed. And they all had one thing in common, them being lured here by a voice of something on the other side. A voice that promises them their greatest desires. So you think these soul eaters are talking to our dad? Sean asks. And us. Xiaoling finishes off. They know the 10 rings in his possession have the power to break them free. But why now instead of Dash? Celeste was quick to give the answer to the siblings and everyone else present. Back then, his will was strong and firm. But after your mother's passing, it wavered. Him unknowingly opening himself up to the Dweller and being easy pickings to be manipulated. Such a thing was quite similar to how the dark side and their practitioners operated in the past. But how were they able to see and hear these soul suckers? Clint asked. You said they're from another world. The aunt didn't answer right away, only asking a question. Did you have these dreams at any point before or after you had the rings in your possession? She asked her sister's children. Shang answered first. I had one after. Xiaoling spoke next. Same here. And your father had the other 8, which meant he had a far stronger calling over the years than what either of you experienced. Said their aunt with grim features. Ever since I knew about your father and the possession of his rings, he'd be susceptible to the Dweller in Darkness one day. And now my fears are becoming reality. Our dad is coming here, thinking you all have our mom imprisoned. Sean stressed out. So is it Dash? A lie. Ying Nan sorrowfully said. She is long dead and gone. All that's behind that gate is the destruction of not just Talo, but your world as well. She then turned and walked away, leaving a bewildered group of people. Where are you going? Informing everyone, getting them prepared for invasion. Shang was quick to grab his aunt's arm. Fighting won't be necessary. He elaborates. We can talk to Dad, explain to him the truth. He'll understand. Ying-nan had a sympathetic look on her face and shook her head. He won't. She gently pried her arm away from her nephew and walked off at a hurried pace. Tony had a flat look on his face. Yeah, should have seen that coming. So, you guys ready to face your dear old daddy? Xialing glared at the Avenger whilst Sean gave him an odd look. Hey, I know this isn't the best of times right now, but I gotta ask. Why were you so gung-ho about helping me and my sister? What, you thought you two were the only ones who had their father's shadow hanging over them like a bad thundercloud? Kid, I wrote the book on that with my dad. Never even said he loved me, if ya can believe it. Tony said with a faux heartbroken look. But with your dad, he's still here. He's still alive. And well, if ya have a chance to make it right or set things straight, I'll vicariously live that experience through you guys. Plus this is a cool place and Balthazar would hate for anything to happen to his home. And now the fate of the world is at stake again. Strange tacked on. Being Avengers, well, you should know our response to such a matter now that we have the full picture. Well, thanks for coming then. Katie happily said, a thumbs up at the Avengers. Really appreciate it, don't we, Sean? Her friend shuffled awkwardly. Oh, yeah, we do. That didn't feel earnest in the slightest. Robbie commented. We do appreciate it. Shang-Chi emphasized more. It's just dash. A lot on your mind, we know. Clint said expectantly. It comes with the territory, kid, you'll get used to it. I kinda don't want to. He slightly complained. But you will. Hector remarked, walking past him, patting his shoulder. I know I did. Sean could only stare at the Avengers in bewilderment as they all walked away, leaving him, his sister and his best friend alone. You know, I always thought they were glory hogs. Xialing spoke up. But now I just know they're weird. Yeah. Katie said, perking up a moment later. I like em. The siblings shook their heads at their friend's comment before they too left the mural, wanting to get some rest. The next morning, Shang-Chi and Xialing were sparring under their aunt. They are trying to learn everything about their mother's fighting style. They knew it would be impossible to master it in a short amount of time, but as long as they got a good grasp of the basics, they might have a chance, even if it was extremely slim. You've progressed well in such a short amount of time. Ying-nan praised. Give it some more time and you will be masters just like your mother. If not greater. Sean was bashful in response. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, you did say Mom was the best and dash. He heard Ying-nan chuckle at him, a fond smile for him to see. So much like your mother. The both of you. I don't think humbleness really applies to me. Xialing muttered a slightly downcast look. But you have her beauty as well as her indomitable will. Ying-nan assured. The strongest of our people, physically, mentally and spiritually. You just need to bring it out. Any suggestions? Xialing jokingly asked. Their aunt ignored the tone, taking the question in stride. Outside of fighting with a ring, like your father, were there any weapons you have trained with in the past? Her niece became more contemplative now that she thought about it. A lot. Was Xialing's response, in which Sean nodded as well as he too trained with every weapon as well. It was a means for when we as children to be flexible with every martial arts weapon out there. Any preferences? She asked the both of them. None, actually. Came Sean's admittance. Neither of them really suited my tastes. Ying-nan nodded before focusing on her niece. And what are your tastes? Rope javelin. Xialing gave a shrug. Unconventional, but it suited me. Their aunt gave a brief nod. I believe we have just the thing. She beckoned them to follow her. Rather than going into the armory despite Ying-nan talking to someone rather briefly, they were led to a small hut near the memorial shrine of the village. This was once your mother's home. Ying-nan said, making them stop in their tracks. We moved it here after her passing. Come, there's something else you two need to see. The two followed their aunt into the small hut, finding a simple little place, a bed, some clothing, and a table with 2 bundles on them. On it were their names in Mandarin. "What are these?" Sean asked, going over to the bundle with his name. "Consider them a gift from your mother. She wanted you two to have them when you arrived someday." Unwrapping the bundled clothes, Xiaoling and Shang-Chi saw a pair of outfits made out of dragon scales. The brothers wore crimson red while the sister got one similar in silvery blue. They heard a knock soon after with Yingnan going to the source. Moments later, she came back with something in her hands before handing it over to Xiaoling. It was a rope javelin, a sheng biao like she preferred. A glowing red dagger was tied to a silvery rope with a large metal weight at the end. "I believe this will suit you best," she said, holding the weapon out for her niece to take. Gingerly, she took the dagger from her aunt, allowing the rope to fall to the ground. With a quick snap wrist, the rope wrapped itself around her arm and she grinned at the ease with which she was able to do it. Xiaoling swung each side for some experimentation and got the feeling of them. "It's perfectly weighted. Made for you in design, my dear," said their aunt. "What? I don't get anything," Sean joked, pretending to be offended at the lack of a weapon. "You said you don't have a preference," Xiaoling shot back, though none of the usual snark or bitterness she would normally possess. Yingnan only smiled at the pair, who began bickering good-naturedly, without any sign of resentment or anger towards each other. Just 2 siblings having fun in a simple argument. Time passed in the land. People were tense with what's to come. No one knew when Wenwu and his forces would appear, but they were preparing themselves. Sitting on a large rock by the beach, Sean looked on towards the dark gate with a lot on his mind. Xiaoling was by his side, the siblings sharing a rare moment of content silence between the two. Whilst they had a flurry of emotions and thoughts since coming here, right now, they found a moment of respite from it all, staring at the gate that housed a great evil. Generic, yes, but if it ain't broke don't fix it. "What ya doin'?" Looking over, they saw Katie there wearing the traditional Talo attire for the apparent archers. It was a little odd for her to wear, but it appeared she didn't mind. "What? If I'm doing most of this training, I might as well look the part," she said, puffing her chest out. Clint also helped pick it out. "What, you're already on a first-name basis with an Avenger?" Sean asked in amusement. "Explains the purple on your arm." Katie simply grinned, patting said purple armband. His smirk fell slightly, becoming more melancholic after a moment. This didn't go unnoticed by his best friend, a worried frown marrying her features. "You okay, Sean?" "Just a lot on my mind," he admitted. "Too much really." "I get it." Katie looked towards the dark gate slightly before focusing back on her friend. "What your sister and dad thought was some quest in freeing your dead mom was all a hoax by these soul-sucking bad things. Rather convincing with how well they did it. Clearly not something that'll be cleared up willy-nilly." Sean appeared deeply conflicted, looking down slightly at his right arm, the arm he always wore one of his father's rings on when he had it. After a few more moments, Shang-Chi let out a withering sigh. "It's not just that, Katie. I'm not who you think I am." She got the vibes of what went on during the trip toward Macau and knew where this was going. "You already apologized for that." "We're good dash." "That's not what I'm talking about," he interrupted, making her jolt somewhat. "Okay. Then what is it?" Her friend sighed again, was quiet for some moments before speaking. "When my dad sent me to find the man who helped kill my mom, I told you I couldn't go through with it. I lied." He didn't look at her but could tell she bore a bewildered look. He soon elaborated. "After my mom died, my father wanted justice for her death. He asked me for help in doing so, which I agreed to. He took me to this casino, in order to confirm the faces of a number of people who were there. After that, he killed them. From there, he trained me for years in order to help collect the blood debt." Sean could still see how it all happened back then, being a naive, scared child who was worried for his father. A man who was so happy became a miserable mess. He wanted to help him. As a result, he witnessed his father kill several people for the first time. After a decade of training, my father tasked me in killing the leading man of my mother's killers. What I told you of me stealing my father's ring was a lie. In truth, he gave it to me, a sign of how much he trusted in me. Sean licked his lips a little before resuming. I broke into the man's house in the middle of the night, stood above his bed and was ready to fulfill the promise I made to Dad and avenge my mom, but I couldn't do it. No matter how many attempts I made as he was soundly asleep, I just let him live. Sean finally looked toward his friend to see a number of things crossing her features. I just couldn't go back home after failing in killing him, breaking my promise to my father, turning my back towards avenging my mother. So I never went back, changed my name, started a new life and pretended it never happened. Sean sighs. I have never been more ashamed of anything in my life, abandoning my family both alive and dead because of what happened back then. Katie was about to speak when both she and Sean heard Xiaoling finally speak after all this time. So you really are a coward? Xiaoling said with a snide, derisive tone. I always knew that, but I was starting to forget about that since coming here. Thanks for reminding me how pathetic you really are, brother. Hey. Katie said, standing with a fierce gaze. What the hell is that? Why do you have to go and say something like that? What do you even gain from it? Just needed that reminder of how much of a coward my brother is. Xiaoling said, sneering at Sean. Knowing that he can't dash. Is that really what your mother would want? Katie cut her off, now glaring at her. Cause I'm pretty damn sure your mom would hate to see her two kids acting like this in her home, no less. What the hell was the point of you guys coming here and learning about her home only for you to wind up like this again? Sean was being honest, but you're just being a bitch for no reason other than to justify yourself. Xiaoling was stunned into silence by Katie's rant, as was her brother, and it appeared that she wasn't finished. Your brother didn't kill that guy. So what? That actually takes a lot more bravery not to kill than to do it like you did. And you didn't even do it cause you wanted to, it was only cause you wanted to make your dad proud. None of it was for yourself, instead, it was all for your dad. Only for him. Hell, I bet he never acknowledged any of your accomplishments. Even your fight club you made was for him, if I recall. Have you ever done anything for yourself? Anything at all? The sister was silent, staring at the bus driver in silent astonishment, never expecting such a tirade out of her. Hey. Sean softly said, hand on Katie's shoulder. Ease off, it's all right. No, it's not, Sean, and you know it. She rounded on him now. I mean, you and I saw how her ring glowed green with envy. She's completely consumed by it and dash. Seems I wasn't the only one to lie. Xiaoling said with a strained voice, making her brother and his friend look at her. What are you talking about? Shang asked in confusion. She shrugged noncommittedly. After you were gone for so long, I too trained. I thought you might have slipped and got caught. So once I knew I was ready, I took one of Father's rings and tracked that man down. I interrogated him, seeking to know that not only did he kill our mother but you as well. But to my surprise, he was outright confused about you. It made me realize you never bothered to complete the quest our father gave you. So I finished it for you. Shang-Chi was silent, stunned by this revelation until he became more solemn. And what did that accomplish? He silently asked. Xiaoling scoffed, her eyes becoming glazed momentarily. Nothing, nothing at all. I didn't get his attention when I came back home to tell him what happened. I didn't even get a proper thank you. And it didn't bring back Mom. It felt good, for 2 seconds. But then I felt nothing. She let out a haggard sigh. Like you, even if I didn't know at the time, I soon left the compound and started a new life to be who I am today. Shang-Chi stared at his sister for a few seconds until releasing an overdramatic sigh, going over and hugging her. Xiaoling was bewildered by the gesture, not responding. What are you doing? She asked, her body uncertain about how to respond. Sean chuckled, rocking left to right slightly. Hugging you now. Hug back. Would make Mom happy. Awkwardly, she reached back and patted him on the back with one hand. No, no, Katie admonished with a shake of her head, going over to grab Xiaoling's arms and placing them around her brother's back in a proper hug. There, now it's a hug. The sister could only bear such a thing for so long before retreating her arms and shoving her brother back, who only laughed at her gesture. "It's not a virus, you know." Sean spoke good-naturedly, but all he got was an annoyed stare from his sister, eliciting further laughs from Katie and Sean. Yeah, laugh it up," she said with a roll of her eyes, slumping in her seat. A moment of comfortable silence befell the trio, until Xialing sighed aloud. "Well, since we're sharing," she said, making Katie and Sean look at her in confusion. "Back then, Dad was in so much pain, I too just wanted to appease him in hopes I could take most of it away. What kind of daughter would I have been to turn down his sense of desperation for justice for our family?" It was there that Katie immediately responded from the side. "That's the exact problem, it's what your crazy dad wanted. You never considered what either of you wanted and made your own decisions that are best for yourselves. Instead, you only thought about what your father desired, who practically robbed you of both of your childhood." Katie turned to Shang-Chi first. "Sean, as your best friend, I can tell you now that I'll always stand by your side, but you've got a live life for yourself." Then to Xialing. "And Xialing, even though that fight club was made for your dad to notice, you can make something of yourself without him. You just gotta figure it out." Neither sibling said anything when Katie went in for the kill. "I think this is a question you never considered. You always did what your dad wanted and expected out of you. But ask yourself this, what would your mother want out of you?" Before either sibling could voice anything. "Oi, Katie." The trio heard the marksman of the Avengers' voice from behind. "Semir, I got a bow that I think'll work best for you." "Oh cool," Katie said, jumping up. "See ya guys later. Remember, no fighting." And with that, she turned her heel and rushed off, leaving the siblings alone with a shared look of bewilderment. Katie's words hung around the pair, letting it stem and simmer as it began being digested. "She is so weird," Xialing remarked. "Yeah, well, what else is now?" Shang-Chi said with a chuckle, the duo falling silent once more. "You were still right in being mad at me," Sean said after some moments of silence. Xialing turned to him. "I abandoned you back then. It was definitely wrong. I can't take that time back to make it right. But now we have to stick together." His sister said nothing. Looking towards the dark gate, Sean exhaled a small sigh of frustration. "You know, I really wish Mom's spirit was actually there. It would have been nice to see her one last time." "Me too," Xialing freely admitted. "Though she would question us why neither of us are married or at least in a relationship after all these years." Xialing snorted. "Marriage might not be for me. But you have Katie if things get too hard." Sean rolled his eyes. "For the last time, we're just friends." His sister begins to laugh. "I'm kidding. But you should at least consider yourself lucky in having a friend like her. She's a good person who actually cares." He smiled with her, jokingly shoving her slightly. "She's a good backup PLA dash." Goong. Shang-Chi's expression fell, looking at his sister who became tense but determined. She nodded at his brother and he returned it, the two jumping up to run towards the town that was in a frenzy of activity. They have come. It didn't take long for everyone to prepare themselves with the villagers, the Avengers, everyone in the area were quickly forming a defensive line at the front of the village. The Guardian Lions were outfitted with dragon-scale armor, the Avengers getting pieces of their own. She-Hulk and White Tiger stood amongst the lions, the former holding the mane of the largest red one. Tony had suited up, Clint's quiver was full, Iron Fist bore a red suit this time around with his fists already glowing. Strange, Mordo and Celeste either enacted a spell or had their weapon at the ready with Robbie nearby, head steaming, fire literally in his eyes. Katie stood nervously between her new mentor and best friend, clutching her bow with both hands. "Just breathe, kid." Clint spoke with an ice-cold voice. "Just breathe. Don't overthink it. You got your friends by your side." She shot him an appreciative look, turning over to Sean who held a strained smile, patting her shoulder and nodding. Soon enough, the sound of driving cars were heard in the distance. Everyone began tensing up, the growling lions heard by all as the cars were soon seen. There were at least a dozen of them coming right toward the village. Moments passed before a convoy of armored Hummers arrived. One by one they parked in a manner of cutting off the village from the way out. With the last one arriving in the middle, the area was tense with every 10-ring member coming out of the vehicles. Exiting from one of the Hummers, Wenwu stepped forward to survey the land around him. It was truly as the stories say. Of how his wife, Yingli, told him and described in detail. It almost took his breath away. But now wasn't the time for sightseeing. Behind him were his top enforcers, all equipped and ready for battle. Right now, however, the leader of the 10 Rings sought out 2 people in particular. Looking onward, Wenwu was quick to spot his children and called out to them. From the crowd, Shan and Xiaoling looked at each other before deciding to come forward. "You've finally come here at last," he said with a smile. "I was worried you were lost after what happened." "Father," they both said at the same time. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, he walked towards them, meeting them in the middle between his forces and those of Talo. He placed hands on their shoulders, gripping them tightly. "It's time for our reunion. It's time to set her free," he said with an almost beaming smile, unlike with how they had last seen their father. Things didn't go as he expected, seeing his children were more visibly upset. "What is wrong?" he asked, looking between them both. Shan wondered how to properly voice out a proper means of having his father surrender peacefully. Yet nothing seemed to work at all in his head. The son of Wenwu soon decided to go direct. "The gate guardians we've been dreaming about, they aren't the ones occupying our mother's home. The monsters are behind the gate, entrapped there. It's all a ruse to lure us here and set them free, not our mother." Xiaoling steps in, voicing her concerns. "It's true, father. We've been manipulated from the start. If those monsters are released, we're all doomed." Confusion takes over Wenwu's face as his eyes soon lock onto the dark gate at the mountain across from the lake. He then asks, not breaking eye contact with his target in Talo. "Where did you learn this from?" Shan responds, "Our aunt lives here. She told us the truth." Hearing this, Wenwu shakes his head. "Don't you think it's a bit strange that you would conveniently meet your aunt for the first time just outside of the gate and tell you to not open it?" His features hardened slightly. "This is all a trick by them in keeping us away from freeing your mother now that we're so close." His features softened for mere moments. "Don't worry, I'll handle everything from here." Taking some steps forward, Wenwu spoke aloud so perhaps everyone in the village may hopefully hear him. "If you leave, surrender, and step aside, none of you will be harmed. But if you keep me from opening my wife's prison, you will receive no mercy." The village elder, Guangbo, stepped forward and spoke to the 10 Rings leader. "We have defended the gate for generations and will not abandon it now." Ying Nan spoke up, finally addressing her brother-in-law for the first time. "I miss my sister as much as you do, but this is not the way to honor her memory." Wenwu looked over and saw her. He can clearly tell she is indeed Yingli's sister. They shared similar features and might bear more if his wife was still alive. As much as he'd like to stand down now and perhaps speak with his wife's blood, he couldn't now of all times. "Did you honor her when you turned her away?" "You fool!" Guangbo yelled out. "We turned you away. The sins of your past would have destroyed this place. Be careful how you speak to me." He gave Guangbo a pointed look. "Young man, I lived 10 of your lifetimes." Shan and Xiaoling stepped in between their father and the village, beginning to beg their father to stop. Wenwu looked around to the village, seeing the women and children, the old and fragile. He even saw his son's friend and his wayward court jester was amongst them. His resolve softens as the seconds ticked by. Before he could speak, he heard something in the wind. It was the voice of his beloved wife, which the wind carried from across the lake. "My love, please. I need you. Save me." A moment later, Wenwu clenched his fists with the rings around his arms glowing. "I've come too far to give up now," he said, a deathly glare to his visage. With this said, the immortal Khan looked back to his men. "Burn it down," he coldly ordered. With this said, the 10 Ring members began their attack. An action that was reacted with the villagers moving in to collide with their adversaries. Shan and Xiaoling stayed at their spot, looking onto the chaos. The siblings remained silent on how to act and where to fight. No doubt their father gave strict orders to not have any of his men harm either of them. Yet such orders would be ignored once fighting either of them. And that's RK. Tony said, helmet snapping around his helmet. He rocketed forward, and with that, the Avengers jumped into action. Their powers and skills were quick to overwhelm the grunts of the Ten Rings, when we were seeing them in annoyance. Avengers. His eyes then widened and his head whipped around to his children. You were with them. Surprise. Sean said, twirling his bow staff, Xialing readying her rope dart. Wenwu's expression was briefly struck ashen before he steeled himself and without hesitating, fired his rings at the two. Sean and Xialing jumped away just in time, but the shockwave of the rings still sent them flying. They landed on the ground, going in for a back roll to get themselves back up, and were ready to fight their father, but it appeared he was already busy. Iron Man had swooped down and their father immediately engaged the armored Avenger in a fierce duel. The pair fought viciously against each other, exchanging strikes and blows with every attack. Wenwu managed a hit on Iron Man's gut but was met with a beam blast to the face in retaliation. The Mandarin snarled aloud, enforcing his head with the energy of the Ten Rings, and head-butted the Avenger, who reared his head back, and then countered it with a headbutt of his own. This stunned Wenwu momentarily, but his centuries of combat experience made his body reflexively shoot out his arms, firing his rings into the Avenger. Stark was sent careening back but managed to expunge the rings with an energy shield he dispersed from his armor. The rings immediately returned to their owner, Wenwu cocking his fist back with Iron Man mirroring the posture, and their fists met at the same time, a small shockwave bursting out from the contact. Before either sibling would go in and assist the Iron Avenger, they heard a scream from someone familiar to them. Looking over, they saw Katie was backing away and defending herself from their former mentor, Li Qinglin. Sean's old friend was swinging her bow left and right, which the Death Dealer was avoiding with utter ease. He wasn't even trying, due to how inexperienced Katie was. Didn't help when she soon tried to punch him, yet Qinglin caught her arm and tossed her away. Seeing this happen, Sean was quick to move and go right toward his friend's attacker, with Xialing following right behind. Just as Death Dealer was about to finish the job, his instincts kicked in and he raised his arm in time to block a red bow staff. A moment later, he shoved it back, whipping out Kunao, and retaliated with a spinning corkscrew. Sean spun his bow staff around, deflecting the attacks. Death Dealer was relentless in his assault, but his motions were halted when something caught his wrist. He was then violently tugged back, yet he managed to land gracefully on the ground. His head whipped up to see Xialing standing by her brother, both glaring at the man with heated looks. There was an odd glint in their former mentor and tormentor's eyes as he twirled his kunao about. "Don't expect a repeat from Macau," Sean plainly said. Qinglin said nothing, but his eyes conveyed enough smugness to annoy the siblings, yet Xialing shook her head. "Stay focused, brother," she quietly said. "Let's teach this asshole he can't toss us around anymore." Shang-Chi couldn't hide his grin at his sister's words and readied his staff. This time, it was Death Dealer that moved to strike first, but his attack was immediately parried by Sean. With this opening, Xialing jumped forward with a flying knee, one their tormentor hastily blocked. He then threw his own knee up, which was swatted aside by Shang-Chi with his staff, followed by one strong jab to his stomach. Death Dealer stumbled back, yet his instincts helped him in blocking a flurry of kicks directed at him from Xialing. His arm was then caught with her rope dart, and with a mighty pull, enhanced by the magical properties of her weapon, Qinglin was thrown toward her. She simply stepped aside as her brother came in for a spinning strike, his bow staff cracking against the man's chest. Their old mentor crashed onto the ground, groaning aloud in pain, clutching his chest. The siblings grinned at their victory, this high-fiving each other in full force over this long-awaited feeling over the man who brutalized them in their younger years. If they were perhaps attentive towards their surroundings, they would have noticed their father seeing this happen in fragmented bits when he wasn't focusing more on Stark. A frown marred his features upon witnessing his children defeat Qinglin. Whatever sense of pride he had of seeing this was quickly squashed down with the anger he felt of them essentially betraying him further. He didn't have further time to dwell on the topic as he was grabbed by Stark and the two flew up into the air, re-engaging in their battle. With the man's children, them defeating the Death Dealer gave them a sense of accomplishment swelled within the siblings. Their aunt was truly right in her assessment. Working together is far better than getting in each other's way. Sean looked around and spotted Katie leaning against the wall of the nearby building. He came up to her with a worried look. "You okay, Katie?" he asked in concern. She gave off a weak laugh, trying to stand upright, chest puffed out. "Yeah. Nothing, I can't just walk off. Like you crashing that one client's car. That was one time and it was a stupid dog's fault for getting in the way." She immediately rebuked, any semblance of fear or exhaustion vanishing. Sean shorted in humor. Katie looked around and cringed on the ensuing fight all around. Things are getting out of hand. To prove this point, she and the Sue siblings saw She-Hulk collide with Ravage, who was using debris from nearby buildings to strike Banner's cousin over and over. The Ghost Rider was scorching several Ten-Ring assassins before being struck from the side by DK. The sorcerers were duking it out eyebrow before they separated elsewhere. Every other Avenger was elsewhere in the area as it was hard to keep track of them with how chaotic everything was. Though hearing the familiar, iconic sounds of metallic rings colliding with repulsor blasts made the trio quickly locate their source. Gazing over yonder, Katie, Sean and Xialing saw Stark was still battling Wenwu as their bout was getting closer to the beach. Sharing a look, the Sue siblings knew where they needed to go now. Katie saw them leave before she went off to try and recover for the time being until going back into the fight. If Sean's friend stayed any longer, she would have seen the Death Dealer get back onto his feet. The trained assassin saw where his master's progeny went off to with a narrowed glance. Before Qinglin could go after them, he was struck from the side by the Iron Fist. "Can't have you ruin family therapy now," said Danny, striking the Death Dealer once more with another punch, one glowing with yellow chi. "It's long overdue." The chi-empowered punch sent Death Dealer flying back, crashing through one of the buildings of the village. Elsewhere, Clint was bobbing and weaving around the sword arm of Razor Fist, the man frustrated at being unable to cut down the Avenger. Nearby was Crusher, who was getting beaten back by the onslaught of the White Tiger with his green ethereal tigers assisting in overwhelming the man. She-Hulk fought viciously against Ravage, the Guardian Lions assisting her. Modred was using every spell he knew to ward off the combined duo of Doctor Strange and Karl Mordo, the man almost ragged as both men were relentless in their attacks. Celeste ran into the Devil Slayer and saw him using the shadows to combat her. Yet the response he got from this was a rather chilling phrase. "I pity you," she said, igniting her lightsaber. "You use the shadows. I am a Jedi Shadow. Fighting people like you is on my resume." Shaking off the phrase, he glared at her beneath his hood. "I don't even know what that is." Celeste smirked, twirling her saber. "You will." With quick use of the Force laced with the magic she had mastered, Devil Slayer's eyes bulged out, finding himself flying towards her. He hastily utilized his cloak to escape, but the man didn't have time to breathe as Morn was instantly upon him. "You can't hide," she said, "just surrender. And besmirch the name of the Ten Rings." He shot back. "Like hell. So be it." As the two battle against each other, the hooded Ten Rings demonic member fought against the Avengers demon. DK fought savagely, constantly trying to tear Ghost Rider apart, yet the spirit of vengeance was persistent in retaliation. A demon freed from his cage. Rider grasped his fiery chain in one hand, which was linked to his emblazoned axe in the other. "That simply won't do. Make this easier for yourself and bury your head in this axe here." DK only screeched back in response, getting the Ghost Rider to huff with a pleased look in his fiery eyes. "Good choice. I need to test this thing's sharpness." The fighting went on all around the village, chaos reigning. Yet in spite of it all, the villagers and the Avengers were beating back the Ten Rings one at a time, but the fight they were putting up still proved difficult. In the midst of the battle, Wenwu successfully managed to repel Iron Man with a combined blow with the use of all 10 of his rings. With that attack, the two had violently separated, crashing on opposite ends of the village. Iron Man on the outskirts and the Mandarin right in front of the village memorial shrine. Getting to his knees, the first thing Wenwu saw was a portrait of his wife, and his heart stopped. The fighting in the village was tuned out, the man's focus solely on the picture of the woman whom he loved with his heart and soul. Standing in front of the portrait, the corner of his eyes caught sight of some unlit incense. Wordlessly, he took one, lit the edge and placed it on the small bowl in front of the picture. He held a solemn gaze, eyes becoming glazed as he clasped his hands together into a small prayer. "Soon, my love," he whispered. "Soon." He heard footsteps from behind and saw that it was his son that entered the shrine. Rather than glare or say anything negative, Shang-Chi's eyes were focused on his mother's shrine. "Father," he quietly said. "Please. You don't have to do this. This is her home. And it's stopping us from reuniting with her." Wenwu deftly retorted, turning to face him. A pained look crossed Sean's face, the young man shaking his head. "She's not back there, Dad. She's gone." He became more resolute. "And if you're not gonna stop, then I'll stop you myself." Wenwu's expression was difficult for Sean to read as the man approached him. "And are you planning to stop me? Even with these Avengers?" "I'm not afraid of you," he managed out, making his father smirk. With a quick look down at the trembling hand and the hesitation in the eyes, Wenwu could see right through his statement. "Yes, you are." Clenching his teeth, Sean swung first, though it was immediately blocked by his father's wrist. With a ring-enhanced elbow to his chest, Shang-Chi was sent skidding back, his bow staff managing to stop him from flying back. Sean mentally thanks his aunt and mother for the dragon scale suit, as it absorbed a great deal of the damage of the rings. Still hurt like hell though. The two traded attacks, back and forth with Sean on the offensive, though his father's defense held strong. Sean went for a horizontal swing, which Wenwu easily jumped over and kicked his son down hard. Seeing his son lying on the ground, he stood above him and glared. "You've spent your entire life afraid. Always running, always hiding," he berated his boy. "Never finding any semblance of courage to face your past like a man." With Wenwu distracted in fighting his son, he didn't notice his daughter come in with a strike from behind. Not in close combat right away, but with her rope dagger. The heavyweight side crashed into his blind side, making him stumble back. This left an opening for Sean to quickly get back onto his feet, grab his bow staff and deliver a few thrusts. With the Immortal Khan avoiding the hits, Xialing soon came in with several swings of her weapon, having the blade nearly cut Wenwu's face if he didn't duck away in time. Xialing maneuvered around quickly, kicking the heavy weight of her weapon right at her father. He kicked it right back, prompting his daughter to swerve and continue swinging her rope around. The rope swiftly furled around the arm, having it pulled down by Xialing. Yet Wenwu was quick to pull back to send his daughter flying over, leaving her exposed for a condensed ring blast to send her outside of the shrine. "Xialing!" Sean cried out, now aggressively attacking his father, getting several hits in on Wenwu's chest. The man grunted, the dragon scale-tipped staff proving to be a formidable weapon. Yet with a quick counter, his rings went into their whip mode, grabbing the staff and its owner, and he tossed Sean to where his sister was. The siblings groaned in pain but forced themselves back up just as their father came at them. Wenwu attacked with little restraint, Xialing rolling out of the way whilst Sean deflected his attacks. "You were there when they came for her, and you did nothing. You stood at a window and watched her die." He felt his arm get ensnared once more. He was pulled back before he was struck hard with a knee strike to his spine. Wenwu fell to the ground but performed a recovery roll. Looking over, he saw Xialing pull her dagger rope back to her with a glare aimed right at him. He was just a child. His daughter yelled at him. "And so was I. How could we have fought so many adults back then? We would have been slaughtered and you would have been alone." Wenwu was momentarily taken aback by the venom in his daughter's voice, proving to be the needed distraction for Sean to smack him right in the jaw with his bow staff. He tumbled to the ground, righting himself on one knee and massaged his bruised cheek, which healed moments later thanks to the rings. Seeing this, Shang-Chi glared spitefully at those bands around his father's arms. "She was gone and we needed you. But you chose those damn rings over us," he shouted. In response, Wenwu began firing his rings at them both, the pair spinning their weapons around to swat and bat away each ring that went right back to him. Each sibling went to attack from either side of their father as he grew closer to them. Their efforts were driving Wenwu back more and more to the water banks before holding him in place with the staff on one side with the rope pulling on the other. In mere moments, the siblings coordinated their movements to properly knock their father away and lie on the ground. You trained your son and daughter to be killers. Shang-Chi marched towards him, staff at the ready. Is this what you wanted? Wen Wu didn't get a chance to respond, his children refusing to let up on their attacks. Mother wouldn't have wanted any of this, said Xiaoling, rage filling her senses and voice. She would have wanted us to be better. With a combined attack, they brought their weapons down, striking their father at full force. He fell to the ground, grunting at the impact before he forced himself back up to one knee. Both Su siblings now stood above the crouched man with their weapons aimed right at him. Even if you could bring her back, what makes you think she'd want anything to do with you? Sean's tone was cool and unfeeling, something that caused a snap in his father. With speeds they couldn't follow, Wen Wu tripped up his daughter whilst delivering a 5-ring powered uppercut to his son's gut. He hovered in the air momentarily just as Wen Wu recalled all his rings onto one arm to deliver a devastating punch that sent him careening through the water. Shang! Xiaoling cried out in horror, eyes wide in disbelief at seeing her brother get submerged in the depths of the water. She went to retaliate but received a similar treatment. The rings swiftly collided against her and sent her flying. Instead of landing in the lake, she tumbled a good distance away on the shoreline. With his children incapacitated, or worse, Wen Wu looked onward to where the dark gate was at. Hurry! Come! The voice of his beloved wife called to him, having the immortal man shoot his rings of power into the earth and propel him into the air. He crossed over the lake in mere moments. Shooting out his rings once more from his arms, he softened his landing before stumbling in his step. Gazing up, his eyes landed on the gate that was his final obstacle. He was right here. He was so close. I'm coming, my love. The man whispered, adopting an unyielding look of determination. Calling upon his ring's power, he reared back his arm and began punching the gate's surface. Energy rippled all over, courtesy of the rings enhancing his strikes. One after the other, he slammed his powered-up punches against the gate with each strike loosening the dragon-scale barrier. As he was breaking through the dragon-scaled gate, Wen Wu pauses at an unusual warbling screech coming from on high. Looking up, he froze up at what he saw. Winged, bat-like eldritch creatures were coming through the cracks of the gate. The same creatures similar to those he's been seeing in his dreams. Wen Wu wasn't sure what to make of what he was looking at until he heard her voice again. Save me, my dear. Save me. Hearing his wife's pleading voice once more, almost like a haze coming over him, Wen Wu resumes his task in breaking down the gate. Over in the village, the defenders of Talo with their new allies with the Avengers were beating back the 10 rings soundly through their enforcers remained the most difficult of enemies to dispose of. Crusher and Razorfist managed to pair up and proved to be an effective team in keeping Clint, Hector, and Danny back. Death Dealer had been thoroughly beaten, the man lying in a heap of buried rubble, slowly coming to but feeling pain course through his body, courtesy of the Iron Fist. Celeste remained engaged with Devil Slayer and his demon DK was fighting viciously against Ghost Rider. Ravage was finding She-Hulk to be a severe annoyance, the Guardian Lions proving to be sturdier creatures than anticipated with how much damage they were able to tank. Madrid was proving to be the biggest hassle of the 10 rings, constantly teleporting around the battlefield with a spell different from the Sling Ring. Short bursts of teleportations, similar to the ones the mystics of Camartage utilize though his left and after image. Strange and Mordo were in constant pursuit of the man yet he remained elusive. Ying Nan was standing in the midst of a fallen foe when she heard a screech in the distance. Looking to the source her eyes widened when seeing something flapping away from the dark gate. He breached the gate. Iron Man landed next to her, his eyes affixed on the oncoming bat creatures flying toward them. Are those the little freak shows from the other world? He asked, Ying nodding. They're coming from the gate. She said, Wen Wu is there. Without another word, he blasted off at full speed towards the gate, ignoring the cries of protest from Nan. To her surprise, the man's suit proved effective enough to at least repel the creatures though it didn't kill them. He blasted through them all, making a beeline for the gate where the Mandarin was. Shaking her head, Ying Nan turned back to her village, yelling at the top of her lungs. Talo! Her voice broke through the battle. Cease who you are fighting. The gate has been breached. We must prepare to defend ourselves. Without another word, all the residents of Talo immediately disengaged the people they were fighting, rushing to rally around Ying-nan. The 10 rings were left in a state of confusion at being abandoned so suddenly, though Ying did not forget about them. "Those things are gonna kill us all if we don't work together." She spoke in grave seriousness. "Whatever feelings you have for us must be abandoned now for the sake of the world." Razor Fist gave her a bewildered look with anger still ever present. "You think we're going to fall for that?" he asked in rage. "Your weapons are useless against them," Ying-nan coolly stated. The one-armed man snorted, throwing his arms wide open. "We don't need your help," he boasted. "We are the mighty 10 rings in any dash." One of the soul suckers went directly to Qinglin, who only just stood back up from his injuries. It swooped down, latching onto the man, and he struggled in a futile effort before having an orb of energy, his soul, be pulled out from where his mouth was behind his mask. He was promptly dropped to the ground and he landed there, unmoving and dead. Others went elsewhere in the village. She-Hulk tumbled across the ground, whipping her hand across her mouth where blood was coming out of. The guardian lions were injured and still recovering, their moans of pain enraging her. "You're dead, you bastard!" she growled out. "Is that all you have to say?" Ravage smugly asked, arms out wide despite the litany of bruises, bites, and claw marks he had despite his healing factor. "Come now, Jennifer. Where's all that bravado you and your cousin have in your blood?" "Don't worry, Crawford, I'm getting my second wind." Before Jennifer could properly prove her point, something dived in from behind the man and interfered with their fight. With how they were positioned, Crawford was snatched up by one of the little soul suckers and was hoisted up into the air. The Gamma-enhanced professor struggled to free himself from the eldritch creature. No matter how hard he tried, it was a wasted effort. And in that struggle, the soul sucker did its namesake and sucked the soul out of Crawford's body before depositing him to the earth. As this happened, Jennifer could only look on with various emotions. Even if he was an enemy, she didn't wish this fate to befall on him. Seeing this happen to many 10-ring operatives, especially a few of their powerhouses, made things get worse and worse. No. Razor Fist tried in vain, seeing his partner get snatched up by several of the soul suckers. One of the archers of Talo tried helping, managing to shoot down several of the creatures, yet one remained latched onto the man and pulled out his soul. The man's body fell to the ground, his comrade and friend rushing over to check up on him only to see the worst had come to pass. We should work together," Razor Fist quietly said, in disbelief at the sight of his brother in arms being taken by these creatures. Elsewhere, Ghost Rider stood over the charred husk of DK, the flaming skull appearing smug when it heard screeches coming right for him. Looking up, Robbie saw soul suckers flying right for him. With a roll of his shoulder, he flung his fiery chain and axe and it cleaved through the beasts, the hellfire scorching them into ashes. Celeste, having beaten Devil Slayer, stood in front of him as the soul suckers descended on her. Enacting a coating spell around her lightsaber, she swung her blade around in a series of arching sweeps, taking out some whilst beating back others. Seeing Crusher and Ravage being taken and killed by these soul suckers, along with many of the 10-ring members essentially giving up, Modred let loose a growl. "Fuck this." He soon used his magic to take him and several others away from Talo and back to the compound. "So much for friendly cooperation," Strange dryly said, Mordo nodding absent-mindedly. "What are they doing?" Clint asked, standing close by to Kate protectively. "Stealing souls to feed the Dweller in Darkness. If it grows strong enough, it will break right through the gate." That was just the beginning. Ying-nan informed him and the others, unaware of what their intentions were. "Where the hell did Tony go?" Jen asked, jogging over to them, the guardian lions by her side. "To the gate," she said, hopefully, "he can stop Wenwu from causing any more damage to the gate." "They're still coming through," Celeste pointed out, holding her lightsaber in the direction of the gate, and from it was a nearby army of soul suckers. "Rearm yourselves," Ying-nan ordered. Immediately, everyone was assembling. Residents of the village were acquiring every weapon in their stores, distributing them to the Avengers and their enemies. "Everyone to the water now," Clint ordered. "Archers to the back, shields up front. Avengers, pick your targets, do not fight alone, stay back to back and watch each other's success." Strange, Mordo, you two gotta keep them all rattled. Portal, illusions, all of it. Ryder, just go wild. Once everyone got into formation, a brief moment of silent anticipation came over the group. The soul suckers drew closer and closer, their unearthly screeches unnerving some. Aim at the sky, to win or die. Guangbo order, slamming his longbow hard on the ground for emphasis, knocking an arrow in a second later. Clint looked over and gave a brief instruction to Sean's friend. Deep breaths, Katie. Katie gave a hesitant nod before doing what was needed. From behind them all, Xialing stood, torn and conflicted. She wanted to get to her brother, but also she needed to stop her father, and she could do neither. As these thoughts plagued her mind, her own brother drifted further and further down into the depths of the water. He was unresponsive, small bubbles of breath drifting out from his mouth. He should be thrashing, flailing, doing everything he could to escape this watery grave. Yet he felt, strangely content. Sean was cognitive of where he was and made no efforts to swim up. Shang-Chi, you have nothing to fear. The memories of his mother echoed in his mind. It was like a warm blanket draped over him. You have the heart of our dragon. I will always be a part of you. And your dad will too. Take everything we've given you and make it your own. He felt a soothing sensation well from within his chest, the water around him beginning to shift about. I'm so proud of you. Our family needs you. Now go. Eyes snapping open, Sean wildly looked about his surroundings until he saw a shadowy, snake-like creature swimming around him. Eventually, the being revealed itself to him and Sean felt a surge of power within him. The being looked into his eyes before going under him, and he latched onto the large head, straining himself against the pressure of the water. On the surface, the soul suckers were just a few feet away from the protectors of Talo when everyone froze at the sight of rippling water. The water's surface exploded upward. From it, something unexpected was shown to many present in the village. It was a massive eastern dragon with silvery white and red scales. It began chomping and tearing many of the soul suckers with both its mouth and tail as it spun about. It was the Great Protector. Holy shit! Several of the Avengers exclaimed. Guys! Hector excitedly said. It's fucking Shenron. My word! Mordo muttered in amazement. He's amazing! Iron Fist exclaimed before snorting. The one in Kunlun is better and more intimidating. Sure. She-Hulk dryly said. Oh. Ghost Rider managed out in his demonic voice. I wanna watch Dragon Ball Z now. Oh my god, you damn children. Barton said aloud. Focus, people. The village elder nodded and gave out a resounding order. Drawl. The soul suckers drew closer and closer by the second. Anticipation was rising far more than before. Fire. A hail of arrows came down on the demons, the front force of the creatures being killed in rapid succession. The next one, however, flew at them unfettered. They came down on the defenders of the village, and several managed to quickly take some souls whilst others were killed off. Ghost Rider was the first to act of the Avengers, jumping into the air to whip his hellfire chain around, killing any soul sucker that flew within his vicinity. White Tiger unleashed several jade dragons, the spiritual animals grabbing soul suckers out the air and bringing them down. Some were ripped apart to shreds whilst others nearby killed them off. She-Hulk, garbed in dragon scale gloves and bracers, jumped around, punching the demons out of the air or snagging them to rip them apart. The guardian lions also proved to be effective, the beasts being able to tear into the eldritch demons. Celeste used her lightsaber, though on it was a dragon scale ringlet. With the use of her magic, the force and some creativity, she managed to imbue her saber with the properties of the dragon scale, managing to kill the soul suckers more easily. Strange and Mordo were working overtime, either killing the bat freaks or moving about the battlefield, saving any who were about to have their souls taken. Clint remained close to Katie, shooting down any soul sucker that came close, constantly instructing Katie where to shoot whilst keeping her safe, something she greatly appreciated. Iron Fist was wearing dragon scale vambraces of his own, both his fists alight with chi. He was bashing away any soul sucker that drew near, grabbing a red sword in the middle of the battle for better range. Whirling her weapon about to and from, Xialing was able to destroy many of the eldritch bat creatures. Xialing. shouted a familiar voice to her. Twisting over, the daughter of Wenwu had found her brother. Not only was he not drowning in the lake but was riding the Great Protector. "Get on!" he called out to her. Taking off in a dead sprint, Xialing used her dagger rope to quickly latch onto the resident dragon. It soon went higher, causing her to swiftly climb to the end. Her brother hoisted her up a second later with her furling up her weapon with a quick flick of her arm. "We have to stop father." It was rather obvious to say, but Shan knew what needed to be done. Flying through the air, the Great Protector was bringing the two humans to the Dark Gate. The dragon was destroying more of the small soul suckers during the small journey. Nearing the Dark Gate, the siblings saw their father was battling against Tony Stark once more. The Iron Avenger was doing his best to hold off Wenwu from striking the gate several times over. The Mandarin fought like a man possessed, not letting up whilst Stark refused to give him any more ground. Problem was that there were the 10 rings of power to deal with. So while several kept Tony distracted at times, Wenwu used those distractions to fire his rings at the gate. They weren't as strong as his fully powered punches, but they still managed to damage the gate with their small shockwaves. "I can say one thing," Iron Man remarked, firing a beam at Wenwu, who conjured a barrier to hold it back. "You are relentless. Kinda like me. Do you know you talk too much?" Wenwu said through gritted teeth, an annoyed glare directed at the billionaire. "No, since when was that an issue?" Stark asked, feigning ignorance. Before they were able to continue their battle, a powerful roar was heard, followed by a gush of wind. Both men looked up to see Shang-Chi and Xialing landing behind Stark, a dragon flying overhead. "What the hell?" Tony said in awe. "What's with Dragon Ball Z?" "That's the Great Protector," Sean answered, eyes on his father. Stark whistled appreciatively, hands on his hips as he admired the great beast that swooped in momentarily, eating a number of soul suckers at once. "Mr. Stark." Shang spoke up, making the man turn to him. "This is our fight. Ours to settle. Please." Whilst Iron Man wished to continue the fight, he recalled the conversation the two had prior to the battle. "Daddy issues suck, don't they?" was all Tony said before flying up into the air and heading back to the village, the two siblings snorting at the comment. Wenwu stood silently, observing his children, who soon walked towards him. "Are you truly that determined to have your mother trapped behind there?" he rhetorically asked, gesturing to the gate. "She's not back there, father," spoke his daughter. Wenwu's jaw clenched. "Get out of my way." "We won't," said his son. Wordlessly, his children got into fighting stances and the man let loose a disappointed sigh. Then, without warning, he attacked. 2 rings were shot from his arms, his children dodging both times when they came at them and when they returned back to their father. He got in close and it became a display of high-level martial arts from all 3 participants. Wenwu was so skilled that not only was he able to hold off against his children, but was able to make the occasional strikes against the Dark Gate, releasing more soul suckers in the process. As this happened, either of the siblings would come in and knock him away to resume their fight. It became such a cycle, one which needed to be broken, but in Shang-Chi and Xialing's favor. Before long, the Su siblings realized that whatever they were doing wasn't working. Sean looked towards his sister and spoke quickly. "We can't fight like we used to. Remember what our aunt told us?" Xialing simply nodded in agreement. Jumping back, both remembered their teachings, their aunt's words and their mother's memories. They were no longer going to fight like their father but like their mother. Both got into fighting stances different from what they were used to, but their father immediately recognized it. A wave of nostalgia struck him, seeing their mother briefly before he snapped himself out of his daze. Teeth clenched tightly, the Khan ran at them, the battle resuming. Back in the village, things were in an utter state of disarray. Losses were slowly piling up. Everyone was starting to get exhausted, little by little, leaving them open for the soul suckers to take them down. Amongst the wreckage in the village, Sherlock and Watson of the Digiong waddled about. They were worried as the one person they knew best was nowhere to be found. That was until they found him. Coming across Trevor, they trilled sounds of whimpering sorrow. He wasn't moving. They began knocking against him, hoping he wasn't dead. "Calm down, mates. Trevor grunted out, holding his head up. I'm not dead, it's just a performance. Now get down here and play along. Seems it was rather convincing with all of the wounded and dead people lying around. Before long, the two Digion played dead, lying on their backs and trying to sleep it all off. Over yonder, Katie saw this and groaned. God, I wish I can join. She muttered as she kept firing one arrow at a time from her cover. Morris, who hid beside her, made a trilling sound. Me too, buddy, me too. She muttered, managing a quick pat on his head. Back at the dark gate, the Sioux siblings continued working in tandem. They were doing their best to block and avoid the rings of power whilst blocking their father's attempts of getting back to the gate. Even though they've been getting some form of advantage by changing to their mother's fighting style, it wasn't enough for the most part. Their combined efforts had, at last, kept the man back from the gate, and in their battle, both now possessed 2 rings, one on each of their wrists. Their opponent now only has 6 in total in his possession. In several clashes, they were having tug-o-war match to see who can regain or take whatever rings from the other. Other bouts had the rings clash with each other over and over again, having their metallic sounds ring out in the mountain area. Wenwu held a conflicted look. On one hand, he was angry and frustrated at having his own blood hold him back to such an extent. But on the other, there was an unquestionable feeling of pride at seeing his children fighting together so effectively, and in a style that was a mixture of his way and their mother's. Their actions kept him on his heels, overwhelmed by the synchronized flurry his children were unleashing. What they once taught their children before her passing. I have to save her. Wenwu says with desperation in his voice. She's calling to me. I wish that were true. Father, please. Just stop. We need you. Sean implored. We can't change what happened, but please. We can still be a family. For a brief moment, the strange haze that swirled in the mind of the Mandarin lifted. Let me out. And like that, it locked him back in. Overwhelmed with desperation and fury, Wenwu lunged at his son. He struck him hard first. In the process, he stole back his rings from Sean before repeating the same action towards his daughter. Dad! Sean cried out in vain, seeing what he was about to do. Having all rings back on his arms, he reared them back and unleashed everything he had, striking the dark gate right then and there with the strongest smash yet. The ground shook. Not just on the mountain, but on the ground across the lake as well. The soul suckers immediately stopped fighting, which a number of their enemies used to their advantage to slay them. Everyone else froze and turned to the mountain, subconsciously realizing what had happened. Silence more or less reigned over the land. All that could be relatively heard was picked up by Wenwu. Thank you, for freeing me. After this was heard, the dark gate burst open. The debris went everywhere as a monstrous entity was unleashed. It was far more menacing and intimidating as it was ugly in appearance. It was just as large as the great protector of Talo. And it was a large, frighteningly enlarged version of the regular soul suckers. It was the Dweller in Darkness. Oh. Shit. Was all Sean drawled out upon seeing the monstrosity escaping its prison. Wenwu's eyes widened, and in an instant, the haze, that unusual pressure in his mind that had plagued him for so long, abruptly vanished. All that hope was replaced with utter terror. What have I done? This terror was soon redirected when he saw the Dweller in Darkness focus its attention on his children. Oh fuck! Sean exclaimed, instinctively grabbing his sister protectively. Using his rings, Wenwu propelled himself forward, crashing into his son and daughter, knocking them a good distance away. Tumbling to an eventual stop, Shang-Chi and Xiaoling saw their father was hoisted into the air by the giant soul sucker's tentacles. They sought to reach him, but the Dweller in Darkness was ascending higher into the sky and beyond their reach. Their breaths got caught in their throats upon seeing the expression he gave off to them. One of regret, sorrow, and acceptance. He wasn't going to fight back. Their father accepted his fate. They could only watch on as their father's soul was being sucked from his being. Him growing weaker and weaker by the second as his very essence was siphoned away. Before it could proceed further, with the last dregs of his life being dragged out his body, the great protector swiftly appeared and collided against its ancient adversary, crashing them right into the mountain. The action caused the eldritch entity to let go of Wenwu, having him fall to the ground from quite the height. Yet the man did nothing to slow his descent. He just allowed gravity to take its course, his children running too late as he crashed to the ground. Neither stopped moving, they kept getting closer to their father. Skidding down to his sides, the Su siblings saw their father was hardly moving. Wenwu's breath was shallow, his eyes distant. In spite of that, his gaze held firmly on his two children that were on either side of him. Just seeing them was enough to trigger a flood of memories that consumed his entire being. He was there, watching them train, analyzing them from afar as his men conditioned them into weapons that he would use for his vengeance. How he became what he once walked away from after losing his beloved wife. And upon thinking of his wife, as if a haze that has clouded his mind for so long, he remembered her vividly. That smile she would always send in his direction, the way she held him closely when the two would simply sit in content silence whilst their children dozed off. All that wasted time. He weakly whispered, his children barely hearing that. All I should have been instead of what I was. All for nothing. Shang-Chi and Xiaoling shared a look with each other, completely thrown off by what their father just said. What? The former said in a low voice. Wenwu didn't respond, looking at his daughter first. He had a pained smile on his face, clutching her arm with all his remaining strength. You look just like her. The dying Khan said quietly. So much like her. But that hatred. That anger and envy, that was all my fault. I instilled such traits in you because I couldn't bear to look at you longer than I had to lest I suffer pain. My own weakness turned my little girl into a killer. Forgive me, Xiaoling. Your mother would have never wanted you to go down this path and I forced it upon you. Lifting up his arms, he had 5 of the rings go up Shan's right arm with the other 5 going up Xiaoling's left arm. A moment or two after he felt the connection of the rings leave him, the last bit of his strength left him. Funny. Who would have thought dying would reunite me with her after all? His vision began to blur and darken. My love. My children. Shan and Xiaoling snapped their heads in the direction of the familiar voice and their breaths got caught in their throats. Wenwu, who had been fading, felt a moment of life surge through him, his hazy vision clearing just enough to see. Mom. Shan weakly said. In front of the 3 of them stood an ethereal, translucent figure they all knew very well. The figure glowed with a golden hue, one of warmth, comfort, and love, and it knelt down to them. Yingli said nothing to either of her children, only bringing each hand to either of their faces. Rubbing her thumbs across their cheeks as she gave them a smile. Her subtle actions were enough of a conversation to understand. Xiaoling shuddered, unable to hold back the tears that freely flowed from her eyes, her mother being able to wipe them away. She leaned forward, placing a chaste kiss on her daughter's forehead before leaning hers on Xiaoling's and smiling lovingly at her. She then did the same to Shan, who was still in a state of shock at what he was looking at until he felt his mother's forehead on his. Breaking contact with her children, she focused more on her husband. Come, Wenwu. Yingli softly said, a loving smile for her family to see. Her spirit reached forward, grasping his arm. As she pulled on him, what came up wasn't his body but his own spirit, the man looking down in stunned disbelief with his children mirroring his expression. He was about to question just what was happening until he felt his wife's hand on his cheek. She simply smiled at him, then turned to their children. Wenwu's spirit did the same, mirroring his son's state of disbelief moments ago. That changed when he felt his wife rest her head on his chest, holding him close. A look of peace washed over the man, the spirit trembling as he embraced his wife and looked close to weeping after being reunited with her after so long. Yingli only hummed happily, gazing up at her husband before resting her eyes upon her astonished children. We leave the rest to you, was all their mother said in full confidence before both their parents' spirits faded from the cliffside. And with them gone, their father's body slumped motionless right after. The last thing they heard was his final breath exiting his body. They almost couldn't believe it as they stared down at their father's body. He truly was dead. The immortal Khan who ruled for 1,000 years had at long last moved on from this physical realm. Too many questions swarmed their mind, but right now, they had something far more important to deal with. With his passing, Sean and Xialing stood up and looked towards the distance to where the Dweller in Darkness was battling against the Great Protector. But first, whirling towards where the Dark Gate was, the Su siblings reared their respective arms back. The rings of power in their possession flared to life in the process. With a thrust of their arms, the rings shot out and struck the mountain face. The rocks fell down and closed off the breached opening, sealing off whatever soul suckers remained. The rings came back to Shang-Chi and Xialing's arms. Looking over, they saw the Great Protector coming back to them. This was due to the Dweller in Darkness having broken away and going right toward the village. Seeing the opportunity, the pair took off at a dead sprint before using their rings to propel them into the air, land on the dragon's back and run toward the head. Over at the village, the Avengers and Protectors saw the Dweller in Darkness, the gargantuan demon flying right towards them. Santa Mierda, that's the stuff of nightmares. Hector exclaimed. How are we supposed to fight that? That's not our job. Strange said, summons electrically charged ethereal snakes that ripped through a number of soul suckers. Our job is still taking care of these little ones. Their Great Protector will keep the monster at bay. Mordo said, whipping the staff of the living tribunal about, killing multiple creatures at once. But for how long? As long as it takes. Celeste yelled, stabbing her saber through a soul sucker, killing it. As the Did drew closer, the Great Protector with the Su siblings were in hot pursuit. The dragon flew down to the surface of the water, skimming the top of it, and its orange eyes began radiating brightly. A moment later, its scales began glowing, the energy transferring into the water. A blue light traveled at high speeds to the shore of the village. Those at the village saw the Dweller coming in closer and they all braced themselves for battle and death. When a plume of water erupted, launching the demon into the air. The Great Protector flew in from below, flying around in a spinning path with more water erupting and trapping the Did in a swirling tornado of water. From atop the head of the dragon, Sean and Xialing watched all this in amazement. Okay, so we got it trapped. The former commented. So now what? We kill it. Xialing said. Yeah, and how the hell are we supposed to do that? In the midst of all this, Iron Man had joined in, firing beams and missiles at the monster, testing its durability and seeing that it had no effect. Well, that did nothing. He commented, flying by to get next to the Su siblings. All right, how do we kill it? We're working on that. Sean lamely said. In the midst of their conversation, they soon noticed soul suckers flying toward their progenitor. Within their tentacles were the many souls they managed to capture and quickly moved to drop them into the mouth of the beast. The souls were absorbed by the Dweller in Darkness, the beast empowered with violet lines running down its body. Once sufficiently powered up, it expunged a shockwave that dispelled the water that trapped it. Ah fuck, it's juiced. Stark commented, hovering alongside the dragon, with Sean and Xialing staring at it in fear. Now what? The Dweller and Great Protector circled each other in the air, both glaring at each other before they rushed one another. Their heads bashed into each other and both siblings were flung from the head. They were caught by Iron Man, who flew around the two gargantuan beasts. The Dweller ensnared the Great Protector with its tentacles, grabbing the dragon by the throat and head with its clawed arms. It bashed the face several times and pried the mouth open. If it gets our dragon's soul, it will be unstoppable. Ying Nan said from the village shore. Oh shit. Strange said close by. Mordo, Celeste. The other two sorcerers saw this and were quick to spring into action. Using the cloak of levitation, the vaulting boots of Voldhum and magical platforms, the sorcerers went airborne. Getting around the monster, the three sorcerers called upon their mystical knowledge. Strange created a dozen copies of himself and they threw out magical hooks that latched themselves onto the Dweller's face. Celeste and Mordo, meanwhile, moved behind the Great Protector, ethereal enlarged hands coming from their arms, grabbing onto the soul of the dragon and pulling it back. The Did thrashed about violently, trying to free itself from these chains. Doctor Strange held the monster back as much as he could, but the damn bastard was bigger than him and it was powered up. Many of his copies were getting destroyed by the demon's power that it was expunging to rid itself of the sorcerer. Cut its throat. Strange yelled at the top of his lungs, seeing that the Dweller was using its mouth to draw out the soul of the Great Protector. Down below, Guangbo was with Katie and Hawkeye, the trio trying to get into position. They watched as the tentacles of the Dweller managed to swat away Celeste and Mordo and freed themselves from Strange. We must shoot now. Guangbo readied an arrow only for a soul sucker to swoop in and grab him. Clint reacted fast, shooting down the creature and running to catch the Elder before he fell. Several more soul suckers descended on him as he protected Guangbo, the archer managing to call out to his latest student. Katie! He yelled, slicing through one of the bat creatures. Take the shot. What? I'm not Legolas, not like Dash. Now. Jolting at the tone, she shook her head and aimed. The arrow wouldn't be able to make it far, especially with her brief day and a half time of training. Luckily for her, she had assistance in the magical variety. Her bow and arrow glowed brightly as she aimed at the neck of the Dweller in Darkness. Suddenly, around her came hellfire that burnt any soul sucker that came after her. What the dash? Just focus and shoot, said Robbie, appearing behind her, using his axe to slice one in half. I'll provide the oomph. Letting out a sigh of relief and gratitude and refocused on the Dweller as Robbie soon placed his hand on her shoulder. She felt a unique warmth travel through her shoulder, down her arm and to her hand. Right after, the arrow was then let loose. Instead of the typical speed of the arrows she previously shot, this one was enhanced by the spirit of vengeance. The power from the Ghost Rider went through the projectile and went at the speed of a rocket. With the extra power behind it, the arrow Katie shot ripped a huge chunk out of the eldritch entity's neck. Hellfire combined with the magical scales of the Great Protector scorched the inside of its throat, the beast releasing a demonic wail of pain. Holy shit! She said in amazement, looking back at Reyes who grinned at her face. The impact from the arrow caused the Did to flail in utter pain and agony. This soon caused the assisting magical practitioners to let go of their gigantic foe in order to return to the village and take care of the little soul suckers. Iron Man flew by and dropped the Sioux siblings back atop the dragon's head before taking off to assist his magic buddies. Now free from the Dweller in Darkness hold, the Great Protector flew down towards the lake. Its ancient adversary was in hot pursuit. Flying to the water, it caused the lake to react and seemingly become animated through magic. Aquatic tentacles began ensnaring the eldritch entity bit by bit, exposing itself further. The tentacles resembled smaller versions of the Great Protector, constantly whirling around the Dweller in Darkness and slamming into it to keep it disoriented. It didn't take much guesswork on what the Sioux siblings needed to do. Those things needed the power of the 10 rings to free it, right? Sean asked, looking at his sister who nodded. So let's use them to take it down. All of the rings need to be used at once. It's the only way. One idea is better than nothing. Xialing said in approval. At that moment, Sean sought to give his rings over to his sister. She was more capable of using them to their full capacity than he. To his surprise, Xialing beat him to it and sent her rings to him instead. It was perhaps the biggest form of respect she could give him at this time. Go. He wanted to ask why, but she instead turned her attention to keeping the soul suckers at bay. Accepting this responsibility, Shang-Chi went into action. Running across the length of the Great Protector, the son of Wenwu soon leapt and began striking the Dweller in Darkness with everything he had. The rings of power were slowly carving through the monster's flesh, bouncing off its body rapidly. Coming in from one side, Xialing still rode the Great Protector. Unfurling her dagger rope, she whipped its length to reach as far as it could go. Entangling with one of the horns of the entity's head, Xialing tugged hard before the Talo dragon gave its assistance by biting onto the rope and giving it an extra oomph. Strange, Mordo and Celeste rushed in to help her, with eldritch ropes holding it down on all sides. With the throat exposed, Sean fired all of the rings into the body of the monster. They were soon swallowed, just as he was forcefully sent flying into the air by one of the Dweller's tentacles. Miraculously recovering airborne, Shang-Chi hovered in the air, the rush of the power of the dragon coursing through him. He fell into the air, but he made the wind whip around him whilst he focused as much as he could to connect with the rings of power. As he felt them, he began to do what was necessary to finish this. With the 10 rings traveling through the body of the Dweller in Darkness, it soon reached its chest. Once in position, Sean held out his arm and twisted it slowly. They began to spin and glow rapidly. Their shine grew more predominant as the seconds went on by, with Sean rapidly descending. The eldritch monstrosity, meanwhile, felt the utter pain as the internal assault was occurring, burning away everything from the inside out. It kept on fighting to free itself, but it was all for naught. With everything reaching its apex, Shang-Chi ignited the rings through his connection. He clenched his fists and thrusted them back. Krish kaboom! At that instant, the vicinity exploded. From the village, everyone there could see a massive explosion of wind, water, light, and eldritch gore going everywhere. The force of the blast vaporized any of the little soul suckers that were still out in the open. Still falling from up high, Sean recalled the rings back to his arms. He repositioned himself in order to hopefully fire off the rings in order to soften his upcoming collision with the lake. Luckily for him, he was soon caught by the Great Protector, who snatched him away and ferried him off to the village. Climbing up from the side, Sean struggled but was hoisted up by his sister, who gave him a small smile. She then surprised him by leaning her head against his, the two closing their eyes as the dragon flew to the village. Once there, both of the Su siblings saw the devastation that happened due to their father's actions. After all, no victory could ever be achieved without loss. They heard the sound of thrusters and soft THMP behind them, seeing Iron Man coming up to stand with them. Strange, Celeste and Mordo returned as well, surveying the destruction with a somber look. Sean felt terrible for what befell his mother's home, but he felt the armored hand of Iron Man on his shoulder. "It comes with the territory sometimes, kid," Tony said, unusually serious. "What matters is there are still people you saved and can still be saved." Shang-Chi and Xialing were struck by such sage words but nodded all the same in thanks as they moved forward to help the wounded, prepare the dead for burial and patch the place up. It was a long day. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 83, okay. So does it work? The people of Ta Lo along with the surviving forces of the Ten Rings and the Avengers all stood at the shore near the village. It was nighttime, a day since the Battle of Ta Lo. The dead of the previous day had been gathered and put to rest. Within everyone's hands were lanterns that they had made, placing them down upon the water in small numbers and watching them float away. The Avengers hung back, for the most part, silently observing the memorial service. Shang-Chi and Xialing each had a lantern they made for both their parents. Sharing a look, the latter nodded with the former returning the gesture as they placed their lanterns down on the surface, watching the glimmering lights slowly float away. They stood back, slowly sitting down on the ground, Katie already there with Morris at her side. Wordlessly, the valet driver leaned her head on Sean's shoulder, the two best friends leaning on each other. Sean reached out for his sister's hand and held it, the woman turning her hand to hold his, the pair sharing a look. "Tonight, we honor those who gave their lives so we might see another day," Ying Nan solemnly stated. "They were more than warriors. They were our mothers and fathers, our sisters and brothers. And though we will always hold on to their memories, tonight we release them to rest with our ancestors." Over with Earth's mightiest heroes, Danny Rand, Celeste Morn, Carl Mordo, and Hector Ayala all let out small prayers of their own for the deceased. She-Hulk stood by one of the guardian lions she befriended, two cubs in her arms with Robbie nearby, Phoenix perched on his shoulder. Iron Man's eyes glanced over to the Su siblings, looking at them with an unreadable gaze, humping quietly in a satisfactory manner. "Farewell, Dad. Mom, we'll be okay," Sean quietly said in Mandarin, watching the lanterns drift further away from them. Ying Nan continued speaking as the last of the lanterns was placed on the water. "1,000 years ago, and 1,000 years from now, we will always be together. We send our fallen to their rest, praying for their serenity and their watchful gazes. We thank our new allies." She turned back to shoot a small smile at the team of superheroes at the back of the crowd. "For coming to our time of need, a want of nothing in return." "Not exactly nothing in return," Strange whispered, getting nudged by Celeste. As the lanterns floated further away, from below, the Great Protector swam underneath the surface. Its motions made ripples that coalesced the lanterns into the center, the dragon swimming in the shape of the yin-yang symbol. It then came out of the water, flying in the air, water falling from its serpentine body. "That's never not gonna be cool," Tony remarked at the sight, the Avengers murmuring and nodding in agreement. They watched the dragon fly gracefully through the air, letting out a roar of both victory yet sorrow at the loss of life. Eventually, the memorial ended, the people of Talo moving to rest whilst the Ten Rings found themselves being instructed by Sean and Xialing to return to the Ten Rings base to await their instruction. All, including Devil Slayer and Razor Fist, listened without question. Enemies they may have been just a day ago, these two are the children of their master. When we drilled it into their heads that should anything, unlikely as it may be, happen to them, that the leadership of the Ten Rings would pass on to his children. The Avengers themselves readied for departure, but not before the selected new recruits to the Masters of the Mystic Arts would be coming with them. Now that they knew what and where this place was on top of the blessing bestowed upon them by the Great Protector, the Masters of the Mystic Arts were able to now portal in and out of Talo. Sean and Xialing bade farewell for the moment, the siblings leaving on better terms than they were just a few days ago, and the latter telling him that she intends of staying in Talo for a time. Soon enough, Shang-Chi, Katie and the Avengers left Talo for home. Sometime later, back in San Francisco, in a particular bar. I seriously thought we were going to die. Katie stressed with a disbelieving smile. And I'd only learned how to shoot a bow like a day earlier, now I'm on a battlefield, killing all these soul suckers with the Avengers and Sean's auntie, who's this awesome, magical kung fu goddess. Hawkeye is like, right behind me at every turn, watching my back. It was insane. And I'm hanging on to the Great Protector with my sister at this point, trying not to get eaten by the mega soul sucker. Sean added in, his arms in the motion of the dragon, moving it around all snake-like. Oh, the mega soul sucker was a nasty bitch. Chen remarked with a shake of her head. Yeah. It was trying to eat our dragon's soul, which would have allowed it to destroy the entire universe. Yeah. I only had one arrow left, and all I could hear in the back of my mind was my mom's voice saying, just take the shot, you little mooch. And with the Ghost Rider giving me a boost, I aimed right for the sucker's throat and I let her fly. Katie dramatically said, making a whooshing sound of the arrow. She blasted it wide open. Sean said, arms apart to convey the action. And then Sean used the 10 rings to do this crazy Kamehameha fireball that exploded the thing, and he saved the world. Yeah, we, lost some good people that day, but we made it. Sean solemnly said. We made it. Katie said, bumping her shoulder into his. There was a brief lull of silence when their audience spoke up. Are you done mocking me? Asked their friend Sue. Her husband John appeared more thoughtful from their tale. The two best friends looked at each other in confusion, Katie speaking on their behalf. Oh, no. We're not mocking you. So where is this sister of yours? Sue asked challengingly. She's back at my dad's compound, shutting down his operations with the Avengers' supervision. Sean answered. Yeah, his dad was the head of the 10 rings for the past 1,000 years. And after that, she plans on living in Talo to be more connected with her roots. Sean stated, but she'll probably do something with what's left of the 10 rings. I know it would be helpful to the Avengers and all. Sue rolled her eyes disbelievingly. For weeks, you were parking cars for tips with you, Katie, doing a side job for Hank Pym, and you want me to believe you're now saving the world from soul-sucking monsters. She gave them both wry looks. I know you're trying to get me back for what I said last time, but I'm not gonna apologize for speaking the truth as a friend. I really meant what I said, and, in fact, I actually think this whole bit you're doing just further proves my point. You guys are obviously. She found herself trailing off at the pair looking beyond her, eyes widening with a majority of the bar falling silent seconds later. What? Sue asked until she noticed a glow from behind. Turning around, Sue and her husband John's jaws dropped at who it was that stood at the entrance to the kitchen. Sean. Katie. Spoke a man with a red cloak and well-trimmed beard. The entire bar was now silent at the sight of the open portal where Doctor Strange, Celeste Morn and Carl Mordo stood. There they are. Morn said, pointing at the pair. Hey you guys, hope you're doing well. Sean stared wide-eyed at this, Katie mirroring this action. Hey guys. Mordo walked down, looking at the duo intently. Do you still have the rings? He asked straight away. Sean blinked at the question, thumbing behind himself slightly. Yeah, I do, but dash. Good. Let's go, we have a lot to talk about. Mordo interrupted, gesturing for him to follow. You too, Katie. Celeste added on, waving her hand at the girl. The people in the bar now had their attention focused solely on Sean and Katie, who awkwardly stood up, their demeanor shifting to amusement at the sight of John and Sue's faces. We should go now, Sean remarked, laughing slightly at the situation they were now in. Yeah, Katie said, quickly moving to join him with the three sorcerers patiently waiting for them. Well, Mordo and Celeste were. Strange quickly snagged an uneaten sandwich from a nearby table, paying the people there in thanks and apologizing for the snatch. Katie and Sean walked around their table to get to the portal, Shang-Chi briefly turning back to their friends. I know this is, like, crazy, but I'm gonna text you, and we'll do this again. Nice to see you, John. Sean gestured at the table. I'll Venmo you for the... And with that, they left the bar, stopping by Sean's place to grab the 10 rings, and were now in the Avengers HQ in upstate New York. Whoa, both said at the same time, in awe of where they were, staring at the large of the Avengers base. Come on, you two. Mordo called out to them. You can get a tour of the place later. Everyone else has been gathered. Shang and Katie could only follow in silent wonder, looking into any and every door and window they passed by. They both kept glancing at each other, making silent gestures of amazed glee at where they were until they were brought into the meeting room of the Avengers HQ. There, practically all the Avengers save for 3 members were absent. Tony, Clint, Jennifer, Danny, Robbie, Strange, Mordo, Celeste and Hector were all in attendance, along with 2 new faces that Sean and Katie had yet to meet. Luke Cage and Jessica Jones. The only ones not in attendance were the Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, Princess Shuri, and Wong. Good seeing you guys again. Clint greeted. This here is Luke and Jessica. They couldn't join us last time cause we couldn't leave the place undefended. And we're in the middle of something too, but this sounds important. Luke Cage spoke up, Jones grumbling slightly, can of beer in hand. But nice meeting you too. Luke Cage. Yeah, hi. Sean muttered in awe, a wide grin in place. We've heard about, well, all of you. And we fought with you guys now too. Katie said with childish glee. That you did. Celeste said good-naturedly. And now dash. Celeste. A sharp voice cut in from the other side of the room. Everyone turned to see none other than Wong having entered, looking directly at the Jedi. Before anyone can ask or comment on the man's sudden appearance, he beat them to it. It's almost time, he said, shooting the shadow a knowing look. Eyes widening, Celeste quickly turned and bowed her head at Sean and Katie. Sorry, but I gotta go. None of the Avengers said anything, understanding why she left, watching as she departed hurriedly. Wong took her place, appraising the newly arrived visitors to the Avengers compound. These are the 2? He asked, though he already knew the answer to that. A pleasure. My name is Wong. Yeah, we know. Katie excitedly said. We're big fans of all you guys. Sean readily nodded with his best friend before adopting a more curious demeanor. So any reason why you guys wanted to randomly see us? What? You thought that Scuffle and Talo was a one-and-done deal? Barton rhetorically asked. Shang-Chi bashfully grinned, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, we didn't really think that dash. Think again, Bruce Lee. Clint remarked, throwing his arms up momentarily. Welcome to the circus. But there is something serious we need to speak to you about. Mordo spoke up, stepping forward to the table in the center of the room. The rings please if you would. Jolting at the request, Sean hastily nodded, reaching for his jacket pockets and pulled out the 10 rings, placing them on the table. With a quick flick of his hands, Mordo created an enlarged, orange replica of the rings, enlarging them for all to see. So what are these rings supposed to be? Hector asked, looking at Sean and Katie. They were the source of my dad's power for centuries. Sean answered with a shrug. But in all that time, I never really learned what they were exactly. Your rings don't match any artifacts from our codex. Wong spoke up, arms crossed in deep thought. Ain't vibranium, that's for sure. Stark tacked on. Shuri would know, showed me the difference. How long did your father have them before he gave them to you? Strange asked the pair, Katie turning to her best friend for the answer. About 1,000 years. Fell from space at some crater from what my father told me. A number of pondering looks were present once hearing this. If you wouldn't mind us taking a better look at them? Mordo tentatively asked, surprised by the shake of the head from the son of Wenwu. By all means. Says Sean, I don't plan on going on a crazy adventure anytime soon on the fly. Though by our string of luck, might be later this week. Said Luke. Is he joking? Katie asks nervously. The looks they got from the Avengers didn't really assuage the concern. I hope not. Sean groans. I know this is a lot to take in, but you're gonna have to start getting used to your new norm. Doctor Strange said with a slightly sympathetic look. From now on, the trajectory of your lives will be like nothing you've ever experienced before. And there's no going back. Wong said in complete seriousness. You both have a long journey ahead of you. Clint tacked on. Go home, get some rest. Sean and Katie nodded in agreement, the latter speaking first. Yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah, we probably should do that. Especially since you'll be training here very soon. Tony said, walking up to them. That made them pause. Excuse me, what? What, you didn't expect we'd just go our separate ways after our team up? Robbie said from the corner of the room, leaning on the wall. Kinda. Katie lamely said. Jennifer snorted, shaking her head at the two. Oh yeah, of little understanding. Sadly, you've become a part of something greater. Tony soon handed over the two friends something. One with good perks. What's this? Sean asked, holding up a card that had the Avengers A on it with his photograph. Katie held one as well, looking at Earth's mightiest heroes in confusion. They're Avengers ID cards. Stark said as though it should be obvious to them. For Avengers. Avengers ID cards, for Avengers. Katie trailed off, the gears in her head slowly coming to that conclusion. A moment later, a ding was heard only to them, heads snapping up, looking at each other, the cards, the Avengers, and repeating the process several times. Are you guys serious? Sean said in disbelief. Us. Katie almost couldn't believe it. No, she couldn't believe it. You want us to join? Well, Avengers in training. Or Junior Avengers. Tony prattled on. Or, you know what, you guys are Avengers really, just need some tweaks here and there for the whole team thing. God, we gotta get back to Steve. He's better at this than I am. At least he's admitting it. Barton quipped. A familiar trilling was heard, and from underneath the table waddled a Digion with red-tipped wings. Thank you, Balthazar. Tony said, crouching down to scoop the many-legged creature from the ground. At least you support me. Whilst Sean was still in disbelief at the offer, Katie was far more reluctant. I get Sean, but me? She gave off a nervous, unsure smile. I mean, I only shot an arrow a few times and I drive good, but other than that, and don't you guys already have Hawkeye? No one said we need only one archer in the team. Besides, aside from teaching my kids, I need someone to show the proper ropes. Clint stated. I tried that with Shuri, but she's a work in progress in the kitchen. Her accuracy can come later. You also have your job with Hank Pym, who is a consultant with us. Tony revealed. So, yeah, you're gonna be spending a lot of time here. So, in essence, welcome to the team. Danny cheerfully said. Does this mean someone's getting shawarma? Robbie spoke up. Last time we did that, my backseat got greased up. I'll handle the pickup. Mordo assured. Shang-Chi and Katie stood there in a bit of a daze at the influx of information they just received, almost catatonic from it all. Eventually breaking out of their stupor, Shang-Chi coughed into his hand whilst his best friend exhaled dramatically. Quite a lot to take in. Katie muttered aloud. We all went through the same thing. Hector spoke up. Trust us, you're not alone here. Right. So we'll go home now and get some good shut-eye. Sean soon wore a coy smile, turning to Katie. Or. It didn't take long for her to know what her friend was implying, causing her to wear a stupidly large smile. Suddenly, the entirety of the Avengers wound up at a karaoke bar, shoulders linked or leaning on each other, some with microphones whilst others laughed on. "Welcome to the Hotel California," a bunch of them sang together. "Such a lovely place." Don't ask how Sean and Katie roped everyone to join them. Just go with it. The day after, quite a number of those who went partying last night ended up super hungover. From the typical alcoholic beverages, the karaoke bar provided to some of the spellcasters brought up throughout the night. At least Tony footed the bill for the food and drinks. Especially when the rented room was totally smashed. Back at the Avengers Tower, the analysis of the 10 Rings of Power was getting interesting findings. The entire Avengers team save for Celeste and Bucky were present in the lab that held the Infinity Gate. Joining them this time around was a recently returned Princess Shuri from Wakanda who, suffice to say, was thoroughly moody and pissed off. "You all went on an adventure to another realm and then had karaoke without me," she petulantly said, having been grumpy for most of the day. Clint patted her on the back. "You had to go back home during the adventure and you were already in transit dash. Which you could have used a portal to bring me back sooner," the princess complained. "Yeah, but your dad needed you," Clint countered. "And as a father dash. It's still not fair." She whined aloud, stomping her foot on the ground, crossing her arms in a huff. "I want to see the flying dragon." "Don't yell so loud," groaned a voice from the side, followed by several others. "Oh, suck it up, you big baby." Looking over, Shuri and Clint saw one of the Avengers was wearing sunglasses and was nursing themselves with either a cup of coffee or tea for the morning after a hangover. "You all right there, Hector?" Barton asked his fellow father. "I should have went back home," groaned the White Tiger. "Yes, you should have. Set a good example for your daughter," Clint said, turning back to the work Shuri was undergoing. With her was an amused Hank Pym, Wong, and Mordo, the group all making scans of the 10 rings. Jessica, Sean, Katie, Danny, and Strange were on a nearby couch that had been brought into the lab where the Infinity Gate was, all of them going in and out of consciousness. Luke stared at them all sympathetically, though he still found the whole sight amusing. Robbie was eating a sandwich that Luke got for him from the city. "I feel like death," the detective managed out in a slur. "I feel peachy," Jennifer Walters happily said, holding a baby shishi in her arms, rubbing her face against it affectionately. The little lion mewed happily, licking the green Amazon's face. "You and your stupid gamma-enhanced tolerance," Jessica Jones grumbled, flipping her off. She-Hulk let out a faux gasp, covering her little lion's eyes. "Don't show such vulgarity to Cheetah's eyes. Ain't she a lion?" Danny slurred. She-Hulk maneuvered her pet shishi around, pointing to a small spatter of spots on its fur. "Cheetah enough for ya?" she haughtily asked, eliciting more moans from the hungover Avengers, unable to get in a proper response. "I don't know about you, but last night was fantastic," Robbie said cheerfully. "Fuck ugh." Jessica was unable to finish, nearly retching out last night's alcohol. "Jesus," Luke muttered, rubbing the poor woman's back. "Easy there, Jones." The scientists, sorcerers, and archers ignored all this, focusing instead on the work at hand. Tony had come in by this point, leaning on the table, eyes on the rings. "How goes the scans?" he casually asked, listening to Shuri's diligent work. "Their thermoluminescence indicates they're older than 1,000 years. But a lot more with several additional zeros. Especially the markings and energy signatures," Mordo said. "Each one has a unique set of markings save for the unifying symbol of the rings that unify the set. The energy is especially interesting," Shuri said. "There isn't just one associated with it. Each ring gives off different signatures." Before long, the lab was joined by others walking in. "Hey everyone, we're oh my god, what happened here? Hey Jane, Selvig, Darcy." Shuri greeted cheerfully, spirits uplifted by the moans of agony at the entrance of the trio, their ears and heads ringing. "You came in just on time. We have new members and new toys to play with. Still doesn't answer the earlier question, Selvig said in bemusement, taking in the sight of the downed Avengers. They went partying last night and are now paying for it. Hank plainly answered. Jane looked at the massacre of the hungover Avengers in bewilderment. She had seen her boyfriend drink a lot, but she never would have thought to have seen Earth's mightiest heroes in such a state of affairs. Guess they really were human after all. Mind giving us a summary of what happened? Eric inquired on behalf of his group. Kung Fu Hustle taken to anime levels of crazy, dragons, martial arts, 10 rings of power, new Avengers, other realms with other Kung Fu people. Daddy issues and soul-sucking demons. Funky China men, from funky Chinatown. Kung Fu fighting and all. Clint quickly listed off, making Jane and her companions stared in bewilderment at the archer. So, what, a Wednesday for you guys? Darcy said after a few seconds of silence. I wish. Shuri grumped. I didn't get to go. Quit whining already. Barton admonished. To really categorize such a thing, we need to be facing threats every day at a constant rate. Mordo remarked. Or just go out on the streets and do some crime fighting. Luke said offhandedly from the side. The Princess of Wakanda then saw something pop up on her screen. They match with, wait, that can't be right. Hearing this drew some attention. What is it, Shuri? Jane asked, walking over to her. This can't, but, wait. Shuri's head snapped up in the direction of the Infinity Gate and stared intently at the 10 circular indents on the edges of the gate. The others soon followed suit, looking at what the princess saw before everything clicked into place. No fucking way. Stark said aloud. Huh, what? Sean stirred. Did something happen? Oh, something happened all right. Hank said in amazement. You did. You literally fell right into our lap when we needed you most. We did. Katie grumbled, rubbing her eyes of any ick around it. Shuri wordlessly ran to the gate, snatching one of the rings on the way and held it up to one of the indents of the portal. The moment this occurred, a white-blue glow was faintly seen from both the ring and the indentation. This was seen by nearly every attentive person, with Shuri barking out a laugh. We got it! She exclaimed happily, ignoring the pained groans. This is it. The key, or rather keys to activating the gate. To get to the other galaxy in Avengers. The other Avengers all stirred in an instant. Hearing this, Doctor Strange flicked his hand and suddenly, the hangover everyone had was gone. What the dash? Jessica rounded on him. You could do that? What hell, asshole, you couldn't have done that earlier. I can give it back to ya if ya want. Steven deadpanned, making the detective growl viciously, having Danny and Luke place their hands on her shoulders, gently tugging her back. Shuri. Hank was at her side, looking at the gate in anticipation. Can you really open it? Shuri shook her head. I don't know if I can, but... She turned back to Sean, who immediately got the hint. Got it, he said, throwing his arms out. The 10 rings immediately returned to their master, who had the bands charge up with energy. Once gathering what Sean would assume to be enough, he fired all 10 into the indents of the gates, only for them all to fall away without even a second going by. Wait, what? Katie spoke up. Was that supposed to happen? Bewildered, Sean attempted the process several more times only to be met with the same result. It's not accepting the rings, he said in disbelief. Oh, come on. Hector threw his hands up in annoyance. Are you kidding me with that shit? Why can't it ever be simple? Even if we have another piece of this puzzle, we need another to complete the picture. Mordo said sagely. But we went through a battle to get it already. She-Hulk whined. Can't we just have a win already? I think the universe likes to just mess with us, said Tony. Well then, it's a good thing I've been doing some research of my own, Strange said, reaching into his robes, and he pulled out a small wooden box. What's that? Something old and something the Ancient One kept hidden away, Steven answered. And something that only a Force user can open up. The group then looked around and saw that Celeste was not present, nor was Bucky. Where is she? Danny asked the query everyone's mind. Over with the Jedi shadow in question, she was currently in bed, curled up on the chest of her boyfriend who had his arms wrapped around her. Both held onto each other in a loving embrace, dozing off peacefully after an intense session the night before. When Celeste returned to her boyfriend, the first thing she did was kiss him awake, ending the long spell that was cleansing his mind of his Hydra programming. There was a moment of uncertainty about whether or not it worked, which in the end needed testing. Stoically, Bucky went to retrieve the red book he got a year back from an old Hydra agent and hand it to his lover. "Do it," he quietly urged, making the woman nervous at first. She had, with slightly shaking hands, recited the phrases that were once used to put him into his hundreds of trances that led to the death of many that Hydra deemed a threat in their world order. With one word after the other, it slowly broke her lover down, tears freely streaming down his face upon realizing they held no power over him anymore. For each one in their sequence never affected him evermore. It was one of the most freeing moments he had ever experienced, as the words did nothing to him. He just stood there, quietly soaking it in until he heard the soft sound of the book being closed. Bucky Barnes felt like his soul had just been cleansed, wiping his tears away, quickly replaced with a fresh batch. Looking up, he saw Celeste walking up to him, not even allowing him to say anything. She simply threw her arms around him, pulling him into a deep and loving kiss that he instantly reciprocated. It didn't take long for them to make their way to the room they shared in the HQ, Celeste making sure to erect every silencing spell she recalled. She wanted this to be a long night. Now, she wished to remain here with him in this position. Yet such things have to sadly come to an end. Knock knock. Celeste groaned into the chest of her boyfriend, the vibration waking him. Wadesh was his drowsy response. His girlfriend forcefully pushed herself up, despite her reflexive protest to stay where she was. Flicking her hand to the nearest clothing, that being a sweater of Bucky's, she put it on as best as she could, glad that her boyfriend was a decent size larger than her. Opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Doctor Strange, blinking at her appearance. The man paused, taking in how she looked, the disheveled hair, tired look, and those bruises on her LEO. "So?" Strange coughed into his hand. "Good night." Celeste blinked some sleep out of her eyes and registered the question seconds later. She felt the slightly heavier sweater she wore, realizing it to be Bucky's after a moment. The Jedi sorceress then blushed but was unable to hide her bright smile. Yeah. She sheepishly said. "Yeah, really good. The spell worked. Bucky doesn't have those orders in his brain anymore. He's free from Hydra." Doctor Strange adopted a thoughtful expression of surprise and pleasantness. "So it's done then? No more worrying about some psycho super Nazis coming in to take over his head." Celeste shook her head with a more serene smile now. "Yeah, he's free." Stephen hummed, nodding his head before coughing a bit awkwardly. "And I take it you celebrated all night long?" Celeste Morn unabashedly said despite her bright red face. Strange only chuckled, shaking his head with a small smile. Given what he went through, he deserved it. The Jedi Shadow nodded with a small smile of her own. It was only some moments later did her expression shift to one out of curiosity. "Is something the matter?" "You can say that," Strange said, bobbing his head side to side. "I mean, you wouldn't be checking up on us, typically, I mean." "I know. Either of us would have done so later in the day unless circumstances called for your presence." Celeste looked at the man in confusion. "What did we miss?" "A lot, more or less." Stephen Strange elaborates. "To sum things up, we actually are closer to operating the Infinity Gate than we expected." Morn's expression brightened upon hearing that. "Really?" "We are." Strange nodded. "And we need one more step to get it done." He then held up the box he had shown the other Avengers earlier and she gazed at it. "And this is?" "You can say it's a final gift from the Ancient One." The Jedi Shadow gave him a strange look when she felt something. Something quite familiar to her. Her head snapped at the box, eyes widening slightly upon realizing what was emanating from it. "That's the Force," she said in amazement. "Yup." Strange nodded. "Figured you'd notice it since the Ancient One mentioned this box." He held it up more. could only be opened by someone who understands its nature. It didn't take long for Celeste to get dressed, stirring Bucky out of bed for him to join her, and they were all soon gathered back at the lab. The Avengers and their scientist friends stood around the gate, Celeste at the front of them all. "So what do we need now?" Danny asked, expecting some other type of trial or necessary component. "With Celeste here, we can finally begin," Steven said. "With what?" Katie inquired, looking on with a growing sense of anticipation. Strange held up the box and had it levitate in the air. "I honestly wanted to have this cracked open sooner, but I believed we didn't have all of the components to properly make it happen. But with us now having the keys to the gate, we can maybe complete our task." "Maybe?" Jen parroted, brow raised. "You come up with a better solution to this whole dilemma of ours," Strange retorted, sending the box toward the Jedi, who took it out of the air and gazed intently at it. To her, this could be it. This could be the key to getting her back to her home galaxy. The universe knows what she might find when she gets back, but at the very least, the Jedi Order stands. But that's just it. Will it be the Jedi Order she always knew? Or is she coming back to an order she no longer recognizes? She shook her head at these thoughts. The questions she had will come soon, she was certain. Right now, she needed to see if it was even possible to get to these answers. Celeste exhaled calmly, holding the box with one hand, covering the top with her other. "Mind telling us what that box is?" Robbie asked, eyeing it with intrigue. "A containment unit, sorta," Strange said, not entirely certain himself. "Preserving a particular spirit housed inside. Once we open it, we only have one shot to properly fix up the gate, or else it's back to the drawing board for God knows how long. And the only way it can be opened can't be through technology or some spell, only through the Force," Celeste said, concentrating on the box. "So?" Everyone was promptly hushed by Bucky, who stood behind his girl, watching as she, well, he didn't know what she was doing. But in the time he's spent with her for over a year now, he had developed an odd sense of him feeling her use her power. He wasn't sure what it was or how to describe it, but he could feel her at work. There was a sudden crack or snap of some kind, and the group all jolted, but they realized a second later that Celeste had opened the box. From it was a bright yellow light, mist slowly emanating out of it. Suddenly, the blue cloak that Celeste always wore flew right off her and floated in front of them all. The light and mist from the box coalesced underneath the cloak and slowly began expanding and taking shape. The light and mist put on a dark blue hue, the shape becoming more distinct and clear. After a few minutes, a new being stood before them all. It was a tall, blue bipedal saurian that stood close to 10 feet tall. Kinda resembled a dinosaur. "Huh, Jurassic Park is getting more interesting here," Iron Man commented, very much intrigued at what stood before them. A moment later, the being inhaled sharply, eyes snapping open. "Wah!" The voice was a deep baritone, slightly gruff but with a calmness to him. "Where am I?" "On Earth, in a galaxy not of our own," Celeste answered straight away, earning the attention of the being that stood before her. "The Qua," said Qua blinked, regarding these words. It took him a few seconds until memories of his life came rushing back to him. "Ah, yes. It's been long since I could recollect." The spirit gazed around the room, taking note of the occupants before coming towards Celeste. "Not of our own." He scrutinized her for a moment before he found himself grinning. "You come from home, yes?" She nodded, and the Qua, one of the founders of the mystic arts on Earth, threw his head back to laugh. "Does that mean our galaxy has found the means of linking to here?" he asked excitedly. "Well, not on purpose," she admitted, holding up the box that contained him. "We need your help. We need a way back there. Our friends are stuck on the other side. We have both the gate and keys, but not the way to open it." The Qua stared at the box, before spotting the 10 rings nearby and then at the gate, letting out a small ah upon realizing the situation. "So my contingencies I placed with Agamotto remained," he murmured, nodding at it. "Why did you set them in place?" Celeste couldn't help but ask. "That," the Qua shook his head ruefully, "is a long story dealing with the foolishness of my own people. One I left behind in my personal collection in Camartage. After this deed is done, I shall join with the universe and the long-kept knowledge will come to light. But first, he turned back to the gate. Is there anything we can do to assist? Celeste found herself asking. The quaffed with a small grin. Just wait. A brief flash of light came from the gate and suddenly, the 10 rings hovered overhead. The 10 rings then dispersed themselves amongst the Avengers, stopping on 10 individuals. The Master Sorcerer Qua was first, followed by Celeste and Doctor Strange. Shang-Chi was obvious, given his heritage and being the present wielder of the 10 rings. Ghost Rider was a bit of a surprise, Danny Rand being chosen next to him. Iron Man also came as a bit of shock, followed by Shuri and Hank Pym. Lastly was Jane Foster. What is this supposed to be? The rings match those who represent many aspects of itself and the energies needed to match them. The Qua answered. Originally, it was a lot more stringent on the rule as I needed to be sure the proper people necessary were near to help open the gate. But I opted to change it before I passed on, imprinting my soul in the box. The rings now choose those best suited for the job. I get some of us. Jane spoke up, raising her hand in confusion. But why me? You have been touched by an essence of infinity. The Qua answered, surprising her and most of the Avengers, especially those being familiar with what she and Thor told them about her time being possessed by the ether, the reality stone. You dash. The Qua cut Jane off, waving his hand. Please. Let's do this now. My time here is limited as is. So then how do we do this? Tony asked, looking up at the ring floating over his head, the circulate glowing red. Just concentrate your mind on the ring. The Qua instructed. And it shall do the rest. Those who were confused shared their sentiment with one another, but they all shrugged and simply did as he told, uncertain as they were. Nothing happened for a second until the rings started glowing, a circle of light surrounding the chosen 10. From the Qua and Celeste, small wisps of white, blue, yellow, and green flowed around them. Iron Fist had yellow wisps, Ghost Rider's were of fiery orbs. Shuri's was stranger, akin to lines of wind, violet in color similar to that she had seen from the astral plane. Hank took a moment to register his, recognizing the wisps to be particles. Quantum particles. Doctor Strange was surrounded by the orange glow of the magic symbols he always used, and Jane had blood-red particles, looking almost like remnants of the ether she once had. Shang-Chi's looked like dragon scales that floated around him as they did with the other 9. All of these particles, orbs, scales, and wisps all went into the rings. The rings then glowed brightly, slowly rotating and fitting themselves into the slots before clicking into place. Off to the side, Selvig and Darcy were at the consoles, quickly situating themselves to not only record the upcoming data but to assist in any other technical issues that may come up. The ring's radiance increased after a few more seconds, the equipment to the side picking up on energy spikes. We're getting readings from the gate. Selvig said aloud. They are crazy. Darcy remarked, eyes widening at what they witnessing. Power fluctuations are spiking. Should we dash? No. Wong interrupted sternly. Just let it pass. As the glowing rings got brighter, the varying colors all shifted into that of an intense white blue. The whitish blue glow from the rings glowed brighter and brighter until there was a loud click and there was a flash of light. Some had shielded their eyes, but others watched on as a bluish-black vortex formed in the gate. After several more seconds, the shining light from the rings subsided. They detached themselves from the gate and shot towards Shang-Chi, slotting themselves back into his arms. Whoa! Was all he said, holding them up, looking at the rings rather than at the gate. They're stable. Selvig said aloud. We did it. The gate is stable. There was a palpable excitement in the air with all present, everyone gazing at the gate with a growing sense of anticipation. To see an infinity gate open after so long. The Master Sorcerer Qua said aloud, a content tone for all to hear, the Saurian sagging in place. With his task completed, the Qua turned to the Avengers, smiled at them and nodded. He began fading away and finally joined the collective force. The cloak he wore remained and swiftly returned around the shoulders of Celeste Morn. Well now. She-Hulk said. I figure that it worked. Shuri, Jane, Hank, and Tony rushed over to Selvig and Darcy, clustering around the many computer screens. Readings show the gate is operational, Selvig said. Stable energy fluctuations, Shuri said, making sure nothing was amiss. These numbers are wild, came Darcy's comment. Closest we ever got to that is Dash with Thor, Jane muttered in fascination and wonder. All right then, Robbie spoke up. So is that it? Can we go now? Hank shook his head. Not so fast, Hotshot. We can't go just yet. Why not? Danny asked. Remember what I said last time? Selvig sternly said. We don't know if there's a gate we can connect with on the other galaxy for safe, stable travel. But the Avengers dash. That was the Space Stone acting on behalf of the rings. Eric cut off the argument. A proper power source, but one that had no focus. This one clearly does. If we just go in now, there can be a likely chance we end up just like the others a year ago, scattered, confused, and suddenly thrust into danger. We need to approach this with caution. But we can use this now, Barton said, staring at the swirling black and blue vortex. We need to get in touch with the others on what happened. Tell them we got it running. Thor likely won't be back for a while, Jane said with a tinge of frustration that her boyfriend wasn't here for this. For all the good timing they had just now, this was the one caveat. Waiting for him to come back. Can't we use something to go through this and show what's on the other side? Hector suggested. What, like a drone? Hank said, rubbing his chin. Drones are a good option. Tony, however, shook that idea away. Nada. With Ultron over there, he might intercept our message or find his way back here. If not him, then one of those separatists or pirates. Off to the side, the Jedi Shadow was relatively off in her own little world. The entire time the discussion in the background had been going on, she couldn't help but marvel at the working Infinity Gate. This was a piece of her galaxy's history, an important one at that, and here she was, standing before one. And it was at that moment that she saw something familiar to her. Wait, those symbols. I know these symbols. Celeste spoke up, having been pacing around the gate and seeing something she had not seen before. Where there were once the 10 indents for the rings, now were strange, unusual markings that none recognized save for Morn. These are symbols of the Force, Celeste said aloud. From the old Jedi Order when it was first founded. The scientists of the group all looked at the symbols analytically. Codes, perhaps. Selvig murmured to Hank and Jane, both of whom shrugged. Translate them and we might get something, Shuri suggested, inputting the images into their setup and seeing what results may appear. The other Avengers watched on, occasionally speaking with each other about their opinion on this phenomenon. At the console, the eggheads soon got some form of an answer after multiple mixes and matches from the symbols. Coordinates, Selvig said aloud. Excuse me. What we see here are coordinates to planets with infinity gates, Selvig clarified. How'd you figure that out? Cage asked in bewilderment. Ain't this all alien language and tech? Yeah, but we specialize in it, Darcy cheerfully said. When your teacher's boy toy is a god dash. God, not alien, Jones cut off. Not of this earth, whatever, the newly minted scientist brushed off. Just that this is our thing. And Shuri and you guys have been studying it for a while now, so we've gotten a lot of research. That, coupled with Thor brought back for us when he was in the other galaxy, one of them being a map. Jane revealed, and in front of the Infinity Gate was now a holographic display of the distant galaxy the other Avengers currently resided in. So, what, do we input a symbol in? Katie asked. Push a button then go somewhere else? Video game type thing. Maybe. Foster hummed in thought. But as simple as it may be, there's always something that we may not take into account or are not seeing here. Once again, Stargate logic here. We already discussed this. Stark waved off. Not to everyone, Clint said, emphasizing the new arrivals of the group. It's not that simple. Yes, the others are trying to find any infinity gates on their own. Some might be inoperable or unreachable. Others need to be reactivated. If so, then do we need to repeat the same action done here not long ago over there? Overall, all of this can be considered heavily outdated. If we can form a proper connection over there, then the data we have here will be updated. But what about these symbols? You guys said they're coordinates, but they're also meant to signify more than just directions. Bucky spoke up, having been silent in all this, looking at everyone else and then settling on Celeste. Cell, you know these symbols, right? Not as coordinates but as something else. Things to do with the Force. She silently nodded. So where would this gate take us? She turned back to the gate, focusing on the new 10 symbols before finding her answer. She had seen them many times before. In her years spent at multiple Jedi temples, these symbols were always a prevalent fixture for the Order. A reminder of their history, their legacy, and above all else, where their roots originated from. Tython. In a galaxy far, far away. It was hot. Really hot. Scorching even. But that's what one should expect from the volcanic planet of Mustafar. Beryl Over wiped away a bead of sweat that came over him, eyes on the crumbling temple he was traveling to. With him was the witch Gethzarian, who eyed the structure and intrigue in awe. The other companion was a simple Sith acolyte who silently followed. The Sith infiltrator pulled something out from the bag he had slung over his shoulder. It was a silvery gray, slightly rusted helmet that radiated the dark side in a sickening and twisted way. "We're close," was all Over said, trudging forward with the Night Sister following after him. "I had heard rumors of this Sith before, but I could never find anything concrete." Gethzarian remarked in interest, walking alongside the Sith who silently regarded her. "Though it's just that. Rumors. Ones which have even made my skin crawl." Beryl let out a derisive snort at that, a deadly grin making its way onto his face. "With good reason," Beryl said, almost reverently. "He was a practitioner of the truest and most rawest form of the dark side. The one we follow. His followers of Rand were beneficial in tracking down where we can find him. And this Sith Lord." Momin, Gethzarian's eyes narrowed. Who was he truly? The one who they sought to bring back was truly a unique practitioner of the dark side, to put it mildly. Wherein most, if not all Sith Lords were either power-hungry despots or manic conquerors, skilled sorcerers, or deadly warriors, the one called Darth Momin was an artist. A sick and twisted artist, but one who was fueled with his desires and visions to complete his crafts. Much of his work outright disturbed and sickened his audience, which labeled him as quite the sociopath. It was through this and several other factors that he came across Shat, who instructed him in the ways of the dark side of the Force. Not once beforehand did he know of his connections with the Force, but was only noticeable after his encounter with his mentor. He excelled in his studies, and at one point, he was given the title of Darth by his master. After some time of being her apprentice, he killed her and became a master as well. A common factor with the stereotypical cycle of the Sith. Yet the one these people were seeking to revive was much more interesting than many would be led to believe. Factors which set himself apart from many of the Sith. You see, Darth Momin never took on an apprentice, let alone considered himself a master. He never sought to teach anyone other than himself. And through all of his lessons, he sought to continue his previous passions by glorifying the dark side, which he believed enhanced his artistic views. One such artworks was a devastating weapon that outright burned a city to ash. He even sought to freeze the destruction in a powerful segment of time, like a portrait, capturing every bit of detail for everyone to see. And the planet he sought to make this all happen was on this very planet of Mustafar. "I shall make Malachav a footnote in the grandeur of my work." Those were his final words before enacting the machine that reduced the city, nearly the entire planet, to ruins. The corruption was permanent, the planet being the molten surfaced world it is now, tainted with the dark side of the Force. Yet not everything could turn out as it should. Things would have been far more devastating if the Jedi hadn't interrupted his ritual of making his masterpiece. Now all that remains of him was his helmet, which was kept under lock and key with many Sith artifacts at the Jedi Temple of Coruscant. His helmet being the only thing showing his placement in the universe. He made no holocron to record his teachings and philosophies. To many other Sith, the path he walked was deemed heretical, thus his story was suppressed. Until recently, that is. For many years now, for many generations, the lineage of the Over family was tasked with one duty: to gather the relic of the Sith Lords of old and bring them together for one purpose. But as to who these Sith Lords were, they needed to be specifically chosen, with seldom few exceptions to be made. Exarchon was among said exceptions due to his combat capabilities, but Sith Lords like Momin and Nihilus, they were servants of the true form of the Force, of the dark side. They, like Over, saw the universe for what it was and worked to enact the true will of the cosmos. The will of the end of all things. The will of death. It's time. Beryl spoke up, getting closer to the temple, the helmet beginning to radiate a more potent energy of the dark side. Wordlessly, the acolyte took the helmet from Over's hand and slowly slipped it over his head. A unique feature of the helmet was that not only could it influence others like any Sith artifact, could it still has the remnants of Momin's spirit. So whoever wore the helmet could be possessed by his spirit. Not just those of flesh and blood, but those of sentience or animalistic. The acolyte stood there for a time before releasing a choking sound. The black visor of the helmet soon had red eyes glowing, the acolyte lurching forward, letting out a gurgling scream as the helmet soon began possessing his body. There were sickening sounds of his body wrenching, twisting, and breaking itself as it was reshaped to a more desired form of the helmet. Before long, the body stilled. Moments later, it began to move. To others who knew the acolyte, they'd know his mannerisms were far different than what they'd be seeing now. One such detail was the person's body language as they turned around to inspect the surroundings. Wearing a bit thin, spoke the echoing, dual voice as the helmeted individual inspected himself. Lord Momin, Over said in complete respect, dropping to his knee. It's an honor to at last meet you. No need to prostrate yourself before me, Sith. Momin spoke through his vessel. You may rise. Darth, I may be the title of master is one I never claimed for myself. I only serve the dark side and seek to see its desires blossom. Beryl simply nodded, getting back to his feet as Momin took a moment to collect himself as to where he was. Ah, I am still on Mustafar. The Sith Lord spoke through his possessed body. Did you know this place wasn't always like this? It was due to your doing, Lord Momin. Beryl spoke with reverence. The death you wrought upon this world has left a permanent mark in the Force that echoes to this day. And yet, my work still continues. Momin said dismissively. My idol has yet to be satisfied. She will be, my lord. Over asserted. Once the time comes, our goddess shall be given all that she is owed. Good. The Sith Lord said. I had feared the path of eventuality may have been abandoned. We have been gathering ourselves for 5,000 years, Lord Momin. The true Sith knows their time draws near. The galaxy is in a state of chaos, and from this chaos, we shall spread ourselves to the corners of the universe to bring about the will of our path. The possessed acolyte radiated a satisfied air upon hearing this. Good. He said in a low voice, turning to walk towards the crumbling temple. Gethzarian had been silently observing all this with analytical eyes, her mind a-whirl with activity upon seeing the apparent resurrection of a Sith Lord that was supposed to have been dead for a few thousand years. How is this possible? Gethzarian questions Over, the two walking behind Darth Momin. Can your own kind reanimate the dead? Beryl inquired, the Night Sister shaking her head. Reanimation is distinctly different from the resurrection. The body is decayed and held together by my people's magics and Itcher. What I can get from Momin is hardly anything. All the power he has in musters is enough to merely communicate with us. Beryl only hummed in intrigue whilst Momin briefly glanced back at the pale woman. She was beholden to the dark side like he was, but she had a unique air to her that he couldn't properly identify. Still, the presence of the dark side surrounded her and she appeared to be here for the same reason Over was. So she was at least an ally at this point. Momin then turned his attention back to the structure they were all now standing in front of. May I ask, who helped make this structure? The Sith Lord asked, gesturing to a certain aspect of the base. It has my designs and artistic flair. You can thank me for that. Momin, Gethzarian, and Beryl turned over to see the sun standing not far away. The Sith Lord stared at the representation of the dark side in open wonder. You? Momin quietly asked. And may I ask just who you are? I am one who has come before, one who has been here since the inception and one who is quite familiar to that which you worship. The sun listed off. The hooded stranger that walks among the living. As to why the temple is like this, I merely helped speed things along with Over, assisting them in gathering quite the amount of material and artifacts. Of course it was rather hasty as I merely went through the basic structure and foundations at this point in time. Through the nostrils of the possessed acolyte, Momin breathed in heavily, an odd sensation creeping smile slowly stretching itself out behind the mask of the Sith Lord. Then you have my gratitude in getting this force locus up and running. Momin humbly said, a stark contrast to the usual arrogance and pride most Sith would be associated with. But now we need to finish it. What do you mean, my lord? Asks Beryl. My plans on this fortress weren't complete on what records you may have scrounged up. Momin tapped the side of his head. The rest are in here. A burning rage began emanating from the recently returned Sith Lord. I lost my one masterpiece because of those Jedi. I won't lose this one. The son simply hummed to himself in intrigue, curious as to what this Sith Lord would show them. Time passed with the progression of the temple occurring faster than what the others were led to believe. Momin guided the others on what he envisioned on how to complete the structure. He was, after all, the designer and architect. Eventually, things were nearing completion. However, there was a rumble on the ground and a difficult-to-discern sound in the distance. What is that? Are we under attack? The artistic lord of the Sith inquired. Nothing to worry about, Momin. Merely the locals having a fuss about our presence here. Even these people conspire to thwart my vision. I shall handle them. The son spoke up, almost dismissive of even facing those that weren't on his level. He turned away, vanishing in a black mist that left Momin staring. Fascinating. My lord. Over spoke up. If you would. Momin simply nodded, turning back to the temple dedicated to him that was built upon the place of his supposed masterpiece and resting place. He held up a hand, drawing blood from it and began chanting. Slowly, using his blood, the Sith Lord began making markings of his own design upon the entrance to the structure. He chanted in archaic language that neither Beryl nor Zarian recognized. His blood then began to grow bright red, the liquid seeping into the walls of the structure before forming into proper accents that started to fill in certain gaps in the fortress. There was the rumbling and clucking of stone, metal, and other materials until the temple rebuilt itself before their eyes. Finally, it's complete. Momin said in satisfaction. He threw the doors open, stepping aside in a polite gesture for Zarian and Beryl to go in first. Just as he did so, the sun returned in his bat form, shape-shifting back to normal. The fools have been dealt with. He informed the others, all three nodding at him before they entered the structure, Momin coming in after them. Once inside, they took a moment to take in the interior of this ancient fortification. It was oddly beautiful. The designs of the focusing chamber felt right for the others. At the same time, if one were not of their proclivities, they would find this place to be repulsive if not terrifying. The walls had black stains, not of just simple explosions or stray shots and lightsabers, but the actual shapes of individuals that were practically screaming in terror before whatever it was that killed them left them, staining the wall with scorch marks being their graves. An ethereal rip into space was present before them. Coming forward, Momin brought the hands into the rip and began pushing it open, yet it was fighting back. Wanting to assist, Beryl, Zarian and the son used the force to help pry the rip to expand and stabilize. The focusing chamber began brightening more with energies coming out of the inner structures to connect with the tier. SZZCH. The gate being opened was unique. The design for it is intended to breach through the veil of life and death. All of it was the brainchild of Momin, which many of these dark side practitioners sought to use more and more to build up their army with unique members that still strike fear in many Jedi to this day. None of this would have been possible if it weren't for the Dark Celestial and Momin possessing the body of an acolyte. KRRCK. The door opened and from the other side, all that was seen was a shadowy silhouette waiting for them on the other side. Hello, me. It greeted, the voice all too familiar now. Hello, me. Momin said in return, the pair on either side reaching forward. The possessed acolyte withdrew the helmet from his head before handing it over to the other Momin. Said individual grasped his helmet and slipped it onto his head, feeling his connection grow far stronger than before. Taking a deep breath, Momin stilled himself before his eyes bore a satisfying glint in them. It feels good to be back. The fully revived Sith Lord said aloud, feeling his old power surging within him. With his return came a reverberation in the Force, one that others undoubtedly felt, but with Over's assistance, it will be far more subdued. The Jedi will no doubt get suspicious, but he can chalk it up to the elusive Sith Lord's work. Or perhaps he lets them start getting suspicious of him and the true Sith as a whole. After all, nothing is more palpable or gratifying than the sensation of fear before death takes them. Momin has truly returned. Beryl said in satisfaction, pleased with his work. The artistic Sith walked about, feeling the return of his mortal coils. His new lease on life felt strange but more connected. After some moments, Momin turned to the others present. I have upheld my end of the bargain. He stated plainly. Over nodded. Of course. You fully returning to the mortal plane was the first step in having this Order of the Sith gaining more power to their forces. With me being the first test subject with the Gateway. Which we greatly appreciate. I have been given a wonderful opportunity with my new life. A life which no one would forget me so easily. After all, what bigger agony for an artist if they're forgotten. Now it's time for my artistic comeback. Momin said, flaring his arms up dramatically. You can start with this one. The son spoke up, snapping his fingers and producing a white mask that caused Momin to freeze in his tracks. Where did you? I have my ways. The son said enigmatically. But what I wish to know is, can it be done? Momin was silent, taking the mask out of the hands of the Celestial and gazing at it intently. He held it up to the gateway that was used to bring him back and he shook his head. Not in the same way I did. Nihilus will be more difficult to resurrect due to circumstance. What does circumstance have to do with this? Gethzarian questioned. My rebirth came with foresight. Momin elaborated. During my time, the Jedi and Sith clashed constantly. When one Sith appeared to have the advantage, the Jedi were quick to counterbalance the Force and defeat another. Such was the way of the wars of my era. Which is why I had constructed this nexus in the event of my death. My unfinished work. So how would you bring back the Lord of Hunger? Beryl inquired. Momin was silent, mulling over the many possibilities of resurrection. What he possessed was a power that Sith of all generations has pursued throughout the many millennia of their order. This was a unique form of what one can perceive to be immortality, but not at the same time. After a few seconds of deep thought, the artistic Sith Lord had several options in mind. This doorway was made as a means of reaching into my past self, transferring who I was to the current time that we exist in right now. One would think it to be simple, but I made this out of my design with the express means of bringing myself back. I had enacted several contingencies and rituals to accomplish this. With Darth Nihilus, we are talking about one of the strongest Dark Lords to have ever lived. To lure him out through the locus, we must enact an entirely different ritual. One that will need to reflect the power that the Lord of Hunger. That will be difficult without drawing attention. Beryl remarked, arms crossed. In spite of everything that's happening in the galaxy, the rebirth of a Sith Lord who once brought the galaxy to its knees is not something that can be so deftly ignored. Yes, with the war going on and Ultron's assault on the galaxy, said Momin, drawing in curious looks from the others. The Sith Lord tapped the side of his head. I know of these, due to the acolyte. Him wearing my helm let me peer into his memories and was able to relatively catch up on current events. At least that saves them time on a number of discussions. Speaking of resurrections, what of this one? Gethzarian flicked her hands in a circular motion and an astral image of a more foreboding helmet was now shown. One moment and Beryl instantly recognized the former, withholding himself from prostrating before the image. You mean to bring him back? Momin spoke with pure reverence and disbelief. Other than Nihilus, this Sith Lord will be the most difficult to revive. Over said, looking at the Dark Lord they had just revived. I was unaware that you beheld him in such high esteem. Momin scoffed, shaking his head at the comment. Only a fool, nay, The lowest scourge of the Sith would not recognize or not worship the works of the Lord of Hate. The Master of the Gathering Darkness was an artist in his own right. To be able to wield the blade as he did and slaughter armies single-handedly was nothing short of a masterpiece for the dark side. Tulak Horde is what every Sith wishes they could be. Perhaps then, I can be of further assistance. The Son spoke up. My connection to the dark side and the Force is one that is founded across time itself. But if we do indeed resurrect ones such as Horde and Nihilus, the Jedi and the Avengers will have their eyes upon us in an instant. Avengers. Momin repeated, rubbing his chin in thought. And who exactly are they supposed to be? Alright then, we've finally completed the Shang-Chi arc at long last and on the eve of Christmas in 2022. So with that, let's round out the year with one final omake. Alright then, is everyone ready? Peter Parker excitedly asked the large crowd assembled here today. Easy there, Peter, we're not going anywhere. Sam said with an amused smirk, the way the teen was jumping in place only making him laugh. I can't help it. Parker emphatically stated. We're finally finishing the greatest trilogy in film history. How can you not be excited? It is excellence personified. Vision voiced his agreement. I have never seen such perfection made form. I think you guys are blowing it out of proportion. Widow commented wryly. It's not like the holy grail of movies. You're right, too low a standard. Rhodey said, drumming his hands against his chin. Guys. The Avengers turned over to C5's raising his hand like a child would in a classroom. Can we start already? The ARC trooper asked. We've been waiting to watch this one forever now. Intermission is basically over and we're raring to go now. It was quite a large crowd to say the least. Practically all of the Jedi Order and most of the clones were here, and if they weren't physically present, holo transmissions were in place. By the end of this one, almost all of the Grand Army of the Republic would have seen this, and most of the Republic as well. The trilogy was making its way across the galaxy and catching on like wildfire. Hope you guys are ready for one of the greatest films of all time. Pietro cockily said, cozying up with his girlfriend Ro. And make sure to hold it in for all the endings. T'Challa tacked on. All the endings. You'll see. Steve answered, the audience sitting back as the film began. As the film began, it didn't cut with the titular heroes everyone has grown used to seeing in these past two entries. No, it began with Smeagol of all people, when he was merely an innocent hobbit. It all changed when his friend Diagol found the One Ring in the river after trying to acquire some fish for the day. The One Ring of Sauron was quick to corrupt them, the two friends soon fighting over it and Smeagol killing Diagol in the end. Smeagol soon fled from the Shire, went into hiding and evolved over the years into what everyone knew as Gollum. After this, it cut right back to Frodo and Sam continuing on their trek to Mordor with Gollum leading the way. The audience found that entire sequence to be both jarring as it was terrifying. To the average clone and simple civilian, this was a freaky display of how the ring twisted and corrupted Smeagol so thoroughly. But to the Jedi, many saw this as the perfect, almost too raw way of showing what happens to oneself, be it physical or spiritual, when one allows the dark side to corrupt them in their entirety. It was a disturbing beginning, to say the least. The film then transitioned to Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli and Gandalf making it to Isengard, seeing it flooded due to the actions of the Ents. It wasn't just these members of the Fellowship, but King Theoden and his nephew Eomer were there with them. It was here they finally reunited with Merry and Pippin, who were no doubt surprised to see them after their separation in the events of the first film. The sight was amusing to say the least, considering how much Aragorn and his company endured, all in an effort to save them. Yet here they are, finding them on a field of victory, casually feasting on the food stores of the defeated Saruman. The scene then shifted to that of the confrontation between the White Wizards. Terms were negotiated with Saruman, who stood at the top of his locked tower. The corrupted White Wizard refused to cooperate, which soon led to his betrayal via backstab, courtesy of Wormtongue. If Saruman didn't die from the knife stab to the back and the fall, he most certainly did when being impaled by a sharp spike near the bottom of the tower. Well now, Obi-Wan spoke up, a slightly disturbed look on him. That's one way to settle a talk. Criff me. Cody muttered beside him. With their only source of information now dead, the Fellowship were back to step 1 in figuring out Sauron's next course of action. Of course, this was rectified, in a rather terrifying manner after a night of partying and celebration of the Battle of Helm's Deep. For Pippin became too curious about the orb in Gandalf's possession, which they procured from Sauron's corpse. The Palantir the orb held a direct connection with Sauron. Once Merry held it in the dead of night, the Dark Lord peered into his mind to acquire any knowledge of where his precious ring resided. Sauron didn't get anything from this encounter, but Pippin did, for the Hobbit was able to see where Sauron desired to attack next, Minas Tirith, the capital of Gondor. Thus the next course of actions needed to be enacted. Gandalf and Pippin must ride to Minas Tirith and get the beacons of Gondor lit so every kingdom of man will unite under one banner. Yet such a task may be problematic, given the present ruler of the Central Kingdom. Cutting over to Rivendell, Arwen convinces her father to reforge the sword which had harmed Sauron all those years ago. After several days of travel, Gandalf and Pippin arrive at their destination. Instead of receiving a warm welcome from Boromir's father Lord Denethor II, steward of Gondor, it was a cold reception when he learned his eldest son was dead before their arrival. Wanting to atone for his past actions, let alone to appease Denethor on the death of his son, Pippin swore his services to the kingdom. Despite all this, the Lord Steward refused to have the beacons lit, all because he refused to step down from ruling Gondor. As a result, Gandalf and Pippin had to plan and conspire to have the beacons lit, one way or another, behind Denethor's back. This all occurred after seeing a sickly green beacon shoot straight toward the sky in the middle of the night as it originated from the dead city, Minas Morgul. Unbeknownst to them at this point, Frodo, Sam, and Gollum were at this location when the signal went off. "It has come. The great battle of our time," said Gandalf, voice filled with an eerie dread. "The board is set. The pieces are moving." As dawn started to break onto Minas Tirith, Pippin snuck into the beacon tower and lit the flame. Hope is rekindled. And through a small sequence, each and every beacon throughout the kingdoms of man were lit and seen. Seeing this, Aragorn informed Theoden of his spotting the lit beacon on the nearby mountain. After some moments of hesitation, due to the local king having issues with Gondor, he gave his response. "And Rohan will answer." Thus his army began assembling, much like every other kingdom answering Gondor's call. The entire audience was stirring the entire time, feeling the coming conflict to be quite unlike anything they had seen before. Where the battles of the previous films were isolated to a degree, they still were important pieces to the journey and narrative. Now it was all coming together. The beginning of the final battle for Middle-earth. In the midst of all this, they watched as Frodo, Sam, and Gollum drew closer to Mount Doom. And in that time, Sam, who had already been popular amongst the audience, only grew in their eyes as he remained the shining light, the man who was dedicated to the task of keeping Frodo on the straight and narrow. At the river fort, Sauron's forces attacked in the dead of night. Boromir's brother Faramir was amongst the survivors as they were forced to abandon their post and flee back to the capital in the early hours of the morning. During this, Gandalf came to their aid, driving back the Witch King and his fellow Nazgul away. Instead of being a worrying father when hearing the river fort being taken, Denethor berated his son for his actions, especially when learning Faramir practically let the One Ring slip through his fingers by letting Frodo and Samwell pass. And that resulted in a scene of needless loss and death, courtesy of Denethor ordering his son and his men to go back out and retake the river fort. The hopeless charge of the men of Gondor whilst the Lord Steward sat in the halls of Minas Tirith, eating away his worries whilst the song Pippin sang overlaid with Faramir's rush on the taken city of Osgiliath. It was sobering for them to watch, to say the least, and did little in endearing Denethor to them, not that he made any efforts to begin with. Sam's nickname of Dickathor was a rather apt and accepted nickname amongst them all. Yeah, he's argued as a tragic, Shakespearean-type character, but that's rather difficult with how disliked he is. As the film progressed, the gathering army of Rohan continued their assembly as more and more men poured in on the eve of battle. Aragorn had a surprise visit from Elrond, bringing out the sword of Elendil, reforged and remade for the heir to Gondor. It was no longer Narsil but Andúril, the Flame of the West, signaling a new age of men. It wasn't just this, but another bit of news. Arwen is dying. Yeah, that plot point came out of nowhere and went nowhere. Then why include it? Some extra motivation for Aragorn to fight harder, I guess. It's expanded more in the books. Vision pointed out. But this movie is long enough as is. Yeah, I got that right. Of course, the forces of Rohan wouldn't be enough as it presently is. Thus Aragorn made the decision of seeking out an unlikely source of power, an army of wraiths from the mountain of Dimholt. An army bound to the true ruler of Gondor. With the help of Legolas and Gimli, Aragorn made the trek to acquire their extended army. They trekked up a treacherous mountain where the army of the dead resided, cursed by Isildur for failing to uphold the oath they held to the men of Númenor and to their king. The day of defending Minas Tirith came with so much happening at once. The riders of Rohan departed from their gathering space while the armies of Mordor descended onto Gondor. To say the odds were stacked against them would be the understatement of the century. Watching such a large army would make any warrior squirm. All the while, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli meet the army of the dead. Making it to the underground cavern housing the wraiths, Aragorn struck a deal with the undead forces. If they help defend Minas Tirith, he will release them from their oath of servitude so they may finally rest. Sure enough, they surprisingly agreed. Though the display of a man being able to grab hold of the dead was quite the sight to be sure. As this went on, the battle for Gondor was about to begin. Faramir had been dragged back to the city all while the orcs of Mordor made their move by sending a message that was gruesome, to say the least. Using their catapults, they launched the decapitated heads of the men of Gondor, a sickening sight for all. Criffing hell! Fives exclaimed, hands on his head. What the hell is wrong with these sickos? They're orcs. Steve plainly said. Creatures of malice and evil. It's what they do. The audience watched as Denethor descended into madness upon seeing his son, but they found hope with Gandalf, who quickly took over the fighting men of Gondor. Send these foul beasts into the abyss. I'm gonna use that line one day. Anakin stated. Believe that. I am tempted to steal it from you. Plo Koon remarked with a chuckle. The battle had officially begun. Catapults flung stones back and forth at each other, though the task to hold the city was a monumental one. In one of the shots fired at the orcs of Mordor, the audience got a proper look at the incoming army of Sauron and gulped at the sight. As the Nazgul descended upon the city, its residents and forces cowered upon their presence. Thus it caused much chaos and disarray, with Gandalf doing everything he can to cease this madness. Briefly, with Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, they were able to quickly hijack several ships heading to Gondor's ports with their undead forces. With Frodo, Gollum led him to a large cave system. What the ring-bearer didn't know, this was the lair of Shelob. The corrupted hobbit led him here as a means of getting rid of Frodo so he may retake his precious ring. Of course, not everything could go as initially planned, with Frodo momentarily escaping and running back into Gollum, who sought to kill him soon after. But after their separation, Frodo was ensnared by the ancient, arachnid entity and paralyzed by her venom. Some of the women, even the Jedi, openly squirmed and almost squealed in their seats at the sight of the giant spider. That is disturbing. Windu murmured, perturbed by Shelob. Before Frodo could be killed, a sight that elicited a boisterous cheer by all came from what happened next. Samwise Gamgee coming in to save the day. Despite what accusations were placed upon him by Gollum's trickery, the humble gardener went back to save his friend from certain doom. If Shelob knew Frodo was the ring-bearer, she would have helped him and Sam on the rest of their journey. Why's that? Expanded lore stuff. Sam soon gave a brief explanation. Basically, Shelob hated Sauron with a passion after he used and manipulated her in the past. She could have made the rest of the journey to Mount Doom far easier for them as a means of revenge. And yet the plot demanded this confrontation happen. Despite Sam saving Frodo from being Shelob's dinner, the ring-bearer was captured by some passing orcs and taken further into Mordor, which Sam was quick to follow in the shadows. The Battle of Gondor continued on to the night. Sauron's forces eventually broke through the main gate. During this, Pippin spotted Denethor was undergoing his son's funeral. Taking a closer look, the curious hobbit realized Faramir wasn't dead at all, only unconscious from his wounds. Pippin sought to stop it on his own, but he was booted out. Thus he went back into the city to get Gandalf's help to stop Denethor from murdering his son via cremation. On the way to stop the funeral, the Witch King made his arrival, dropping right in front of Gandalf. Of course, the encounter between the White Wizard and the Witch King was short, yet impactful, showing how strong the leading Nazgul was over Gandalf. The shattering of Gandalf's staff made many in the audience jolt in shock. "Oh shit," was the comment many clones let out, a sentiment shared by many in the audience. Yet before the final blow to the White Wizard could be defeated, a mighty volley of horns were blown from the distance. The source, the assembled army of Rohan. Everyone sat up at the sight of the Rohirrim arriving, facing the army of Mordor. Though they were outnumbered, terrified even, any form of reservation was quashed by their king who rallied his men. Forth, and fear no darkness. Arise, arise, riders of Theoden. Spears shall be shaken, shields shall be splintered, a sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises. That's a hell of a speech, Rex remarked. What's it all even mean? Essentially he just told everyone that we're gonna die today and it is going to be awesome. Peter translated for them. One clone, in particular, guffawed aloud, taking such words to heart. Now that's a speech I can get behind. Hardcase cheerfully said. Me too. Wrecker said aloud, the two clones linking arms. Oh brother. Crosshairs said with a roll of his eyes. Ride now. Ride now. Ride. Ride for ruin and the world's ending. Bellowed Theoden. Death. Death. Roared the Rohirrim. Death. Death. Each and every time that word was screamed, many audience members felt a chill down their spine. The clones all either tensed up or had their fists clenched, a small feeling of adrenaline shooting up and down their spines, grins being shared all around. With the horns bellowing and echoing, the army roared and charged into battle with a mighty swell of music. The army of men kept moving onward, not backing down. And such a sight made the army of Sauron cower as they swiftly approached them. Back with the funeral of Faramir, Denethor was clearly showing more of his madness. Not only did he seek to burn his son, but himself as well. At the very least, Gandalf and Pippin came crashing in and saved Faramir from certain death in his vulnerable state. But in the end, Denethor realized his actions as he was set aflame and died as a result. On the fields outside of Minas Tirith, the Rohirrim was faring well against their enemies, until the Oliphants arrived. Look at the size of M. Almost the size of the Zillow beast. And there are dozens of them. Suffice it to say, the tide of battle swiftly switched over with Theoden and his forces getting their butts handed to them. The Oliphants swinging their trunks and tusks to and from while stomping about. As this slaughter fest went on, Merry and Eowyn were doing their best to fight against the Orc army. Things became tragic for Eowyn upon seeing the Witch King striking down her father. Before Theoden's life was snuffed out by the Witch King's mount, Eowyn came in and chopped its head off. With the denial of having his fell beast feast upon the Rohan King, the Witch King sought to kill the interloper. His spiked mace was swung all over the place. Eowyn did her best to swiftly move away from the blows, but one struck her shield and destroyed it. In the city, the enemy was breaching more and more of the levels. Behind one of the doors, Pippin and Gandalf were conversing. I didn't think it would end this way. End? No, the journey doesn't end here. Death is just another path, one that we all must take. The grey rain curtain of this world rolls back, and all turns to silver glass. And then you see it. What, Gandalf? See what? White shores, and beyond. A far green country, under a swift sunrise. Well, that isn't so bad. No. No, it isn't. Despite hearing the bits of encouragement Gandalf gave to Pippin, he knew things needed to sway back in their favor. They needed a miracle to take down this new problem of theirs. Sure enough, they were answered. Not directly on the fields of Minas Tirith, but from the river. Over at said location, a large bundle of Sauron's forces were waiting for the last of their men to arrive from the river. To their surprise, it wasn't their reinforcements, but it was merely Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas as they jumped off one of the straggling ships. As the trio charged into battle, the undead army came with them, swiftly slaughtering Sauron's army like they were nothing. It didn't stop at the river, but it quickly escalated to the fields of Gondor. Back on the battlefield, the Witch King loomed over Eowyn and sought to end her life. This would have happened if Mary didn't come in and stabbed him in the back of his leg. As he knelt, Eowyn killed the leading Nazgul by stabbing him in the face. With the arrival of the Wraith army, the battle swiftly turned. They assisted the Rohuns in taking care of Sauron's forces. During all this, Legolas took care of an Oliphant all on his own. Clearly, Gimli summed it up best. That still only counts as one. Most in the audience laughed at such a petulant statement, a few humorously arguing over it. It sure does. You kidding? That's clearly worth more. Oh, for the love of, we ain't doing this kind of argument. With the forces of evil taken care of the fields of Gondor, the Wraiths swiftly entered Minas Tirith to exterminate the infestation breaching the kingdom of man. With everything settling down, the King of the Dead appeared before Aragorn and demanded to have him uphold his end of the bargain. Gimli argued it would be best to keep hold of the Wraith army a bit longer to deal with the rest of Mordor's forces. The idea was tempting. Having an unstoppable army to help take care of the last of Sauron's forces. And yet, Aragorn wanted to fulfill his oath by setting the Wraiths free. Laid dying from his wounds, Theoden was surprised to see his niece was there. He didn't know if he was delusional in his final moments or if it was in fact real. It didn't matter to him in the end, as he at least saw Eowyn one last time before passing on from his mortal coils. With the battle won, everyone was recovering from their losses. They discussed just how should they take on the rest of Sauron's forces until Aragorn suggested something suicidal. That to give Frodo and Sam the chance to get the One Ring into the fires of Mt. Doom, they needed to march on the Black Gate and call out his army. Draw attention away from the hobbits to give them the opportunity they needed to get the job done. Certainty of death, small chance of success. What are we waiting for? Were Gimli's words on the matter. That's the slogan of the 501st. Rex Drably said, a small grin worming its way onto his face upon hearing his legion burst out laughing. It really is. Obi-Wan remarked, Commander Cody and many of the other Jedi generals and their clone commanders/captain counterparts laughing all the while. At one of Mordor's towers, Sam snuck his way in and saved Frodo from his orc captors. It would have been far harder if it weren't for the orcs and goblins fighting amongst each other. As much as their reunion would have been better, things weren't all that bright with Sam becoming hesitant in returning the One Ring to Frodo, due to him believing he should help deal with the burden. Wearing some goblin armor, the two hobbits snuck out of the tower and resumed their trek to Mount Doom. The day of the final battle began. Aragorn called upon the forces of Rohan and Gondor as they rode out to the gates of Mordor. Seeing them off, Faramir and Eowyn conversed briefly while showing they had something sparking between them. "I'll look at that." Yeah, they hook up. Why wouldn't they? With Frodo and Sam, they had to join a trail of orcs and goblins so they could better traverse further into the enemy territory. It would be difficult to break out of it, but what choice did they have? Of course they improvised rather quickly by causing some infighting at one point so they could get out. From there, they booked it right to the intended destination. Yet the last leg of their journey proved difficult, with the weight of the One Ring becoming harder and harder for Frodo to bear. Soon, everyone watched as what remained of the Fellowship arrived at the Black Gate with a combined, small army of men from Rohan and Gondor. Things seemed at a loss of morale for Aragorn, Gandalf, Legolas, and Gimli when they saw the mouth of Sauron hold out the mithril shirt Frodo wore since the beginning of their journey. They were quick to assume Sauron's forces already captured Frodo and Sam, which also meant they too had the One Ring. Yet they couldn't give up hope. Besides, there was no turning back now. "Sons of Gondor, of Rohan, my brothers!" bellowed Aragorn. "I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart of me. A day may come when the courage of men fails, when we forsake our friends and break all bonds of fellowship. But it is not this day. An hour of wolves and shattered shields when the age of men comes crashing down. But it is not this day. This day we fight. By all that you hold dear on this good earth, I bid you stand, men of the West." As this speech ended, a good number of clones in the audience cheered, given how riled up they were when hearing this. There was a moment of tension as some believed that Aragorn was about to fall sway to Sauron's words until he turned back, muttered for Frodo and charged headlong into the army. All soon joined after, fighting with all the strength their bodies and souls had. In their minds, Frodo appeared to be dead, so what mattered now was fighting and killing as many orc and troll bastards as humanly, elfly, dwarfly and hobbitly possible. And yet, the moment that garnered the biggest reaction, cheers, tears and all, was the one between Sam and Frodo. Just as the two hobbits were about to reach the entrance to Mt. Doom, Frodo collapsed, at long last falling to the overwhelming pressure of the ring's influence. He just couldn't bear such a burden anymore. But Sam proved to be more than willing to take such a responsibility on his shoulders. Without hesitation, he grabbed Frodo, hoisted him onto his shoulders and trekked up the mountain with renewed vigor. The entire audience was cheering the gardener on with all their might, many simply blown away by his unstoppable willpower. Yet once again, things weren't that simple. Gollum returned, attacking them. Sam remained to keep the corrupted hobbit back while urging Frodo to get to the volcano. Everyone was watching in rapt attention, their breath caught in their throats as Frodo had at last made it, standing in the same place Isildur once stood when he had the ring. What followed, however? "Come on, Frodo, just drop it," Ahsoka urged on, squirming at the sound of the high-pitched sound the ring emanated. "What the hell is stopping him?" Heavy asked in bewilderment. "He's right there." Before anyone could say anything else, all watched as Frodo turned around and gave Sam an evil look. "The ring is mine." Many gasped, not believing what they just heard. Anakin himself paled at Frodo's words, clutching the arms of his chair tightly. "What? No. He did not just say that." The Avengers all snickered and shared looks with each other, greatly amused by the reactions all were sharing at this twist. And just as things couldn't seem to get any worse, Gollum arrived, knocking out Sam. The wretched corruption was quick to locate the footsteps of the hobbit and pounced on the invisible Frodo. They struggled for a time against each other until Gollum bit Frodo's finger off, the particular digit which had the ring slipped on. With Frodo writhing in agony, Gollum cheered and danced in merriment. Yet Frodo got his second wind and tackled Gollum off the ledge to the lava river far down below. There was a palpable moment for all those watching when they saw Gollum falling to his death, clutching the ring in a loving embrace until he struck the lava. The corrupted hobbit perished in mere seconds, his final thoughts being that of saving the ring. Yet it was all for naught. It appeared to still be all well for the Ring of Power. Glowing all the while as Frodo was hanging by the edge with Sam reaching out for his friend. The ring glowed for a short while before at last, the metal melted away into the molten lake of Mt. Doom, a figurative means once Frodo accepted Sam's hand for salvation. Without having even realized it, the crowd felt a tension that had come over them in the last battle of the film. With the One Ring destroyed, the tower where Sauron resided crumbled and exploded with him weak enough to never recover. Even going so far that he will be vulnerable for the Valor to finally deal with him for good. This particular factor wasn't known to the general audience members save for those who knew their Tolkien lore. Shortly after this occurred, the earth surrounding Sauron's tower crumbled and swiftly destroyed his army. Following this, the mountain where the One Ring was forged began to erupt and explode. As much as the Fellowship feared Frodo and Sam having perished with Mt. Doom being destroyed, the giant eagles arrived to carry them away from certain death. And at long last, after 3 films, what felt like a lifetime, the threat of Sauron was no more. Everyone began slumping or collapsing into their seats, the energy build-up they had leaving them all at once. Yet the story was not to end so quickly and suddenly. It was one after the other, scenes that would have served as the perfect bookend to any given story. Aragorn's coronation and reunion with the love of his life, Arwen, led into the entire city of Gondor bowing to the 4 hobbits who started the journey. The hobbits returning home and feeling distinctly out of place in the middle of all the cheers and feasting, the 4 sitting in contemplative silence. They had literally gone through a life-changing experience, practically helped save the entire world and now have to return to the boring and provincial life they had before. Nothing will be the same for them ever again. Having a sense of confidence after all that he endured, Samwell decided to talk to the tavern barmaid who he wanted to know better for a long time. Next thing everyone knew, a wedding occurred. The marriage of Rosie and Sam, which got quite the resounding cheer from all who watched, believing that if anyone deserved an eternal life of happiness, it was the one hobbit who faced down all that came before him and never wavered once. How do you pick up the threads of an old life? How do you go on, when in your heart you begin to understand there is no going back? There are some things that time cannot mend, some hurts that go too deep that have taken hold. Hearing these words from Frodo struck a chord on many of the audience members. With the galactic war going on, nothing indeed will ever be the same as before. Then came the melancholic, bittersweet departure of all the elves on top of Gandalf to the Undying Lands to the west with Frodo and Bilbo going with them. It was a sad goodbye from all as Frodo hugged Merry, Pippin, and Sam before leaving his land, home and riches all to his gardener. Huh, so this is what you meant by multiple endings. They seemed to drag on and on. Aola Secura admitted. And yet I don't want it to end. We never do. Steve said with a longing sigh. Middle-earth was a place not easily emulated, nor can one forget their time there, even if it was just in movie form. They watched the closing scene with Sam returning home, seeing him reunite with his daughter, his wife, and other newborn child, and with one simple sentence. I'm back. The gardener went back to his peaceful life. While that scene went on, Anakin bore a contemplative gaze at the screen, having had his eyes focused on Sam's children, brief as it was. Slowly, he looked over to his wife seated next to him, and a myriad of thoughts ran through his head. Feeling the gaze, the Nabooian shifted her gaze in his direction and saw the somewhat intense look in his eyes. What? She quietly asked. Anakin said nothing, only moving to take her hand into his, holding it tightly and smiling quietly at her. Confused by this, she nonetheless smiled back at him, seeing the pure love he held towards her, and despite the present Jedi in attendance, she leaned her head on his shoulder, a content feeling washing over the pair. After it was all said and done, the entire audience was slumped in their seats, practically exhausted from watching it all. The group said nothing as they were just soaking in what they had just watched, the journey that had just come to a close. There was a strange, no, not strange, a pure feeling of contentment and closure as the last of the credits finally ended. Okay, yeah, Anakin was the first to speak up after a prolonged silence. That was the greatest thing I've ever seen. Is there any other film or trilogy like it? Peter scoffed aloud, Steve snorting in his seat and shook his head. No, I'm afraid. Rogers declared. There will quite literally never be anything like this ever again. How can they even top it? Ahsoka asked, her form slumped and exhausted, leaning on an equally tired Barriss. No one has, unfortunately. It's quite literally a lightning in a bottle type of trilogy. Nothing has been able to recreate such a thing and be successful since. Sam revealed. You should see the behind-the-scenes stuff. Pietro said. That alone is a movie that's worth watching. They really left nothing out. Wanda added, shaking her head. The commitment to this trilogy is unimaginable. Maybe another day. A yawn soon escaped many mouths. It's been a long binge fest. We need some shut-eye now. I need a long rest after that one. Captain Rex freely admitted, getting multiple nods and murmurs of agreement from the others. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 84, what's our next move? Yeah. Feels like this suit's making me feel way more than usual. Peter Parker, aka the Amazing Spider-Man, swung above the city planet of Coruscant, the sun setting in the distance. Behind him was the familiar warbling sound of two LAAT gunships with webbing decorations on their side doors. They had become a near common set of companions whenever Peter had the time to do patrols on the planet. At first, it was just small run-ins with each other and they would work together, but now they had a special communicator with one another that Peter would send out, or he would be pinged by the Coruscant Guard whenever he was planetside, and they would patrol the streets together. Tonight was another night to test out this new suit that he got from Mortis. It wasn't any new bit of technology, just a unique suit of literal alien origins. Letting go of the web line he was swinging on, Peter allowed the gunship closest to him from behind to fly right on him, with him casually seating himself above the pilot's seat. Hey B. Peter greeted the clone pilot of the gunship, B nodding back at him. Got tired of swinging around already, Webhead? The black mask of Peter's new suit retracted to reveal the teen's grinning face. Nah, just figure I deserve a cool ride since I do so much for Yaslo pokes. Oh, it's gonna be like that again, eh? B challengingly said. It's always gonna be like that, B. Spider-Man shot back with a laugh, launching himself off the gunship to swing ahead of it. his mask reformed around him and he was once more assailed with the sights, smells, feeling, tastes and sounds of the city. He felt his senses on full blast yet were somehow in perfect control and harmony. It was rather strange for him not wearing his typical, normal outfit while not hearing his onboard AI. This new suit melded well and with some tests, the functions of his more technical suit still worked to their fullest capacity. But this new black suit operated on a different level, being able to form around him on thought and well, he wanted to see what else this suit was capable of. In some initial testing, he was able to replicate some of the web mechanics Mr. Stark had installed into the suit like plain web balls or even the web grenade. So now he wanted to see what other features this suit had for him. For the most part, it was incredible. Other than his senses being heightened to even greater levels than before, all his other powers were enhanced. He moved faster, reacted quicker, was stronger, more dexterous, the whole 9 yards. It was like relearning his whole moveset like the first time he got his powers. So many broken doorknobs, phone screens, and alarm clocks. Yet through some instances while out on patrol, he began experiencing issues with various levels of sound. It didn't bother him at first until some vehicles began honking rather loud when he was too close to them. Normally he wouldn't mind them, but he soon had an urge of wanting to wreck them rather suddenly. He managed to keep his cool though he began noticing his suit shifting about after every sound that exceeded a certain threshold. It was in those moments that Peter remembered that this suit was a living being and it had bonded with him for reasons he had yet to know. While it was beneficial for now, Peter has seen enough sci-fi, fantasy and lots of other nerd franchises to always keep a wariness on something he doesn't fully understand. But right now, he refocused his attention on his patrol. Okay, where is a shop that needs rescuing? Muttered the webhead, moving his jaw around beneath his mask when he tilted his head at an odd sensation. Huh. I'm hankering for some kind of chocolate or mushrooms. Save it for later, Spidey. Chimed in the voice of one Commander Thorne from the earpiece he had on. We've got a commotion going on in the 12th district. Oh come on, Gurren again. Yup, some trouble around his restaurant. This time it was Commander Thayer who responded, in a wry and equally annoyed voice. Some people just never learn. Peter just groaned aloud, shaking his head at the development. All right, let's beat some idiots up again. Spider-Man declared, starting to increase the speed of his swings, firing off web lines faster to get to their destination. The two gunships kept up with the webhead until they arrived at their destination. There, they saw a large dining establishment with a fight going on. From within, a lone Twi'lek stood behind a counter, a bored look on his face as he watched several security guards tussling with some thugs that were trying to rob his diner. He glanced over at a nearby clock, watching the seconds tick by until he heard the telltale signs of gunships overhead and with it, an all too familiar thwip. 5 seconds faster than usual. The Twi'lek noted, watching as the criminals that tried to rob him turned their attention on the Coruscant guard that arrived along with one spectacular Spider-Man. Hey Gurren. Peter casually greeted the Twi'lek owner of the restaurant who saw him and did a double take. Spidey? That you? What's with the new suit? Gurren asked, walking around his counter to greet the webhead. Yeah, like it? He asked, casually grabbing a thug's wrist without even looking at him, twisting his arm and flipping him down to the ground. It's all sleek and menacing. I guess. Looks a lot less friendly, I can tell ya that much. Ah, but that's 'cause my eyes are all narrowed and dangerous. The white lenses of Peter's masks widened, actually making him look friendlier. There, see? Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. The Twi'lek dryly said, looking past the young Avenger. Hey boys, quiet evening. The usual, Gurren. Commander Thayer greeted, wrestling a criminal to the ground, cuffing his hands. Things are finally quieting down, some would. Do you have those sandwiches? A clone randomly asked, tripping another crook, and tossing him unconscious. Always do, Jack, they're in the back waiting for ya. The Twi'lek said, thumbing behind him. The clones all cheered in spite of the criminals they were still fighting. So what did these guys want? Peter asked, webbing up several crooks at once. Turf war, robbery, reputation, I didn't even bother paying attention to it. Gurren boredly revealed. It all blends together after the 100th time you've seen it. Seriously, I don't even know why they always target this area. You guys are always here half the time for lunch or dinner. Maybe they want the challenge of it. Thayer suggested, shoving another criminal to the ground and restraining him. Or they're taking advantage of everything that's been happening since Ultron's attack. Clone Trooper Riss suggested. We'll see once we take them in for processing. Gurren simply shrugged, walking over to the clones and Avenger, kicking a down thug in the side with an annoyed look. Just get these assholes out of here already. They're slowing down the dinner rush. You got it, Gurren. Spider-Man said with a thumbs up. Dex says hi. Yell that old geezer to stop hugging all the good recipes. The Twi'lek said in return in faux annoyance before looking back at the counter of his restaurant. Scylla, get the usual for the boys. A female Neimoidian simply nodded, rushing in the back while the clones and Spider-Man rounded up the criminals and loaded them onto the gunships. Moments later, Scylla came out with a large container of food she handed off to a clone, the troops all thanking her whilst Peter gave his Twi'lek friend a healthy tip considering he refused payment. Once that was all settled and done, Spider-Man went off to continue his patrol, one gunship joining him as the other transported away the recently detained crooks. Peter felt a rush building within him, something that was starting to become commonplace whenever he went on these patrols now. His suit would always be shifting about, almost excitedly, adding to this adrenaline that always developed whenever he sought out criminals. It was a lot like the first time when he first began crime fighting except, to sound like a broken record, enhanced. This suit added to the rush and he was uncertain if that was a bad or good thing. For now, it felt good. Scene cut. While one young teen was experiencing a rush on Coruscant, another was undergoing the opposite. Walking through a corridor within the Jedi Temple, Barisifi was fiddling with her hands. She was taking several breaths as she was getting closer to her intended destination. Walking out of the temple, she continued toward an adjacent small building not far from the temple. Around it were several clones, all conversing with each other until they saw Barris. They were about to salute her when she waved them down, telling them it wasn't necessary at this time. Nodding in compliance, the clones went back to their previous actions. Walking past them all, the Padawan headed towards the place she was here in the first place. Opening the door, she entered a space that was filled with many more clone troopers. The only ones who stood out were Sam of the Avengers and his girlfriend Dani. The aforementioned people took notice of her and greeted her. "Glad you can make it, Barris," Sam said with a small smile. "Thank you for having me," Barris said with a bow, Wilson waving it off. "It's our pleasure," says Dani. "Given what happened, I felt we needed to arrange this with a number of those involved with the Citadel." Taking a proper look at the clones, she was quick to recognize that many, if not all the clones here were the ones she and her team had rescued from the Citadel. Other than them, she saw Flash, Cameron and Lucky in the midst of the clones and even the large and imposing Wrecker of the Bad Batch seated amongst them. It was quite the collection of clones. Barris was about to find a seat when the door behind her opened up. "Sorry I'm late, Io." "Master," Barris said, surprised to see her mentor Luminara here. "What are you dash?" "We asked her to come," Dani quickly said. "We believe her being here to be important. But she's a council member, isn't she dash?" "You will always be my first priority, Barris," Luminara interjected, standing next to her student. "You were my Padawan before I became a council member, therefore, the well-being and growth of you as a Jedi is my primary responsibility. If I don't help with what's bothering you, I feel I have failed you as your master. The rest of the council understands this." Barris stared at her master before shooting her an appreciative smile, one Unduli reciprocated, placing a hand on the younger Miri Allen's shoulder. She then moved to sit at the front of the group as there was an empty seat for her. "Seeing as no one else will come to this, we can probably get started," Sam said, standing at the head of this group with Dani by his side. A brief silence befell everyone here, a somber mood coming over them. Now, Sam spoke again. "I'm not one to sugarcoat just why you are all here. What matters now is how you process it. How you deal with what has happened. And this right here," he points to the ground, "is the first step. Just being here shows you want and need to discuss it, experience it again. Having it just bottled up? That's a hell you already do to yourselves in this war. No need to add to that stress. Surprised no one has bothered doing this beforehand. Flash remarked, murmurs of agreement from his brothers. Missions and battles happening left and right, making it difficult for most of us to find time in attempting this sort of thing. Sam pointed out. There also is the factor of someone experienced to lead these sessions, paid or volunteer. The Zeltron next to him stated, leaning her shoulder against his. So why are you doing this, sir? Ma'am. Cameron inquired on behalf of the group. It may come as a shock to some, but this was my job back on Earth before I became an Avenger. Sam said. Back home, I helped veterans and soldiers like you guys process their grief, trauma, and experiences they went through that no one else can relate to. Even if I stop being an Avenger, this has always been something I believe in doing. There was a shared feeling amongst the clones and Jedi as they found themselves swept up in Wilson's speech. Now then, let's begin with why we are all here. Danny looked to those present in the room and addressed them. What happened to your brothers and the Jedi is a clear assault in so many ethical ways. They were violated in the worst way possible. Altered in not just the mind but to the body and even their very being. The clones and Jedi Padawan shifted in their seats, Luminara casting a worried glance in the direction of her Padawan. I understand that this is an experience many of you would wish to forget. Danny said sympathetically. There are events in my own past that are difficult to discuss. Just so you know, this is a safe place to talk about anything that's on your mind. We won't judge you. Sam added in. Just talk. Let it out. Whatever comes to your mind. Whatever you feel comfortable in discussing, be it big or small. Doesn't even have to do with what happened at the Citadel. No one was willing to speak up right away. Yet the member of Clone Force 99 present was the first to do so after nearly a minute of silence. I always bounce back at everything. Wrecker proudly declared, thumping his chest. My batch and have taken out everything we were assigned to blow up or destroy. Some clones snickered at this until Wrecker's posture slouched. But what that was back there? I thought it wouldn't bother me as much, but there are certain things that just stay with you. Sam said, understanding what the altered clone was going through. You can go through one mission after the other, not even batting an eye at the things you've seen and done, but just one moment, one mission, it all changes afterward. I've seen men and women, all cheerful and upbeat, not as much as you, Wrecker, but vaguely close. This earned some chuckles from the clones. They had their own respective experience that flipped everything at a moment's notice. Sam snapped his fingers, like that. It could come up at random times with one having experienced various traumatic events. Danny said, walking over to the oversized clone, placing a hand on his shoulder. What matters right now is you facing it. Don't force it on yourself. Just allow your own mind and heart to come to that confrontation. There was a brief pause in the room until Lucky spoke up. I've been having hesitations lately. He admitted, almost ashamed to say it. A part of me wants to stay by my brothers and fight. Go out there, find this sick fuck. Some clones flinched. Luminara was certainly surprised by such a venomous word being spat out. And take him out, making sure he was filled with every blaster bolt in the Grand Army of the Republic. The ARC trooper then slumped in his seat, hanging his head. But then, I don't want to fight. I want to stay as far away from the battlefield cause this droid, he's taking our brothers from the battlefield. Dead or alive, he's managing to turn them into mindless drones, worse than the droids we've been fighting. Cameron's face was in his hands. I'm an ARC trooper and I don't want to fight. Not him, not that monster. Sam only nodded at this. You get trained to handle all these scenarios, he said, looking at all the gathered clones. Simulations, tests, all that back on Kamino. But there are things at your facilities or camps that don't prepare you for the battlefield. You could be the top of your class back then with no issues at all, only to have been served a hard dose of reality in the present and future. Hearing this, several more clones spoke on their experiences, this time being outside the Citadel. Battles they had survived, batchmates they saw get killed off, orders that just didn't make sense to them. With each clone that spoke, it was like a domino effect as one after another took a moment to speak on their experiences and what haunts them still. All the while, Barris had been silent for the majority of the meeting, listening to each clone recount a past memory, half being non-Citadel related and half being only Citadel related. It was the latter that troubled her the most, with her closing her eyes several times, feeling her breath catching in her throat as vivid images of what she saw there flashed before her eyes. It had gotten so intense to the point that she failed to notice Sam, Luminara, and Danny with several nearby clones were now crowded around her. She gasped, breathing heavily, her master gently stroking her back. "Are you all right, my Padawan?" Luminara worriedly asked. Subconsciously, the master called upon the bond she shared with her student, shocked at the tumultuous feelings she was experiencing. Nonetheless, being a seasoned Jedi Master, she used her own calmness and serenity to wash over the younger Jedi, helping her catch her breath and calm down. "You okay, Barris?" Sam quietly asked. "If you want, you don't have to share. You can head back to your room and sleep." Barris, having regained a semblance of composure, shook her head. "And no. I need to be here and talk," she insisted. Sam gave her a hard look, seeing if she was certain until he quietly nodded. "When you're ready. Take your time. Speak when you're ready." Uffie nodded silently, gathering her thoughts. She didn't say anything at first, instead staring at her lap, hands on her knees, clutching the fabric of her clothing. As a Jedi, she began, unknowingly drawing in all the clones present. "We've been trained to keep our emotions in check. To always understand that our duty is not to ourselves but to the Republic. To its people." She shuddered, and to a majority of the clones, what they saw was truly a startling first. Barris was now clenching her clothing tightly, to the point of nearly ripping it as tears began streaming down her face. Luminara herself couldn't believe what she was seeing from her Padawan. Barris, who had been the model Jedi Padawan, worked so hard to emulate the serene grace of her master. To see her in such a state was truly heartbreaking for the Jedi Master. "The Padawans, my friends." She managed out through her tears. Seeing them in such a state, it was so hard to bear. "I was utterly repulsed and nauseated with what." She couldn't manage out anymore, openly sobbing now. Her master, acting on instinct, pulled her in for a deep embrace, allowing her student to cry aloud, feeling her pupil reach up and cling to her tightly. The rest of the clones, Sam and Danny, listened on in silence. They could understand what she's going through, in their own respective ways. With the clones, they weren't exactly emotional when dealing with the loss of their brothers. They were accepting of such a thing, due to them being bred and trained. Yet the factor still stung at times. Yet this all pales in comparison for the Padawan, given her connection with the Force. After some time crying and eventually calming down, Barris resumed talking. "Sorry about that," she muttered. "It's just so hard and—" "No worries, Barris," said Danny. "People need some means of venting their woes. Decompressing from everything that's been piling up on them." Barris shook her head. "I was told as a Jedi to regulate and control your emotions. But this—" She shuddered. "How can you prepare for something like that? You can't be ready for everything, trained as all of you are," said Sam. "Seeing such things affects a person, one way or another. One can easily shrug it off while others find it nearly impossible to work with. It becomes a moment that unintentionally affects our very lives." The young Padawan shook her head once more, a more worried look coming over her now. "It's more than just that, Sam. It affected me more than just that. It's affecting me in how I use the Force." There was a pause in the room, the clones, her master, Sam and Danny all looking at her in confusion. "Mind elaborating?" She raised her hand and concentrated. The Miri Allen let out a relieved breath upon seeing a familiar greenish-white aura around her hands. "For a while, since I learned I had the ability to heal others with the Force, it made me happy. Happy to see that others can live another day. Something which I could call my own and I admit make me feel unique from others. But after what happened at the Citadel, my skill began wavering. I've begun having difficulties in using Force healing when I was helping the medics on our way back here to Coruscant. I thought it was merely temporary and could get back to normal after sleeping it off, but it hasn't. Barris was now sounding distressed. Do you possibly have an idea what the root of this came from? Danny quietly asked. Effie nodded, biting her lip. Seeing those tampered by Ultron. Me being forced to give them a second death. They were innocent in all of this. They were our friends and allies and it practically killed me having to cut them down over and over again. I've been having nightmares about it since. What Barris didn't voice was how she was able to cope with all this. She didn't feel comfortable talking about it at this time, especially with Master Luminara present. Waking up in her room the next day after her time at the Citadel, she stayed there for some time. She was jittery and didn't know what to do exactly once leaving what she perhaps deemed a safe space. The Padawan was honestly glad the first people to check up on her once she woke up were Ahsoka and Peter. Practically latching onto them, she cried and held on to dear life like they were her lifeline. After calming down to a degree, she spoke to them of what happened on her mission and vice versa. And clearly they went through quite the ordeal just as much as she did. There had been a change between them and it was something that she would normally ask about but she felt it. However, rather than elaborate on it, she just wanted them to be with her. Almost every night, whenever either one or both of them could, she had them by her side before she went to sleep. Sometimes she would wake up alone, other times, they were there. Ahsoka would usually be the one to leave as she still had her duties to attend to with her master and legion. But Peter always made sure to be there whenever she woke up. It was one of the few things helping her cope with all this. There was much she wanted to discuss with Ahsoka and Peter but in her current state, she knew now wasn't the time. Only once she was of sound mind would such topics be better voiced. As these thoughts and memories went through her mind, Sam Wilson moved to stand in the center of the gathered soldiers and Jedi. I know that this is a first for you but, it's good that you took this step. Some things you leave there, some you bring back. It's our job to figure out how to carry it with us, whether it's gonna be in a simple storage container to a pack on your person. It's up to you to know how much you can handle. The clones all listened in a way of silent intensity, hanging on every word he said. Ways to help work through these issues is often talking about them with others to help heal through the trauma. Others nurse it through certain activities. Sam said, walking back and forth now, eyeing each clone for a few seconds at a time. We all have the same problems. Guilt, regret, losing someone close to you. For me, I lost a friend, my wingman. The Falcon soon elaborated. A night mission. Standard PJ, rescue op. Nothing we have done 1,000 times before, yet an RPG knocked my friend out of the sky. I couldn't do a thing as I was up in the air, seeing him crash down below. Wasn't the same since. And in order to work through that grief, in a healthy way, I needed to talk to people like where we are now. You have that here now. You can talk or don't. Just listen. You can find your own ways to cope but you never have to do it alone. The session ended with those words, the clones all standing one at a time, going up to Sam and Danny to give thanks before departing. Barris made sure to hug the man tightly before giving one to Danny, thanking them profusely for this. We're always here, Barris. Wilson assured. You got us, your master, your boys and a whole lot of other people you can talk to. Never hesitate to reach out to them. The Padawan said nothing, only nodding as she left, her master by her side with Effie leaning on her. That was wonderful. Danny said dreamily, wrapping her arms around her lover. I love to see you like that. It was good to stretch out those old wings again. Sam admitted, leaning his forehead against hers, exhaling tiredly. But still, Jesus. The baggage these guys carry dash. That's what we're here for, love. Danny said, pecking him on the lips. You reminded me there's more to being a hero than to just get all the bad guys. Sam smirked at hearing this, looking into the Zeltron's eyes, at a momentary loss for words, being stricken by her beauty. When he first came to this galaxy, he sure as hell never would have expected to be pulling a Kirk, as Parker always said. Danny was certainly a pleasant surprise, almost a cosmic accident but here they are, almost a year later. Come on. He said. Let's pack up and head home. You mentioned your friend is getting set up with her application. Oh yes. Danny nodded. She's rather excited for the opportunity. Be sure to tell me all about it. The couple cleaned up the little meeting room they had, parting way not too long after, Sam exiting the room and walking to the Jedi Temple when at the door, he ran into Anakin. Sam. What are ya doing here so late? Wilson gestured to the small building behind him. I was having a group therapy session with a number of clones. Luminara and Barris also attended. They did, huh? Anakin muttered. It was an open invite for anyone to attend. It was mostly with those who were present at the Citadel. Figures. Anakin said in a low voice. I heard the worst from that place. Always one. Sam held up a single digit. Dozens of ops and missions and all you need is one to stick with you. What if it's all of them? Well then you better book up as often as ya can, cause Danny and I have shit to do outside all this. Well aware. Anakin said knowingly. So where are you coming from? Wilson asked, the pair falling into step as they walked down the corridor they were in. Skywalker frowned, shaking his head. A meeting, not the best of news, really. What is it? Well, not to sound like the bearer of bad news but, with the Citadel and all that we found out about it, a new development has cropped up that's making the Jedi on edge. The Jedi had a more grave voice. See, when the team from the Citadel learned about what Ultron has been doing, we started to pay attention to any missing person cases in the army, be it Jedi or clone. Sam felt a pit in his stomach. And? What do you think? Anakin shot back grimly. Wilson exhaled heavily, shaking his head. How many? Clones, close to around 700 thus far. Sam openly winced at that. And Jedi, around 30. Mostly Padawans. Perhaps more. Hard to tell from most systems. That's fucking terrifying. Falcon blandly said, a humorless laugh escaping his Jedi companion. That's putting it mildly. The two fell silent for a few seconds, their thoughts a bit of a jumbled mess. Sam was processing the news he had just received, not even knowing what Anakin is going through himself. Mostly Padawans. The man must be gripped in horror at the thought of losing Ahsoka to Ultron. And then there was Barris. God, can things really not get any worse? Wilson internally asked, glancing at the troubled Jedi next to him. Seeing his expression actually brought a memory back up as he had seen that face before. It was one akin to how he reacted when finding out about the chips the clones had in their heads. You know, Sam spoke up, making Anakin turn to him. There is something on my mind that's actually been bugging me and I know it's been on the team's mind. We just didn't want to bring the topic up. But seeing where I just came from, Wilson cleared his throat, making sure not to sound awkward right now. You never really did talk about that whole freakout you had back when we told you about the biochips and how you were a slave once. Anakin blinked at that particular reaction and looked ahead. That was unbecoming of me, he quickly said. As a Jedi dash. Ah, fuck all that. Wilson interrupted, surprising Skywalker with his crassness. Put the stuff with the Jedi aside and be selfish for once. Well, more so when you're with us. Talk about it for Christ's sake. We already know. Sam looked around and made sure they were alone before leaning in. We already know about you and Patty. You got all of us to talk to if ya need to. Anakin wasn't quite sure on how to respond to that and he actually laughed slightly. You guys sure don't know subtlety, do ya? Oh, subtlety is a skill we have, some more than others. Sam shot back. We just pick and choose when we want to use it. Skywalker snorted, shaking his head at that. He was silent for a few seconds until he sighed. Maybe another time. Anakin said. Not that I don't appreciate the offer or anything, but right now. I got a lot on my mind. Last thing I want to do is bring up more of my past after what I've already done lately. Fine by me. Sam replied. And yeah, should have had better timing with that. Anakin chuckled. Yeah, probably. Just so you know, the offer will be on the table indefinitely. The Jedi clapped the Avenger on the shoulder. Appreciate it. The next day. She's getting fat. Black Widow shot an unamused look at Pietro, who stood next to her, Mara Jade in her arms. "She's pleasantly plump, thank you," she heard chuckling from the side, Steve leaning on a nearby pillar. "If only Clint could see you now," he commented. "The messages will have to do for now," Nat said, making faces at her daughter, who laughed in return. At her sides were Marin and Ilyana, looking up at Mara in wonder and intrigue. "Were we that small?" the former asked, holding up a finger which the baby grabbed onto. "Likely even smaller," Wanda said from the side, standing with Peter and Vision. She turned back to the pair, focusing on the young teen in particular. "Now, what was it that you wanted to show me and Viz specifically?" she patiently asked. "This." Spider-Man's symbiote shifted into a civilian outfit that was rather akin to what Peter wore back on Earth. The thing that seemed to stand out the most was it being primarily black in color with the occasional white highlights on decals. It then shifted back into his full suit, his white eyes winking before shifting back into civilian clothing. "Pretty cool, right?" Mine is better than yours," said Wanda, who used her scarlet powers to shift from one outfit to the other. "I beg to differ," Vision said next, a yellow glow encompassing him entirely to no longer appear his android self, but more human in nature with Caucasian skin and blonde hair. The only thing that was remotely normal from his original appearance was the Mind Stone on his forehead. Rhodey merely rolled his eyes. "Okay, we get it. You three like changing outfits rather quickly than the rest of us. In style, might I add," noted Pietro. "I already had that, mind you." T'Challa spoke up, and to show off, his suit immediately formed around him. A boisterous laugh was then heard, signaling the arrival of one God of Thunder who was looking at all the gathered Avengers with a beaming smile. "It here tends me to see that even in a world and galaxy not of your own, your spirits all have remained high and strong," Thor declared aloud. "And this home away from home isn't too bad. We made do with what we have. Along with license liberties," added in Scott. Thor was confused with what Ant-Man was referring to as this was said. "Don't worry about it." Hope waved him off. "It's something that Stark would approve of dash." Which isn't exactly a ringing endorsement. Matt cut in, making the shrinking hero concede to his point. It was at this point did Sam come into the room, a bag of food in hand. "All right, we're all here," Steve announced, the Avengers all moving to sit around the large dining room table. "We can begin." Marin, Ilyana. Wanda levitated 2 trays of food, sending them over to her girls. "Please take Mara from Nat and go to your room for now." Wanda, do we have to?" Ilyana whined. "Yes, young lady, you two need to keep an eye on her and Grogu," Wanda said in her motherly tone. "This is grown-up talk." Both girls puffed their cheeks in response, Marin being handed Mara Jade by Natasha. They wanted to respond, but a quick twirl of the Scarlet Witch's hands had them surrounded by her red energy and they were sent to their room, screaming in protest along the way. "You've gotten stronger since I've seen you last, Lady Maximoff," noted the Asgardian. "Just call me Wanda, Thor," the Sokovian kindly asked. "We're teammates after all." Thor gave her a small smile, nodding at her before the 13 Avengers all seated themselves, distributing lunch amongst themselves. "There's a lot to discuss," Steve spoke first. "So let's just get everything out of the way. Thor, your trip back to Earth." The rest of the group back on Earth are working tirelessly on the Infinity Gate and getting it open. The Thunderer immediately said. "Jane told me before my departure she is confident in a breakthrough. Let's hope we don't get a repeat of last time," Hope stated, pulling out a hollow screen that showed the data Thor had brought back with him from Earth. "We need to find the correlating gate here with the one back on Earth. That doesn't really narrow down our field, does it?" "Maybe," T'Challa said, having the same set of data open. "But we can perhaps narrow it down. There are markings on the gate. They could be inscriptions or they could be coordinates. We must deduce which is which. Wonder how many of them are gonna come through," Scott idly said. "'Cause I've noticed Stark and Barton have been busy recruiting since we got sent here." That was a large topic of interest for the gathered team here. Officially, they can now say there are two teams of Avengers. One in this galaxy and one on Earth. And for a few in particular, they were certainly surprised to see one James Buchanan Bucky Barnes now listed in their ranks. At least we know that our home world is protected. Murdoch brought up. Us all vanishing so suddenly and undoubtedly left Earth severely undermanned for a time. Got that right. Rhodey said, a sentiment shared by the team. But still, how are we supposed to know where they'll end up? Even with all of them working together, who's to say that a repeat of all of us won't happen again? Can only stay positive, I guess. Rogers admitted. Trust the team back home that they know what they're doing. And with that Jedi that's with them. That was certainly another surprise to be sure. To discover that a Jedi had made her way to Earth with no one in the Jedi Council even being aware of it. When asked who could it have possibly been, they all came up with no answers. They were given the name of Celeste Morn, and while the Jedi Council didn't recognize the name straight away, there were some that felt the name to be familiar. Jocasta Nu was assigned in hunting down the name in the Jedi archives, while other masters were given the name, see if it rang any bells. On the concept of a Jedi ending up on Earth, many theories and ideas were flung around. A similar method to how the Avenger appeared in this galaxy was brought up, or a means unseen or unknown in the Force. There was one that seemed promising. Jocasta had brought up an old mission that was given to a large group of Jedi almost 15 years ago now, prior to the start of the war. It was called the Outbound Flight, a mission where 6 Jedi Masters, 12 Knights, 20 Padawans and 50,000 personnel were assigned with one goal. To explore the unknown regions of the galaxy and to go beyond the edge of known space, into the endless void. Unfortunately, not long after, contact was lost with the ship and all hands with it. In checking the names of the lost Jedi, Celeste Morn was not among them. So Jocasta resumed her search. Haven't gotten an update since. My friends, I do believe we have a more serious matter we must attend to. Thor then said, a grim visage for them to see. Well, not the only serious matter, but one of the three we face at this very moment. With the sun escaping the confines of Mortis, a new, powerful threat is now roaming this universe freely. One with the intention to wage war on all that may oppose him. Just another problem to add to the list. Sam said with a deep sigh, running his hands over his face. What even is he? Wanda asked, looking at those who were at the realm called Mortis. You called him a celestial, right? He is. Vision confirmed for her. It is difficult to fully elaborate on just what kind of being he is, but now that he is no longer confined to Mortis nor restricted on utilizing his full power, we should be expecting a coming attack from him fairly soon. But why? Pietro inquired. From what you guys described it as, he's more pissed at this Ari guy than the galaxy. Why bring more war here? He views it as his vengeance for his thousands of years of imprisonment. T'Challa stated firmly. And that is within his nature. Strife and conflict is what defines him, as the daughter told us. With the sun on the loose, the only thing in taking him down for good is with the Mortis dagger. Where is this dagger? Matt asked for those unaware of its location. In the vault at the Jedi Temple. Peter revealed. Some of the Avengers glanced at each other. You sure it's good being kept there? It was robbed during Ultron's attack. Scott reminded them all. Ain't that place kinda open for more robbery? As you said, it was during Ultron's attack. Murdoch said in return. That was a unique and unfortunate circumstance that allowed for such a theft to occur. At this point, we sadly need it there. It's the only place we can securely store and extract it once we perhaps know the sun's whereabouts. Vision added in. Easier mentioned than done. At this point, it's practically staying there indefinitely. Do you think if they knew about it, would they take Wanda's holocrons? Pietro asked. I'd like to see them. Okay, maybe they could take Exos on, but Kreia stays with me. But won't the Jedi inevitably find out about them? Hope asked, looking at the Chaos Magic wielder. Don't the Jedi have a right to know? They'll have it when they've earned it. Wanda defensively stated. We're not here to talk about that. Steve sternly cut into the conversation, giving them all a hard look. Drop it. They're Wanda's, so we leave them with her. Once more, Thor was confused. I'm clearly missing something here. Wanda has what? We'll show you later. Nat brushed it off. Yes, there's something else actually we wish to speak with you about. Vision said. How did your meeting with the Jedi Council go? Been meaning to ask. Ah, right. It went like this. Days earlier. Fare thee met, Jedi Council. Thor greeted the gathered Jedi in his usual confident self. I am Thor, God of Thunder. I have heard much of your order from my father, Odin Allfather, King of Asgard. Welcome you, Thor of Asgard, we do. Grand Master Yoda said in return. Many questions, imagine you have as we have for you. Naturally. Thor nodded. To Yoda's left, Mace Windu-eyed the Thunderer, with the hammer swinger looking back at him with clear intrigue and disbelief. Sensing the mood of the god, the Jedi Master rolled his eyes, already knowing just why he was particularly singled out. Yes, I have come to be made aware that I look like this Nick Fury your team is familiar with. Windu quickly said. The resemblance is striking. Thor stated. Just wear an eye patch and grow his beard and I wouldn't be able to tell either of you apart. The universe is truly a strange place at times. So we've heard. Obi-Wan Kenobi smirked beneath his beard, having been informed and shown an image of this Nick Fury they spoke of by the other Avengers. Had it not been for said features Windu lacked, Kenobi would have believed that to be a clone from Kamino of his fellow Jedi Master. The conversation was then turned to the matter of Thor's status, so to speak. Calling yourself a god is rather arrogant, don't you think? Master Plo Koon inquired respectfully. Thor nodded at the question, understanding the want to ask about it. My people have often been confused as such in the past. Others labeled us as a higher advanced civilization. But in truth, I am indeed a god. Thor declared in total seriousness, lightning flashing around his hammer and eyes momentarily. Putting the status of deities aside. Mace Windu leaned forward, an intense look in his eyes. You speak as though you know us. Have you been here before? Thor shook his head. That would be my father in his younger years. What defines younger years? Kenobi asked. Considering the longevity of your people if you are indeed gods. May we know your age? Depa Billaba asked. Certainly, milady. I am 1,500 years old. That certainly stunned the council into silence, Yoda having a slightly impish smile. You look rather spry for your age. Kit Fisto remarked, a slightly amazed smile compared to his usual easygoing one. I've learned that age does not begot wisdom, Master Jedi. Thor plainly said, hearing the Grand Master hum aloud. But the wisdom you have that we lack. Knowledge of a greater universe that is cut off from the rest of us. At that, the Thunder God's expression became serious as he nodded at the Jedi. A barrier surrounds this galaxy, one Heimdall struggles in getting through. He utilizes much of the darker magics to allow entry for me here and even then, it wears him down greatly. Darker magics. Mace's voice turned sharp. Thor shook his head. It is unlike that of the dark side of the Force your order is familiar with. The darker magics while having such a title operate on a different set of laws that you are unfamiliar with. The Jedi Council all looked at one another, a feeling of uncertainty shared between them until Plo Koon spoke next. Speaking of things we are unfamiliar with, the Keldor Jedi gestured to the hammer in Thor's hand. I cannot deny the curiosity many of us must hold in regard to that hammer you have. Mjolnir. Thor said, holding it up for them all to see, applying some of his power for it to hum, causing the Jedi to shift about. What is that? Sha'Akti asked, in person as she had been recalled from Kamino for an earlier meeting. The power that item radiates. I've never felt anything like it. A sentiment we all share. Ki-Adi Mundi remarked. It's a beacon in the Force. If we were to blindfold ourselves, we'd find it in an instant. Examine it, may I? Yoda abruptly asked, leaning forward on his walking stick. Thor gave the tiny master a hard stare before nodding and set his hammer down, handle up. Getting up from his seat, the Grand Master hobbled over to the hammer, eyes raking over every side of it. Material. Made of you are you, forged from a dying star. Thor said to the Jedi Grand Master. Yoda hummed, placing his hand on the handle and closed his eyes. Much power I sense. Grand, powerful, controlled. His head tilted to the side, a frown now marring his face. Destroyer, one could be mistaken as. That it can be? The Thunder God solemnly said. I have taken great pride in the lives I have saved with this tool. But I have also wrought unfathomable, foolhardy destruction. When I was younger and a bigger fool. Through what I've experienced in these past years, I have learned the hard way that I must be better for the sake of others. Yoda hummed in approval, pushing against the hammer yet found it unmoving. Lips turning down again, he pushed against it, this time with some force enhancement only to be met with the same result. Thor already knew what it was the Grand Master was attempting. My father made a particular blessing upon it, for it won't move for anyone except for who it deems worthy of its power. How does one know they are worthy? Kenobi questioned and Thor crossed his arms, a thoughtful expression for them to see. I ask myself that frequently. He shook his head. I sometimes don't understand how or why I have been deemed worthy, but since my banishment to Earth, losing and regaining my power, I've come to understand that at the very least, I am to always work for that worthiness, to make sure Mjolnir's power is never abused so callously again. A deep connection, I sense. Yoda said. But much to learn of this, you do, Thor nodded. On that, you would be correct, wise Jedi Master. Obi-Wan then cleared his throat, making all turn to him. Back with the earlier topic. We diverted away from the apparent barrier around the galaxy. I recall your arrival on Mortis to be quite spectacular. A literal pillar of light energy. The Bifrost. Thor revealed. A means of my people to get to most anywhere in the universe. How is such a method possible? Luminara asked in wonder. Our own means of magic. That and the use of the Tesseract to boost its power. Heimdall believes that was the needed component to help him get through the barrier surrounding this galaxy. Tesseract. Winder repeated with Thor crossing his arms. One of the reasons for my journey here, Jedi Masters. He stated. Since you have met my teammate Vision, I take it he has told you of the Infinity Stones, yes. The Council all collectively nodded. Earlier last year, the Mind Stone came to light, and from what I have been made aware of, that was the fourth Infinity Stone that had revealed itself to the universe at large. In truth, the Tesseract is the one of them, being the Space Stone. Since then, I have been journeying across the cosmos, searching for the last two until I found another back on Earth. Of the 6, 5 have now been revealed, and I believe a greater danger is at play now. Greater danger? Windu sharply said. What do you mean by that? What threat could these Infinity Stones pose? A singular stone in hands of one like Vision and Doctor Strange. None, as they would be in good hands. But to those who understand their higher powers, planets can be devastated, even galaxies in an instant. If someone were to gather all 6 stones, the power they would wield would live up to the namesake given to them. That certainly troubled the Jedi Council. A power that can command the forces of the cosmos in the hands of someone with ill intent? One can only imagine the devastation that can be wrought. Some of the council actually felt a bit overwhelmed by what they were hearing. Since you know 5 have been discovered, what of the 6th? Kit Fisto brought up. I do not know its location. I thought the father of the Mortis Celestials would tell me, but couldn't for reasons. Thor slumped slightly. The trail has been cold, but it should come as no surprise. From what I have gathered from Asgard's archives, the last stone that is hidden is regarded as likely the most important and powerful. And what is this stone? Plo Koon inquired. The Soul Stone. The ingot that is the balance of life and death, the manipulation of the soul itself. One can essentially cheat death or who knows what else. Like the ether, the reality stone, the limit of the soul stone is only that of its wielder's imagination. Kenobi released a tired sigh, rubbing his temple. Frankly, my friends, I do believe we have heard enough today. The Jedi Master commented, sagging a bit in his seat. Our newest friend here has already done much for us and told us even more. Perhaps we should end it for today and speak on these matters another time. Agreed. Plo Koon spoke up, followed by the rest of the council. Thank you, we do. Yoda bowed his head. Much to discuss we have and learn far more. Our temple, at your disposal it is. Learn what you can and in return, teach what you know. Knowledge is to be spread and prized about power. Thor grinned down at the Jedi Master. I think my father would enjoy your company, Grand Master. Back in the present. Well, at least they were friendlier to you than me. Wanda dryly said, resting her head on her hand. I think having a god that can mess them up easily can do that. Rhodey added on. Guys. Steve said sternly. Not the time. They quieted down as the good captain addressed the god of thunder. So at least they're not as suspicious of you as they are with Wanda. I've been meaning to ask, what is that even about? He said in clear confusion. Long story. Vision spoke on behalf of her. Was there anything else you discussed with the council? Thor shook his head. Other than the Celestials of Mortis, nothing else. It was then that Peter hummed aloud, rubbing his chin in thought. Barriss, Ahsoka, and I have been hitting the archives a lot lately. I'll head over to the library and see if there's any buried knowledge with the Celestials when I'm not patrolling. You think the temple would have any on them? Sam asked. Peter shrugged. Maybe. It's a big library. With thousands of years of knowledge. Vision stated. More than ours. Perhaps I shall join you, speed up the process. Thor then slapped the side of his head suddenly, surprising those who saw him. I almost forgot. Thor reached for his belt, pulling out a metal disc. Stark recorded a message for you all before I last left Earth. He tossed the disc into the center of the table and a projection of Tony Stark appeared. Well, hello beautiful people, don't ask how I knew to have this greeting, it's me we're talking about. Said the recording of the invincible Iron Man. So, you get yourselves lost in another galaxy and are now involved in a war, huh? Cap, I thought you were better than that. All of you really. And then you all go and pull this. From here on, I don't want to hear any judgment from you warmongers, you hear me? Oh boy, here we go. Rhodey said in exasperated amusement, covering his grinning mouth with his hand. Scene cut. Captain Rex walked through the hangar bay that his legion utilized, Lieutenant Jesse and Domino Squad walking alongside him. And I want these grenades Parker's been making for us distributed amongst the boys. Rex ordered, tossing a web grenade into the hands of Fives who inspected it momentarily. Echo, make sure you get the formula he gave you down pat, gonna likely rely on you whenever he can't help. Got it, Captain. Echo replied. And then I want Dash. Rex halted in his instructions, looking over at some clones that had gathered around an AT-E tank, all appearing to be whispering to one another. What's going on over there? The captain asked his men, all of whom shrugged save for Cut-Up who squinted past the group and spotted the topic of interest that caused this small gathering. Ah, he spoke up, coughing into his hand with an awkward smile. I believe that would be our newest member of the 501st, sir. We met her earlier. The rest of Domino Squad had looks of realization dawn on them, all nodding at one another. Her. Rex said in confusion. Our first conscript, sir. Echo informed him. Senator Chamsindola's conscription bill is still in the works but the Republic has already been garnering hundreds of volunteers. She's the first one that our Legion got. Rex had a contemplative look until he heard some of the chuckles the clones around the AT-E let out and he squared up his shoulders. Walking over to them, he made sure to get their attention in the way he always knew how. If you're done lounging about troopers, then you can definitely provide maintenance or conduct PT. We're on the clock in case you forgot. The clones around the tank all jolted, hastily saluting the captain before running off to do just that. In the background, Domino Squad and Jesse laughed at the sight, hanging back as Rex approached the AT-E. The captain heard a melodic giggle, the lady beneath the tank having likely heard and seen what Rex's orders did. Pardon me, ma'am. Rex spoke up, spotting the woman working underneath the AT-E, the shadow cast by the tank making it difficult to get a proper look at her. But may I ask who you are and what you're doing here? One moment. She responded, the sound of power tools shutting down. When the woman walked out from underneath the AT-E, Rex actually froze up for a moment as he got a proper look at her now that she was out of the shadows. She had some black smudges here and there, but nonetheless, the woman before him was a stunning beauty to say the least. Bright pink skin with violet eyes and blue hair color a shade darker than the one used by the 501st. A Zeltron, like the one Lieutenant Wilson was currently dating. This species had a natural promiscuity and beauty to them, and the one that stood before Rex was no different. An hourglass, voluptuous figure with tight, form-fitting clothes that made sure to show off every curve of her body. It was a rather unusual get-up for a woman who appeared to be working with power tools, yet it worked. In fact, it made her far more eye-catching. "Hey there, handsome, you must be the captain," she greeted with a disarming smile. And she was polite to boot. Still, Rex was nothing else if not professional. Clearing his throat, he gave her a hard look into her violet eyes. "You seem to know who I am," he said in a serious voice. "But I'm at a disadvantage with you." "Oh," she said, wiping away some of the black smudges on her arm. "I've heard about Captain Rex being a strict co but never a charmer. I'm Delia Blue. A pleasure to meet you, Captain." Rex was a bit thrown off by her forward nature, her posture distracting him momentarily with how it showed off her assets. But he managed to get himself under control. "Delia Blue." He repeated her name to make sure he got it right, the Zeltron woman nodding. "I hope you don't mind me asking just what you're doing here." "Well, I volunteered, Captain," she said plainly, holding her arms up. "The war hasn't been going so well, and Senator Sindola mentioned a conscription possibly being put into effect soon. Danny told me about it and figured this would be a perfect chance to make myself more useful than being a freeloader at her place." "Danny?" Rex said. "The Danny that's in a relationship with Sam Wilson?" Blue nodded. "The very one. And she suggested you join the Grand Army of the Republic." Rex wanted to make sure he wasn't misinterpreting anything. Delia shrugged, shooting him a half-hearted smile. "Yeah, I know. It's weird to be sure, but it was either that or go to the Outer Rim and make my fortune there. But, heard things are getting a bit too spicy out there. Criminal war, that kind of thing." Rex wasn't quite sure on how to respond to that. "But I don't intend on wasting any space, Captain." Delia spoke in a far more serious tone. "I'm one of the best engineers in the galaxy, and I'll be joining the boys for PT whenever you have them." The captain was certainly at a loss as to what to say when Heavy swooped in from behind. "Then you can't have a better guide or teacher," the ARC trooper cheerfully declared, patting the captain on the back. "Captain Rex had a hand in all our training even after Kamino. Taught Commander to know everything she knows that General Skywalker hasn't already. Best captain in the entire Grand Army." Fives chimed in, giving the Zeltron an encouraging smile. "Well now, I've heard a lot of good things about you, Captain," Blue said, cocking her hip with her hand resting on it. "But it seems they don't seem to do you justice." "He's the best, ma'am." Jesse now joined in. "You can't find a better trooper in the 501st. That'll be enough." Rex spoke up, a strange and annoyed look directed at his brothers before turning back to Delia. "If you would like, ma'am, I'd be happy to show you round and get you better acquainted with the 501st. "That sounds lovely," Blue happily said. "And no need to call me ma'am, Captain. I haven't been assigned a proper rank yet, so you can just call me by my name." Rex was at a momentary loss of words before coughing into his hand. "This way then, Ma Delia." She smiled brightly at the clone captain, the pair walking off with Domino Squad and Jesse all nudging each other, giving off knowing looks. They saw Rex looking back at them briefly, Heavy waving innocently at him, laughing at the unamused expression he sent back. "Was that a bit unfair, do ya think?" Echo asked with Fives scoffing. "With the way things have been going and how he's been working himself to the bone, maybe a lady friend to distract is what he needs," CT 5555 remarked. "In more ways than one. She is a looker, can tell ya that much." Cut Up commented. "How many accidents do ya figure will happen with the boys getting distracted? Let's try to keep it to a minimum and ones that won't wind up in the medical wing," Jesse said. "Criff knows how Kix will handle it." The group continued chattering on, leaving the area whilst Rex showed Delia around the hangar, trying to keep a professional attitude yet being a bit thrown off by the 501st newest recruit's casual and outgoing friendly nature. Least she was nice to speak with. And gave out many compliments. Rex wasn't sure how he was gonna deal with this one. Force knows how General Skywalker and Commander Tenno are gonna react. Scene cut. He stepped out of the starfighter, flanked by Shezo and Severance who remained at his ship. The man regarded his surroundings, stopping at a specific spot at a large gate, eyes becoming glazed momentarily. That's where she fell. Where he struck her down those many years ago. Feels much longer than merely over a decade. He could picture it as clear as the day it happened. Why did she have to follow him here? Why did her belief in him have to lead to her death? Why did it feel like his master knew that it would happen? Something on your mind, my apprentice? Count Dooku nodded. Just recollecting recent events, my master. He replied, turning to face the hooded figure of his master, Darth Sidious. That wasn't exactly the truth but not really a lie. These last few days have been troubling and I fear the worst is yet to come. Fear. Sidious spat out that word as if it were a disgusting virus. Fear is for our enemies, Tyrannus. Fear is what we use to enact our will upon the galaxy. But having a sense of it can at times make one sharper and more alert to whatever may come their way. Dooku understood his master's feelings but he will not act the fool. Not anymore. You wished to see me, master. With what occurred with Ultron, things are rather hard to be sure not even the advanced droid would ease into their conversations. Thus the two Sith had to meet in person instead of communicating over the holonet. As such, this poses a risk if they were tracked and exposed by some outside sources, despite the Sith acolytes present. Yes, my apprentice. Sidious groused out, walking along the usual path he and Dooku had when meeting here for their discussions. There is much we must speak on if we are to move forward with our plans. That blasted droid has thrown a wrench in everything and he must be removed as quickly as possible. I agree, my master, but what we lack is the how. Dooku emphasized. Ultron cannot be so easily killed or shut down. Anybody that is destroyed is nothing more than a drone to be used and discarded. He can travel in between any droid with ease, taking control of them with no effort. Unless there is something that can be used to counter him. Sidious stated, folding his hands into the sleeves of his robes. The Avengers have given us a buffer from him. They have advanced droids, or AI, as they call them, of their own. They have utilized them as a means in which to keep Ultron from taking over the systems of the Republic but they know it can only do so much. Dooku frowned upon hearing this, thinking back to a report he received not too long ago from an intelligence officer of his own. He spoke of an unusual coding that has been detected within the systems of the Confederacy, one that they've identified/dubbed as the Digital Ray Shield. It wasn't an attack on their systems but a means of protecting them. The Sith has received something similar to this buffer you speak of, my master. Dooku revealed, making Palpatine snap his head at him. Do you think the Avengers? Sidious snarled, looking back down. Why would they assist the Confederacy? Ultron is beyond a simple war between the Republic and the Confederacy. His apprentice stated. He has proven that his target is not one but all living things in this galaxy. He wishes for our extinction. And he's gotten new means of going about it. The secret Sith Lord muttered. I take it you've read over the recent mission to the ancient citadel. Dooku nodded, a perturbed look coming over him. Being a Sith Lord, the Count of Sereno has come to hold a stoic visage when it comes to the atrocities that now occur in this war. Yet he cannot deny the disturbing nature in which Ultron is conducting these organic experiments that are transforming them so horrendously. Like a gash in the Force, similar to the ancient experimentations of the first Sith Lords. We must act, my apprentice. Sidious spoke up, cutting through his thoughts. Ultron, the Avengers, the Jedi. If we are to win, let alone survive this war, changes must be made to our plans. Now, not sooner or later. Now this was certainly a surprise for the old Jedi turned Sith. His master is finally considering such options now. Though Dooku doubts doing such actions will make much of a difference as opposed to when Ultron's threats were fresh upon the galaxy. And how will we act, my master? There was a grunt from the Sith Lord with electricity dancing between his fingers before he snuffed them out. It pains me to admit to this, but if we must, enact a ceasefire. That was certainly not what Dooku was expecting to hear. Just end hostilities like that? I am unsure that would work so easily, my master. Dooku admitted. Though there are those in the separatist parliament They are not the ones in charge, my apprentice. Sidious cut him off curtly. They were allowed to play their needless game of politics, but that ends here. A ceasefire will be brokered and it must be done now. I will not allow any egos not within our goals to play about whilst this blasted droid continues his war against us. Bring them to heel or kill them if you must. His master certainly wasn't japping as he felt the pressure of the dark side exude from him. Once Ultron is ultimately defeated and destroyed, the war resumes. He stated a moment later, making Dooku pause at that. Such a thing would be rather hard to do. Resume fighting each other after uniting and taking down a common foe. Some would follow through, the rest will be against such an act. Are you certain that it would be so simple, master? No, I am not a fool, apprentice. Sidious said. But the mistrust and hatred between certain groups within the two that would despise each other even after a ceasefire would come about. The Separatist Council alone can be enough to fund the war. Those greedy fools care not for lives, other than the profit that can line their pockets. Dooku couldn't disagree there. Those of the council are just greedy fools, who care for nothing than the next amount of credits that will find their way into their accounts. And begin training your acolytes with the deeper knowledge of the dark side. Sidious said, surprising his apprentice. In secret, he has already begun these practices as he saw the need for it, but for his master to now order it directly. Troubling, this was. Master. I sense the force is shifting, my apprentice. I know you must have detected the same change. The dark and light are in motion. Ultron might not be the only threat that is coming our way. Dooku frowned deeply before he bowed his head. I understand. I will begin post-haste. Turning away from his master, Dooku walked back to his ship. Shizou and Tan bowed at him, following their master into the ship. During the flight back to Sereno, the Count began to ponder. This might give him the opportunity he needs to take down Sidious with this grace period. In this time, he may finally learn which acolytes are with him and which are against him. Hopefully by the time commences to strike, Ventress will be ready to join him in defeating Sidious once and for all, so a new age of the Sith may flourish. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 85, There's Something in the Air. He was staring at her with a look of concerned exasperation. She was staring at her hand again like it was either going to attack her or fall off altogether. With a roll of his eyes, he bumped into her, placing an arm around her shoulder. All right, what is it this time? He asked with an expectant look. What? She stammered out, looking up at her master in bewilderment. Anakin grabbed her wrist with his other hand, flailing it about slightly. Pretty sure this here is yours and isn't gonna do anything to ya. He said good-naturedly. So why don't you tell me what's been bothering you so much? 'Cause seeing you all blank-eyed is starting to worry me and the boys. Ahsoka's jaw dropped slightly. They've noticed? They're worried. Course they are. Anakin retorted as though it was the most obvious thing in the galaxy. Seeing their commander not be hyperactive is disconcerting. Ahsoka now gaped. I am not hyperactive. She childishly defended herself, her master laughing at this. You know what I mean. He shot back. So come on, what's buggin' ya? And I won't take it's nothing for an answer, 'cause that is the furthest thing from the truth. Ahsoka didn't manage to find a reason to retort, especially when her master was giving her that look. Even after all this time, he just needed to resort to that face and she always caved in. One would think after what they had recently gone through, she would at least develop some resistance to that face, but even still. Ever since Tatooine, their relationship as master and Padawan had shifted. With Ahsoka now in the know of Anakin's secret marriage with Padme, the pair felt a type of trust that stood apart from most master and Padawan dynamics within the Jedi Order. She would consider it problematic among several other factors as the marriage greatly goes against the Jedi Code, yet she'd be hypocritical about the topic given her feelings for Peter and Barriss. She hasn't told her master yet about Barris, and frankly, when she took a moment to think about it, what she aims for with the two that she loved, it was far more of a breach of the code than Anakin's marriage. At least Anakin was approving of her relationship with the young Avenger. After their moment on Tatooine, Skywalker simply placed his hand on both of their shoulders, saying nothing, but his expression said it all. Peter promised to do his best for Ahsoka as she intended to do the same, and that was all Anakin needed to hear. Besides, her master would probably flay and dismember Peter if he did her wrong. Okay, more like threatening to really. Try as he might, Ahsoka knows that her master and Peter bonded recently on a rather profound level. The fact that he was with them on their trip to Tatooine to visit the Lars homestead where Skywalker's mother was buried spoke volumes of how much Anakin has grown to trust Parker. Really, that threat was more of a courtesy sort of thing. He acted like Ahsoka's older brother more often than as her master, and she viewed him as such. Skywalker just believed in playing the role to a degree. He looked out and did what he thought was best for her, even if she didn't exactly appreciate it right away. Shortly after becoming his Padawan, Ahsoka went through a training regime to combat against multiple enemies firing at her. His argument being that training drones and battle droids were lazy, predictable, and aren't effective in comparison with anyone else. How she needed to feel how her opponents would react and act before firing at her. The surrounding clone troopers had their weapons set to stun and were instructed by Anakin to fire at her on and on again. For many rounds, she kept getting knocked out, despite how much she protested about not being good enough. Her master, however, was stubborn in not letting up until she knew how to defend herself properly against such individuals. He knew this training regime was difficult, but it was a matter of life and death when out on the battlefield or in an unexpected encounter. It was his responsibility to teach her this. And the best way he could protect her was to teach her how to protect herself. Sure enough, practice makes perfect. And this bit of training wasn't a one-off thing but happens every so often so she wouldn't feel rusty. Record so far is 3 minutes. She was improving. But right now, that wasn't the issue. Though it was subtle at first, ever since Mortis, there had been a change in Ahsoka. Honestly, those who came back from that insane place have undergone changes. Obi-Wan had been acting a lot looser. He did seem a bit more determined to assist both Anakin and Peter whenever he could. Vision seemed wiser if that was even possible, and T'Challa held a focus on getting home that he didn't have before. Granted, he wanted to get home sooner, but now, there was a dead-set mind to it. If not for his personal ethics and belief in staying with the rest of the team, the Prince of Wakanda would have left with Thor the first time around. And as for Anakin, well, many personal demons were brought up as they were settled. Yet he knows that what he experienced on Mortis was just the beginning. Overall, those who went there were greatly shaken. Deeply, even. It wasn't just because of the Mortis Celestials but seeing Arishem in all of his terrifying glory. Even Rex, Cody, and the other clones who were on board the Republic vessel waiting for their return were disturbed upon seeing the Judge. To witness such a being of size and power puts things into perspective of just how small one can be. So start talking. Anakin stated firmly, crossing his arms in an expectant manner. I'm not letting you go anywhere till you talk to me. What's wrong? Ahsoka appeared to hesitate, but after receiving another pointed look of well from her master, she conceded. I've been feeling different these past days. Ahsoka murmured, rubbing her arm. Because of, you implying him? She asked, referring to Peter. Seeing Anakin nod, she shook her head no. Her master frowned, thinking about their experience on Mortis for a few seconds. Then what's wrong? Dying? Or near death? Only to be brought back? Anakin's eyes widened. Ah, that. Yeah, that. Tano quietly said, looking down. There was a tense silence shared between master and student until the former spoke up. I felt it, His voice was void of any of his usual confidence. That hollowness when I reach into you to bring you back. His Padawan looked up at him, glossy-eyed and shivering. Our connection. I felt like it was crushed, severed. I didn't know how it could be like that of losing you, my own Padawan. Skywalker's fists clenched tightly, shaking from the memory. I've never felt that before. It was one of the worst things I've ever experienced. No one told me before just what it would be like to lose their master, their Padawan. Or I probably never paid attention to the lesson, not wanting to know what it was like. His vision became distant as he recounted an event. On our way back from Mortis, I talked to Obi-Wan about it and he told me when he lost Qui-Gon, it hurt him deeply as he saw his master die in his arms. Like a light grew dimmer in his life. In the end, it varies from person to person. His Padawan didn't respond right away, processing everything her master just told her. She was trying to formulate a response of some kind, any kind, really. So she just let her mouth run on autopilot, recalling what happened to her on Mortis and letting whatever came to mind come out naturally. I felt like I was falling. Ahsoka whispered, lip trembling. It was an endless abyss. The sun touched my forehead and it felt like my soul, my very being was plummeting endlessly. Anakin's heart clenched up, inhaling sharply at the feeling he just had, what came from his Padawan. This had been happening since Mortis as well. Since then, a true and proper force bond had been forged between him and Ahsoka, a connection that solidified their relationship as more than just master and apprentice but brother and sister. I thought I was going to be there forever, Ahsoka said shakily, looking up at Anakin. Tears were streaming down her eyes yet she held a wide, loving smile directed at her mentor. But you, Peter and the daughter saved me. I felt all three of you throwing yourselves into the abyss to bring me back. She moved forward, wrapping her arms around her master, Anakin returning the gesture with both holding onto each other tightly. Thank you, Master. She softly said. I wouldn't be the Jedi I am today without you. Right back at ya, Snips. Anakin murmured, patting the back of her head. You've made me a better Jedi Knight. I'm just glad you came back in one piece, same as you were. Clearly not the same. One can never be the same as before. His Padawan wiped the tears away from her face whilst trying to recompose herself. Anakin humphed using the sleeve of his robe to help dry her cheeks. True enough. The Force has changed around you. Yeah, that's the other thing. Ahsoka murmured. I remember the daughter talking about it, passing on a piece of her to bring me back. Must be why you've been feeling different. Anakin remarked. We'll figure it out together like we always do. And if needed, by yourself if you must. Ahsoka's eyes widened at hearing that, caught off guard by such an admission from her master. They usually, if not always, did everything together. She was his Padawan after all. To have him say this, so soon especially. I won't let you down, Master. She stated determinedly. Anakin chuckled, patting both her shoulders. You've yet to do so and I know you never will. Go on, you're done for today. Tano blinked at that. Already? You've been stunned enough times. Anakin joked, laughing at her flat look. See what Barriss or Peter are up to. I gotta meet up with Rex about something. Are ya sure you can do this alone? Anakin rolled his eyes, poking her forehead. Go on. Ahsoka flicked her tongue at him, her master making a face at her in return. They devolved into a small laugh before she turned to leave, Anakin watching her go. He kept his gaze on the back of her head, deep in thought at everything that they'd gone through during and since Mortis. As a master, he was naturally worried for his student after such a trying experience. But taking a step back, the whole galaxy was undergoing just that, first with the war and now with that bastard Ultron. Then this happened alongside that Citadel mission that apparently was something out of a nightmare and... Kuhai! The hairs on the back of Anakin's neck stood up, eyes widening to the size of saucers. He spun about wildly, shifting into a guarded expression. There was nothing behind him. Or was there? He whirled around again, having felt a dark presence behind him. Again, nothing. Kuhai! Anakin's breath got caught in his throat and felt his heart plummet. It was there. That thing couldn't be here. It was impossible. It had to be a trick of the lights and shadows. Even the sound had to come from some machinery. Kuhai! General? Are you all right? Blinking, Anakin heard one of his clones speaking to him. Looking back, he saw that thing was nowhere to be seen. Yeah. I'm fine. Just spaced out for a moment there. Sorry, Echo. Echo looked at his general with a slightly worried expression but opted not to pursue the matter. General Rex is waiting for you in the hangar bay, sir. The ARC trooper informed the Jedi, Anakin nodding at him. Right. Lead the way, Echo. The ARC trooper of Domino Squad guided his general to the hangar bay the 501st occupied, leading him past many of the troops who took their time to stop and salute their general. Anakin always nodded or greeted them in turn, sometimes asking how they were and how things were going. Off to the side, Skywalker spotted Rhodey standing amongst a number of 501st pilots, a holo display at the center. His hands were making flying motions, holo displays of small ships following their path. Seems he was doing another lesson on the many types of aerial maneuvers and strategies from his home planet. He passed by several more clones that he acknowledged before reaching his first in command. Captain Rex was conversing with several clones, some he recognized straight away being Hard Case, Jesse, and Fives. But one stood out from all the rest. One who was not a clone and was in fact a pink-skinned woman with blue hair a shade darker than the usual blue his boys wore. Rex. Anakin called out to the captain, gaining the attention of his trusted comrade and the woman beside him, both turning to greet him. Upon seeing her, Anakin froze slightly when his eyes landed on this, well-endowed woman standing next to Rex. Now, first and foremost, Anakin was a man of great loyalty. To his friends and loved ones, they wouldn't find a more devoted man. As a friend, he will always strive to be there for his friends, pushing them forward whilst always supporting them. As a husband to him, Padme is the most beautiful woman in the galaxy. With that said, this woman before him was, well, she oozes sex appeal, to say the least. That disarming smile only added to the woman's charm, and by the Force, her body would cause any man or even a good number of women to turn their heads. Thankfully, his love and loyalty to his wife won out, the Jedi slightly shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Rex, he slowly said, glancing at him and then gesturing his head in the direction of the blue-haired Zeltron. Mind introducing me? Delia Blue, sir. The captain said professionally. She's the 501st's first civilian conscript. The bill hasn't been fully ratified, so she hasn't been assigned a rank just yet. She's conscripted in name, sir. Her files list her as a volunteer. Her rank will be assigned in due time once the bill is fully ratified. Anakin murmured, eyeing her with an analytical look. Delia Blue, was it? Yes, General. The Zeltronian said with respect. And you're Anakin Skywalker. The HoloNet never shuts up about you. Oh, so I already annoy you then? Blue rolled her eyes in faux annoyance. By the Force, yes. It's always hero with no fear this, Anakin Skywalker did that, blah, 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 isn't he handsome, blah, blah, blah. You are just so annoying to look at after a while. Not bad on the eyes though. The clones around them snickered and covered their mouths to hide their grins, save for Rex, who kept his professional look. Though it was easy to spot the amusement in his eyes. Anakin was unable to fight back the grin that formed on his face. Thought the Jedi Knight. I like this one. So you're our first volunteer, eh? He said, crossing his arms as he gazed into her eyes. I've been hearing a lot about the conscription defense bill Senator Syndulla has been pushing forward, but it's not supposed to be voted on until later. Well, the volunteer service has always been there. Delia stated. Danny was the one who told me to use that to join up. Danny. Anakin parroted. Sam's girlfriend. Oh, you've met. Skywalker nodded. Yes, she's a dear friend of mine. She's the one who suggested I join up, and I was assigned the 501st. I've heard you guys are the craziest and best legion in the entire army. Yeah, I got that right. Hard Case proudly boasted, thumping his chest, puffing it out with a smug look for all to see. Is that right? Anakin idly said. We're known for being crazy and insane. We try to be, at least. Captain Rex Riley said, not backing down to the disapproving look Anakin directed at him, which fell away in an instant. Yeah, who am I kidding by this point? We're all batshit insane. I don't really do us any favors. The clones all guffawed now, and even Delia was gaping in surprise at his admittance, joining in with the rest of the laughing troops. "Oh, I'm gonna love it here. Just try not to copy us too much," Rex advised. "Too much?" Blue said in good humor. "You all fall prey to it one way or another," Fives said in a factual manner. "Elsewhere. I am one with the Force and the Force is one with me. I am one with the Force and the Force is one with me." These were the words repeated in a low whisper by one Aayla Secura. The Twi'lek Jedi Knight sat alone under one of the many trees of the Garden of the Jedi Temple. She had always frequented here when she was a young Padawan under the tutelage of her masters Tholm and Voss, and since becoming a knight, this was one of her places of Zen she used to clear and organize her mind when need be. Only this time, she was finding it extremely difficult and annoying as her mind was in a bit of a jumbled mess. She had been like this since the Citadel. And no, somehow, it wasn't because of the disturbing sights she saw at that hellhole. She did think about it every now and then, deeply troubled by what Ultron had done there, but that wasn't what weighed on her mind. It was what came after the mission, more specifically, a small interaction between herself and one handsome. She grits her teeth, shaking her head rapidly to dispel such thoughts. "The Force is with me. I am one with the Force and the Force is dash." "Is it?" interjected a familiar voice. "'Cause what seems to be with you is something else entirely." Aayla sagged upon hearing that voice, opening her eyes up to see her former master Quinlan Voss standing next to her, leaning on the tree she sat in front of. Sensing that it wasn't just him, she peeked around to see Master Tholm and Trasa also standing close by, both appearing to have just walked over to her. "So?" Quinlan patiently said. "What's wrong?" Trying not to get distracted while meditating. Her former master blinked in surprise. "Huh? Did you get that bit of snark from me?" "Had to be, Voss," Tholm said, walking around and seating himself in front of Aayla, Tra sitting down on her other side. "What is troubling you, dear Aayla?" the Neti Jedi Master calmly asked, her tone soothing and motherly, just like Secura remembered it to be whenever something plagued her mind. "Something, nothing, everything," Aayla randomly listed off, leaning back onto the trunk behind her. I'm conflicted right now, Master Saa. Geez, the master title." Voss slid down the trunk, plopping himself down on the ground. "Must be a serious issue." "All right, spill." "We're not leaving till ya do." Secura didn't respond at first, having closed her eyes as she tried to organize her scattered mind. "Is it about the Citadel?" her former master quietly asked, sensing Tholm and Tra shift a bit when Voss brought that up. "It's part of it," she admitted, not opening her eyes yet. "But it's more of what happened afterward." "Afterward?" Tholm repeated, rubbing his chin. "Quinlan has told me what transpired on that mission, what you all found there." Aayla opened her eyes, a forlorn look in them as she faced the grizzled old Jedi. "Yes, it was horrendous what happened there. The Force itself was disgusted and, honestly, if there were a means of erasing what I saw there from my memories, I would take it in a heartbeat." Her teachers and Jedi family didn't respond right away. Quinlan lowered his hand, placing it over hers, which she turned around, the two holding hands. Tra placed a hand on her shoulder, a concerned look coming over her for Aayla to see. "But the Citadel isn't what truly troubles you at this time. You mentioned afterward." Secura cleared her throat, glancing down for a moment. "Yes, what happened, or what almost happened when we came back." Her old teachers all looked at each other in confusion, Tholm and Tra gazing at Voss in particular for any idea as to what she may be talking about, but the Kiffer Jedi just shrugged. "So?" Quinlan rolled his hand. "What was this thing that almost happened?" The Twi'lek was silent for a time, biting her lip. Seeing her hesitation, Tra spoke. "We can only give insight if you freely speak of this troubling occurrence." They watched as the woman seemed to have a serious internal struggle for a few moments. What they did not expect was a small, darker coloring of her cheeks, and now she appeared flustered. Aayla appeared to have sensed this, moving to cover her face with her hands, much to the bemusement of her former mentors. "If Saboftiv," she mumbled in her hands. "Pardon." Tholm leaned forward, straining his ears. Her hand slowly dragged down her face and she quietly muttered again, the rest still not hearing her. But her old master Voss managed to pick up on the last thing she said, more specifically, the name that she said, making him bear a cheeky smirk. What was that, my dear old Padawan? Quinlan now had a teasing tone, hand over his ear as he leaned towards her. Something about a strapping young lad named Steve, was it? Both Tra and Tholm blinked before the latter had a smirk cake into Voss whilst the former now held a warm smile. Ayla merely wanted to go into her quarters, curl up in her bed and die. A master Saa bumped her shoulder lightly against Ayla's. I see. So something other than the duties and responsibilities of a Jedi now weigh upon your mind now. Master Saa. Ayla bemoaned. I mean, that guy is easy on the eyes. Voss teased, his grin threatening to split his face. Seriously, I can see a lot of ladies throwing themselves at him. Betcha it's already happened. Voss. Tholm admonished, though he barely meant it. You've grown to care for him, haven't you, my dear? Saa patiently said. In more ways than just a friend. I don't know, Master Saa. Ayla admitted. I don't know what I feel about him but... Master, I thought Jedi were not supposed to form attachments. Tholm only shook his head, reaching out to gently take her hand into his. Attachments do not lead to the dark side. Fear of losing them does. For what felt like the first time in years, Ayla felt confused like a young Padawan due to her present, confusing emotions. I do not understand. You can be attached to something, but not fear losing it? Have we not been taught to avoid attachments to others? Come now, Ayla, Saa expectantly said. Have you not forgotten our ways? What we have taught you? To always treasure those around you while you can and rejoice when they return to the Force. Ayla's heart clenched at that. You mean when they die? Tholm shook his head. Death is a natural part of life. It's only if you're consumed with their death will the issues arise. But Steve is not of the Force. If and when he dies. Ayla actually paused, thinking heavily on that matter. She had never even considered such a thought but now? She shook her head, trying to banish such thoughts. He might not be with the Force, but he is still a part of life, of the universe as we all are. Saa said, using the Force to cause some nearby leaves to float around her arm. Death is the end of one chapter. What lies after is the beginning of the next. What matters is to make the most of what you have now and cherish it. Quinlan tacked on. You can't let yourself be pigeonholed by fears and hesitations. That's not the Ayla we know and raised. The Twi'lek was at a momentary loss as to what to say. This was something that had never crossed her mind, nor was it something she ever experienced. Unlike her Jedi masters and mentors around her who thumbed their noses at the no-attachment rule, Ayla found herself falling into the traditional manner that Jedi conducted themselves today. But that has changed since meeting Captain Rogers. That man, he was unlike any other man she had ever met in her life. Strong, resolute with an indomitable will and staunch moral code of always running towards danger and those in need, never letting anyone who could be saved get left behind. He was a man to be admired, and many within the Clone Army and the Jedi Order thought very highly of him. He led by example, finding himself to be fast friends with the bullheaded and reckless Anakin Skywalker. All the Avengers quite frankly were rather stubborn, but to Ayla, Steve was the first. She felt mutual respect both shared and the trust they had developed throughout the war. Whenever they fought alongside one another, they knew their backs were covered. But then came the smaller, more intimate moments shared between the two. The moments where there wasn't some life or death situation or a heated battle to attend to. Just the two of them simply talking and being with one another, sharing stories and feelings on more personal matters or just silently being there. She remembered when she told him something that only her masters knew, and that was the time when she lost her memory and became a slave. Not to just her estranged uncle, but a hibernated dark Jedi until Voss saved her. The look she saw on him was definitely one she expected. He at first asked if she was sure about this, and she even admitted that she wasn't, but she pressed on, leaving out no details. By the end of it, she didn't remember much else after, having relived such memories. Only that Steve held her in his arms afterward, something she fondly thought of every now and then since that time. They knew almost everything about each other by this point. Her life growing up as a Jedi and his life in a different time and era before waking up in the modern age. With that last thought, Ayla released a sigh and stood up. "Where are you off to?" Thol asked, though his eyes already showed he had an inkling of an idea. "Probably to make a mistake," she admitted. "Or, to see if I can. I'm just gonna go." With that, Sakura left her old mentors, the trio simply watching on silently. Walking through the Jedi Temple, she was heading over to the hangar bay where the starfighters were kept to take it over to the Avengers' residence. But upon her arrival there, she saw the man that she opted to see already there. "Steve," she said in clear surprise. The super soldier saw her and a happy smile formed, causing Ayla to internally squirm at it. "Ayla," he pleasantly said. "Nice timing. I just got here. Was looking for some of my teammates. Sam told me they were here." "Oh? And for what purpose?" she said, keeping her voice steady. "Training," Steve said. "Figure I could use some after everything. Let off some steam." The Twi'lek gazed at him for a few seconds, taking a moment to look around, having spotted several other Jedi in the hangar. "Before you do that," she bit her lip. "Can we talk in private for a moment?" Steve gave her a strange look, noticing her unusual demeanor. Nonetheless, he nodded, gesturing her to lead the way. Looking around, the Jedi gave a quick response. "This way." She guided him to a nearby room with 2 ottomans inside. The door closed behind them and she found herself freezing up. "What are you doing, Ayla?" she mentally asked herself, straining to come up with something until she felt a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Ayla." Steve's voice broke her out of her thoughts. "Are you all right? What's wrong?" The Jedi found herself losing her voice for a moment, coughing into her hand after a few seconds. "I just needed to talk to you," she slowly said, turning to face him. Steve didn't verbally respond, instead only gazing at her in silence, an unspoken question of, "And what do you want to talk about?" Shaking her head, she gestured to the seats in the room, both moving to occupy one for themselves. Ayla never said a word, only sitting with him in silence. It soon felt agonizingly long. Now she began to hesitate. Maybe not now. Perhaps later at a better moment and location. "Ayla." "Huh? What's going on?" Steve's voice was now laced with concern. "Is everything all right with you? I feel like I should be asking you that. Whenever you want to train, you always have something on your mind." Ayla shot back almost instinctively, clamping her mouth shut. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have dash. Now I know something is bothering you." Steve interrupted and he leaned forward. "Come on Ayla, talk to me. We made that promise, remember?" Ayla nodded but still had yet to find the proper means of telling him why she brought him here. She let out a sigh, standing up. "I'm sorry, Steve," she quietly said. "I didn't mean to waste your time like this. I wasn't thinking straight. I'll see you later." The Twi'lek moved to walk away but the Brooklyn native wasn't about to just let her go like that. Whoa, hey," he said, standing quickly and grabbing her wrist. "You can't just pull me in here for a private chat and then leave without saying anything." Her skin tingled at the contact, a shiver going down her spine. She felt herself slowly get turned around to face the World War II veteran, the man giving her a soft yet firm gaze. "Ayla," he said in a low voice, not knowing the effect it was having on her. "What's wrong? Please, talk to me." The Twi'lek glanced down, biting the inside of her cheek. She was starting to regret doing this but, damned if she couldn't find a reason to deny it. She could if she were able to view this pragmatically. But when emotions override logic, it seldom prevails. "It's you," she quietly said, Steve barely hearing her. "It's who?" Ayla looked up at him, now holding a more determined look. "It's you." This didn't really answer any of Steve's questions. "It's me." He frowned in thought. "Wait, are you saying I'm what's troubling you?" Rather than answering him directly, Aola exhaled. The Jedi Code forbids attachment on a personal level. Our duty cannot be to one person but to the galaxy itself. Attachments can be used against us by enemies or even by our own emotions. They are a path that can lead to the dark side. Steve was silent the whole time, simply letting her speak. But my masters Voss, Tholm, and Saa never believed in such things. And try as they might with me, I never wound up as they did. Or, maybe I did and I just didn't realize it. I know the bond one share with them has always been more than just teacher and student. Maybe I just ignored it the whole time. She shook her head. Yet I fell into the traditional category of being a Jedi. Making sure to never form deep, emotional attachments. Aola then surprised Rogers when she reached up and took his hands into hers. But, that's changed now. She softly murmured. You changed that. He didn't quite know how to respond to that at first. What he was hearing right now, it was nothing short of a confession. But there was still a hint of doubt or more like hesitation. He wanted to be sure. And, how did I change that? He slowly asked. Aola scoffed good-naturedly, squeezing his hands momentarily. It was a simple start really. She airily said. I met a soldier, a man, who fought for others more than himself. A man to be respected and admired, leading from the front and never doing anything he wouldn't do or sacrifice himself for. He was a man I grew to trust on the battlefield and over time, outside of it. Aola was now staring deeply into his eyes. But that admiration changed. It wasn't enough anymore. What I saw as a comrade soon became a friend I could rely on at any and all times. And then that changed again. It was no longer an admiration or a friendship but, a desire that wants something more now. The air between the two became thick with tension. Something more, you say? Roger's voice came out low, almost a deep rumble that made Sakura's toes curl. Far more. She whispered, Steve barely hearing it. And I don't know what to do with it. It goes against the Jedi Code. But my masters, they always believed in bonds and attachments. Always telling me that they would make me stronger. The Jedi Code says one thing and my masters another. But what does your heart say? Steve felt extremely corny in asking that but it's what naturally came out. My heart. Aola repeated, almost sounding like she hadn't even considered that. My heart is telling me, it's telling me. She then leaned forward but stopped herself for a moment, both individuals at a momentary impasse as neither was sure if they should cross this threshold. They lingered there, knowing that if they are to do this, there would be no going back. For Aola, this would go against everything she held close to her but also the start of something new, something she didn't fully understand and was even frightened of. When Steve was taken back on Jabiim, there was a pain in her heart that she had never experienced before and it almost overwhelmed her. When they got him back, it felt like the weight of the galaxy had been removed and it was there that she began to realize that he meant more to her than just a friend. For Steve, he knew that what could happen could affect Aola more than it would him. Or would it? The weight of the compass he still carried on him that held the picture of Peggy Carter was like an anchor he kept on him in his back pocket. He could feel it now more than ever. And then there was the fact that if they went through this, Aola could be kicked out of the Jedi Order. He had his issues with how they conducted themselves but he'd be damned if he ever forced his views and ideals onto others. This was a core tenet of Sakura and he now was challenging it. He and the rest of the Avengers were already covering for one Jedi and their secret relationship. Two now, actually after Peter told them about him and Ahsoka. But three? Would that be pushing it? Tempting not only the Order but the universe itself? Should both of them be selfish and take the plunge? Does Captain America have the right or even deserve to have such happiness? To take such a risk? They stayed like this for a few seconds until Aola regained her bearings and moved to pull away. Steve froze up and stopped her, almost looking frightened at both her leaving and himself for stopping her. She looked back at him again with those eyes of hers. Those gorgeous, stunning hazel eyes that he could get lost in. There was another prolonged pause where neither party knew what to do or say. Then, the dam broke. Without warning, Aola flung herself onto him, wrapping her arms around his head and shoulders and slammed her lips onto his. He reciprocated the gesture, placing his arms around her hips and back, and kissed her back with equal passion and fervor. She moaned aloud, pushing him back until the back of his knees hit the seat he once occupied. He sat down, hefting Ayla up for her to straddle his lap without breaking the kiss. Her hands dragged themselves through his hair, down his neck and onto his chest, making goosebumps appear on the Avenger. She felt the same sensation when she felt his hand graze her exposed lower back, the Twi'lek inhaling sharply, letting out a sensual moan that drove the good captain wild. Eventually, the necessity for air pulled the two apart, both gasping for it, yet it only took 2 seconds to resume, this time far more passionate than the last. Ayla quickly sent a force push towards the door, making sure that it was locked as the two had their hands explore one another. This went on for a number of minutes, intense, passionate kissing followed by small bouts of trying to catch their breaths before picking up where they left off. It was like a dam had been broken, a rush of emotions unleashing upon the two of them that had been compiling for months now. Relief permeated between the two, as did an undeniable feeling of want. Eventually, the two slowly devolved their kisses, small pecks here and there until both had their foreheads resting against one another. Neither had anything to say other than to catch their breath. They locked eyes once they were able to breathe more properly, gazing intensely at each other. Words were not exchanged, yet feelings were. For Steve, it was a mixture of joy and sadness, taking a step such as this one. For years now, he had grappled with his place in a time not of his own, holding on to the past in a figurative and literal sense. Peggy was always on his mind and with him in his pocket, but now? Now there was someone else. Someone, who in his eyes, was an incredible, fierce, determined, and absolutely beautiful woman. Perhaps the most beautiful he had ever seen. As for Ayla, she was experiencing a high unlike any other. Her body, heart, mind, and soul felt as light as a feather, a tingly daze that washed over her the minute she placed her lips upon his. She knew what she had done. And she didn't care. This right now felt more right than anything she had ever done before. But she also knew what consequences may await her now. She had made her choice and now she had to live with it. Placing a hand on his cheek, Ayla stared deeply into the eyes of the man she had grown to care for so deeply. The man she had grown to love. Was it love? Was it lust? No, it couldn't be lust. This sensation made her both giddy and nervous. Maybe it was just that. Love. She saw Steve move his own hand up, placing it over hers and gently holding it. He smiled at her, which she returned before pulling him into another kiss. This one was slow, both taking their time to better familiarize themselves with each other. Ayla then applied some pressure on Steve and he fell back, taking her with him. They pulled apart, laughing at what just happened. Ayla laid her chin down on Roger's chest and the man gazed back at her. What happens now? He quietly murmured, still holding her hand and placing it over his heart. Ayla didn't respond verbally, instead kissing his hand before propping herself up a bit more to be at eye level with him. I don't know. She admitted quietly, leaning her forehead against his. I'm scared but, also so happy. Let's just enjoy this moment together. Steve wrapped his arms around her shapely body, pulling her closer to him. I can do that. He muttered softly, initiating another kiss which Ayla gladly returned. Scene cut. At their workshop, Ant-Man and the Wasp were currently going through nearly everyone's suits and giving them some maintenance. Some were easier than others. Most of the work was normal as usual. But this all changed from what they got back from home. I can't believe Thor brought back vibranium. Scott said in awe. Thank you, Princess Shuri. Gotta make sure to bake her a cake or something like that, cause wow, I never would have thought we'd get something like this. Hope couldn't deny the mutual feeling she had right now, in equal astonishment by one of the packages Thor had brought back with him when he came back from Earth. Apparently, at the request of T'Challa, Shuri was to give Thor some vibranium for the Avengers in space to use for themselves given the situation they were in. But also, Shuri had left a message for the Avengers, specifically her brother, that she was going to send up vibranium regardless if it was requested or not. She proudly declared that now that she was an Avenger, she will always be ready to assist her team, be it on Earth or in space. All she desired from them was to get her brother back home, one way or another. His life was more valuable to her than any vibranium in her people's possession. Also, Clint's voice was heard in her message. Something about that as added repayment for a stove she blew up or something like that. That certainly derailed her proud spiel and amused her brother greatly. The princess raged at the archer who was in the background, the message fading and her brother making a comment of, "That sounds about right." Still, vibranium equipment and upgrades. Awesome. They were currently applying a lining of vibranium over Sem's wings, making it more durable, flexible, and all around, stronger. They had already applied some to Steve's suit and Widow's given they were the simplest from Shuri and Tony's instructions. After this one, Rhodey's suit was next given its more complex nature followed by the rest of the team. The amount, however, would be hard to spread out on the war machine at the current time. Not that it wasn't enough. Just the complexity of it would make it a difficult procedure. They would need to do it one section at a time. But with the instructions and their own expertise, they could pull it off. They had to. For the sake of the team. But that wasn't all that dwelled on the mind of Hope Van Dyne. She had been diligently working on the application of vibranium onto the right wing of Sem's suit whilst Scott covered the left. But in between her work, she kept shooting looks at her boyfriend, hoping he'd catch her gaze to no avail. So she opted for a more direct approach. "You know, Scott," she casually began. "I've been thinking lately." "About what?" he asked, not looking up from his work. "On having a kid." She winced at the sound of the tool he held slipping from his hand. Scott practically choked on his own spit as his head snapped up in her direction, slightly bug-eyed. "I'm sorry, you want what?" he said in disbelief. She crossed her arms, looking at him intently. "You heard me." "I did. But, what brought this on?" Scott came to a quick conclusion. "It was Nat, wasn't it?" Hope shrugged, giving him an iffy hand motion. "Some would. More like her and Wanda. Mary and Pippin," he said, making his girlfriend snort at the nicknames he gave them. "Yes, them too." She set her tools down, casually walking around the table that had Sem's suit strewn out on it. "I haven't thought about it much up till recently, more since we came here and, well, seeing Natasha and Wanda with kids of their own and thinking about you and Cassie. I never really considered it up till now but..." Scott gazed at his girlfriend, unsure of what to say for a moment. "Are you? I mean, I don't wanna ask the wrong question here but, are ya sure?" Hope shrugged her shoulders. "Not immediately, but one day," she said, reaching her boyfriend. She took his hands into hers, holding them tightly. "I mean, a kid with a guy like you? Doesn't sound like such a bad deal considering how good a job you've already done." Well, now that certainly made the former convict bashful at receiving such praise. "I mean, I could have done better. I should have been more present in her life dash. And yet, she still sees you as her hero." Hope countered, resting her arms on his shoulders now, placing one hand on the back of his head. "That's got to count for something, right?" Scott rubbed her hips in return, a contemplative expression for her to see as the man recalled his life up to now since getting his daughter. "I just, never thought of having another kid after so long. Cassie is all I had after the divorce. Then you and Hank came into my life and then the Avengers and now this. I've lost more time with her, me being here. I don't know if I deserve." "Are you really sure about having a kid with me?" "You're more qualified than you realize, Scott Lang," Hope said, hand on his cheek now, kissing him with love. "I never even considered it until you." Scott smiled at her, a grateful look in his eyes. "But I don't want to fail at something like that again. Marriage and a kid. We don't have to get married to have a kid. There is a thing called a partnership." "True, but call me old-fashioned," he retorted, leaning his forehead onto hers. "I want to make sure I'm always there for you and whatever jelly munchkin comes along." "Jelly munchkin?" Hope parroted with a laugh. "Yeah, jelly. Cassie's monopolized peanut so she'll need the jelly for her peanut if we have a kid." Hope laughed at that, pecking him on the lips again. "Good point." Scott grinned at her when he looked a bit nervous. "Your dad would probably kill me." Hope arched a brow at that probably. He rolled his eyes. All right, definitely. His girlfriend giggled. Well, for a short moment. Then when he sees his grandkid, whatever issues he'd have would die right then and there. Scott hummed in approval, both simply enjoying each other's presence. You really sure about this? He couldn't help but ask one more time. Hope shrugged. Unless you do something really stupid to jeopardize this, she motioned between them, then you ain't getting away on it. Scott deadpanned at her. You know, that's just you daring the universe to do something between us, you know that, right? Well then we better work to make sure that never happens, don't we? She didn't give him a chance to respond, pulling him into a deep kiss, their work for the moment being forgotten. Scene cut. Are you certain of this? The warbling roar Prince T'Challa received made him frown at the news, a glint of worry and anger in his eyes. Rafwarren, one of the many Wookiees he had befriended during his time on Kashyyyk, stood before him with several other Wookiees behind him. They had been recurring visitors for some time now, making sure to stop by the new chieftain of the Wookiee clan that has sworn allegiance to T'Challa and his family. Currently, they came to deliver troubling news. The Trandos Hands have been increasing the frequency of their attacks on Kashyyyk. A majority have been repelled, but they have been able to abduct a number of their kin. Similar to that of Jedi and clones going missing. Troubling news to be sure. The prince wasn't alone in receiving this news, as off to the side, another Avenger was in a conversation with two compatriots via holo transmission. My Wookiee is Rusty Dash. More like you don't understand squat. I'm being rather polite as I have no idea how to understand their language, Baze. Matt shook his head at the banter Chirrut and Baze had before focusing back on T'Challa. What are they saying, exactly? Trandos Han raids have been increasing. T'Challa revealed, a small groan of sadness from the Wookiees being heard. They've managed to fight them back, but Wookiees are still being taken. Some of which belong to my clan. Your clan? Baze parroted. They consider me one of their own after being with them since my arrival in the galaxy. They are to come with me to Wakanda once the gate is found and established. They are my people now, and I will not allow such actions to be done against them. The anger was evident to hear in the prince's voice. His time on Kashyyyk endeared him to the people of the trees, and now that a clan has sworn themselves to him, he took the responsibility of their new leader seriously. What can we do to help? Matt asked, grasping his walking stick. I've already requested TAP to begin surveying Trandos Han communications and see if we can pinpoint their base of operations or where the Wookiees are being taken. T'Challa stated. This also correlates with Jedi and clones going missing. Murdoch pointed out, further troubling the prince. A connection. He murmured with Matt silently gazing at him. Maybe, maybe not. We don't know for sure if it's merely a coincidence. It's a possibility. Matt then turned to his friends. Chirrut, Baze. What about your end? Have you been noticing any disappearances? Well, other than the ones that we do when on a job, Baze idly said, scratching his beard. There has been some news about people going missing. Taken by machines. Chirrut stated. But, there is something else. Matt and T'Challa glanced at each other before back at the blind force user. What do you mean? Matt asked, sensing a conflicted look on Chirrut's face. There is a disturbance in the force. Mwe gravely said. A dark specter, a shadow is here, one of an ancient threat. Or rather, there are more shadows. The dark side is in motion, my friends. I fear a great evil is coming. Not to mention hearing some apparent raids of force-centered locations. Baze grumbled out. Meaning what? Kyber crystals. Both followers of the Wills said at the same time. That's troubling. Worse than that. The amount having been raided is horrendous. And what are they seeking to achieve? Powering a super weapon. The idea does come to mind, but we can only speculate. Chirrut said. The two Avengers sighed in unison, feeling momentarily overwhelmed by all this information. A hairy hand was placed on T'Challa's back, followed by a quiet growl. I will be, my friend. He responded, turning to Rafwarren. But for now, return to Kashyyyk and strengthen your defenses. It is a dangerous time right now. Make sure you all always travel in groups of 3 or more. Going out alone may prove to be dangerous. And take these with you. From his suit, T'Challa pulled out several pairs of bracelets. Kimoyo beads, he said, placing them in the hand of Rafwarren. They can be split apart with ease and tracked by our AI. Distribute them amongst the clan or give it out to those who go alone whenever they do. On Thor's return trip from Earth, one of several packages he came with was T'Challa's request for Kimoyo beads from Shuri. Now that Rafwarren's Wookiee clan swore allegiance to him, they deserved the benefits of Wakanda. Rafwarren warbled with a nod, grasping them tightly before pulling the prince in for a Wookiee hug. Despite his grim mood, T'Challa was unable to fight the smile he had, hugging his friend back with the other Wookiees joining in. Of course he would get the huggiest Wookiee clan to swear allegiance to him. One of the many reasons why he will do what he can to figure out how to stop the Trandos hands from raiding Kashyyyk any further. This will bear a good amount of investigation on his part. One which will eat much of his free time. We will keep you updated on the Outer Rim. Chirrut spoke up. Though I believe our next conversation will not occur for some time. Trouble? Matt stated more than asked. Like you wouldn't believe. Baze murmured tiredly. Us, the Guardians, the Ravagers and Mandalorians have been swamped with more missions and requests. Too many sectors undefended, more criminal rampancy, cartel wars, all of it. Have fun with all that. The lawyer said airily. Have fun with your war. Malbus grumbled back. Chirrut chuckled, bidding Matt and T'Challa goodbye before he and his old friend logged off. Rafwarren departed soon after with the pair of Avengers walking down a hallway in the Jedi Temple. It feels like things are only getting worse. T'Challa admitted, rubbing his face tiredly. We get good news that we may be able to return home, but there is still all that is transpiring with even greater dangers coming. War has a tendency of doing that. It can never be simple. Matt remarked. The Black Panther hummed in agreement, glancing at his friend. What else have you heard in the Outer Rim? What of Mandalore? Now, T'Challa knew as much of the Mandalorians as the rest of the Avengers, a bit more than others since his visit there. But there was another purpose to his questioning. Last I heard, Mandalore is teetering on being a safe, neutral set of sectors. Matt soon gave a brief explanation. The Protectors and warrior clans are patrolling the borders in case another Ultron attack comes around. Saturn has been challenged in appeasing both the fighters and civilian populations since the talks. He let out a sigh. At least they're working together now. Yet Death Watch is still out there. The lawyer of Hell's Kitchen nodded. They're the one factor that's not having the Mandalorian people unified. And what of Bo-Katan? Matt halted momentarily, a conflicted look for T'Challa to see. That is complicated, he admitted, shaking his head. We've only spoken once since then and it was tense to say the least. I can't imagine, really. T'Challa freely admitted. I've never been in such an odd relationship. I don't even understand what spurred her to do that last time we saw each other in person. Murdoch shook his head again. Women are quite the mysterious creatures. Daredevil snorted, letting out a wistful sigh. There was one I knew years ago. Quite a lot like Bo-Katan. Her name? Elektra. And where is she now? Somewhere on Earth, somewhere I don't really care to know of. Matt said neutrally. How bad of a falling out? How can you tell? Your voice, your posture. T'Challa pointed out. I am not the most knowledgeable when it comes to intimate relationships, having only had one, but I believe I know enough to see a bad breakup when I see and feel one. Matt chuckled upon hearing this. It's not something I like to talk about. But let's just say that the last we saw each other, she wanted me to kill someone. Someone I desperately wanted to, but in the end, chose not to. Oh my. Yes, oh my. I don't want to force you if you don't want to dash. Thank you. Matt said, patting T'Challa on the back. Maybe for a later time and date. Of course. Elsewhere. The synthetic cybernetic Avenger known as Vision floated off to the side of one of the many training grounds of the Jedi Temple. There, he watched in observant silence as Jedi Battle Master Ciandralig attended a class of Jedi younglings, instructing them on the basics of lightsaber combat. For the Force is to flow through you, the Battle Master instructed. Allow it to be your guide, act as its conduit and it will guide your actions. And for people who don't have the Force, you're fast enough to keep up with any Jedi, Mr. Maximoff, your complaints are unwarranted. Cian blandly said, though the humor was evident in his eyes. The younglings all laughed at the speedster, who made a face at them in return. So this is where he's been, said a soft, female voice Vision knew all too well. I am surprised Pietro has the patience for this, Viz remarked, not facing Wanda Maximoff, who now stood beside him. Even in our younger years, he had a means of procrastination with what some would argue is an attention disorder. Believe that carried over with him obtaining his speed. The Scarlet Witch smiled slightly. But when he honestly puts his mind to it, he greatly focuses and excels greatly. Well, when one can perceive the world at 100,000th of a second, one can be excused for having some issues with paying attention, Vision commented. Still, he is improving rapidly, might I add. His enhanced perception and physiology is a perfect counter to the necessity of the Force. A reason why he's here of all places. His means of perhaps enhancing his skills. Aside from that, I believe it's his way of honoring Master D. Master D. Wanda repeated, frowning. I didn't get to meet him, but Steve spoke of the Jedi Master that perished on Kamino prior to our teammates finding us. He found him on Relith when he wound up in the galaxy. They became good friends alongside Syndulla. Dill was killed by General Grievous, and now Pietro holds onto his lightsaber as a memento of him. The Sokovian woman gave a small nod before scrunching her face slightly. Aren't those lightsabers supposed to be buried with their owners? Pietro wished to hold onto it. I myself am surprised that the Order allowed him to keep it, said the synthetic Avenger. Probably an olive branch, just so long as he doesn't lose and abuse it. He wouldn't, Wanda confidently said. Brash and stubborn as he is, Pietro isn't one to disrespect something like that. He never was. Figured. But the factor of losing a lightsaber is a grievous crime. If he was a member of the Order, it varies from case to case, likely only needing a replacement depending on how severe it was. But for one given to an outsider and that of a fallen member he won't lose it, Wanda said resolutely. Ever. I know. I just wanted to inform you. You don't need to. I've learned a great deal about this Order. Vision turned to her, looking at her analytically. Even then, having possession of one outside of the Order is interesting. Selling or possessing one on the black market is classified as X rating, which serves you many decades in prison. Wanda only shook her head. Vision, I don't really care what punishments this Order gives out, cause it doesn't concern us in the end. We're only helping them because the Sith and Ultron are out there. I know Cap and most of the team don't really like how the Order conducts itself. Their code ain't exactly something any of us really believes in. Even you don't believe in it. Vision found himself hard-pressed to disagree. When he was born, he told the Avengers he was on the side of life, that he wished to protect and preserve it. But since then, he had grown more and formed friendships and other bonds that most Jedi would discourage. He believes that relationships make you stronger, giving you a greater incentive to fight to protect, and if they were to pass on, to honor their memory. And what of the one you have? He saw her confused expression. The lightsaber you possess. Wanda placed her hand over the spot where her lightsaber hung beneath her cloak. I've grown an attachment to it, despite its history. Which was true, in a manner. Since fighting Zalem of Dathomir, she feels a unique connection with the ancient Sith weapon. Granted, it happened as she was ascending into being the Scarlet Witch, which changed it in some manner to become something else. Molting out of its prior power and matching with its present wielder like a chrysalis to a moth or a butterfly. I saw some inscriptions on it. Sith inscriptions. Yeah, it belonged to one. Wanda looked around briefly, using her telepathic powers as well to make sure no one was within earshot. Usage Ventress told me that this lightsaber belonged to Darth Zana. She was the apprentice to Bane who started this rule of two Sith Order the Jedi are looking for right now. And you never sought to hand it over. Wanda snorted. No. This is mine and mine alone. I like it. The color matches my style. Vision himself found himself grinning, but the concern in his eyes remained, something Wanda picked up on. Viz, this lightsaber holds no weird dark side effects the others speak of like with the other Sith artifacts. You could make the comparison when putting them right next to one or even the holocrons back in my room. Besides, we're not of the Force, remember? Their magic and influence don't affect us like it does them. So you say. Vision said. But my time with the Bendu can suggest otherwise. Well then it'll be our job to keep each other on the straight and narrow. Wanda countered. The dark side of the Force shouldn't be feared. Yes, but there are many in this order that does fear it, even if the one who holds the power is one of a righteous spirit. There's always the intent on the power and weapon. Can't blame one for using something that's considered dark if you're good and light if you're bad. I don't see that fair at all. From what I've known so far, it's all about the focus. Master Kreia taught me that much. Exozon, well, she's just a bitch. Wanda surprised Vision when she placed a hand on his arm, giving him a soft look. At the end of the day, Viz, we can't control the fear other people have. Only our own. If we choose to be afraid of everything, we may fall into the traps we try to avoid. Vision was silent for a few seconds, thinking hard about her words. One can often meet their fate on the road they take to avoid it. Yeah, that's a pretty good saying. Wanda said with a smile. Did you think of that one? No, Kung Fu Panda taught me that one. Wanda choked her breath and laughed. That animated movie. You haven't seen it yet? Viz asked in surprise. No, I just thought it looked a bit silly. Vision vehemently shook his head. Wanda, that couldn't be the furthest thing from the truth. You've shown me much on your old shows, now it will be my turn to educate you on entertainment. Wanda happily laughed, bumping her shoulder against his. I look forward to it. A comfortable silence befell the pair, both watching the class of younglings plus Pietro move through the motions of Ciandrolig's commands. Speaking of education, you consider going down there and joining your brother. I doubt they'll let me join with this present. She said, patting the ancient Sith lightsaber on her side. I do have my holocrons to still learn from. And your charges. Same, in a sense. But if they want to come here and learn, I will talk to one of the masters to figure something out. Maybe Anakin can teach them a few tricks. He's rebellious enough. Or Ahsoka. Or Ayla once she finally makes a move on Steve. She then turned to the holder of the Mind Stone. Why not you, Viz? Why not me? What? Join the lesson. Wanda nodded. Didn't you download nearly all of the knowledge of the archives? Learning straight from a database and learning the old-fashioned way are two different things. Hard work is better than taking the easy way out in this case. Yes, the argument would come up and I may be an exception. But if I was more flesh and bone, the concept is more difficult. The muscle memory and reaction time under months and years of training is much more effective. So. Wanda held her hands out toward the class that continued on, unaware of the pair's conversation. I am unsure if I should ask now. Maximov stared at him in bewilderment, eyes widening slightly and lips curling upwards. You wouldn't happen to be nervous, would you? Vision actually sputtered for a moment. No. No, that would be ridiculous. Wanda gaped with her lips quivering, bordering on a teasing smile that may not leave her for the remainder of the day. Vision. She said, almost using her motherly voice she would with Marin and Ilyana. I believe I am perfectly capable with the skill set I already have on hand that complement my powers effectively. Vision. Wanda said again. It's not that I'm nervous. I downloaded the teachings of the many forms. In fact, I am likely a more suited Battle Master than Master Ciandrolig. Viz. Very well then, I shall go and prove it. Good luck, sweetheart. Wanda teasingly said, giggling behind her hand as she watched Vision approach the Jedi Battle Master. She couldn't quite make out the words shared between the two, but Cian smiled, patting Vision on the shoulder and gesturing for him to take a trainee lightsaber and join with the rest of the class. The looks of awe, curiosity, and wonder directed at him from the younglings were adorable, to say the least. Wanda looked on with a smile, with a small sense of yearning present. She wasn't lying about what she said before about perhaps joining them down there. But with her possessing the lightsaber by her side, issues would arise. The views on the Sith were bad enough, and if they were to see her red lightsaber, she'd be under a lot more scrutiny than she already was. She knew some of the council regarded her warily, and her whipping out the lightsaber of a Sith Lord would certainly draw more unwanted pressure from the Order. She knew her teammates would back her no matter what, but she didn't want to put that burden on them. For now, it was better to just stand back and watch. The time to learn and advance her skills will come in due time. Her mentor Kreia taught her patience, and she would abide by the lesson. And speaking of the Jedi Council, the council was once again gathered in a meeting, Ki-Adi Mundi having been the one to have called it. The reason being? There has been unusual movement in the sector of Korriban. The moment he said those words, the council was sharp and attentive, gazing at him intensely. Are you certain of this, Master Mundi? Luminara quietly asked, the Syrian Jedi nodding gravely. Jedi Master Jedin Vasil with his Padawan Kosas Likhar, X1 and X2 along with Nightingale's squad all sent separate reports detailing the same thing. And they said that it reeks of the dark side. You sure it's not the typical tomb raiders and scavengers, seeking riches? Oppo Rancisis asked. Such a thing is rather common for most people in the galaxy. Korriban was a treasure trove of artifacts many would acquire and sell to the black market. Though the Jedi had managed to scrounge up a large collection of artifacts from the ancient home world of the Sith, they were well aware they likely didn't even touch a quarter of the artifacts still buried deep in the mountains and hills of the planet. The Sith of old probably had more twisted, archaic and downright evil relics that the Jedi hadn't even faced before or had forgotten through the passage of time. Yoda let out a humming grunt, shaking his head at this news. Once said, I did, of the shroud of the dark side having fallen once the war had begun. The aged Jedi closed his eyes in deep thought. Now, a new specter there is, coming over the galaxy. Obi-Wan Kenobi let out an uncharacteristically haggard sigh, leaning back in his chair and placing a hand over his eyes. Obi-Wan. Shaak-Ti spoke up in concern, gazing at the bearded Jedi who brushed his hand through his hair. Forgive me, my friends. He said lowly. I am just feeling a foreboding sense coming over me. This news. I can't say we can just dismiss it out of hand. If there is indeed movement related to the dark side around the ancient home world of the Sith, must we ignore such a thing? Even with the war and Ultron at our doorstep. I concur. Mace Windu said, frowning at the news. Such a matter should not be so quick to be dismissed. Even with the current war and our focus on Ultron. The last thing we need is another threat to the galaxy. Stability is teetering on the edge. Plo Koon gravely said. I fear the worst is yet to come with everything we've faced thus far. Depa Billaba frowned in thought, turning to Obi-Wan. Could what was detected near Korriban have something to do with the sun? She questioned. Kenobi shifted in his seat. I feel it may be related to after he left Mortis. A feeling I dread to be true. We can only guess. Kit Fisto pointed out. Other than yourself, only Skywalker, Padawan Tino, Prince T'Challa, Vision and Peter Parker met with this sun and fought him. Should I go then and investigate it myself? Obi-Wan suggested. No, you're needed here. Windu firmly cut in. At the very least, Nightingale's squad with Jedi's X1 and X2 can set up a blockade around the planet. We can have some presence there before we go there personally. Right now, we have matters to deal with here and now. Choosing a new member to sit on the council is one of them. PLO pointed out, nodding his head in the direction of the chair that was once occupied by Even Pyle. And the likelihood of a ceasefire with the separatists. That certainly came as a shock to the Republic. A representative and former senator of the Republic, Mina Bontari, had sent a message to the Republic earlier today on the notion that a ceasefire should be made. With the escalation of the war and Ultron being a more pressing threat, many within the separatist parliament voted to, at the very least, have a ceasefire with the Republic to combat the threat of the genocidal AI. Many within the Republic actually agreed with the notion despite the vocal dissenters, wanting nothing to do with the separatists. A large portion of the Jedi also readily supported such a thing, though there was obvious caution to this. Count Dooku was still the head of the Separatist Alliance, and being an all but confirmed Sith Lord, he couldn't be trusted so easily. Yet in the message Bonteri had sent them, she stated that Dooku was the one who proposed the idea of a ceasefire. That was both surprising and disconcerting. No one knew what was going through Dooku's mind when going through such decisions. Those who were somewhat close to him in the past could only speculate. And what of the Avengers and this Infinity Gate that needs to be found? Obi-Wan brought up. I cannot deny, that is something that I do believe we must assist with them sooner than later. Plo Koon spoke up. Anything in the archives? Adi Gallia asked. None that we could find so far. Either the knowledge was lost, never found, or in the said likelihood, was deleted. Fisto said, a sullen feeling washing over the council. Has Over not been able to find anything? Oppo queried. Reported nothing on his end. What of Jocasta? Same result. Winder Riley said. The only result that was found was how they were utilized, not of their function nor of any location we might have. Help them, we must. Yoda declared firmly. Allies the Avengers are, we cannot afford to lose. Against the coming darkness, need many, we will. No longer can the Jedi stand alone. Fight with friends and allies we must to survive what is to come. Perhaps, then, we should look to other forms of help. Plo said, folding his hands together. This is no longer a war for the Republic, but it is turning into a war for life, for survival. And a galaxy that is divided is sure to fall. Depo finished for the Keldor Master, Koon nodding at her. Then perhaps the ceasefire with the Separatists is a step in the right direction. Kit started. Perhaps even reform and reunite the Republic. Easier said than done. Oppo remarked. Corruption is still deeply rooted in both governments. Are we no better? CZ Tyan spoke up, a grim look for them to see. Our history shows us that many times over, the greatest evils and threats that have been unleashed upon the galaxy came from these very halls. The Sith that were banished by our ancient brethren, Exar-Kun, Ulic Qel-Droma, Ravan, Malak, Ruin, and our most recent example being Dooku. Are we so arrogant to assume to be so much better than the rest of the galaxy? There was an uncomfortable silence in the chamber air, the council all looking down, up or far off as they considered Tyan's words. It was not something that could be dismissed so callously. Many within the Order had voiced their concerns in opposition to the war. A majority of Dooku's acolytes were made up of fallen Jedi who no longer believed in the ways of their Order. Some had begun to question the code itself for allowing such atrocities to even occur under their watch, stating they had been blinded by their past glories into believing no power could ever challenge them again. Yet as the months turned to years, more and more threats had cropped up, showing to be far more than the Jedi could handle. To survive, united we must be, Yoda said, lightly tapping his walking stick on the floor. To endure, stand together, we must. To overcome, learn much we do. From our past to the present for there to be a future. Destroy our enemies, not important. Preserve life for the future, our duty is. Responsibility, we must uphold. Not only to the Republic. To the people of the galaxy. That is where our duties lie. The council was certainly surprised by Master Yoda's words but found themselves all nodding in resolution. They knew that now wasn't the time to doubt themselves. Even with the possible light at the end of the tunnel, the path will be hazardous to traverse through. To win, to survive, they needed to stand strong and stand together. Support one another whenever it is needed to keep the Order strong. May the Force be with us all. Scene cut. It was drawing close to night now on Coruscant, the sun having already set, yet the planet remained awake and vibrant. Despite the ongoing recovery of the planet, the city lights never turned off, showing resilience from the people of the planet through the hardship of the war. Currently, within the Jedi Temple, whilst half the temple had retired, the other half was awake and attentive. After the invasion of Ultron, the Jedi, who were already on guard with the onset of the war, practically doubled their guard. They were not gonna take any chances with intruders. Thankfully, one Peter Parker was not considered to be such an individual, as he freely walked through the hallways of the temple. He occasionally greeted a Jedi here and there, nodding at the temple guards before spotting the door where his target resided behind. A day prior, he was with Ahsoka when their dear friend Barriss came to them with red eyes and a croaked voice. She had apparently come from a therapy session of sorts that was held by Sam and his girlfriend Dani and had cried her eyes out as she recounted her time at the Citadel. Seeing her in such a state was a devastating sight, and like several times before, the two pulled Barriss in for a group hug and held her until she dozed off. Today, however, Peter was here on a mission. Running on the same rush that he had when he first kissed Ahsoka on Tatooine, whatever inhibitions he had were squashed the moment he made his decision for tonight. He had one objective and one only, and that was about to be enacted now. Reaching the door, he rapped his knuckles against it, hearing movement from behind. The door slid open and revealed Barriss wearing her usual robes save for her headpiece, which allowed Peter to freely see her beautiful flowing hair instead of having it confined. "Peter," she quietly said in surprise. "What are you doing here?" He had lost the ability to speak for a few seconds, staring at the Mary Allen who looked incredibly enticing right about now. But damn it if he wasn't a gentleman and not some cooshound. Least, that's what Mr. Stark used to call himself before settling with Pepper Potts. "Yeah, can I come in?" he softly asked. She blinked at the request but nodded all the same, stepping aside to let him in. Once inside, Peter walked over to the window she had in her room, gazing out at it. "That thing opens, right?" he asked, pointing at the window. Barriss looked at him quizzically. "Yes, why you ask?" He looked back at her with a grin. "You wanna get out of here?" "What for?" "You being cooped up here for so long, for starters. It's not healthy." He started out. "So, I figured a date is in order." She blinked out of confusion. "A date? Did I say date? I meant to say go out on the town and just spend time together. Isn't that just another way of saying date?" Peter shrugged. "Yeah, basically." Barriss stared at the young superhero and soon a blush formed on her face. It actually took her a moment to register just what it was Peter had offered, and suffice to say, this was the last thing she expected tonight. "But isn't it a bit late for that?" "What?" Peter scoffed good-naturedly. "Are you kidding me, Barriss? The sun just set. The night is young and ripe with the opportunities to make some bad decisions." She arched a brow at that. "Make some bad decisions?" Peter coughed into his hands. "Yeah, figured that wouldn't work. Shouldn't have followed Mr. Stark's advice." "I wouldn't exactly say that. Just, I feel like you need to do something to decompress. Just forget about everything for a few hours." Barriss gazed upon the boy she had grown to care for so much, a smile worming its way onto her face. "Yes," she muttered. "I would like that very much." Peter beamed at her, quickly discarding the clothing he wore to reveal his traditional red and blue suit whilst stuffing his clothes into a backpack he brought with him. "Where's your black suit?" she found herself asking. "Oh, he's on me." The symbiote suit quickly formed around his usual costume before receding back. "Just know my usual suit has the GPS is all." "Ah." She smirked, shaking her head. "If you want to rationalize it, I think the symbiote has attachment issues. Doesn't like to be too far away from me, apparently." Barriss only hummed at that, walking over to him. "Okay then. So where are we going?" "Any place that tickles your fancy. I'll tell you the options along the way." Peter nodded, opened the window and crawled out. Once situated, he motioned Barriss to come out, who carefully latched onto his back. He was really glad he put his mask on right now, cause he felt his face heating up at the feel of Barriss's body being pressed up against him. It was certainly developing, to say the least. He then felt her shift about, almost snuggling closer to him, arms wrapped tightly around his chest and shoulders. "So where are we going first?" Her soft voice whispered in his ear, and he was unable to fight the tingling sensation that went down his spine. He cleared his throat as best as he could, squeakily telling her that other than the options she had, there was something special he had planned. Jumping off the side of the temple, Peter felt Barriss tighten her hold on him, only furthering the thrilling sensation his body was experiencing. Once more, his ears were greeted by her excited yells and screams as he was performing a number of his acrobatic feats. It gladdened him to hear her joyous shouts, nuzzling him every now and then to warm herself up from the winds that whipped against them. Whether she did it with the knowledge that she knew the things it did to Peter or not, he didn't care. Eventually, they reached a particular building with a dome on top of it. There was a door that had a well-dressed man standing in front of it. Upon seeing Spider-Man arrive with Barris, he smiled, walked forward and greeted them with a bow. "Mr. Parker," he said kindly. "Your table for you and Madame Muffy awaits you inside." "Thanks, Mr. Thelm," Peter happily said, pulling out a large sum of credits and placing them into the man's hand. He gaped at this. "Mr. Parker, you do know it is unnecessary for you to dash. It's a tip, Yonth," Peter cheekily said. "Therefore I have to. But Mr. Parker dash. Thanks again, Thelm. You're the best." He cut him off, walking toward the door, looping his arm around with Barris. The man could only raise an arm in protest only for it to fall, shaking his head with a bemused smile. "What was that about?" Barris asked in confusion, seeing Peter shrug. "Meh, just calling in a favor from the guy, kept harping on about how he owes me and also I figured I could put it to good use here." The moment he opened the door to the establishment, Barris was met with the astonishing sight of what looked to be a beautiful grassy plain with several hills, gardens, and trees interspersed in the area. "What?" she gaped, trying to make sense of this place. "What is this? Where are we?" "Yeah, like it?" Peter cheerfully asked. "It's a garden sector that recreates the environment of Neighbor. Padme told me about it and actually suggested it. Comes here on occasion to help her feel like she's back home after long days at the Senate. Thelm back there is from Neighbor too, and when I saved him a while back, he promised me a favor. I wasn't ever gonna call it in, but now with you, I had a good reason to." Now Barris was unable to help herself, blushing up a storm as she looked away from the boy she had grown to love. "Peter, you didn't have to bring me to a really nice place like this," she murmured. Frowning good-naturedly at her comment, he cupped her chin, turning her head to face him. "You deserve it, Barris. I can't spare anything with those I deeply care about." Smiling faintly, the Padawan was touched by the kind gesture of how considerate her friend wanted to make her feel after her troubled time as of late. Being brought further into the area, Barris saw a small picnic area set up with a basket on the large blanket. Moving past her, Peter opened up the basket and began pulling out its contents, and she gasped slightly. He looked up at her, grinning at the excitement she held when he pulled out her favorite foods from Earth. "Caviar," she said in disbelief. "Didn't you say it's the most difficult to find in this galaxy? Well, when you introduce these kinds of foods and know a four-armed basilisk, you kinda have a dealer always willing to supply." He pulled out several other platters along with Aunt May's wheat cakes and dumpling recipes. There also being shepherd's pie, the closest thing he could find to strawberries, roasted pork, and some low-proof alcoholic drinks that Captain Rogers of all people got for him. He hoped he got them right. Or Dex did, at least. That guy knew how to cook. It was an unusual spread, but it was hard to decide what would work perfectly for tonight's meal. "Peter," Barris softly said, watching him set up the picnic. "You didn't have to go this far. I say otherwise," Peter remarked. "Care to join me?" Without hesitation, she sat down right next to him, leaning her head on his shoulder. "Thank you," she murmured, taking his hand into hers. "You're welcome," he said in return, placing his head atop hers. The evening meal was quite good and enjoyable with the tranquil atmosphere. Both ended up laying on the blanket for a time, with Barris resting her head atop his chest, enjoying the rhythmic beating of his heart and the gentle way he held her in his arms. She wished she could have more, but there were still places to go to throughout the growing evening. Eventually, after finishing the rest of their food, they departed from the specialized Neighbor garden and went off swinging through the cityscape of Coruscant. At one point, they went out for a brisk walk in order to take it easy for the time being. This was a small plan on Peter's part, leading Barris into the next part of their date being a large plaza. The Padawan was bombarded by the sound of music coming from all over, and she saw multiple species on different stages, all performing different types of music. It was a plaza of literal music. With what's happening in the galaxy, most people need ways to help relieve their present troubles. What better way than some concert as one example? Barris was always one who was fond of learning about other cultures and customs, believing that as a Jedi, one needs the perspective of other lifestyles to be a better Jedi for the galaxy. Music was one such way, and she always did love the many melodies of the galaxy. How did you know? Barris asked in slight disbelief that Peter would bring her here. Ahsoka told me. He revealed. Said you sometimes listen to other music whenever you go to sleep. Great, now she wanted Ahsoka to be here with her. It felt unfair that it was only her and Peter experiencing this. Throughout this portion, they merely sat and enjoyed themselves with the music and merriment around them. At one point of the date, however, did have a small hiccup when the pair came across some black market deal going south on the way to one of Barris' destinations. Instead of Spider-Man taking care of it himself, Barris tagged along on serving out some justice. It was quick work for the two, taking out the troublemakers in a matter of seconds. The Coruscant guard came by shortly after, a false display of exasperation upon seeing Peter, exchanging jokes and pleasantries before the pair resumed their date. The rest of the date involved some web swinging, visiting a few points of interest like a bazaar of food and arts, stopping by decks to get some dessert before settling atop one of the many tall buildings to eat said dessert together. For the first time in a while, Barris was very happy. She barely recalls much of her troubles, due to Peter distracting them with this get-together. Returning to the temple via web swinging, Spider-Man crawled up the walls with Barris still hanging from his back. Getting back to her room, he opened the window and crawled them both back inside. Barris walked forward, stretching out her arms and spinning slightly. Peter just hung back, leaning on the wall, and watched her move around in a graceful dance as she hummed one of the songs she heard from the musical plaza. Oh Peter, she whirled around in his direction, a bright, beaming smile for him to see. Tonight was perfect. I can't thank you enough for it. I really needed it. You don't have to. He softly said. I wanted to do this for you because I care for you. The Mary Ellen had a dreamy smile on her face, still humming the song as she drifted over to him. Do you now? She lightly questioned, a teasing grin on her face. She spun about and was abruptly met with Peter taking her into his arms. I do. He quietly said. More than you realize. And like that, Barris felt her heart rate skyrocket as she rested her hands against his chest. I think I might have an idea, really. She whispered, soon swallowing a small lump in her throat. Bits of anxiety were slowly surfacing amongst a number of emotions. Peter, what do you see when you look at me? He didn't respond straight away, instead brushing some of her hair behind her ear. Someone beautiful. Brave, selfless, wise beyond her years, and a whole dictionary worth of the best traits anyone can have. Not to sound tacky or corny, but I couldn't even begin to properly describe you. Then. She bit her lip, feeling her entire body now begin to heat up. Can you show me? Peter's eyes widened momentarily, locked on with hers. Chocolate brown eyes gazed into electric blue. With a hesitant hand, he slowly brought it to her face. He saw her inhale sharply upon contact, yet leaned into his hand a moment later, basking in its warmth. Barris. Peter purely said as he stroked the Mary Ellen Padawan's cheek. Peter. She responded softly, placing her hand over his. High on the natural, pleasant emotions between them, she did something drastic and bold. She was tired of waiting and leaned in, finally placing her lips against his. He was momentarily shocked before calming down from the action. Her eyes soon glistened as he reciprocated the kiss and continued to stroke her cheek. Barris moaned and mewed in bliss as she felt a swell of emotions surfacing within her. Peter placed his other hand on her lower back, pulled her closer and stroked it. She brushed her fingers through his hair and pressed her bosom against his chest. Both parties could feel each other's racing heartbeats with how close of a contact they shared, somehow managing to match one another. Peter moaned at this while Barris felt part of his upper back with her second hand. She began to shiver in a unique bliss, even as they separated for air. Both looked at each other, having slightly flushed cheeks. Neither knew who moved next as they kissed each other once more. There were small pecks mixed in with long contact ones, having them breathe through their nostrils so they wouldn't break the connection so soon. Wasn't long before their instincts made them feel hungry for more. Her hand grasped his hair tightly while his hand moved up and down her side. Pleasant tingles and shivers slowly intensified. They broke away before continuing on, which made them groan momentarily. Part of their rational minds telling them to stop for a number of reasons. But that time went ignored until Barris had pushed against Peter and they both tumbled down to her bed. This time, they pulled away, looking back at each other, their faces really flushed. Their breaths were heavy with smiles on their faces. Wow. Barris let out a bashful giggle. Yeah. She giddily said. Wow. She nuzzled against him, Peter by this point learning that she quite enjoyed the act, and he returned the gesture. Thinking about what just transpired now, her mind wandered over to the only other couple she knew of. This was how Mac and Cass felt back at Jobbeam. How they were close and shared their feelings with one another. How they would die for each other. They pretty much did on that later fact. The code forbade this, but Barris couldn't care anymore. After what happened thus far, she ignored the code and went through with her feelings. Peter. MMM. She gently turned his head to face him, locking eyes with him once more. He was startled by the intensity they held but said nothing, nor did he reveal anything. He simply gazed at her. There appeared to be a moment of hesitation, her licking her lips before she showed resolution and acceptance. Peter Parker. Her voice was barely above a whisper, but with how close they were, he had no issues hearing her. I love you. You, what? His brain was reacting the same way as it did back on Mortis when Ahsoka, in her possessed state, admitted she loved him. Rather than be put off by his response, Barris found herself giggling. She couldn't explain it, but this wasn't him rejecting her. Rather, she short-circuited his brain. Leaning in once more, she gave him several pecks on his lips. You heard me. I love you, Peter Parker. She whispered with a smile. You do? He squeaked. She nodded happily. Yeah. Why? Uffy chortled at that, shaking her head, nuzzling her face into his chest. I don't know how it happened, but I came to terms with it a while back. For a long time, things have been subtle. Never knowing they'd crawl up and embrace me in the most unexpected way. I just never realized until Jobbeam. She further buried her head into his chest, hiding the displeasure of the memories flooding in. Seeing you like that, it made me think back to when Ahsoka was poisoned on Naboo, how you were both resting by my side after. How Ahsoka and I watched you recovering after what Ultron did to you. She shut her eyes tightly, tears threatening to spill. I didn't know how long I could avoid this any further. Distracting myself for too long. How confused I've been since those times and as of late. How I desire to be with you too after this war is over. To be with you both until the end. I can't bear the thought of a future without either of you. Peter was silent in all this, having subconsciously started to gently stroke her hair. At the mention of Ahsoka, he released a small sigh, gently bouncing Barris to get her attention. Barris, there's something you should know. Know what? Before getting into it, we need Ahsoka here. He said in complete seriousness. This confused her, making her wonder what was going on. He soon left her room to search for their friend. As time ticked on by, nervousness and anxiety ate away at her. She paced to and from in her quarters when she couldn't try and relax through meditation. After what felt like hours, she heard the chime at her front door. She couldn't get to it fast enough, opening it to see her friends on the other side. Barris, Ahsoka said, moving to her straight away, enveloping her in a hug. Peter said you needed to see me. Are you all right? Do you need anything? Barris couldn't help but smile at the concern Ahsoka had for her, hugging her back. Well, not exactly. She murmured. Just that Peter said you needed to be here as well. That we needed to talk. About what? Peter coughed into his hand, feeling supremely awkward. About us. Now both girls faced him and Peter wanted to be anywhere but here. He groaned aloud, lightly hitting his fist on his forehead. Okay, should have planned for this one. he bemoaned. God, I really need to think things through. He first looked at Ahsoka, gazing at her intently, eliciting a blush from her. Peter. The Togruta didn't have time to ask what he was gonna do as he leaned in, capturing her lips in a fierce kiss. Ahsoka inhaled sharply, eyes fluttering close as she returned the kiss, all while not realizing the effect it had on Barriss. Reboot. Reboot. Barriss EXE. Reboot. Reboot. Once he pulled back, Ahsoka was in a bit of a daze until Peter gestured his head in Barriss' direction. At first, the Togruta was confused by this, but upon inspecting Barriss more closely, she noticed several things she missed when she came here not long ago. Her hair was down and now a bit frazzled. What appeared to be the usual customary lipstick certain female Mary Allens put on was now smeared. And her clothes were a bit rugged, almost looking like they were meant to come off by this point. Putting two and two together, Ahsoka gaped, looking at Peter, who sheepishly nodded. Realizing now what had happened between the New York native and her fellow Padawan, Ahsoka knew of this eventuality. She just didn't think it would be happening at this moment. So, might as well complete the steps. And if that wasn't enough for Barriss to comprehend. Taking a deep breath, calming her nerves and fidgeting a little, Ahsoka leaned in and pressed her lips to hers. Just like that, Barriss' eyes widened a bit more as her mind went through another fizzle. System error. System error. Barriss EXE. Mayday Mayday. System crashing. Breaking contact with Barriss after what felt like minutes, Ahsoka pulled back with a blush on her face. Looking over to Peter, his expression was a bit mixed. Sure, there was a small blush, but it was rather controlled and not exaggerating for such a display. What? He said, seeing the look she gave him. What do you mean what? Was her response. I'd thought dash. You mean two people of the same sex kissing each other? I'm not one of those people who goes outright crazy on it like some horn dog or something worse. I'm from Queens, I've seen that on the street more times than I can count. I'm rather fine and not bothered by it. I get that. What I mean of you being. She was awkward in trying to say the right words. With us and dash. You don't need to say it. I know what you're getting at. Don't forget you're the one who talked me into it. Peter blandly said, making Ahsoka laugh sheepishly. They both then noticed the reaction, or rather the lack of reaction from the other teen in the room. The pair turned to see that Barriss had yet to say or do anything. She just stood there, stark still, and eyes wide with a healthy coloring on her cheeks. Barriss. Parker said in an unsure voice. You all right there? No response. I think we broke her. Ahsoka nervously said, hesitantly reaching out to take her arm. It seemed to do the trick as the contact broke Barriss out of her daze, her blue eyes gazing at Ahsoka's own blue eyes, still trying to process what she experienced. What just happened? So to sum things up, we got together and tried things out after Mortis. And Ahsoka here suggests opening this up, he motioned between them, with you. To prove that, I kissed him and then I kissed you. She then blurted out. Please don't get mad. The silence was soon killing them, due to Barriss processing it all. The human and Togruta talked about this and the worst-case possibilities of what may happen. That Barriss would feel betrayed and hurt by what they were doing behind her back. How she would jump to conclusions and not speak to them for a long time. How it may all lead to her breaking apart after what she went through to the point of severing her connection with them. So much and more were brought up for the ramifications. The silence was killing them. But something unexpected happened. I wanted to do it first. Barriss abruptly said, pouting. Both Ahsoka and Peter stared at her, almost not believing what they were looking at. What? Ahsoka managed out with a giggle. What do you mean by first? Don't you remember? Uffie had her hands on her hips. I told you after Jobby I wanted to see where these feelings I had for you and Peter led to. I was the one who told you this first. Wait. Peter held up a hand, struggling slightly to hold back his laugh. Are you jealous that Ahsoka and I started our relationship first? Before you did. I wanted to do it first. Barriss said again, almost childishly. Or I wanted it for the three of us to do this, start this together. Just didn't expect her to beat me to the punch. Well, we're together now, aren't we? Ahsoka jokingly asked. Barriss let out an uncharacteristic humph, crossing her arms and turning away from the two in an overly dramatic fashion. Now Ahsoka and Peter couldn't contain their laughter, much to the annoyance of the Miri Allen. It's not fair. Hey, I took you out on a date, didn't I? The Togruta in the room whirled to Peter with a surprised and annoyed expression. You took her out on a date. Surprise soon morphed into a cheeky expression on the Miri Allen Padawan's face once coming to a quick realization. Heh, it seems I got that one before you saw Ka. Hey, that's not Dash. Ahsoka then paused, a mischievous smile appearing. How's about this instead? She pulled Barriss close, wrapping her arm around her hip. How's about you and I go out for ourselves, leave Peter in the dust to think about the two of us all alone with him? Wait, what? That may be a great idea. Then, Barriss reached out, taking Peter's hand to pull him towards her and to know. The three of us can have a proper outing. Making it triple official between us. Peter was still unsure about all this, but Ahsoka nodded happily, pecking Barriss on the cheek. I think that's a lovely idea, she said, soon mirroring her friend's action and kissing her cheek. Don't you agree, Peter? I'm still trying to understand how this happened, Peter admitted. I mean, I've never been in a relationship before, you know? To jump into this dash. It'll be something for all of us to discover together, Barriss said resolutely, taking Ahsoka's hand in Peter's. Not just simply having it go on. We have to talk it out. Keep working through it day in and day out. If talking won't work, then we will just do what feels right. And right now, I can say this without reservation after so long. I love you both so much and I want to spend the rest of my life discovering what we can be. Ah, Barriss. Ahsoka leaned her head against Afi's. I love you too. Barriss giggled girlishly upon hearing that, and now both Padawans faced Parker, who jerked slightly at their gazes. Ah, come on, that's not fair. Now you're just ganging up on me again. He whined, though not with much legitimacy. I quite like it, Ahsoka said with a smug look. Now we have a tool to use against you. Ahsoka, we are Jedi, Barriss admonished lightly. We can't abuse such tools against our dearly beloved. Peter brightened slightly upon hearing that. But with that said, she turned to him with an expectant gaze, causing him to falter. Ah, you guys just aren't playing fair right now. Not in this instance, Afi freely admitted. With a wistful but amused sigh, Peter took one hand from them both and pressed his lips against both of them. He enjoyed the tingling they both had, the goosebumps forming as he pulled away and stepped in to wrap his arms around them. Barriss Afi, Ahsoka to no dash. Why does she get to go first? I love you both with my heart and soul. And we do too, Barriss murmured, kissing him, followed by Ahsoka before the three of them simply stood there, holding each other in their arms. Sharing will be truly strange for them. Not towards the same person, but each other. It'll take time for Barriss to really consider such a thing. She already accepted the feelings she bore towards Peter and vice versa, yet the ones with Ahsoka were rather surprising in the most unexpected way. She just never thought that it would happen, but it did. And in return, Ahsoka developed the same feelings for her as she did for Peter. It'll just take time to get used to this kind of relationship, one that greatly goes beyond breaking one of the rules of the Order. She can still recall how Mac and Cass admitted their feelings for each other. Not a day goes by of them worrying for their safety. Them questioning her about thinking the same for those she cared for. And they were right. Barriss would fight thick and thin for them. For they were her anchor in these troubling times. When she returned from the Citadel, they were the only truest form of peace that she was able to gain after her traumatic mission. Every time she needed to soothe her heart, when Master Luminara wasn't enough, Peter and Ahsoka were there for her. And she would be there for them at any time in any instance. She had much to think and meditate on once they left to rest for the night. But for now, she was happy being with her dear friends and new lovers. Scene cut. Brother, why come here? The larger of the two Zabraks inquired, gazing up at a palace shrouded in a dark mist. One was a foot taller than the other, more intimidating even in appearance with size and stature. Yet the shorter one was more menacing with the power he held within. Both had similar facial tattoos, one with yellow skin and brown markings whilst the shorter had blood-red skin with black tattoos. Other than their facial makeup, both of their eyes were acidic yellow with red faintly bleeding out. This was Darth Maul, and by his side was Savage Opress. Or rather, formerly Darth, going by Lord Maul, now having abandoned the ways of the Banite way of the Sith and embracing something better. "There is an opportunity to be had here, dear brother," Maul stated, glancing back at him. "Opportunity for ourselves and our future. One that I will educate you on and strengthen your mind." Savage held skepticism but nodded all the same. For Maul, it was surprising to discover he still has family here in the galaxy. Those who share his bloodline back at Dathomir. Through their first meeting, the former apprentice of Sidious learned a number of things from his relative. How he was cast aside by his replacement, this Lord Tyrannus, from messing up on a mission. How he was sent by Mother Talzin to find him to learn more about the Force and become a better wielder of the dark side. Maul was well aware of the war that had begun, knowing that his former master's plan had begun enacting the final seeds of the grand plan Darth Bane put forth a millennia ago. But to him, that no longer mattered. He was here with a new goal in mind, a new mission. One of a grander purpose, and his followers that came with him will do their duty in making it come to fruition. For the taller Zabrak, discovering he had another brother still alive and breathing was a shock. Especially when it was revealed to be Maul. He could barely remember him, but one memory was all he needed. The fleeting pain of seeing a young Zabrak only a year or so older than him, crying out, reaching for him as he was taken away by a figure in a black robe and hood. That was the last he ever saw of him. Until now. It took time for Savage to find him, utilizing the talisman Mother Talzin bestowed unto him, but it was worth it in the end. Didn't take long for Maul to see there was no deception in Savage once he spoke his tale. For shortly after, he decided to take him on as his apprentice. "What will we find here, brother?" Savage asked, the pair entering the large building, Maul swatting away guards that tried to stop them. "As I said, Savage, opportunity," Maul spoke in an educational fashion. "The galaxy has been swayed in a direction for us to capitalize on grievances and betrayals. This is just one of many stops. Pertaining to what? Potential allies for what's to come." They eventually reached a large set of twin doors that Maul casually pushed open with his application of the Force. Within was a large dining table with multiple seats, a few being occupied. At the head of the table sat a man in a lavish suit, who stood and held his arms to the side in a grand gesture. "Ah, at long last, our guests of honor. Glad that you have made it. Welcome. Next time inform your guards of our arrival, Senator Dici," Maul brusquely said. "You have bodies to clean up." "Of course," the man said, directing some of the guards in the room to vacate and dispose of the bodies Maul had left behind. From his point of view, Savage was able to pick up the two species in this meeting place. The first were a group of pale humanoids with either silver, gray or no hair at all. Their leader at this meeting was one who had combed gray hair, and surrounding his near stark white eyes were some dark facial tattoos. This was Senator Medici of Umbara. The other group was animalistic, being a blend of canine and feline, with the latter being more prominent in their species. The one seated next to Senator Dici was a female with reddish-brown fur, gold eyes, and tanned skin. Queen Mirage Sintel of the Zygarian Empire. She looked at Savage with disinterest until her eyes landed upon Maul, who had been walking over to seat himself across from her and to the right of Senator Dici. "Now that we are here, dinner can begin," the Senator of Umbara declared. "As is the discussion you wished to have." "Yes, I thank you for taking time out of your schedule to meet with us rather than with the cowering traitors that have betrayed you," Maul said conversationally, taking a sip of his drink in a dignified manner. Dici hid his displeasure, but it was noticeable with those in attendance. "What do you mean, Lord Maul?" He tried to sound dismissive. "I know not what you've dash. Do not play us for fools, Senator." Maul sharply interrupted him, his acidic yellow eyes piercing into Dici's. "I've recently learned of talks and peace negotiations between the two main factions of the galaxy. Such discussions have been brought up before until this Ultron interrupted your parliament to drastically push it aside. Now the discussions have returned with the side which you defected to intends to make peace with the government from which your people defected. Maul let out several tsks. I am no fool in understanding the anger and frustration you must hold right now, to be betrayed by two governments in such a short amount of time. Dichi was unable to formulate a response for a good number of seconds. All the while, Queen Mirage eyed Maul coyly, a feral smirk making its way onto her lips as she idly chewed on her meal. A moment later, Dichi snapped, slamming his fist hard upon the table. Those gutless, fickle bastards! He roared aloud, finally releasing what was undoubtedly a great deal of pent-up rage. It is a disgraceful humiliation. I sought out the CIS so my people would get away from the Republic's filth. They voted to cooperate with my decision. And now the other senators seek to appease with those we broke away from. The nerve of them! I would kill them all if I could. Maul smirked evilly at the reaction, finding it predictable and exactly what he wanted to see. The rage was easy for him to sense. He could see it clear as day even without the use of the Force. It was in the man's eyes and posture. Consummate politician he may be, in the eyes of a fully trained Sith Lord, he might as well have been a child parading himself around as a jester. Maul then turned his attention to the Zygarian queen who didn't flinch at his gaze, in fact almost welcoming it. And you, your highness, Maul spoke with a more candid and respectful tone now. Your people have been oppressed in a manner from not continuing your long-standing prosperous practices, courtesy of the Jedi and the Republic. Yet it's said to say the Republic is rather hypocritical in allowing such acts to continue in other sectors of the galaxy. All because of fear and hubris of those in power controlling such territories. It's that and most profiting such practices behind closed doors, such as the banking clans being one example. Maul strokes his chin. And is it also even more disgusting considering the backbone of their army are nothing more than expendable droids made flesh, to follow their orders to the letter without questioning it, even with the Jedi's guidance. Mirage's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh yes. They condemn my people for our way of life, yet they have their own slave army, just so they don't dirty their own hands ever further. I would puke if I wasn't sick enough already. The former Sith Lord leaned back in his seat, placing his hands together. So you both understand the hypocrisy that runs this galaxy, do you not? Both representatives of their respective species nodded at this, Dichi glowering whilst Mirage's eyes shifted into a more predatory gleam as they remained locked onto Maul. I can see you're a man who understands the need for subtlety and when a direct approach is needed, Mirage remarked, eyeing both Maul and Appress. So I would like to get to the crux of the matter here. What is it you wish to offer us with a possible alliance? Protection. Maul plainly said. This confused not just the Umbaran senator and Zygarian monarch, but also their protectors in the room. Protection? From Ultron? If so, I would love to hear how that is possible. Dichi said with a scoff. That droid has become a mess, leaving scars across every corner of the galaxy. He seeks to destroy all life within its borders. The former Darth hummed aloud, nodding his head. He is an issue to be sure, one not so easily taken care of. But I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about another problem. Dichi and Mirage shared confused expressions, the latter asking on their behalf. And what problem is that? What is to come to this galaxy? Maul enigmatically said. I am here as a representative for someone far greater than the powers that rule this meager corner of the universe. One who has tasked me to gain a foothold of this galaxy with the forces he has bestowed upon me. Mirage eyed him analytically, her curiosity greatly piqued. What are these forces you speak of, Lord Maul? She asked. Are they of an elite caliber? Maul didn't respond, instead placing his arm on the table, his fingers drumming against its surface. Said forces, they will be rather hard to control with their fanaticism of cleansing. Cleansing? Maul soon elaborates. They don't like technology all that well. They see it as an affront to their culture, due to them having a symbiosis with their native star system and colonies. Their ships and weaponry may seem archaic and primitive at first glance, but they are far more extraordinary than you could ever imagine. They could hear the odd form of respect Maul carried for these apparent forces he governs. And this master of yours? The Zygarian queen slowly said. What is his purpose? Why a foothold here? And what do you mean in this galaxy? Patience, my dear queen. Maul said. Just know that my master is looking for something very important that can change the dynamics of the entire universe when the time comes. Mirage and Dichi shared a look, unclear as to how to process what the Zabrak just said. Just know this. My protection is that of being outside of my master's foothold here. His forces won't attack any of your established territories and their allies. They know of their orders and will obey our leader and myself with their utmost loyalty. They have been placed under my command and know the consequences they would face should they ever go against my word and his. Maul then rose from his seat. Aside from the offered protection, we will share much knowledge and technology my master has accumulated over the years. A branch of cooperation to help uplift what stagnancy your people are in. Technology, you say? Dichi spoke up in clear interest. Yes. Maul's grin was sinister. Technology beyond your wildest dreams. Technology that will leave all others as dust and rubble in its wake. To emphasize the point, Maul pulled out a disc and used the force to have it come to the center of the table. Once activated, many schematics appeared for the Senator and Queen and their protectors to see. Space drives that dwarf over your standard hyperdrives. Artillery which makes standard blasters seem like flicks on parchment. Armor more durable than what many throughout this galaxy wish to have. And, a new means of interstellar travel. A means beyond the confines of this galaxy. Many jaws in the room dropped upon hearing this. All that and more. The shock and disbelief were palpable, to say the least, upon seeing this. Even Savage held this demeanor as he had not seen this before. This is Dichi stammered out only to be cut off by Maul. One of the many benefits your people can experience if you choose to take my offer. He pulled out copies of the presented disc and used the force to hand them over to Dichi and Mirage. You may see them in better detail in your respective homes. Silence fell and surrounded the room, having Maul's dinner guests digest the given information. You have given me much to ponder about, said the Umbaran. As much as I'd want to agree to this arrangement right away, I must discuss this with my government. Of course. They are important to the coming cause like everyone else. As they dispersed, Maul moved to speak with his brother in private. Brother, Savage looked a bit unsure. I thought they would have accepted your offer as soon as you gave it to them. Ah, but they did, Savage. Maul chided. You just haven't realized it yet. Take a moment to consider their body language, their reactions, their postures, the ways their eyes moved. Savage recalled the meeting. He soon blocked out everything else and focused more on the Senator and Queen. Slowly, his eyes conveyed him connecting the dots, a look of realization dawning on him. You see it now. Maul approvingly said. They were bought in the end. They are desperate, given the present circumstances with Ultron stirring up the status quo. He is making everyone adapt or die, whether they like it or not. And for Senator Dichi and Queen Mirage, they too seek to preserve their people from extinction. You just provided them an out of that conflict and what you will eventually bring. Well done, my brother. Maul praised. Well done. Contact Joris and tell him of our meeting here. Of course, brother. Savage bowed. And what of you? The answer came in the form of Queen Mirage Sintel coming up to the pair, focusing on the red-skinned Zabrak in particular. Lord Maul. She greeted, a coy and predatory gleam in her eyes. May I help you, Your Highness? Maul said graciously, nudging his head for a press to leave. His brother did just that, leaving the two by themselves. I am not one to deny a good deal when I see one. Mirage admitted, stepping closer to the former Sith. I have already accepted the proposal and likely the rest of my empire will follow suit. But, if it wouldn't trouble you, Lord Maul, I would like to discuss things further with our arrangement at my palace. Maul placed a hand over his chest and bowed his head. Of course. It would be rude to refuse an audience with a woman such as yourself. Mirage wore a smile before it died down slightly in a neutral fashion. There are still inquiries I seek answers to with what you've offered to me and the people of my empire. Some which I do believe they wish to know further on who will be soon aligned with. I will endeavor to inform you of every inquiry you may have. Maul said, taking her hand into his own. I am, if nothing else, a man of principle and of my word. You will not be disappointed. I assure you. The ravenous smile returned to the queen's face, lust now glinting in her eyes. Oh, my dear Lord Maul, I do believe you shan't fail in this regard. Of course. I await the day of my visit to your home world to discuss things further. Do try to not keep me waiting, Lord Maul. I tend to get impatient after a while. With that, the two parties departed, aware of the small ripple that would become a tidal wave from this alliance. Check the description for the links to the author.